This is a world ruled by ancient demons. Everyone aims to conquer powerful demons and head to the battlefield. While everyone was engaged in close combat with the 8 great ancient demons, I put on the 10 great masks and transformed into the shadow demon King Terra, summoning billions of shadow soldiers to fight for me. All because I accidentally awakened a god-level fusion system? Not only can it fuse everything, but it also grants the 12 great spells that sealed the Holy Lord in Legends. At this moment I was contemplating the summoning I just obtained from fusing the 10 great shadow masks, wondering whether the abilities of the shadow soldiers were real. The next moment representatives of 9 types of shadow battle groups densely appeared throughout the living room. However, before I could reflect, I was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. On the phone, Jiangshan's hearty laughter said, "Hurry up and open the door, I'm at your doorstep. If we're late, the old lady will definitely scold us to death." Then I gathered some things, opened the door, and went out with Jiangshan. As we walked, Jiangshan said, "Today is the big day for the adventure awakening, how are you prepared?" Hearing this, I smiled and nodded, "I'm all prepared, let's go." Soon we arrived at the ruins of fierce beasts, where degenerated, domesticated demons and remnants of demonic wild beasts filled the area. At that moment a beautiful voice beside me said, "You two kings of being late actually made it on time today, that's not easy." I turned to see a beautiful figure standing proudly like a snow lotus beside me. It was my class teacher Fang Yi. Hearing this, I scratched my head and smiled. After all, there's serious business today. Soon, at the call of the control room and the ruins of fierce beasts, everyone proceeded forward into the land of fierce beasts filled with spiritual energy. After entering, once the absorption reaches the peak of spiritual energy, one can awaken the spiritual power that best matches oneself. Quickly, Jiangshan and I reached the peak of absorbed spiritual energy, and the fluctuations of my spiritual power completely overpowered everyone present. I suddenly raised my hand to grab the air, and dark energy filled the sky, covering every corner of the ruins. Then a burst of astonishment echoed in the for a long time, not dissipating. Could this be the legendary Zero sequence? After awakening, Jiangshan on the other side, with a twisted mouth, said, "Hey bae dude, showing off like that will get you struck by lightning." After a round of teasing, I pondered whether the fusion of everything could merge the abilities of the shadow soldiers. Thinking this, I fused the power of the shadow soldiers. The next moment, the entire shadow army received a 10-fold power boost from the giant shadow trolls, and the giant shadow trolls evolved to a 100-fold power boost. At this moment, my mind was empty, indifferent to everything around, even ignoring the passage of time. Until Jiangshan called out to me, indirectly waking me up. It was time to go to the practical combat area. And Fang Yi, standing in the distance, pretending to be angry, shouted, "You two hurry up, the strength of the beasts in the beast-restricted area is much weaker than the demons in the heavenly barrier battlefield. It's still a bit difficult for you to win now. Coming with the class mainly to see if your spiritual power is suitable for combat, I will cover for you, just play freely." Then she suddenly became serious. "Everyone pay attention, don't think that just because your spiritual power has awakened you can recklessly charge into the beast tide, even I can't help you then." As the large troops moved forward, a dense forest that covered the ruined city appeared in everyone's view. Suddenly, one after another, golden-winged magic eagles with wings that stirred up fierce hurricanes attacked the students after smelling human scent. Seeing this, Fang Yi quickly released her spiritual power and repelled the fierce beast with a punch. Inside the monster ruins, numerous fierce beasts also attacked here, their iron hooves trampling the ground, shaking it like an earthquake. And at this moment, I picked up a huge cleaving sword, smirked, and said, "It's my turn now." At a command, everyone followed their class teacher and charged into the beasts, and the real battle began. After a while, Jiangshan jokingly said to me, "If you're scared, just hide behind me. I'll protect you." Suddenly, I raised my hand and time seemed to stop as the 9 great shadow armies stepped out from the spreading dark mist filling every corner of the ruins. Beneath the dark aura, towering and terrifying figures loomed. A chilling wind swept through their shadowy cloaks, emitting roars and howls like those of dragons and tigers. The whole world trembled in their presence. What were they? Humans? No, shadows, monsters. The world was enveloped in a dense, oppressive darkness, as if the entire beastly ruins had fallen into a dark void. Now it was time for my turn. With a whoosh of the lethal blade, Principal Fang Yi unleashed the 3rd sequence of the poison vine spirit, transforming it into a long spear to pierce through the horde of iron-beaked giant crocodiles. The weapon formed from her poison vine, the death-thorn demon spear, danced wildly, turning into crimson thorny vines that writhed like golden snakes. It precisely pierced through the hearts of countless fierce beasts in a relentless assault. She was like a god of death on earth, unmatched by anyone. This was the power at the pinnacle of the battle honor realm, spirit power. Weapons and combat techniques perfectly combined as if divinely assisted. Stepping out of the smoke-filled battlefield, she was stunned by the surrounding scene. What were these things? Just as she was shocked by the surrounding dark shadowy monsters, an iron-beaked giant crocodile burst forth from the cracked earth. This creature was extraordinary, measuring 10 meters in size. At its prime, this elite-level beast was gigantic yet incredibly fast. Unwary, the massive tail of the iron-beaked giant crocodile shattered the ground, causing Fang Yi to stumble and lose her balance, a dangerous situation in battle. Suddenly, a giant shadow rose from beneath Fang Yi's feet. A colossal figure, 3 meters tall, leapt several meters in the air and slammed a fist onto the top of the iron-beaked giant crocodile's head. With a loud bang, the tower-like shadowy figure struck with a precise and powerful punch. The enormous body of the beast was instantly crushed by the blow, its skull shattered. The dull impact echoed and shockwaves trembled through the air. Everyone present had their pupils suddenly constrict. A pitch-black giant. The shadow core, the giant shadow troll. With one punch, it annihilated the giant elite-level beast. The troll itself possessed immense strength augmented by a 100-fold power boost, delivering a million-ton punch of monstrous force. It could even flatten a small hill with one punch. An elite-level beast was hardly a concern. "Teacher, don't be stunned. I don't want to have to protect you as well," Lin Bei said. "Is this yours?" Everyone looked towards the distance. Emerging from the rolling dust was a figure of invincibility. Shadows spread far and wide. The battlefield was like a purgatory whipped up by black flames. He approached with a knife in hand, his body cutting through the air. His alloy-long knife was wrapped in sinister, dark energy. Bang! In the next instant, a steel-bearded savage bull, as large as an elephant, charged barbarically. The strength and defense of the steel-bearded savage bull were extremely high. Even a tank's armor-piercing shell could not penetrate its steel-like body. It destroyed everything in its path at speed and force equivalent to a 400 km/h truck impact. A normal human body would be torn apart by one hit. However, Lin Bei remained calm and composed. He leaped up, raised his arm, and brought down a heavy chop. With one slash, the steel-bearded savage bull was effortlessly split in two. The immense force caused the corpse of the steel-bearded savage bull to crash into the ground, cracking it open in a spiderweb pattern. Monstrous strength, on par with the earlier shadow giant troll. Shadow core. As Lin Bei landed, he casually raised his hand. And immediately, it was as if the wind and cranes were shrieking and all vegetation turned into soldiers. Under the endless shadows, countless shadow soldiers continuously emerged. Behind this unparalleled man, a whole black army appeared. He raised his blade towards the direction of the beast tide, sneering coldly, "Leave none alive." The direction his blade pointed was the land to be conquered. Shadow core. The whole army strikes. The number of soldiers in the Shadow Corps was even greater than that of the beast tide. The deaths of the Shadow Corps were negligible, as they would continuously regenerate in the shadows. This was the terrifying aspect of the King of Shadows, an unbeatable strength. From above, a dense darkness swallowed the land. The ferocious beasts in the beast tide felt endless fear in their hearts. Where the wave of shadows passed, not a blade of grass grew. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, it mercilessly reaped any life it encountered. The weaker beasts had no strength to resist. They scattered and fled, but with shadows covering both the sky and the ground, where could they find refuge? The scene was brutally unparalleled. Blood flowed like waterfalls, forming streams of crimson rivers, and the remains of ferocious beasts were everywhere. In a matter of seconds, thousands of monsters were slaughtered. Hell on earth could not compare to this. Members of the defense force responsible for the safety of the students felt nauseous at the sight. And as for those inexperienced students, some were scared to tears or even wet themselves. When Lin Bei first revealed his edge, he cleared this wasteland of beasts. As the beasts died, the unrefined spiritual energy within them gradually moved towards Lin Bei, absorbed by him. His level and integration points inexplicably soared. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the awakening realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the early stage of the Battlemaster realm. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the Battle Lord realm. His final level stabilized at the early stage of the Battle Lord realm. The scene was deadly silent with corpses everywhere. The mechanism of acquiring spiritual energy felt like gaining experience through killing monsters in a game, but these beasts were still not enough for him to break through to the King realm directly. Shocking words are not enough unless they bring death. Lin Bei himself did not realize how Versailles he was becoming. 3 major ranks ascended, each rank consumed billions of units of spiritual energy. Just an elite beast, how much energy could it have? How many beasts must he slaughter to be monstrous? This isn't a monster, what is? You broke through. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Bei's threshold of spiritual energy suddenly soared to an unimaginable height. At least for the moment, even Fang Yi, the strongest here, was a bit unable to fathom his true strength. This was a display of nearly matching powers. What kind of monster is this? This guy must be reported to the state for slice studies. There were no living beasts left. There's nothing left to test, just display some skills and that's it, Fang Yi commanded with discipline while everyone still trembled with fear. The leader of the defense force was trembling as he tapped the badge on his chest, mumbling incoherently, "Commander, this. Did you see it?" Upon closer inspection, there was actually a pinhole camera in the center of the badge. At the endpoint of the spiritual energy network transmission, Lin Bei, with an unknown power, had recorded the entire process of slaughtering and clearing thousands, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. It was now looping on the screen at the command center. Everyone's mouths were agape, wide enough to fit a fist. They had never seen such formidable spiritual power before. "Is this a new kind of spirit power?" one of the staff members asked, dumbfounded. "If we're talking about combat power alone, it feels like each shadow's strength is comparable to that of a lord-level demon." Meanwhile, their superior officer just sat there dumbstruck before finally managing to blurt out, "Holy crap." Forgive his crude language, he was a simple man, unrefined, and holy crap was his go-to expression. However, his shock was probably no less than that of those on the battlefield facing Lin Bei. Quick, control the situation, manage the public opinion, calm the emotions. Such a powerful young man must surely be the future pillar of our dragon nation. I will notify all the major combat divisions now. Send videos and documents to each division. Understood. Faced with a series of inquiries from the class teacher, the clever Lin Bei of course played dumb. "All I know is, the awakened spirit power is awesome, there's no other reason." The school also decided to reserve its comments, after all he was a supremely invincible genius. Soon everyone reluctantly followed the main troop back. In the suburban district of the harbor city, Jiang Shan said he needed to go home to relax and split up with Lin Bei at the school. Lin Bei didn't plan to stay either. He hurried home, especially since his integration point had reached a considerable number, and it was time to check out the store. But on his way home he noticed that the leaf he had deliberately placed in the door crack that morning had fallen. It seemed an uninvited guest had entered. His past counter-surveillance experience heightened his alertness. As he opened the door, Lin Bei was stunned. There was a table full of exquisite food. Thud thud thud. The sound of a kitchen knife chopping fast on the cutting board was loud and clear. Lin Bei slowly approached, only to hear a gentle voice shouting from the kitchen, "Are you back, Xiao Bei?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Bei instinctively smiled and asked as he entered the kitchen, "Auntie Lu, why are you here?" Auntie Lu was Lin Bei's neighbor. His parents and Auntie Lu's husband were very close comrades in arms. Lin Bei had been orphaned at a young age, which wasn't uncommon in this era, as Dragon Nation had good subsidies and various agencies could ensure the safety of a child's life. Auntie Lu's family had always taken care of Lin Bei's daily life. Later, Uncle Wang, Auntie Lu's husband, was transferred to the Tianjin battlefield with his combat unit, leaving behind Auntie Lu and their 4-year-old daughter Wang Xianwan. Wang Xianwan liked Lin Bei very much, and Lin Bei didn't mind her since she was just a little kid who hadn't fully grown her hair yet. Thinking of this, Auntie Lu smiled and turned her head. "Xiao Bei, help me with the plates." Auntie Lu hardly recognized Lin Bei at first glance. "How come you've grown taller and more robust in just a few days? What brought you here today?" Lin Bei needed to familiarize himself with this atmosphere. After all, he was a person who had transmigrated into this body. "You completed your awakening today, right? I came over to cook some delicious food for you as a treat." "Oh, help me serve the dishes, we can eat now." "Oh, and call Xianwan over, she is doing her homework next door." Lin Bei nodded and went out, returning shortly with a lively and cute little girl in tow. The little girl had blossomed into a beauty, her skin as white and delicate as a porcelain doll's. She pouted, her cheeks flushed as if she had been greatly wronged. Lin Bei heard that it was Xianwan who had beaten up Li Taiju at school, and her unhappiness stemmed from her mother punishing her to write as a result. However, the chance to have a meal with her long unseen brother Lin Bei made the little one smile again. Lin Bei generously snapped his fingers and summoned a few docile, clumsy shadow soldiers to play with her. The dinner was warm but uneventful. After the meal, Auntie Lu beamed with happiness as she cleared the dishes while Lin Bei lounged on the balcony, shirking from chores and enjoying the night breeze. No one cared what he did there. He expertly summoned his system and opened the celestial mall. Swish, 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 item after item, familiar and unfamiliar to Lin Bei, appeared before his eyes. However, the needed fusion points were costly. The cheapest broadcast gymnastics murder fist manual cost hundreds of thousands of fusion points. Of course, he wasn't about to waste his money, given that it was from Jackie Chan's adventure. The Shadow Soldiers needed a corresponding match. After careful searching, he found it, and the price was exorbitant. Purchasing and merging required tens of millions of fusion points, more than he had collected. But let's not forget he still had one free chance. How wonderful! You, the Thunder Demon from the middle, bring your thunderous chi. Ding. The item from the Celestial Mall was successfully purchased and began to merge. Instantly Lin Bei felt as if he were in a sea of thunder. The thunder seemed alive, rumbling inexplicably. Boom, 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 brilliant lightning pierced the air, emitting a dull roar. The terrifying thunder echoed overhead non-stop. Crackling currents exploded, invisible pale electric arcs surrounded his body. The dazzling thunder from the sky exploded violently. The fierce thunder chi was integrated into his body in one go. Lin Bei's body underwent visible miraculous changes. Hundreds of lightning bolts intertwined, surprisingly forming a combination of human nerves, blood vessels and veins. Suddenly, they coalesced into a majestic, wild, domineering, semi-transparent figure of lightning. The thunder elements transformed into meridians with currents flowing freely throughout his body. Boom, 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 thunderous sounds seemed to emanate from within Lin Bei. The shadow chi within him instantly vibrated, mixed with flickering electric lights emitting bursts of thunderous sounds. Ding, the system notified. Host's 3 free opportunities have been used up. Please continue to slay demons to earn fusion points for merging. System, how many fusion points did we collect from the beasts slain today? A total of 1.3 million fusion points collected, only enough to merge some low-level items. Let's save them then. Ding, all members of the Shadow Soldier Battalion received an enhancement of Thunder Demon Chi. Ding, the Ghost Shadow Ninja Battalion comprehended the true essence of Thunder Escape. Ninja Battalion comprehended skills. The next morning, Lin Bei's school granted 3 days off to students who had completed their awakening, and Lin Bei didn't sleep in. As usual, he was out doing his morning exercises. By the time he returned, Auntie Lu was downstairs with little Nuan playing jump rope. Children are naturally playful and full of energy. Lin Bei didn't think much of it and was about to head upstairs when suddenly an unwelcome visitor appeared in front of the mother and daughter. Little Lu, a voice that Auntie Lu found quite displeasing, reached her ears. Little Lu was the greasy man's nickname for Auntie Lu. The man Zhao Tai was the eldest son of the Zhao family in Harbor City, over 40 and unsuccessful mainly due to his problematic behavior. A year ago he transferred to the company where Auntie Lu worked, dealing with the transportation of materials for the War Department. From his first day he had set his sights on Auntie Lu, who was quite attractive. He had been bothering her discreetly at first, but lately he had become more brazen, showing up uninvited. This wasn't the first time Lin Bei had seen him come around to cause trouble. Auntie Lu clearly ignored him, but he kept talking non-stop. Ha ha ha, I just got back to Harbor City from a mission outside. How have you been lately? Very well, haha, I'm playing with the child, so I'd rather not chat, and please don't call me Little Lu, we're not that close. I came to ask if you need a ride to work tomorrow. No thank you. Zhao Tai, seeing himself losing ground, decided to switch tactics and spoke in a mocking tone. Little Lu, give me a chance. Your husband has been sent to the 100 layers barrier, he's likely not coming back. Why don't you let me? What did you say? Auntie Lu's eyebrows bristled with anger, a rare sight, as she shouted furiously. The man, unfazed, continued, I've been with the War Department, I know the dangers there. Burning with rage, Auntie Lu would have lashed out if it weren't for her daughter behind her. Little did she know her clever little girl was much more formidable than she imagined. Seeing the annoying weird uncle bothering her mother again, Wang Nuan couldn't hold back her anger. Following what Lin Bei had taught her, she kicked Zhao Tai in the shin and exclaimed, smash your wicked head. Ouch. The kick wasn't very strong but was incredibly precise, causing Zhao Tai great pain in his face. Turning pale as tears almost flowed, Auntie Lu quickly pulled Wang Nuan behind her, sensing a glint of viciousness in Zhao Tai's eyes. Zhao Tai, annoyed by the presence of another man's child, couldn't bear any imperfection due to his sick, sycophantic nature. You little demon, one day I'll make your mother bow to me and throw you out to be eaten by demons. He thought venomously, yet his outward appearance remained deceitfully calm. But this slight malice triggered the shadow ninja Lin Bei had preemptively placed in Nuan's shadow. The ghostly ninja leaped out from the shadows, standing protectively in front of the mother and daughter. drawing his blade, the tip pointed directly at Zhao Tai's throat, his eyes flickering with murderous red. Is that not little Bei's shadow? Auntie Lu puzzled, looking at the shadowy figure before her. Little Black. Help me beat him, beat this bad man, Wang Wan said excitedly. The ghost shadow ninja looked down at Shan Wan, who was waving her little fists, and his eyes softened. He nodded gently, just as Aunt Lu was about to reach out and pat Ghost Shadow Ninja, suggesting they forget the whole thing. A warm large hand appeared beside her and gently pressed down on her outstretched wrist. Lin Bei? Lin Bei arrived just in time, standing beside mother and daughter, and spoke lightly. If there wasn't extreme malice, the Black Shadow Corps wouldn't appear without reason. Whatever this guy just thought, whatever he was planning to do, ordinary people might be deceived, but not the Black Shadow soldiers, who are sensitive to malice and murderous intent. He wanted to harm you, which is really despicable. His words grew colder, chilling to the bone. What? Aunt Lu furrowed her brows, unable to imagine what the man had intended. Absolutely monstrous, a beast in human clothing. Who are you? I'm just someone passing by. Did you create this mess? Aunt Lu, take Xiao Nuan upstairs first. This guy seems quite interested in me. Okay, Xiaobei, don't get into trouble on my account. I'll come back down later. Aunt Lu cautioned one last time, picking up an excited Xiaonuan, who was eager to watch the drama unfold, and went upstairs. We were just having a normal conversation. What do you mean by coming up here? Is there no law under the broad daylight? Zhao Tai bombarded with questions. No, I didn't mean to meddle too much. It's just that my Black Shadow soldier here needs to draw blood before it can be withdrawn. I can't help it. Maybe you could practice with it. Practice with him. Kid, I don't know what you're up to, pretending to be something or other here, but I Zhao Tai am a battle master and I'll fight you directly. Oh, interesting. Bang! Lin Bei stomped heavily and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Zhao Tai, startled, broke into a cold sweat. What kind of strength is this? I'll fight with this Black Shadow. Before he could react, Ghost Shadow Ninja had already drawn his blade and made a swift cut. Zhao Tai retreated explosively, nearly falling in his clumsiness. Lin Bei said playfully, if you defeat it, you can go. If not, you die. You. That's too much. Do you really think I, Zhao Tai, am afraid of death? Aren't you? Lin Bei sneered. Ninja, show me the new power you've acquired. Ghost Shadow Ninja nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing no way out of the fight, Zhao Tai summoned his weapon, hoping Lin Bei would keep his word. After all, Zhao Tai was at the peak of the Battle Master realm. He might not match a Lord-level demon, but beating a mere soldier under the mysterious Lin Bei should be no problem. Meanwhile, Ghost Shadow Ninja sheathed his blade. Between those crimson eyes, it seemed a spark of electricity flickered. Zhao Tai struck first, his spiritual power not low, sending a man-made lightning bolt slashing at Ghost Shadow Ninja. In a flash, amidst the crackling of the lightning, Ghost Shadow Ninja slowly raised his hand, effortlessly slicing through the lightning unscathed. Wrapped in black mist and electricity, how could he be hurt by mere lightning? Impossible, that was my full power. In the next moment he formed the seal's ugly mouth, shone with one hand towards the ground, and a meter around his feet a thunderous electric field arose. Blue electricity gathered in his palm like a sharp blade, powerful enough to pierce through anything. This move, known for severing the thunderbolts from the heavens, is called ninjutsu, lightning blade. In an instant, Zhao Tai's body instinctively froze, paralyzed by sheer terror. He fatally realized something. The gap in strength between them was like that between a king and his steed, insurmountable. The Phantom Ninja paused momentarily, then stepped forward, slightly turning to the right. A surge of energy overflowed from his arm, his hand moving too swiftly for the naked eye to follow. Massive currents of thunderous demonic energy concentrated at his fingertips, capable of slicing through virtually any solid matter in an instant. With a motion akin to drawing a sword, he propelled his right hand forward in a smooth, slashing motion. Only Zhao Tai, facing the attack head-on, could clearly see the many explosions occurring in the air, accompanied by a sizzling sound like metal being cut. In one stride he covered 10 meters, his right hand enveloped in lightning, executing the move in one fluid motion. Boom! Lightning thundered, piercing the air instantaneously, akin to a laser cannon exploding in front of him. Crack! A brilliant flash of lightning followed by a burst of light. When the light faded, only the invincible Phantom Ninja stood behind a charred corpse. Lin Bei was quite pleased, snapping his fingers to instantly recall the Phantom Ninja back to the Kingdom of Shadows. But the next second he sensed a different aura. Turning his head, he noticed an unsettling quiet around him. Then, speaking to the apparently empty neighborhood, he said, "Come out, have you watched enough?" Silence followed for a moment. Then footsteps echoed as ripples mysteriously formed in the air like those on a calm water surface. Water sequence ability, a domain of kings only possible above the realm of kings, mirror flower water moon. However, Lin Bei had sensed it from the beginning. Clap clap clap, it's indeed you, Lin Bei, worthy of us coming here to vie for you. Few can see through my spiritual abilities so quickly. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I am Long Xin, the War Minister of the Dragon Nation's imperial capital Battle Zone, your shadow. Soldier's strength is approximately at the level of a war honor or perhaps a lord. A shadow soldier is just a shadow soldier. I don't like to equate them with the realms recognized by humans, Lin Bei replied indifferently. Right, whatever you say, Long Xin smiled. Are there others, or do I need to invite them out myself? Lin Bei said unceremoniously. As he spoke, several middle-aged and elderly men who thought they were still well hidden also slowly emerged from the mirror flower water moon, following them over a dozen war ministers clad in various battle attire appeared. It seems the major war ministers from half of the Dragon Nation have arrived. What's this? Are you here to arrest me? Lin Bei asked jokingly. Indeed, to arrest, but not you, one of them replied, pointing at the charred corpse on the ground. We've already thoroughly investigated this scum. He was a deserter in the war, saved by his family and brought back to the city. Over the years, he's harmed many, targeting the wives of soldiers away at war, finally settling matters with money. Heaven has eyes, this time he met you. You've really gotten rid of a menace for the people. How that works? Lin Bei curled his lips. He really just wanted to test this guy with a move. Justice may be late, but it never fails to show up. Immediately, members of the combat unit behind him stepped forward and carried away the charred corpse. Lin Xiaoyou's perceptiveness is astonishing, I am convinced, but when did you notice? From the beginning. Several people shook their heads helplessly. After a lot of pointless talk, Lin Bei roughly guessed what these people came to this small port city for, but none spoke openly about it. Just then, one very robust man stepped out from the crowd and called out loudly, Hey, Lin Bei, I Su Ran, don't beat around the bush. I'm here to invite you to join our blood slaughter combat unit. I acknowledge your strength, and tomorrow we'll break into the sky barrier battlefield aiming for the 99th heaven and wipe out those trashy demons. It seems he is a man of vigorous spirit and Lin Bei does not dislike him. However, no. What? Hey, blood slaughter is now one of the top 3 elite combat units. We are fully qualified to go to the sky barrier battlefield. I don't want to get involved with any combat unit, Lin Bei responded with a deadpan expression and blunt honesty. What? You get offended if called fat and now you're panting. If you don't join a combat unit, how are you going to conquer the 100 sky barriers alone? How could one person possibly stand against the army of thousands of demons? You don't plan to just retire and stay at the back, do you? Go? Can't I go by myself? The leaders of the combat unit heard this and laughed out of irritation, thinking they had overestimated this young man, talking nonsense about going to the sky barrier battlefield alone. We didn't come here to joke with you. Do you think you're being funny? Lin Bei chuckled lightly, not saying anything superfluous. A fierce man speaks little. A truly fierce person speaks and acts fiercely. In that moment, a pitch-black shadow swiftly rose. The shadows under everyone's feet rapidly expanded as if black ink was spilled on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, shadows flickered accompanied by pale arcs of lightning and thunder, and one after another tall dark clay soldiers appeared before their eyes. 9 different forms of great shadow troops surrounded the king in their midst. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly, just like the abilities described in the information mastery over dark elements, absolute control over shadows, known as Ghost Shadow, the ability to summon a large number of shadow soldiers, but the upper limit of this number if they all possess Lord-level combat abilities, definitely above the first sequence, an existence that cannot be ignored. This kid is incredible, analyzed the seemingly most experienced elder among the leaders, but this power of thunder and lightning is? Lin Bei slowly lifted his eyes, his gaze icy cold with murderous intent. I'll just form my own combat unit then, just me alone. What? Faced with Lin Bei's audacious declaration, the leaders of the combat unit were obviously still in shock. Is this guy a bit crazy? He repeated, my combat unit, just me alone, one-man army, supreme under the heavens, just pick a name. How about solo combat unit? Get it? His words slowly spilled from Lin Bei's mouth. The sound that struck everyone's ears was like an invisible hammer hitting deep into their souls. The scene before their eyes made everyone's pupils quiver. It was as if they were hallucinating under the breath of this thunderous flashing shadow. It seemed as though they were witnessing an entire terrifying legion of ghosts and gods. The dust and air within a 10-meter radius were instantly ignited by the high temperature of the lightning. Boom, boom. The sounds of heavy footsteps resonated continuously, each step seemed to shatter the rock layers on the ground beneath their feet. The earth trembled. At that moment, no one present dared to speak, for Lin Bei standing there like a demon god was a daunting sight. Just then, not far away, a call for Xiao Bei completely interrupted Lin Bei's performance. He sighed, feeling once again that he might have been too emotional. Waving his hand, the shadowy legion dispersed instantly without a trace. Aunt Lu, worried that Lin Bei might seriously hurt someone in his fierce state, quickly settled Wang Xiaonuan and hurried downstairs to check on the situation. Upon arriving, she saw a group of strangers surrounding Lin Bei and immediately ran to protect him. As she approached and saw their combat uniforms, she recognized them. She was involved in logistics for this very type of gear. Are you from the major war departments? She asked. Yes, replied an elderly man, squinting his eyes and answering kindly. Relieved to see that no one was hostile, Aunt Lu turned to Lin Bei and asked, what about Zhao Tai? Did he do anything to you? Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He seemed a bit embarrassed when he was taken away. Oh, then it's best that he's handled by the War Department, Aunt Lu responded, before turning back to the officers to bow deeply in attempt to explain the situation. However, her explanations were unnecessary, as these men had already observed everything from the shadows. Just then, a voice from afar responded to Aunt Lu's thanks on behalf of everyone. You're welcome. Protecting the citizens is the duty of our Longwo War Department. The crowd turned towards the familiar yet strange voice, their pupils contracted. It was a representative of the active Longwo War Department. The deputy head of the strongest war department, the Xianyuan War Department from the imperial city Xiaodingdu, had personally arrived. What a grand entrance! If other students knew about Lin Bei's connections, they would surely be green with envy. Xiaodingdu, with his finely sculpted handsome face and an innate noble aura, made even the most handsome Lin Bei feel a sense of oppression upon their first meeting. Realizing her presence might be inappropriate amidst such grandeur, Aunt Lu politely excused herself. Lin Bei had intended to leave as well, but was purposefully kept behind. With no other choice, he decided to stay and listen. The War Department chiefs turned their attention to Xiaodingdu, puzzled. What wine brought you here? If you all are here, why can't I be? Xiaodingdu responded with a smile. The others nodded silently, acknowledging his point. You don't seem like someone who would come without cause, so let's get straight to business, said the sharp-minded crowd. Indeed, Xianyuan War Department, being the top war department of Longwo with strict discipline, upheld the saying, no one visits without a reason. Even the emergence of a prodigious talent of tomorrow would not be enough for the Vice Minister of War to leave his crucial duty of protecting the nation to come to this port city. With a twist of his mouth, Xiao Ding said, let me speak plainly then. Recently, a large number of demons have begun to evolve autonomously, becoming stronger and stronger. I am here to bring news that, effective immediately, all war departments in the Dragon Nation are to enhance control over their jurisdictions. Why so suddenly? You may not yet know, but just this morning at dawn, during the campaign in the 67th heaven, General Long Ting was ambushed by the insect tribe. The imperial capital's main war department suffered heavy losses, and we have failed this time. What? The crowd was shocked. Lin Bei was also somewhat puzzled. It is common for battles to end in failure. Why is everyone so nervous? He didn't know which was normal, since he had been an ordinary person before and didn't have access to these secrets known only to the war departments. But the next moment, a sudden wave of hostility came from all directions. Boom! An explosive blast suddenly occurred somewhere in the port city. Lin Bei was the first to sense it, furrowing his brow. Something is coming. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard. The sound arose from somewhere in the port city, accompanied by the earth's mournful tearing sound. Then the alarm bells rang long. Woo woo woo! It was the sound that the humans of this world least wanted to hear. It was the horn of nightmares and city sieges. As soon as this alarm sounded, it definitely indicated the most dangerous situation had arrived. A demon of extraordinary strength had invaded. Small void rifts appeared out of nowhere, causing severe turbulence. Bang bang bang! The sound of heavy stomping continued to echo. A massive beastly demon's giant hand was the first to reach out from the void rift. At the command center, high-density spiritual energy laser turrets across the city began to charge. Computers calculated paths, locking onto the target. Yes, as the voice fell, atop various iconic buildings throughout the city, one by one, as spiritual energy laser cannons appeared on the rooftops, all aimed in the direction of the void rift. It's coming out to fire. Shin Ningyun, the admiral of the port city, furrowed her brows tightly and commanded. The high-density spiritual energy cannon was fully charged. The target was within range. launch countdown 5 4 3 2 1. Fire, on the screen hundreds of destructive laser beams shot down from the towering city buildings. Directly towards the swarming beast army firing away, the dazzling array of colorful laser beams swept across several kilometers in the blink of an eye, cutting through the land of the port city, shooting diagonally into the void rift. Boom! The explosion shook the ground and mountains. In an instant, on the ground clouds of dust and continuous explosive roars erupted. Scales were blasted off the bodies of demons emerging from the void rift with severe damage splitting their bodies open. Blood pouring out like a waterfall, screams shook the heavens. Following that, human guardians charged into the smoke-filled battlefield. Charge, stop them. At the same time, all War Department personnel rushed to seal off the beast tied at the void rift. On Lin Bei's side, everyone was startled by the timely occurrence. What's going on? Lin Bei asked in confusion. Xiao Ding didn't mind explaining it to this outstanding junior. The battlefield of Baizhong Tian is a place of wonder, a barrier forged by the flesh and blood of our ancestors, containing the fate of our nation. Victory leads to prosperity across the land, while defeat brings disaster to the world, binding all of humanity. Lin Bei frowned as he spoke. When the battle retreats, the barrier's control over the expanding void rifts weakens. Even small rifts can jeopardize the safety of the rear. As everyone rushed towards the site of the incident, they explained, Lin Bei, you should be evacuating with the others since you're a student. But it seems I can't really control you, can I? It's good that you understand, they said amid the crisis. In the city center of Gangchang, at the site of a void rift, the fabric of space was twisted, the sky dramatically changed, clouds thickened and darkness settled like an eternal night. A part of the city had been destroyed by spatial tremors, turning into ruins. The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. From the spatial whirlpool of the rift, more and more powerful demons emerged. It seemed that what Xiao Ding had said about the demons evolving and growing stronger was not unfounded. The sound of the city's destruction was deafening. Nearby residents capable of fighting immediately took up arms, while those who could not hurried to shelters for safety. An army of demons attacked, led by a terrifying Lord-class demon, a herd of 500 elite demons, each ferociously formidable. The earth trembled violently and the heavy stomping sounds continued unabated. A giant demonic beast's hand was the first to stretch out from the rift. This Lord-class demon was a Tiancheng Nyuomo with a bull's head and a human body, its muscles as hard and black as iron and its blood-stained, sharp horns terrifyingly evident. His appearance marked him as an overwhelmingly powerful presence among the demons. He issued a charging battle cry, his belligerent nature fully revealed. The roar of the bull resounded through the heavens. Human warriors must be nipped in the bud. Find him, kill him. The demon's eyes were filled with greed, viewing humans as exquisite delicacies. Killing a human warrior was a crucial factor for demons to enhance their demonic nature. It seems that it's not just us who are attracted by Lin Bei's formidable power. The war ministers laughed, seemingly unconcerned. After all, each of them was a veteran warrior who had fought countless battles. Of all times to come, they chose now to come to this city. Utterly foolish. These demons do not know that they are facing the elite main force of the Dragon Nation's War Department. How pitiful. My city, I will defend it myself, Lin Bei declared calmly, striding towards the void rift. The other war ministers followed closely behind. Lin Bei, are you planning to continue using the Shadow Legion strategy? Xiao Ding asked. He even wanted to remind the younger generation not to rely too much on spiritual power, but Lin Bei's answer was unexpected. No, always relying on the Shadow Core, my skills will become dull. Oh, you powered by shadow spirits still have skills? Lin Bei frowned, too lazy to explain. Wasn't his muscular stature proof enough of his skills? At this moment, Wang Shanwan and her daughter hurriedly moved outward. On the city streets, everyone was in a state of panic, yet moved orderly towards the shelters in the city center. Mom, why is everyone so scared? A child asked. Because there are bad guys around, came the reply. Can Brother Lin Bei defeat those bad guys? Auntie Lu pondered for a moment before answering, yes, he definitely can. Moments later, a fierce battle erupted between a few demons and the city's guardians. Where are the rest of the demons? The answer was that at that moment they were trapped in a maze of confusion. Why, no, Tianqing Nyoma, a demon of high rank, roared in frustration to the sky. Not only had he not found the strong warriors he was supposed to slaughter, but he couldn't even find a single person. Why, what city is this? Unbeknownst to him, he had already stepped into the king's barrier of illusions, losing his sense of direction and going around in circles. Who are you looking for, beast? Came a thunderous shout. Su Ran of the Blood Slaughter Combat Division lifted his alloy Shuafeng blade, his eyes blood-red, looking like a mad demon. In an instant, his entire being transformed into a beam of gray light shooting into the sky. As all the demons watched in terror, a giant blade appeared in midair and slashed down furiously. Boom! The ground trembled violently and several elite demons were shattered by a single strike, a king-level warrior. Among humans, how could there be such a warrior in this city? Tianqing Nyomo looked around, the atmosphere becoming strangely eerie. Is this a trap? He was bewildered. Hundreds of beings stronger than battle-honored warriors, even kings, were as common as dogs. Death. Just under 1,000 elite demons were no match for Su Ran alone. But on Lin Bei's territory, how could he let others do his job? I said my city I will defend. Amidst the battle, Su Ran suddenly felt an intimidating and terrifying presence which made him dodge swiftly to the side. What's happening? Everyone looked in the direction of the terrifying aura. A deep, explosive sound erupted without warning. Boom! Lin Bei, his body crackling with black lightning and electric arcs encircling him, shattered the ground with every step he took. Suddenly he stood firm. It was as if a thunderbolt had split the earth, or as if hundreds of tons of explosives buried beneath had detonated simultaneously, causing the ground to shake violently. Lin Bei spread his hands to his sides, causing countless currents of electricity to gather in his palms. The flickering electric light, like water being sucked by a sponge, rapidly surged into his body. When did this guy gain the power of lightning? Onlookers were shocked by Lin Bei's sudden change. The power of lightning was not something his documented spiritual abilities should have achieved. Lin Bei raised his hands, crackling with intense electric arcs, ready to unleash a devastating strike. A pillar of lightning, solid and blinding, tore through the battlefield smoke. Like an electromagnetic supercannon, it radiated intense electric light, striking down at the demons. In an instant, lightning flashed violently, the searing electric light devoured all enemies, and the leader-level Tianqing Nyomo was destroyed in the blast. The demon army disintegrated in moments, plunging it into deep despair. In the current harbor city, how could it be a place for a lord-level demon to come? He would never understand until his death. How could this small harbor town harbor so many powerful beings? And how could this human in front of him be so strong? However, at this moment he was certain of his impending death. Cursed humans! The Azure Bull demon stomped forcefully, swinging its mountainous fists like bullets, charging towards Lin Bei. In Lin Bei's eyes, lightning ceaselessly flickered, electrifying his body. The fusion with the thunder and demonic aura surprisingly caused Lin Bei's hair to grow long and float elegantly, each strand shimmering with silver light. Standing upright in the air, emitting an immensely wild aura, he stood proudly, as if everything was under his control. The next second, as he raised his hand, the two forces were about to collide. Crack, zap, bursts of electrical light exploded. Lin Bei's body burst with electric light, taking a step forward, perfectly dodging the heavy punch of the bull demon. The Azure Bull demon's rapid punches smashed down but completely missed the target. Suddenly lightning appeared in his eyes. Up close one could see the furious lightning bursting from Lin Bei's arm, furiously punching towards the opponent's steel body. Powered by the force of fierce thunder, his punch drove 1,000,000-ton force, releasing an explosive, sky-shattering blow. The demonic electric aura, driven by currents, thunder collapse. Boom! The punch was like millions of bombs detonating simultaneously. Wherever the punch headed, the ground was destroyed layer by layer by the unmatched force of thunder and lightning, lifting everything up. Under the overwhelming destructive power, everything around turned into dust. The Lord-level Azure Bull demon, whose muscles had evolved far beyond steel, had a body as hard as alloy, impervious to swords and invincible, but this proud iron beast body was shattered into dust by Lin Bei's thunderous punch, in a blink of an eye reduced to ashes. The wind raised caused everyone present to suddenly narrow their pupils. When a figure faintly appeared through the dust, everyone on sight couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is this still a dark attribute power? This type of spiritual power sequence seemed like the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Ding blurted out. Could it be he had always hidden a second sequence of spiritual power? Could it be he was a natural-born dual first sequence? It is well known thunder shatters evil spirits. When the utmost evil of shadows also possesses the evil-quelling thunder, what does it mean? It means that Lin Bei truly had no weaknesses. That's incredible. Ding. Killing a Lord-level junior grade demon, earning a total of 100,000 fusion points. How only 100k? A bit little, Lin Bei disdainfully said. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing many medium-level demons, gaining a large amount of spiritual energy, breaking through to the War King realm. Boom, a vast dark shadow covered the sky. At this moment an anomaly appeared between heaven and earth. All those present were powerful beings of various battle divisions, naturally familiar with such celestial phenomena. Enthroning as king, Lin Bei had ascended to the War King realm in that very battle. What kind of monster is this, young king? Please leave your name. On the empty streets of Harbor City, a gust of wind swept up the dust. As if divine words descended from above, a divine decree was issued. Lin Bei tied up his silver hair, which had grown due to the electrification, and his appearance became even more striking. After a moment of thought, his eyes lit up. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Lin Bei, the Shadow Sovereign. Boom, shadows surged once again. Above the buildings of the entire Harbor City on its streets stood the 9 great legions of shadow soldiers, numbering in the millions, incalculable in their vastness. Positioned at every corner of the city, all the shadow soldiers knelt on one knee at the same moment, swearing allegiance to their lord, the Shadow Sovereign Lin Bei. Such a scene of loyalty shook everyone to their core, overwhelmingly impressive. To command millions, this is what it truly means to be a king. When others reached the realm of kings, they never received such treatment. Once the dust had settled, the southern part of the Harbor City lay in ruins after the battle. All demons had been annihilated. At this moment, Lin Bei stood in the center like a deity. The various military chiefs watched, their eyes wide and swallowing hard. With just one man's power, he had effortlessly slaughtered a great demon army led by lords. Even the battle chiefs, who were themselves in the realm of kings, could not guarantee they could achieve it as effortlessly as Lin Bei. And to think his true power, the endless legion of shadow soldiers, wasn't even utilized. Each one possessed the strength of a lord. These shadow monsters. Lin Bei, how much more powerful can you possibly become? Xiao Ding watched from a distance, smiling. Potential determines the limit of an awakener's acquired abilities. Only those with the highest sequence of spiritual power are qualified to step into the realm of gods and ascend further. This is the reality of this world. The world does not lack prodigies of exceptional talent, but countless are stuck in the realm of kings for life. Some, through innate opportunities, embark on the path of the divine at a young age. Xiao Ding has seen countless such individuals. But Lin Bei is the only one who continuously breaks these chains. Every action he takes is accompanied by one miracle after another. Lin Bei, will you become the first person in 1,000 years of the human race to touch the divine realm? How exciting that prospect is! People couldn't help but fantasize boldly. The distance between them and Lin Bei was no more than 100 meters, but in their eyes it was as if divided by heaven and earth. The figure before them was no longer just a genius or a hero, an 18-year-old youth in his prime. Perhaps following this man, this time it could truly be achieved. Hey, can you handle patrolling the city for any remnants of the demon forces? Lin Bei glanced at the time and casually broke the deathly silence. It was as if nothing had happened just moments before. The people of the battle department snapped out of their shock, nodding in agreement. Hundreds of top battle department members quickly moved to clear the aftermath of the battle. Lin Bei turned and walked towards the distance. Xiao Ding said with a smile, "All right, leave it to us." Lin Bei gave a slight smile and patted his shoulder. "Disperse, then. I'm still a student, right? The battle department. When it's time for me to create my own, it will naturally appear." His deep, low voice reached everyone's ears. Watching his receding figure, "Hey, Lin Bei, what you said? Are you not going to the 100 layers barrier? Are you avoiding it?" The burly Su Ran didn't understand. Despite possessing such formidable power, Lin Bei seemed uninterested in joining the battle for the time being, a stance that was hard to comprehend. He wanted to try a bit harder. Before he could take a few steps, Xiao Ding stopped him. "Don't stop me," Lin Bei exclaimed. "Keeping Lin Bei's power within this port city is a loss for all humanity. Don't you understand that?" Xiao Ding could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. "Didn't he say he would go?" the crowd murmured, furrowing their brows in thought. Could it be? Minister Long Xian of the Dragon Chant War Department was the first to react. Su Ran also nodded in agreement. He really plans to clear the 100 layers heavenly barrier by himself. Everyone suddenly realized, in fact, it was no big deal. One could exit the heavenly barrier battlefield at any time, and with the right decree one could restart from the current level. An elderly man nearby chuckled. "Don't be fooled by their age. Their ranks are commanders of various central battle zones." The military commander of the Dragon Nation, Lin Bei, did not care much for formalities, which explained his disregard for anyone's dignity. Send orders to all the war departments, summon all members above the rank of war honored to assemble at the gate of Heavenly Barrier. Yes, the various war departments responded and then left the port city. They came quickly and left just as fast, but this time they did not disperse to their respective duties. Instead, they gathered at the entrance to the Heavenly Barrier in every city. The Heavenly Barrier battlefield reaching to the heavens was about to change, even the demons in myriad tribes isolated within the Heavenly Barrier grew restless. They sensed it, the true demonic aura was gradually approaching. Thanks to the timely arrival of Lin Bei and dozens of powerful warriors from the war departments, the damage to the port city was minimal. Apart from the spatial disruptions caused by the sudden appearance of the void rifts, the damage was kept to a minimum. Various sectors of the port city vigorously carried out post-disaster reconstruction. Back home, Lin Bei was not as heroically poised as everyone imagined. He collapsed onto his bed, overcome by sleepiness. The next day, despite being on vacation, he was summoned by the school. Arriving at Port City No. 1 Middle School, there was not a soul in sight. Had the school closed down? As he wondered, the elites from various schools had already gathered at the entrance to No. 1 Middle School. They looked just as perplexed, including Lin Bei's close friend Jiang Shan, who jogged over excitedly. "What's going on? Seeing you here, Lin Bei, puts me at ease," he said. Lin Bei shook his head. Even as clever as he was, he couldn't guess what the school was up to. He could only vaguely surmise that gathering these academically strong senior students must be for some significant task. "Hey, isn't that Lu Feng from school number 13? His dad is the founder of Meilumi Takeout Service, quite wealthy," Jiang Shan introduced. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel at the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Little Port City. Soon after much anticipation, the principal of No. 1 Middle School and Lin Bei's homeroom teacher Fang Yi approached with an older woman. Judging by the principal's respectful demeanor, one could guess that the unfamiliar woman's status was extraordinary. "Admiral, I didn't expect the Admiral to call us here." "Admiral, a position similar to a city lord or mayor." "Greetings everyone, I am Shin Ningyun, the Admiral of Port City. Ladies and gentlemen, each of you has been selected as outstanding talents from your respective schools. The purpose of bringing you here is to form a brand new class, a class that will undergo training far more intense than any before. Starting today, you will begin the challenge of conquering the 100 layers barrier." "What? Start the challenge now? You must be joking." As everyone knows, the current military campaign progress of the Dragon Nation in the barrier is at the 66th layer. However, this does not mean that the territories within the 66 layers are absolutely safe human domains. Just like the void rift that appeared yesterday, the frequency of such rifts within the 100 layers barrier is as common as household meals. The 99th layer small worlds are filled with dangers and uncertainties, and the forces stationed before the 66th layer are far from sufficient. That's why countless members of society and university students are mobilized to join the expedition teams to fight wave after wave of demonic armies. Entering the barrier and continuously battling demons is the mission of the awakeners of this world. However, it must be said, for students like Lin Bei who have only awakened their spiritual power a few days ago, this is indeed a tall order. It's like being asked to participate in the Olympics before one has learned to walk. That's pretty much the situation. I know you are astonished, but there's no helping it. By the time you arrived here, the news of the Dragon Nation's failure in the 67th layer campaign should have already been announced. This marks the 99th halt in progress, and we need to work even harder and need stronger fresh blood. You are not the first students to undertake this initiative. Last year, in the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, and Sheep City, the cultivation of genius classes has already begun. As long as you survive, this will be your stepping stone to direct admission to the strongest combat department in your future college entrance examination. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with this, but why does it seem so strange? Lin Bei stroked his chin in confusion. However, for him this is a great thing, as it means he can now directly access the 100 layers barrier with his current identity. Although he is not yet thoroughly familiar with this world, he is bound to a god level integration system. In this ordinary city, there's nothing worth integrating. If he's not mistaken, it's within the 100 layers barrier that the integration system can truly show its effectiveness. Sounds interesting. Danger and opportunity coexist. I'm in too. Me as well. Everyone agrees, none are cowards. The students discussed quietly below. After all, being geniuses, they naturally wouldn't have such courage without some capabilities and backing. Shin Ningyun was very pleased. Worthy of being the youths from Harbor City? Good, since that's the case, let's not delay any longer. We'll drive to the barrier entrance in Harbor City right now, and your primary task is to clear the first layer. Oh my, the first layer. The more we're pushed, the more spirited we become, and once said, it's like spilled water. Everyone can only get on the bus heading to the gate of the barrier. The car sped away. Soon, we arrived within a sealed district in the city. The first thing that caught our eye was that huge glowing gate. The light emitted from it was so dazzling it made one instinctively close their eyes and dare not look directly. The scions of great families who had heard of the terrifying aspects of the light gate actually silently took out sunglasses they had prepared and put them on their faces, which was quite an exaggeration. While everyone was constantly avoiding the dazzling spiritual light, Lin Bei, on the other hand, stared intently at the gate, completely unaffected. Admiral T and Fan Yi, standing beside him, exchanged a glance and nodded. It was no wonder he was the young hero who saved the city from disaster. His strength was indeed as legendary as the rumors suggested, reaching the level of a king realm. Only a warrior of the king realm would be unaffected by such powerful spiritual energy. Alright, you can open your eyes now and adjust your spiritual energy to your eyes. It's not as scary as it seems. Following the instructions, everyone felt the discomfort caused by the powerful spiritual energy lessen significantly. According to the strategy data provided by the genius classes of other cities, you should form teams of 5 for the quest. With 20 participants, that makes exactly 4 teams. Abe, I'm of course with you, Jiang Shan, burly and enthusiastic, declared, drawing everyone's attention and causing a scene with Lin Bei holding his forehead in exasperation. Please don't say things that could be misunderstood, thank you, he. Lin Bei originally planned to level up alone, but it was clear that this was part of integrating into this world, and it seemed like a good opportunity to cultivate a few confidants and useful individuals. Although he was already advancing quickly in the king realm and the path of an invincible warrior wasn't really a problem, being a lone commander didn't seem quite right. Why bother? Now Lin Bei's fame in Harbor City was such that no one was unaware of him, and the zero sequence had attracted the attention of various major families. No one could see through his strength, especially compared to these awakened realm guys. Lin Bei, a king realm warrior, was leagues beyond them, logically. Everyone should have wanted to team up with Lin Bei, since having such strength on their side would make things much easier, but the geniuses weren't fools. If Lin Bei hogged all the limelight, they would never have their day. Thus, they deliberately avoided Lin Bei and chose other teams. Among them, Lu Feng, mentioned earlier by Jiang Shan, was the most sought after. It was said that he had awakened to the dual second sequence, Ignite and Eastwind. A second sequence was already impressive, and 2-second sequences, especially a complementary combination of wind and fire. His real talent was comparable to a first sequence. Undoubtedly, he had the demeanor of a great emperor, thus, many people wanted to team up with him, but he still rejected everyone, leaving the last spot in his team open for the person he admired. First sequence Awakener, Chen Yushi. Her stunning black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her face fair and delicate like jade, her skin smooth and pale as ice and snow, her figure absolutely beautiful, charming and enticing. In a word, she was breathtaking. Yushi, I don't know if we can, no we cannot, this, except for Lin Bei, no one else will do. Saying this, the breathtakingly beautiful girl tossed her hair and walked towards Lin Bei's team. Lin Bei, I would like to join your team. The scene was one of jubilant celebration, as if an iron tree had bloomed. A flower maiden had arrived at the monastery, a sight so rare that it surely warranted a warm welcome with open arms and legs. However, Lin Bei furrowed his brow and responded coolly, I refuse. Chen Yushi's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, but she still managed a small smile and replied, all right, perhaps another time then. She accepted the outcome without any complaints, turned around and returned to her original spot without further action. Meanwhile, another group, predominantly consisting of girls, quickly approached Chen Yushi to console and persuade her. Seeing that the group was mostly female, Chen Yushi no longer resisted and joined them. The group had never imagined they could recruit Chen Yushi. After all, she was a top-tier powerhouse and her family was the most prominent in Harbor City. In their generation, aside from the enigmatic Lin Bei, Chen Yushi was renowned for her exceptionally high spiritual power. Her joining was akin to adding wings to a tiger. The female leader of the group couldn't contain her joy and even offered her position as leader to Chen Yushi. On Lin Bei's side, his reputation took a hit after some tactless maneuvers. What a mess, he muttered, but he didn't need any cheap tricks as his team was strong enough with him alone. It was evident to all that Lin Bei's team, unlike traditional strong attack squads, comprised members with unique abilities. The Zhang brothers Dong and Shi, twins from school number 6, possessed peculiar powers of generating hydrogen and oxygen. It sounded low-level, but for some reason no low-level beast could withstand more than a minute in the environment they created. Their spiritual power peak was not low, but setting up took time. The larger the area, the longer it took. It was a hassle. And others found it uninteresting and unreliable, but Lin Bei appreciated their skills and quickly recruited the brothers. Jiang Shan's ability was somewhat lackluster. He could transform plants for defense or offense as he wished. If used properly, he could be a top-tier battle formation master, but his simple mind required Lin Bei's ingenious ideas to work effectively. These three troublesome individuals, along with Lin Bei's shadow troops, formed one of the most bizarre combinations in history. Abe, everything else is fine, but we're still one short of 5 members. What do we do? Someone asked. Who says we're short? Isn't there someone crouching over there? Everyone looked in the direction Lin Bei was pointing and indeed saw a skinny young man crouching on the ground drawing circles in the dirt. This person, Gu Xiaonan from school number 13, the same school as Lu Feng, was evidently the weakest among those present. However, his reconnaissance-type spiritual power could cover a range of 10 kilometers, and his spiritual power peak reached the second sequence. Lin Bei had had his eye on him for a long time. Of course, this was only one of the reasons he had refused Chen Yushi. The main reason was that he did not like the way Chen Yushi looked at him. Look at that, a fish that slipped through the net, get over here. Several strong men surrounded the diminutive Gu Xiaonan, who was on the verge of tears, but with his waist far thinner than Jiang Shan's arm he had no choice but to acquiesce. With all 4 groups assembled, they also, with the help of the station troops, selected suitable weapons. The first layer is called the Bone Mountain Range. The challenge duration is 1 week. Regardless of success, you must exit if you are still alive after this period. I wish you all great martial fortune, Commander Shen Ningyan declared. As her words fell, everyone stepped together into the battlefield barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Passing through the light gate, they burst out of the spatial vortex. The 4 groups were teleported to different regions of the first layer. No wonder they needed to work together. Perform well, and you will all be the veterans of my single combat division in the future. Suddenly, a jade token appeared in front of each person. It seemed this was the token needed to pass the challenge. With this token, one could enter and exit the 100 layers barrier in a non-combat state and re-enter at the latest layer they had cleared. It sounded just like a game. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions were relentless. Looking around, dead trees were everywhere. The ground shook and dust flew up. Countless demons roared from tens of kilometers away, deafening. In the sky above, numerous avian demons spread their wings and rushed towards the light gate leading back to the present world. Just as everyone received their tokens, Gu Xiaonan exclaimed loudly, "Enemy attack, be careful." Lin Bei looked up into the distance as a surge of demons rolled in. Accompanied by dust clouds as massive as tsunamis, hundreds of elite demons led by the spectral wolf lords. "Don't just stand here, get moving, block them," commanded an officer on the battlefield, and they charged into the wave of demons to hold them back. The fur of the spectral wolf lords gradually turned from ghostly blue to white, their claws elongating and becoming sharper. From their necks to their backs a row of pitch-black spines protruded, their muscles bulged and veins popped, making them look terrifying. The claws of the spectral wolf lords flickered with a fierce red light. An unmatched strength whipped up splitting winds. A wolf howl echoed, piercing the skies. Dozens of spectral wolf lords roared, swooping through the air towards the people. Weak humans surround and kill them. Lin Bei and Jiang Shan heard this and looked at each other, smiling. The others didn't know what these two found so amusing when the enemies were literally attacking them face to face. "Abe, he actually wants a brawl, he wants to brawl with you." "Indeed, it was quite funny, Lin Bei calmly responded. With a snap of his fingers, an army was summoned. A rush of shadows, accompanied by an aura of destruction, burst forth. A torrent of shadows instantly swept up all the spectral wolf lords. The sand and stones turned into dust and swirled in the wind, crushed. The instinctual fear of the spectral wolf lords was immense. They swung their claws, capable of tearing through the air, at the encroaching shadows. However, against the shadows their efforts were futile. From that endless darkness, thousands of giant shadow mantises resembling praying mantises slowly emerged. Dozens of spectral wolf lords were surrounded by thousands of these shadow mantises, looking as helpless as children. "Slice them up." Lin Bei's eyes were as deep as black holes. The spectral wolf lords, now fearful, swung their claws wildly, trying to repel the enveloping shadows. However, at Lin Bei's command, a sharp cold light flickered on the giant scythe-like arms of the shadow mantises. They ferociously attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Giant razor-sharp blades swung through the air. Their speed so fast they left after images resembling a manually operated meat grinder at work. Instantly a tumultuous storm erupted, countless mournful howls of ghost wolf lords echoed within the dark array. Seconds later the shadows completely dispersed, leaving every ghost wolf lord chopped into minced meat and scattered debris on the ground. The scene was brutally fierce. Ugh, Gu Xiaonan witnessing this vomited out of disgust. Hey Gu Xiaonan, remember the strength of your spiritual energy. Let's see how you perform later. Ha, keep all senses sharp, we'll target the strongest and break through the heavens directly. Oh, at this moment Gu Xiaonan obediently acted like a tool, much to Lin Bei's satisfaction. Hours later, the first heaven was crowded with many people and teams. Only here could fighters above the Battlemaster realm seek breakthroughs. At this moment, in this small world, they all looked up at the sky. Foolish humans, I am the lord of 10,000 demons in the first heaven, the peak lord level great demon sword feather eagle. Die, he cackled as he spread his wings in the sky, scattering a flurry of bright blade-like feathers. Relentlessly, these hard feathers transformed into razor-sharp blades, mercilessly piercing through the spiritual shields of the people with a sharp, unstoppable force. However, the next moment the ground shook, not from a natural earthquake but from the resonance of countless synchronized footsteps. The injured looked toward the source of the vibration and saw 5 figures striding forward, oblivious to familial ties, swaggering towards them. Big brother Lin, that's it. Gu Xiaonan, now fully immersed in his role, pointed at the arrogant sword feather eagle in the sky. Oh, is it a birdman? Immediately after, the other 3 stepped forward to help those struggling against the demonic tide. Politely speaking, seniors, although it's unreasonable and abrupt, we still have to ask you to please move aside because you're blocking our Lin Bei's moment to shine. Zip. Before anyone could respond, Lin Bei unleashed his spiritual energy without a second word. The dark shadows boiled. With the majesty of a battle king realm, he intimidated the entire scene. It's a king realm powerhouse has come to our aid. We're secured. An old soldier, wiping blood and tears, exclaimed that with the support of a king realm, the first heaven could be defended. The sword feather eagle stood in the air, his face hideous and ugly, too angry to speak. Meanwhile, terrifying demonic power overflowed from him. It seemed he was both angry and fearful. What of the king realm? I am far superior to you humans, you ants, the sword feather eagle roared, angrily diving down. Like countless sharp blades assembled into wings, they shimmered with dazzling golden light, instantly turning into a pair of light wings faster than before. As he spun in the air, several faintly glowing sword energies swung out from his wings. Feather slash. With a loud shout, sword energy rained down. Numerous tall armored shadow warriors quickly crouched in front of Lin Bei, their thick, solid black armored armor instantly blocking all slashes. The more they fought, the more shadow soldiers blocking the blades appeared, most of them being dispersed by the light-wing sword energy. Seeing such a strong offensive from the great demon, even the demons planning to attack together hesitated to move. Our sword feather king truly is the most formidable. Having slain that king-level human, our sword feather king can now ascend directly to the monarch level. Hee. Many awakened beings, persuaded to watch from the back, were somewhat worried for Lin Bei. After all, being looked down upon from a high position is a disadvantage. These demons are born with talents unattainable by humans. The ability to fly is a barrier mere humans cannot overcome. Damn it, if only I could fly. If we could overcome this flaw, we wouldn't let this damned bird be so arrogant. Someone shouted angrily. Merged the flying ability of the Shadow Flight Brigade. Lin Bei spoke softly, protected by the encircling armored warriors. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 550 million integration points to merge with the special ability of the Black Shadow Troops, Flight. Summon the Black Shadow to complete the Shadow Wings armament. Come up, Lin Bei. Standing amidst the endless shadows, imperiously raised his hand and crooked his finger. The surrounding shadows truly began to actively approach him. The shadows actively affinity with the powerful king. Let's go. Lin Bei suddenly widened his eyes. Behind him, a pair of shadow wings formed from the shadows had appeared. The ability to fly and hover has always been a shortcoming for humans apart from achieving the imperial realm, other than using spiritual power to achieve void stepping. There was no other way. Lin Bei's current state was undoubtedly creating another miracle in the unseen world. Whoosh whoosh, the black wings flapped, slowly lifting him into the air. Zip. Hovering momentarily in mid-air, then with a simultaneous flap of both wings, a circle of air blasted open, instantly shaking and bursting with a sonic boom. Breaking through the surrounding layers of dark energy, he soared towards the sky. What? This is impossible. All the avian demons were instantly thrown into disarray. Damn it, this human can actually fly. What are those black wings? Go to hell, stop him. The sword-feathered demon eagle, seeing this, was uncontrollably furious. No one could challenge his dominance of the skies. His golden wings frantically flapped, sending hundreds of sword energies like a stormy rain densely towards Lin Bei. His avian demon subordinates frenziedly moved forward to block him. Lin Bei's figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the sword feathers. The night bat army of the Shadow Flight, following the steps of their king, closely followed, like demons. Returning from hell, breaking out of their cages, Lin Bei dragged his alloy war blade, its afterimage growing longer and longer. It felt as though the blade extended out several meters. With one strike, several demons were cut in two, blood spurted wildly and demonic shadows flipped through the air. Congratulations to the host for slaying elite-level demons, gaining 10,000 integration points. The notification kept sounding. In Lin Bei's vision, there were only blade lights, corpses, and blood cascading down. The people below, witnessing this scene, were already beyond exclaiming in shock. At this moment they felt as if they were seeing a deity. My God, Lin Bei is flying. Jiang Shan and others, although somewhat immune to Lin Bei's countless miraculous feats, were still swallowing their saliva in shock and shouting loudly. Flying without having entered the imperial realm, this event had completely overturned their understanding. How did he do it? High above in the sky, Lin Bei did not pause for a moment. His body surged with thunderous black aura, and like a specter he instantly appeared in front of the sword-feathered demon eagle. Who did you just call an ant? Lin Bei asked in a deep voice. You, me. The demon eagle was bewildered, its mouth no longer under its control, instinctively surrendering. In a flash, Lin Bei revealed a sinister smile. He thrust his right fist forward, demonic energy twined around it, propelled by electricity. Facing the overwhelming demonic brilliance, he struck fiercely with a punch. Boom! The earth trembled and the great demonic light shattered instantly. The powerful force of the punch sent the sword-feathered demon eagle flying, spurting blood as it fell through the air, tracing a crimson arc. Its screams were long and piercing. Lin Bei, with wings shaking, dove down following it. He descended with a blade in hand. The blade's light swept across. With the tip of his blade he pierced through the body of the demon eagle, pinning its carcass to the ground with one strike. With a thud, the sword-feathered demon eagle was impaled, nailed to the ground, lifeless. Ding. For slaying a peak lord-level great demon, you have earned 500,000 fusion points. Lin Bei remained indifferent and kicked the head of the dead demon, which burst like a watermelon, spraying a mist of blood. The remaining demons in the sky, now doubled in speed by the night bat army, were slaughtered into disarray. They turned and fled in haste. Swish! Lin Bei's heavenly mandate badge reacted, changing from the first heaven to the second heaven inscription. It's done. Everyone around who shared in the victory now qualified for ascension to the second heaven. Brothers, we cannot let down the help of the king-level powerhouse. Follow me. After saying this, they shook their badges, transforming into particles of light and soaring upwards. Of course, only Lin Bei's four companions knew that they had only been here for a few hours. This is too awesome. They laughed. See, this is my buddy Lin Bei. Why not hang with us? Lin Bei, however, wasn't focused on passing through but turned to look at the dead sword-feathered demon eagle. Unexpectedly, the corpse of the demon eagle began emitting a faint spiritual aura, disappearing almost entirely, but it left behind a double-headed blade, very similar to its sword feather wings. What is this? The group approached to ask. Lin Bei shook his head. He didn't know. What he didn't expect was that killing bosses here could even yield equipment. It's a king's treasure. Unexpectedly, this sword-feathered demon eagle also had the potential to be king. At this moment, the old soldiers guarding the first heaven approached and looked at the blade. What does this mean? The higher the level of the demon, the more they can refine one of their abilities into a divine weapon to use in battle. This kind of weapon is called an extraordinary weapon, and the power it displays in the hands of a great demon can shatter a city with a single strike. Although he was only a peak lord from the battle just now, he indeed had the qualifications of a king. But he met you, young king. May I ask your title? What title? Jiang Shan asked, ignorant of the nuance. The Shadow King. Got it. Wow, you wouldn't dare say that name without 10 years of being socially awesome, huh? Get lost. Lin Bei kicked Jiang Shan away, then turned to pick up the blade, examining it for a moment. The system analyzed the information before him. Item: double-edged sword, feather/wings, fusion cost, 150W fusion points. System: fuse this feather/wings. Lin Bei thought to himself. A shadow rose as Lin Bei threw the item into it. Ding, 150W fusion points consumed. Feather/wings fused. You have gained the sword chi enhancement with a range of 100 meters. Not bad. Now it's time to find a few unlucky targets to test this blade, Lin Bei muttered to himself. Meanwhile, his teammates were already discussing what to eat for dinner after going out since everything had ended too quickly. However, Lin Bei turned around puzzled and asked, "Going out? Where to? Can't we eat the demon meat?" What do you mean?" everyone exclaimed in shock. Hey, a week's time, wouldn't that take us to the 10th heaven? A week later. 10th heaven, every layer of the 10th heaven is perilous, much like humanity's continuous ascent, while demons also continuously invade downward. The 10th heaven is the last bastion before the human cities in the rear. Naturally, it is heavily guarded by troops from various countries. This part of the world is known as the Blood Moon Forbidden Zone, shrouded in perpetual night, dim and lightless. A sinister blood moon hangs in the sky, eerily haunting. Dragon Nation's human warriors are stationed in the city near Dawn City. Awakened ones dressed in various battle armors gather here, waiting in strict formation, daring not to slacken even a bit. Since the demons began to evolve autonomously, the battles in the 10th heaven have become increasingly difficult, not because the demons are invincible, but their invasion has unwittingly triggered even more terrible evil powers. What is sealed beneath the 10th heaven? This was unheard of before, but now its existence must be acknowledged, for it has quietly revived and influenced the course of the battle. A race with demonic kings, the Blood Clan, the great general defending the 10th heaven comes from the imperial capital's Dragon Chant War Department, a renowned female hero among men, Long Yu. At this moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, she donned silver alloy armor, her dark hair tied high, standing on the city wall's high platform. Her hair fluttered wildly with the strong wind. She stared intently at the lost lands below, her eyes determined and sharp, guarding against the resurgence of the Blood Clan. At that moment, a fiercely looking officer approached Long Yu and respectfully inquired, "General, are we still not going out? If this continues, a rift will appear between the 10th heaven and the surface." Long Yu, without turning her head, replied, "This is probably the trickery of this layer of demons. The power of the Blood Clan is too mysterious. We cannot act rashly, otherwise even with the strength of a king realm we might not return in one piece." The fierce officer Song Gung nodded. "Damn it, who would have thought that the 10th heaven was sealing such things 1,000 years ago? What exactly is this Blood Clan?" Demons, another kind of evolution of demons. Like the troublesome giant insects above, they are very special and humanity's enemy seems more numerous than we imagined. Long Yu responded calmly, "Never mind. By the way, your brother asked me to ask if you are going back today. You have been stationed here for a week straight. It's going to take a toll on your body. After I've slain those monsters, I will return home. By the way, any recent movements on the lower levels?" At Dragon's query, Song Gung suddenly remembered something and replied, "A new War King level powerhouse has emerged. He bridged the 9 heavens in just a week, causing quite a stir among the awakened ones below." A week? Are there really such powerful beings? Even Uncle Long Ting, when he was at the Emperor level, took 2 months to go from the 1st to the 10th heaven. The scene shifts. For 7 continuous days Lin Bei fought from the 1st heaven to the 9th without rest. The relentless Black Shadow Corps was either in pursuit of demons or on their way to do so without any break. They fought fiercely for 7 full days. Each time other awakeners attempting to clear the levels encountered Lin Bei and his team, they were utterly astounded. The spectacle of battle was too overwhelming. When the Black Shadow soldiers slashed, the air was filled with the light of swords and sabers. Even stepping half a step closer would result in being wounded by the sharp winds. Every demon in sight was chopped into pieces. The scene was brutally ferocious. The Dark Lord Lin Bei in a blink became the nightmare of all low to mid-level demons. Even the guardian demons of several heavens fled in terror overnight to the upper realms. 7 days of mad advancement. No one could have imagined. They fought continuously for 7 days, advancing from the 1st to the 9th heaven. Lin Bei, with his majestic presence, stood on the battlefield like a king ascending to the heavens, pointing his sword at the demons with a calm face and steady heart. The thunder roared like the charge of trumpets. Endless black shadows covered the sky, sweeping towards the demon army. Such scenes have now become a daily occurrence. No matter how many times one sees it, one still feels that Boss Lin is too awesome. If I could ever be as imposing as Boss Lin, I would die without any regrets. Gu Xiaonan admired from the bottom of her heart. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and play your cards. Do you want these 4 twos?" Jiang Shan ruthlessly brought him back to reality, suggesting he was dreaming too much as he threw down a bomb card. I can't beat that. Pair of jokers, damn, I suspect you twins have telepathy cheating. Zhang Dong and Zhang Shi spread their hands, their faces innocent, bored the teammates with nothing else to do, simply lay back and started playing a homemade game of poker. After all, Lin Bei, who has now successfully entered the early stages of the Emperor realm, hardly needs them anymore. Bang, 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 3 sounds of an iron fist hammering. Several leader-level red flame tigers had their heads smashed instantly. Ding, killed 5 mid-level leader demons, obtained 500,000 fusion points. At this moment the demon mountain range was littered with the corpses of beasts. Lin Bei, as tireless as ever, covered in a mist of blood, led the million-strong Black Shadow Corps in relentless combat. They've come all the way to the doorstep, yet still no sign of action. I can feel your demonic power, you must be at least a half-step king level by now. Come out, Lin Bei coldly shouted. The next second, boom, a mountain wall in the demon mountain range suddenly burst apart and rocks flew hundreds of meters. A colossal beast hiding within the mountain rose from the ground. Arrogant humans, then let's fight to the death. The 100-meter-tall colossal beast, like a moving mountain range, shook the earth with every step it took. The first demon boss of the 10th heaven to reach the king level, the mountain giant ape, Lin Bei, appeared quite nonchalant. This was all within his expectations. After all, the next one would be the 10th heaven. Countless shadow demons furiously charged towards the giant ape demon, unleashing a barrage of punches. First, aura, 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 hundreds of punches, each weighing 1,000,000 tons, exploded in the air like thousands of bombs detonating simultaneously. The air shook, emitting a continuous booming sound. However, the mountainous giant ape was simply too large, with a strength 100-fold more terrifying. Seeing these shadow soldiers attack, it responded with a mountain-crushing punch. This punch not only vibrated the air but seemed to slightly warp the space itself. All the shadow soldiers attempting to grapple with it were like hitting a comet from beyond the skies, disintegrating under the brute force of the punch. So the individual combat strength of these shadow soldiers is still far from a king's level? Lin Bei, using the wings of shadow, spiraled upwards to avoid the shockwave from the punch. Then, it's a brawl. He waved his hand and endless shadow soldiers, like countless ants, climbed onto the massive body of the giant ape, trying to inflict real damage. Oh, continuous ape roars filled the air, showing its irritation. Although the damage was slight, it was indeed bothersome. Humans, to capture the thieves, first capture the king. I'll take you down first. With that, the mountainous giant ape roared deeply. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Bei in mid-air. Its fist, large as a hill, fiercely smashed towards Lin Bei. Truly a king-level intellect, it knew well that attacking the summoner, the mastermind behind, would resolve the crisis. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow coldly, facing the giant fist head-on with a furious punch of his own. Boom! A terrifying fist energy accompanied by lightning shook the entire mountain range. Boom! The two fists, disproportionate in size, collided in mid-air. The giant ape's punch was still ferociously overpowering. However, when it met Lin Bei's thunderous punch wrapped in demonic black energy, it instantly shattered. The power of lightning instantly annihilated the right arm of the mountainous giant ape, tearing its rock-hard skin like bark. Between the muscles, a crackling sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by a loud boom. The giant ape's arm exploded on the spot, and its massive body leaned back from the impact of the thunderstorm, crashing into the mountain behind it and lifting a whirlwind of dust. What monstrous strength! The giant ape was shocked, hoping to catch its breath in the dust for a moment. However, through the dense smoke, it saw a massive shadow slowly rising. What is that? The mountainous giant ape waved its other intact arm, dispersing the dust. What appeared before its eyes was Lin Bei, whose evil smile had spread to his ears like a demon orchestrating some great terror. Sorry to give you the impression that you could fight my shadow soldiers. Comparing size, comparing strength. Can you compare with this guy? Lin Bei directed endless shadows to converge towards a certain spot, and gradually a massive creature began to rise behind him. Its shape was similar to a shark, without eyes, arms, and with several legs, but it had a deep abyssal mouth on its face, truly frightening. This shadow-devouring ghost fed greedily on the surrounding shadows. The more shadows it consumed, the larger and stronger it became. This belongs to the most formidable shadow within the Black Shadow Corps, representing the limitless pinnacle of their combat power. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters, even kilometers high, its ultimate size reached a kilometer, soaring into the clouds. Lin Bei ordered the Black Shadow Ghoul to stop, as at this moment, facing the mountainous giant ape, the gap between the ghoul and it was like that between an adult and an infant. the opponent was too insignificant. However, this situation was not without a solution, crucially because Lin Bei had already severely injured the mountainous giant ape. Otherwise, if it had interrupted the ghoul's feeding at the start when the black shadow ghoul was still very weak, it would have been killed within minutes. But now that opportunity was gone. Devour him, no, the mountainous giant ape furiously flipped over and leapt up, intending to fight back desperately. But at this moment it was like a mantis trying to shake a tree. In one bite the black shadow ghoul devoured it completely. King level, nothing more, Lin Bei said indifferently. However, perhaps this creature has the power I need. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghoul completed its task and instantly transformed into a shadow, disappearing on the spot. Under Lin Bei, shadows gradually revealed a pair of gauntlets. This time Lin Bei knew this was the second king's treasure, mountainous gauntlets, extraordinary fusion items, power type capable of delivering punches weighing as much as several thousand-meter-high mountains. Fusion cost 800 million. Wow, expensive. This was the second most expensive fusion item Lin Bei had ever seen. The astronomical price made him wince, but he also knew that fusing this item was key to elevating his black shadow core directly into king-level strength, and he couldn't be stingy. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. Fused, damn the cost. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 800 million fusion points to fuse the mountainous gauntlets. Mountainous punch enhancement acquired. Ding, black shadow core's power enhanced tenfold. Giant shadow demon comprehends. Mountainous death combo, this could work, worth the effort. Buzzing, at the same time, the command token in Lin Bei's hand floated up and the characters for 9 heavens quickly faded, turning into 10 heavens. This meant that he was now ready to move up a level. But unlike before, the token did not glow with a pale golden light but had turned into a sinister crimson. This color looked like an ominous omen. 10 heavens, it seems something big is about to happen. But that makes sense, after all each level of the 10 heavens is perilous and an increase in difficulty is inevitable. Although he wanted to advance immediately, it seemed like it was time. Saying this, he looked towards the distance where Jiang Shan and several other team members were frantically running towards him. Similarly, their command tokens also glowed with red light. Ah. Bei, what's going on? Lin Bei shook his head, unsure of how to answer. Boss, should we head out now? It seems about time, and we might even be a bit late. That's right, indeed it's time to go out. Lin Bei nodded in response. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Lin Bei would insist on moving up again, which would have put them in a real dilemma. Get out. Lin Bei swung the imperial edict in his hand. Choose the portal you wish to exit through. A voice colder than the system itself echoed in Lin Bei's ears. Does this mean I can actually choose to go to another city within this 100-layer barrier? Interesting. Lin Bei mused and promptly gave the command. Dragon Nation's harbor city. With a swoosh, a blaze of light flashed before Lin Bei's eyes. He and his companions, along with the treasures they had gathered along the way, vanished from the battlefield within the barrier. A vortex of space emitted a dazzling light and Lin Bei and his group stepped out from it. Indeed, they had returned to their familiar harbor city. The moment they landed, exclamations of shock reached their ears. It's Lin Bei. Good heavens, he's actually come back alive. A group of students from the special class stared at them with peculiar looks. Lin Bei, are you alright? Where on earth did you go? A female classmate, presumably named Chen Yushi, was the first to show concern and hurried towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei was utterly confused. What's happened? Did you not complete your mission? It's okay. Apart from Lu Feng's group, none of us managed to finish in time. Why, there's been a major incident in the 10th heaven. Almost everyone except the War Department personnel has been temporarily evacuated. As I thought, Lin Bei murmured. What's going on? We just came back from down there and everything seemed fine. Jiang Shan and the others looked at each other, faces full of question marks. Teacher Fang Yi, dressed very refreshingly today in ultra-short shorts and black stockings showcasing her figure to the fullest, was discussing follow-up plans with the War Department. It's hard to deny she really knows what men like, but why she remains unmarried and old maid is beyond anyone's guess. Soon Fang Yi, her brows tightly furrowed, turned around visibly displeased. Then her gaze locked onto Lin Bei and Jiang Shan. She strode over briskly, her long legs and black stockings catching the wind. Bei, to be honest, today's tight black stockings have won my heart, but I feel this is the calm before the storm. As expected, Fang Yi reached out and grabbed for the ears of Jiang Shan and Lin Bei. Lin Bei quickly dodged, but Jiang Shan wasn't so lucky, caught in agony. Fang Yi shouted angrily, Lin Bei, Jiang Shan, you two rascals leading the new students astray, did you rush to the 9th heaven? Do you have any idea how dangerous the 10th heaven above is? And Lin Bei, you think you're so impressive with your king realm, don't you? The surrounding students were shocked. What, the ninth heaven, king realm? What realm? Some struggle even with the first layer, and here Lin Bei had ventured to the ninth. This was a revelation. You'd think he was on the first level when he's actually in the stratosphere. Lin Bei didn't know how to respond and was quite embarrassed. I didn't intend to show off. You really pushed me into it, didn't you? What's your intention? Forget it, I don't want to show off, but my strength won't allow me to stay low-key. Lin Bei pursed his lips. Although what you said isn't wrong, it seems totally problematic. Let me correct two mistakes for you. Firstly, it's not the 9 heavens, but the 10 heavens. Secondly, the king realm really isn't that impressive. Thus I've advanced to the war emperor realm, which I find just barely satisfactory. What is he even talking about? Those self-proclaimed geniuses from various schools started chattering in shock. War emperor realm. That's a realm just one step away from the supreme emperor realm of the human race. Transcending the ordinary. What kind of monster is Lin Bei? Even more astonishing, during this expedition to the heavenly barrier battlefield, even the talented Lu Feng, whose reckless actions led to the loss of a team member, only advanced to the early stages of the War Master realm. Unexpectedly, looking at Lin Bei's teammates like Jiang Shan, their spiritual power threshold had reached the peak of the War Master realm. It seems like the entire squad has been cheating. Lin Bei's teammates, used to his typical boasting, could only shrug helplessly. After all, they were used to it. In terms of absorbing spiritual energy, Lin Bei would feast while they had only soup with even the weakest among them. Gu Xiaonan reaching the high stage of the War Master realm, such a leap was, generally speaking, unimaginable. But if one actually followed Lin Bei on an adventure, they would realize that compared to their experiences, these few stages of strength breakthroughs were truly nothing. Fang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. She had long known Lin Bei was frighteningly powerful, and now it seemed he was beyond human. Forget it, Fang Yi didn't want to argue with Lin Bei. After all, no matter what, he was always right. The students returning safely was what mattered most. The only regret this time was Lu Feng's group, which had lost a student, but even this loss was a relatively good outcome. She then turned around and announced, "You all performed well this time. I've already notified the governor of the port city. Each of you will receive a spirit energy or as an extra reward which you can use for cultivation." Yay, that's great. Before Fang Yi could finish, the surrounding students had already begun to cheer excitedly. Spirit energy, or a mineral rich in pure spirit energy that can only be mined from the dangerous depths of the heavenly barrier battlefield, a rare and sought after resource. Just one could help these low-level awakeners to quickly break through in rank. Unexpectedly, the governor had invested so much to nurture them. In this light, venturing into the 100 heavens barriers seemed worthwhile. Fang Yi, leading the battle department members, walked up to each squad to distribute the spirit energy ore. However, Lu Feng's group received nothing. Lu Feng, although you completed the mission, Song Zhong sacrificed his life during this mission. We've decided to sell the spirit energy ore you were supposed to receive and convert it into cash for Song Zhong's family. Is that all right? Lu Feng and his teammates nodded in agreement, understandably accepting the decision. The other students' expressions also suddenly turned solemn, the joy of obtaining the treasures gradually fading. They were reminded that yes, one could truly die here. Was this the cruelty of the 100 heavens barrier? At the same time, Lin Bei sensed a business opportunity from Fang Yi's words. "Give the items to me, we'll split it 60-40. I take 60, you take 40. Lin Bei, talking business now might not be the best idea, huh? Haven't you seen enough of life and death?" Lin Bei turned his head and asked. Coldly, Jiang Shan and the others were taken aback. Indeed, it was so. Without further hesitation, the four of them handed over their bulging backpacks to Lin Bei. Lin Bei, adding the 5 spirit or stones he had just acquired, stuffed them carelessly into the bag and walked towards Fang Yi. His movement caught everyone's attention. Fang Yi turned around and saw Lin Bei approaching with a serious expression, his eyes burning with intensity, unsure of what he was about to do. What are you planning to do?" Without another word, Lin Bei threw the 4 large bags onto the ground. Boom! The heavy bags, weighing hundreds of kilos, hit the ground with a dull thud. "Teacher Fang just mentioned that these ores could be sold. Could you help us handle these as well?" Fang Yi, puzzled, crouched down and opened the backpacks. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded her. Indeed, the 4 bags were filled to the brim with spirit stone ores and some spirit energy alloy raw stones. Where did you get these from? Mine them. Thinking that the spirit energy-rich underground might have something good, I let my men dig around, and they dug up these I heard they're quite valuable, brought them out for an appraisal, Lin Bei said casually, dropping the most impressive line, your spirit power is really useful, huh? Good for fighting and for work. Fang Yi counted the plethora of ores, murmuring her admiration without realizing, after all, you know, I'm without a car or a house, both parents gone, and after turning 18 the orphans' relief funds also stopped. Life has been tough. You're the most flamboyant war emperor I've ever seen, and yet you cry. Poor Fang Yi couldn't help but look up and laugh in disbelief. Lin Bei was the first one she'd seen at the level of a war emperor who still cared about money. War emperors are people too. With that statement, Fang Yi was left speechless. Perhaps everyone had been so overwhelmed by Lin Bei's terrifying strength that they had forgotten he was just an 18-year-old youth. The exchange between Lin Bei and Fang Yi seemed utterly indifferent to the gazes of those around them. I can't take it anymore. Lin Bei, can you stop showing off and leave some opportunities for others? Enough is enough. We all awoke with the same sequence of spirit powers. Why are you so outstanding? You make us look terrible. Complaints arose around them, seemingly with no hint of reverence for Lin Bei despite his status as a war emperor. After all, they were geniuses with their own pride, naively believing that with time they too could reach the same heights. Never underestimate the poor, no matter their age. That's the way it is. The quantity is too large, the ordinary market can't handle it. Moments later, Fang Yi roughly weighed the total 666 kilograms of spirit or stones, definitely worth millions. No casual buyer could handle it. Lin Bei did not show any disappointment, as if he had expected this, and quickly changed the subject. Can your family handle it? What do you mean? Fang Yi asked, somewhat surprised. You dare to pull the ears of your students who are at the War King level, yet you act so ordinarily. It shows you really have extraordinary courage. It means you often do this. There are only two explanations: either you're incredibly bold, or you frequently deal with people above Wang Jing's level, or perhaps the forces behind you are even higher than that. Fang Yi narrowed her eyes, seeming to have been caught by Lin Bei. She herself came from Modu, always hiding her identity as the eldest daughter of the Fang family from Modu. Lin Bei had managed to deduce her extraordinary background from details she hadn't even noticed herself. It was terrifying indeed. I must say, what has gotten into you lately? You've become somewhat unfathomable, as if your intelligence has taken the high ground. Thanks for the compliment. You should have the financial means to take over this batch of materials from me. Name your price, teacher Fang. Lin Bei casually pointed to the mountainous pile of spiritual minerals and alloys on the ground. 666 kilograms at the market price of 120,000 per kilogram, total 79.92 million. I'll think about it. In business we talk business. And Fang Yi, coming from the strongest mercantile family in Longwei, responded straightforwardly without much disguise. Teacher Fang, what are you saying? The bond between a teacher and a student should naturally include some discount. I don't care about money. I'm not interested in it, so let's keep it simple. Round it up 1 billion. What? A discount? Am I supposed to give you a reverse discount? You're asking for a super double. Our family doesn't really do business like this. Fang Yi had seen all sorts of big storms, but such a show was rare. However, everyone could hear that Fang Yi did not outright refuse. After all, Lin Bei was now a supreme warrior at the pinnacle of battle emperors, and giving him some face wasn't out of the question. Money for the powerhouses in this world where spiritual energy is resurging is easy to come by. Lin Bei now lying on the ground asking for it. The governor might personally deliver it. Give me some time to think about it, Fang Yi said again, when suddenly another figure approached from the side. 1 billion inch, our Chen family will take it. Chen Yushi stepped forward and said seriously to Lin Bei, why is this guy here to show off again? Lin Bei frowned. When adults are talking, why does a little kid keep butting in? Chen Yushi said gently, although mining spirit stones for cultivation isn't as direct as gaining spiritual energy from slaying demons, it's always a solid asset essential for major families. Lin Bei, I can do what teacher Fang can do, and not less, Chen Yushi said, standing tall with her well-developed chest, righteous and eloquent. Fang Yi wore a knowing smile, watching Lin Bei and Chen Yushi as if watching a soap opera. You too, Yushi, what are you talking about? That's 1 billion, it's the total family funds you can use in a whole year. Lu Feng originally watched Lin Bei show off with a cold eye, never expecting Chen Yushi to get involved as well. At this point, he felt compelled to step in. What does it have to do with you, Lu Feng? Chen Yushi coldly replied. Why, Lin Bei is handsome, strong, a real man with a sense of security. Aren't these reasons enough? Lu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, and he truly wanted to give himself a slap for spouting such blatant truths in his anxiety. damn, Lin Bei slightly narrowed his eyes, originally setting what seemed like an outrageous small goal. It was beyond his expectation that 100 million yuan was merely annual pocket money for the scions of major families. It appeared he still had some reservations, however learning from mistakes wasn't something to rush. This was a long-term business, and he would grow wiser as time went on. Lin Bei didn't take what Shen Yushi said seriously at all, his gaze passing over her as he spoke with interest to Fang Yi. "I'll wait for your news." After saying this, he turned and walked away, returning to Jiang Shan and the others, leaving everyone else with astonished faces, still out of the loop. TSK. Shen Yushi gritted her teeth, then glanced at Teacher Fang, her eyes unconsciously filled with a bit of resentment. Was it the figure or the black stockings? Why couldn't white stockings do? Why won't Lin Bei pay any attention to me? Fang Yi also felt a bit like an innocent victim caught in the crossfire, so she cleared her throat a couple of times. We've just discussed with the War Department, and the consensus from all major war divisions is to temporarily halt awakeners below the war sovereign realm from entering Tianzhang. A new demonic race has emerged in the 10th heaven and they need to be eradicated swiftly, otherwise their invasion of the lower levels will cause greater casualties among the lower level awakeners. Everyone here except for Lin Bei probably hasn't reached the war sovereign realm yet, so we might need to make some temporary adjustments to our plan. Although some of you didn't gain much from entering Tianzhang this time, you've at least seen how battles are fought. The way of slaughter, I believe you should have some understanding now. So starting tomorrow you will train at the City Combat Center, aiming to forge your spiritual power into a killer move or your big move. The next day at the Hongcheng Combat Center, Fang Yi, dressed in a practical sports outfit, faced the 19 assembled talents of the Hongcheng Genius class. Whether it's external combat techniques or powerful moves extended from your own abilities, you ultimately need to have a skill to ensure your efficiency the next time you enter Tianzhang. This combat center is fully equipped with 10 types of basic spiritual power defense mechanisms well established, allowing you to freely utilize the full power of your spiritual power sequences without worrying about damage. Master and refine them quickly. This will be your task for the next period of time. You may begin now. After speaking, everyone dispersed towards their pre-designated areas at a swift pace, all except Lin Bei, who remained unmoved. Compared to training, he found it more convenient to simply head to the battlefield and slay a couple of demons. With his strength, he could go to Tianzhang alone. Accustomed to doing as he pleased, he lacked the sense of being destined for great responsibilities. Should the sky fall, there would still be someone taller to bear it, and he too had his preparations. Just then, an unexpected figure appeared before Lin Bei. It was Lu Feng, who had been humiliated the day before. He wasn't there to cause trouble, nor did he have the standing to do so. This time, he came to challenge Lin Bei, who possessed the formidable strength of a war sovereign, a rare sight in the city. Lu Feng had calculated well. Catching a living legend like Lin Bei was an opportunity not to be missed. Even though he was not the strongest, his perseverance and unyielding will caught the eye of Yushi. Those who considered themselves geniuses often thought too highly of themselves. It might appear humble, but it was actually a way of showing off in reverse. After all, few dared to challenge the strong. To exchange a move or two with the powerful was enough to prove their strength and potential. How could Lin Bei not understand what this guy was thinking? Thinking of using me to show off. Courageous kid, the strong only draw their swords against the stronger, and I want to challenge your shadow, Lin Bei. Can I? Lin Bei smirked disdainfully. Coming here to get beaten, he had never heard of such a whimsical request before, but the good-natured Lin Bei would naturally agree to his request. He was very adept at physically overpowering others. Soon their duel attracted many onlookers among the students, and Fang Yi couldn't stop them. After all, she too wanted to see just how big the gap was between Lin Bei and an ordinary student. Boss Jiang, aren't you going to watch Lin Bei's duel with Lu Feng? Gu Xiaonan timidly asked Jiang Shan and the others, who seemed uninterested. Jiang Shan replied nonchalantly, "What's there to see in a matter of minutes? Only among equals does a real contest exist. That Lu Feng fool is challenging a god." The scene shifts to the two standing opposite each other. Lin Bei raised his hand, and dozens of shadow soldiers appeared in front of him. Though not numerous, they formed a dense crowd. "Lin Bei, you don't think I can't beat these shadows just because I'm at the warrior realm, do you? I'll prove to everyone that spiritual power is not just about levels." "Shut up, you should ask if the hospital's Wi-Fi is fast." As he spoke, a flamestorm ignited. Lu Feng lit a nameless flame in his left hand, while a hurricane swirled around his right arm. Dual sequence spiritual power emerged, reaching the pinnacle. Then he clapped his hands together and fire and wind merged instantly, creating a deadly fire tornado. With a fierce push, a raging fire dragon swept across the ground towards the shadow soldiers. Killer move. The crowd exclaimed and Fang Yi nodded in approval. Lu Feng, the key figure nurtured by the Lu family, had awakened his killer move so soon. But in contrast, Lin Bei, that's it. The shadow giant took a step forward, raised his right arm with ease. Mountainous heavy fists, airwave rose from his palm. Aurora flash, a mountainous weight followed his swinging arm, crashing down, wrapped in a terrifying airshock. A brutal slap, snap. The overbearing power of his palm instantly penetrated the opponent's firestorm. Boom! Following that, the light in the palm center reversed, sending a scorching wave that flipped the sound barrier. How is this possible? My firestorm was extinguished with a slap, crack. A terrifying heat wave surged forward. Lu Feng had no time to defend. Under the burning heat, Lu Feng's clothes were instantly incinerated, leaving only a tattered corner of his underwear to cover his body. It was a humiliating defeat. Despite being fully prepared, he was utterly crushed. It was the innate fear that arises when a weak prey encounters the apex predator of the food chain. Lu Feng knelt in despair, his consciousness drifting away. Yet this was far from over. The shadowy troops surrounded him at lightning speed. They unleashed a brutal beating on the hapless man, their kicks and punches weaving a strange symphony with his screams. Lin Bei continued to exert steady force. Challenging Lin Bei always ended in an unavoidable societal thrashing. Stop, I lose. Lu Feng howled miserably, raising his hands in surrender while lying on the ground like a beaten dog, beaten so badly even his mother might not recognize him. Hospital. A tear of regret trickled from the corner of his eye, garnering no sympathy from the bystanders. To everyone's eyes, Lu Feng, who rashly challenged a warrior of the War Emperor realm, was simply a fool. The tragic figure was eventually carried away by medical personnel who quickly assessed his severe injuries. Despite the healing powers of spiritual energy, it would take him days, if not weeks, to recover enough to perform normal bodily functions. Fang Yi felt that Lin Bei had been too harsh. Lin Bei, however, was indifferent. What does it mean to show mercy? Never heard of it. When you strike, you strike. If you're not prepared to hit hard, then don't strike at all, he declared, leaving everyone speechless once again. Lin Bei, the Heavenly Emperor, spoke undeniable truth. Unexpectedly, the Lu family was more understanding. Their son, lacking in skill and seeking a beating, deserved to learn the hard way, and they even thanked Lin Bei for the lesson. This pleased Lin Bei greatly, sparing him further drama. Over the next few days, Lin Bei followed his own rhythm and practiced his profound knowledge hidden from his classmates. But Fang Yi noticed it right away. He was pursuing a domain uniquely his own, the kingly way. She remembered then that Lin Bei, being of the zero sequence, absorbed spiritual energy at 10 times the normal rate, advancing too quickly and still basic in his spiritual development. Though his dark troop was frighteningly powerful, he still relied on the same trick. Lin Bei was seeking a breakthrough in skill, showing he wasn't as lazy as one might think. At the same time, at the Harbor City Immigration Office, two formidable-looking Eastern men stepped out of the doors, displaying their bravado. Breathing in the fresh spiritual energy of the Dragon Nation, they wore sinister smiles. These men were not from Dragon Nation but from the Cherry Blossom Country, which had been a developed nation a millennium ago but had fallen on hard times since the Great Rift appeared in the sky. The father and son from Cherry Blossom Country, coming to Dragon Nation from a land of disaster, revealed smiles of primitive, bloodthirsty aggression. Yo, Harbor City is truly a beautiful place. Let's make our family the strongest Knight clan known in this land, the father boasted. No problem, Dad. I've already planned it out. There can't be anyone in this small place stronger than you, a war king. We'll start by defeating the strongest here and make our name. The two muscular behemoths walked down the street, their exaggerated muscles drawing all eyes. Suddenly a passerby walked by. Ichiro's son, with his muscular arms flapping like wings, reached out in an instant, blocking the way of the passerby who was trying to get through. Hey, the boy from Long Country asked, who is the strongest person in the port city now? It's Lin Bei, he's the battle king. The passerby felt the fierce face of the boy coming closer to him like a beast, breathing down his neck, nearly suffocating him. He shouted the name Lin Bei. Lin Bei indeed was the strongest, even beyond the strongest. Lin Bei, the battle king. I didn't expect that even a small port city would have a battle king. This makes it even more necessary to conquer. Where can I find this unlucky guy? Unlucky guy, speak up. They are recently at the city battle center. Ichiro's father patted his son's shoulders, signaling him not to cause trouble in public. Ichiro reluctantly lowered his arms and the passerby quickly walked away, cursing that today was just his unlucky day. Lin Bei? I've never heard his name on the battlefield. It seems he's a new battle king, but with your strength and experience, Dad, you can definitely crush him. You're right. Their fighting spirit rose and they continued on their way. The next morning, Lin Bei got up as usual for his morning exercise. In the past few days, he had used the remaining fusion points to integrate some of the ordinary and inexpensive abilities of the Black Shadow Core, significantly increasing his strength. Assassination, body techniques, ninjutsu, close combat fighting, weapon mastery, all were fused and he was now unstoppable even bare-handed. Moreover, his mood was exceptionally good today because the huge sum of money he had earned yesterday had been deposited into his account. The Fang Yi family was still efficient in their dealings. After sharing it with Jiang Shan and the others, he still had 60 million. Now flush with cash, he passed by the pancake fruit stall every morning, indulging in luxury. Pancake fruit always started with 2 eggs. But that was all in jest. Such a small amount of money wasn't enough for Lin Bei to lose himself. After finishing his morning exercise and seeing that it was still early, he was in no rush to head to the city battle center. After all, he was accustomed to being late every day, and today was no different. However, today's battle center was destined to be anything but peaceful. Bang, bang. The forceful impact sounds of fists hitting iron stakes rang out, each punch filled with destructive power. The early arrivals, brothers Zhang Dong and Zhang Shi, saw Jiang Shan furiously boxing as soon as they entered the battle center. Zhang Shi couldn't help but ask his older brother Zhang Dong, "Has Boss Jiang gone crazy? His training lately seems like he's competing with someone you wouldn't understand. Boss Jiang is desperately trying to catch up with Boss Lin. I've heard about their legendary partnership. They once fought invincibly across the world. Now that Boss Lin is incredibly strong as his most trusted person, he obviously has to work twice as hard. So, do you think it's easy to be a leg hanger? The prerequisite for clinging to someone's coattails is you have to be worthy of touching those legs, get it? I don't understand, but I just need to cling to Boss Jiang's coattails. That's the spirit. Let's hurry and train, or we won't be able to touch anyone's legs." Moments later, an unmistakable aura drew everyone's attention. 2 muscular tyrannosaurs appeared before us, each standing over 2 meters tall, dwarfing even Jiang Shan, the biggest person present by 2 sizes. These 2 were none other than the father and son duo Yoruchi. "Which one of you is Lin Bei? Is it you, or you?" "Neither, you're both too weak. You don't have the aura of a king." "It seems he hasn't arrived yet." Yoruchi seemed to dismiss everyone present with his indiscriminate pointing, paying no one any mind. "Since he's not here, let's wait a bit longer." "Dad, should I just take out a few of them casually?" Jushiro smirked, and Yuichiro, his father, did not respond, seemingly giving his silent consent. Soon, the staff from the battle center approached, trying to expel these uninvited guests. However, the deranged Jushiro sent a staff member flying with a single punch, his released spiritual power overwhelming everyone present. "Damn it, these 2 maniacs. The young one has the level of a war sovereign and teacher Fang Yi hasn't arrived yet. We can't control them. Haha, is this the level of the awakened in the Dragon Nation? Ha ha ha, did I just come back from a meal in the toilet?" Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. A massive iron post, as thick as 2 men could embrace, was hurled through the air towards the foul-mouthed Jushiro. Jushiro quickly reacted, smashing the iron post with a punch, the piercing explosion echoing throughout the venue. "Jiang, Big Boss Jiang." The Zhang twins looked on in horror at Jiang Shan, who had made the bold move. The opponent was in the mid-stage of the War Sovereign level, and although Jiang Shan was only a step away from the War Sovereign level himself, the gap was still significant for ordinary people. Approaching was akin to courting death. "Hey, you're looking for trouble with Lin Bei? I can't just ignore that. If you want to challenge our leader, you have to get past me first." Jiang Shan was always bold and fearless. So there are still people willing to court death. "People from the Dragon Nation really do have backbone," Yuichiro remarked, admiring Jiang Shan's muscular physique. "My son, just beat him half to death." "Hee Dad, I can't promise that, I can't hold back." Jushiro said, his spiritual power of the gold attribute special 3rd sequence turning his body into an indestructible metallic state. Jiang Shan wasn't about to play games either. "A real man fights head-on. The new move Lin Bei taught me, I didn't expect to use it so soon, but I'll practice with you." Would attribute 2nd sequence plant transformation, rice gene sequence modified super strength rice, crack crack. The ground split open and a familiar plant sprouted up its golden rice, glowing with an indescribable spiritual brilliance. "I call it. How many floors can one bag of rice carry?" Jushiro's face turned pale with shock. Then Jiang Shan grabbed the rice and started munching on it directly. thump, thump, his heart beat loudly, his body gradually turning red, a sign of the blood in his body flowing and pressurizing rapidly. In this state, all his physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Lin Bei jokingly called it second gear state. Come on, fight me head on. Boom. Jiang Shan didn't give any warning as he started his charge. His feet exerted tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath him, and in an instant he charged forward. After consuming the super strength rice, he received a continuous super enhancement, and although Jiang Shan was only at the peak of War Master strength before, he had now temporarily broken through to the power of a war sovereign. This is the effect of the enhancement of spiritual power techniques. Ichinotaro was greatly shocked by the speed. It was too fast. His instincts, honed in the disaster-prone Sakura country, suddenly warned him of a great threat. However, as a descendant of a clan of battle maniacs, the greater the danger, the more excited he became. Jiangshan launched both fists simultaneously, aiming straight for Ichinotaro's head. The force of the punches whipped up a wind, and Ichinotaro, laughing maniacally, wrapped his palms around Jiangshan's massive fists. With a loud bang, their powerful forces collided, causing a deafening explosion. Their hands met in a dominant struggle, neither yielding an inch the floor beneath them. Upturned by their formidable strength, such an aura in a battle of this level was rare indeed. The muscles of both men bulged, frenziedly pulsating under the strain. This was the clash of pure power. Damn brat, congratulations, you've made it onto my list of sure kills. It was only through this grappling that Ichinotaro realized he had to give his all against this opponent, or a slight underestimation could mean his downfall. With that, he twisted his body into an inhuman position and violently swung his right leg towards Jiangshan's shoulder and neck. Leg blade, his right leg, taut with murderous intent, swung like a steel whip, yet felt as sharp as a blade slicing towards the neck. A hit could decapitate. Jiangshan's body trembled with spiritual power, and suddenly a massive iron potato erupted from the ground beside him. Bang! Ichinotaro had never imagined in his life that he would witness an iron potato sprout instantly. What on earth was this man's spiritual power? A piercing clang of metal on stone rang out as the two iron-hard objects collided, numbing Ichinotaro's legs. Jiangshan kicked fiercely at his opponent's abdomen, sending Ichinotaro flying over 10 meters. Ichinotaro staggered to his feet, retreating explosively to regain his balance, only to look up and see Jiangshan's fist already speeding towards him. The onslaught was fierce. This feeling reminded him of the tense moments he faced against brutal demons on the heavenly barrier battlefield. Diamond drill kick. With a roar that seemed to corner him, he kicked out like a bullet, his right foot stretched straight, the tip of his iron-toed leather shoe stabbing like a dagger directly towards Jiangshan's heart. Jiangshan glared back, his steel fist furiously turning to meet the kick without a word. Bang! Puff! The power of Jiangshan's punch was beyond anyone's expectations. With one punch, the tip of the leather shoe and the iron-hard kick were shattered, and the powerful right leg was sent flying by the punch. Ah! Ichinotaro screamed in agony as pain shot through his lower limb, his eyes bloodshot and his body flung away with the momentum of his right leg, his foot bones completely shattered, even piercing into the flesh of his soul. Big Boss Jiang is so strong, Zheng Dong exclaimed excitedly, his momentum not losing to the undefeated Boss Lin. You're not even as durable as a street thug. Jiangshan coldly watched Ichinotaro, who was grimacing in pain, and said. Ichinotaro was in a state of shock. It was an ugly sight. Ichinotaro, boom, like the roar of a mighty lion, it shook the entire battle arena. It was Aikiru Yanaki who had been quietly watching the battle unfold. He erupted with spiritual energy, exuding a royal pressure, simply called spiritual pressure, that intimidated everyone present. Those awakeners below his level were bound by this vast disparity in power, utterly unable to move. Some were even slowly pressed down, almost bowing to the majesty of the king. Damn, if you can't win you call for help, how despicable, the spectators complained. Jiangshan faced the royal pressure head-on, yet he stood unyielding. However, from the way he gritted his molars, it was clear he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Seeing his father intervene, Juichiro, who had been somewhat panicked earlier, gradually regained his composure, and a bloodthirsty smile once again crept across his face. These guys can't move now, I can do whatever I want. He Dragon Country boy, you really are something, but unfortunately this is where it ends. You have two choices, kneel and submit, or die by my hand. Choose, ha ha ha. Jiangshan clenched his teeth and slowly raised his head, spitting right in Juichiro's face. Tui, Juichiro was stunned. Damn it, alright, you've made your choice, you won't die wronged. Remember, the Ichiniki family, the strongest on the face of the earth, will be your ender. Die! Amidst Juichiru's maniacal laughter, his arm swung and instantly turned metallic, his fingertips forming a spike aiming for Jiangshan's skull. This strike was enough to shatter any opponent's skull. Suddenly, in a breath's time, a shadow soared. Bang! Who the hell is this idiot? Before Juichiru's hand could fall, a kick pierced through his abdomen from behind. Instant kill. A figure impossible to detect suddenly leapt into everyone's view. Jiangshan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, bet you didn't see me just thrashing him magnificently." Lin Bei, chewing on his breakfast, extended his hand, offering a pancake with 3 eggs. "Got extra breakfast with 3 eggs, did it take some time?" Jiangshan took the pancake, smiling like a simpleton. Lin Bei's arrival instantly overpowered Ikiru Yaniki's spiritual pressure, with every shadowy place becoming his domain. Lin Bei turned around, his eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent as he looked at the other stunned opponent. Ikiru Yaniki couldn't even mourn his son's death as he was completely dominated by fear. "You are Lin Bei, this sensation, it's Emperor Realm. You are at the absolute peak of the battle, Emperor Realm. Why would an emperor be in the city?" Before Juichiru could finish, he felt a terrifying murderous intent approaching. Completely unable to resist, the devil was watching him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Lin Bei, without a word, walked towards Ikiru Yaniki. "You call yourself the strongest on the surface, you can die now." Damn it, Ikiru Yaniki realized he had kicked an iron plate, but now there was no retreat. The resolute murderous intent of a battle emperor level powerhouse couldn't be taken back. If he didn't do something, he would be instantly killed. Block it, block the opponent's strike, then kneel and beg for mercy. Yes, that's the plan. Indestructible golden body, the same golden spiritual power, but at the second highest rank his strength was clear. 100 spiritual power shields instantly formed under his golden glow. It's no wonder he could become the king of battle. His defensive abilities alone could rank him in the top 10 among the kings, yet he overestimated himself. A punch that was like mountains collapsing. The mountain range fist armor, containing the weight of a 1,000-foot mountain, now fully manifested in Lin Bei's fists. Boom! From the moment Lin Bei raised his fists, the entire space shook violently like an earthquake. His fists were glowing, the light of destruction. What spiritual shields, what indestructible bodies! A punch pierced through everything. Continuous strikes, his arms turned into 1,000 fists, thousands of fist shadows, tens of thousands of fist energies. Ichiro Yorinaga, a warrior of the king's realm, couldn't last 3 rounds before his body was smashed into pieces by a punch. A mist of blood filled the sky. A nuclear punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a king-level powerhouse, earning 500,000 fusion points, the strongest on the surface. The prestige of the Yorinaga family was over before it even began. A while later, Ms. Fang Yi, the homeroom teacher of the genius class, arrived late. Seeing such a tragic scene, she was clueless about what had happened. After Lin Bei had taken down a king-level powerhouse, he remained unbothered, chatting and laughing with Jiang Shan and the others. This guy's temperament was truly unfathomable. Although Fang Yi was a bit stunned, she quickly grasped the ins and outs of the situation. The deceased were Ichiro Yorinaga and his son. These two were known as the Cherry Blossom Country's 1,000 Slayers. It was said that they had killed no less than 1,000 Awakeners, very dangerous individuals, but against Lin Bei they turned into mere cannon fodder. She muttered to herself. Lately there seemed to be quite a few madmen challenging Lin Bei. Even a somewhat famous king of battle from the Cherry Blossom Country had paid with his life. It showed that Lin Bei's strength was now sufficient. With this, the plan for him to clear the challenges alone could be moved up the schedule. Fang Yi directed the staff at the scene, and the 2 bodies were quickly handled and carried away. Just as she was about to call out to Lin Bei, she didn't realize that he had silently moved behind her. Aren't the issues with the 10 layers heaven still unresolved? His deep, magnetic voice suddenly asked by her ear, causing Fang Yi's ears to soften, and she flinched back. "No, nothing. What's going on?" she thought. Lin Bei's strength was indeed extraordinary, but to approach her so silently, could it be? "Did you learn some new movement technique in combat? Such mysterious steps?" Lin Bei shrugged and didn't answer. Only a fool would tell her. Since merging the assassination techniques of the Black Shadow Court coupled with his already fast speed, he could almost achieve a state of absolute concealment. With the increasing number of demons in the Sky Barrier battlefield infiltrating tens of thousands of enemy troops to assassinate demon kings and decapitate enemy leaders was like taking something out of one's pocket. So I should be fully capable of advancing alone into the 100-layer sky barrier now, right? Lin Bei didn't beat around the bush. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the sky barrier battlefield, it was about time to level up and speed up the process. Fang Yi wasn't too surprised, it seemed she had thought of the same thing. With the current situation in the 10 layers heaven, the addition of a king of battle would be best. She nodded. Seeing this, Lin Bei showed a meaningful smile. 2 days later, at every city's sky barrier entrance, the war departments are increasingly reinforcing their troops. Major war factions continue to send reinforcements to the 10 Heavens offensive. It's clear that the battle situation is extremely intense, yet those who have not been on the battlefields themselves would never believe that their adversaries are not powerful demon kings but a group of mutated human kin. On the battlefield of the 10 Heavens, a vast fog of blood visibly shrouds the rear of the battlefield like a blood-red curtain blocking out the sun. Named the Blood Clan, this new breed of demons stays behind the blood curtain, avoiding combat while conserving their strength, waiting for humans to tire from resistance and then seize the 10 Heavens in one fell swoop. Their ease in battle is largely due to their innate vampiric abilities. What's more problematic is that any human bitten by these creatures will be assimilated into a low-level bloodthirsty demon, a mere slave to the Blood Clan. This world has never heard of such bizarre occurrences. Such terrifying abilities continue to devour human military strength. The Western Union has already crumbled into utter defeat. Only the Dragon Nation remains steadfast. Now only the Dragon Nation's Dragon Tiger forces can resist the increasingly vast army of the Blood Clan. Roar! A dragon's roar echoes from the battlefield, lingering for a long time. Suddenly a giant water-formed dragon follows a white dragon spear dancing across the battlefield. The water dragon breaks the army. The water dragon explodes, instantly shattering around 100 bloodthirsty demons. The Imperial Dragon family, traditionally skilled with the spear, wields it as if no enemy could stand in their way, moving in and out of the masses 7 times, a tale of heroism. Even the women of the dragon family are valiant, evident right now. At dawn, General Long Yu of Dawn City repels a large number of demons, helps up an old soldier exhausted of spiritual power from the ground, and calmly instructs, "Don't let them bite you, fall back to a safe area, damn it. General, we can't hold this wave, our numbers are dwindling, theirs are increasing, sooner or later we'll be surrounded, we need to break out and plan long term." Deputy Commander Song Gung carves a bloody path covering Long Yu's retreat. Leaving so many people behind is a sure path to death. If we don't leave now, soon none of us will be able to. Song Gung analyzes the pros and cons, shouting loudly. In just a few seconds, 10 more humans beside Long Yu are transformed. They walk with a zombie-like twisted gait, surrounding Long Yu and the others. Invisible pure-blooded demons, always making us fight our own people. These damned Blood Clan monsters are too bizarre. Song Gung is anxious but helpless. Retreat, Long Yu orders. Clenching her teeth, regret and helplessness immediately fill her heart, but she has no choice but to retreat. As they charge forward, she is still a step too late. The encirclement of bloodthirsty demons suddenly closes, trapping Long Yu's forces. With no other options, Long Yu steels her heart, ready to fight to the death against these bloodthirsty demons. Suddenly, a voice cries out from the ranks. What is that? Inexplicably, a surging black mist rises on the flank. Though distant, the naked eye can see the towering black shadowy mist like a bulldozer, continuously tossing countless bloodthirsty demons into the air. Unstoppable, those with keen eyesight among the warriors described seeing something amidst the shadows. It seemed like a large group of people dressed in black, yet not quite human. Hey, that one in the middle, he's a person, a young handsome man. As the sea of shadows drew nearer, they quickly engulfed the space within 100 meters, plunging everything into darkness. In that moment, all eyes followed. A group of shadows as imposing as suit-clad gangsters marched forward with relentless strides, carrying a chilling air as they pushed through. Lin Bei stood at the center, hands casually tucked in his pockets, walking slowly forward. 9 ranks of shadow soldiers lined up behind him, clearing away any riffraff daring to stand before the King of Shadows. Lin Bei exuded 2 words: elegance and invincibility. The domain of a king. Wait, this domain bore the aura of an emperor. A human emperor has the reinforcement of a human emperor, a powerful being already alarmed the great ones above the 33 heavens. Long Yu let out a sigh of relief and was filled with interest towards the seemingly unfamiliar young man. After all, such a young human emperor was indeed rare. Lin Bei's domain of the king, the shadow gangsters. The frontline shadow soldiers, equipped with slashing blades, cleared the path with their sword energy, while the rear ranks of Powerful shadow soldiers like trolls cleaned up the remains of slain demons. Outside the king's domain was a deadly zone crisscrossed by sword energies currently known as the unparalleled mowing vampires. Lin Bei muttered softly to himself. Having encountered many strange entities along his journey, he as a transmigrator was fairly knowledgeable about this blood clan and quickly formed a plan, thinking of hiding, wishful thinking, the shape-shifting shadows attack. Lin Bei slowly raised his hand pointing towards the direction of the blood curtain. In an instant, a shadow beneath his feet twisted into a black line, speeding across the ground and weaving through all shadows towards the blood curtain at a rapid pace. "Excuse me, who are you?" Long Yu approached and asked politely after the crisis was momentarily alleviated. Lin Bei waved his hand, signaling, "Don't bother me, I'm busy." Long Yu was taken aback, her lips pursing slightly. She had never been so bluntly rejected before, and it stirred an unusual feeling within her, but she could see that Lin Bei seemed to be preparing something. Could he possibly have a way to deal with the troublesome blood clan? At this moment Lin Bei could no longer hear the sounds around him. He had entered a state of complete focus, sharing consciousness with the shadows, a power evolved from ruling the kingdom of shadows. With this ability he could see through the senses of any shadow soldier he chose. The shape-shifting shadows. Among the various types of shadow soldiers, these were the most fearsome. Their bodies could stretch and elongate like rubber, possessing exaggerated elasticity and transformative abilities. Their strength was not to be underestimated either, capable of lifting tons effortlessly. Additionally, they had a special penetration ability, able to move through any material like water. They were the most secretive and special assault group within Lin Bei's shadow army, now deployed to swiftly eliminate the vampires hidden beneath the blood curtain. And beyond the blood curtain, under the blood moon, lay a landscape strewn with corpses. In this place, the vampires, unlike the noble and elegant ones depicted in old television shows, lead miserable lives under a long curse, looking more like ragged, starving beggars. The area is littered with the withered corpses of human awakeners drained of all vitality. The vampires that escaped the seal are not the truly powerful vampire monarchs, but rather lowly blood demons, yet even so their strength is around that of a lord, which shows that the overall power of this blood clan far surpasses that of other demons in the 10 heavens. It's no wonder that these lowly blood demons could seize the 10 heavens from the hands of monarch-level demons. Vampires possess not only the ability to suck blood but also unique powers to absorb and control blood. Like a special sequence of water-based spiritual energy, they manipulate blood to catch the awakeners off guard. The situation becomes increasingly unclear until the arrival of Lin Bei. Lin Bei's dark phantom form easily penetrates the thick blood mist that blankets the sky. He quickly locates his target. Among the blood demons present, the strongest is distinct from the others. It is far more robust. It was this demon that summoned a massive curtain of blood with its own power, halting the advance of the human armies. Many of the lower-level vampires, too hungry, try to leave the protection of the blood curtain to directly slaughter humans. They are eager to try, but only see the strongest blood demon shoot tiny blood needles from its fingertips, cruelly piercing those impatient lower-level blood demons. The other vampires tremble in fear, knowing this to be the leader's customary punishment. A drop of blood returns to the leader's fingertip, which it licks with a drunken relish. The time is not yet ripe. The leader declares, "The 4 ancestors will soon break their seals, and then our time to completely rule the 10 heavens will come." After speaking, the leader approaches a corpse. Unable to contain its greed, it drools. With a claw, it lifts the human corpse and bites fiercely into the neck. Simultaneously, Lin Bei gives an order. A soft shadow rises quickly from behind the corpse's shadow. Swish! The shadow strikes rapidly, and before the blood demon can react, shocked, the soft shadow extends an arm-like tendril into its body. In an instant, this leader blood demon's heart is seized by the invading shadow form. Vampires are known for their regenerative abilities, but it crushes his heart outright. Outside the sealing barrier, Lin Bei's eyes emit a dark energy as he coldly commands. The leader blood demon tries to flee, but an unknown force of lightning paralyzes his entire body. With his heart grasped, no, in an instant a horrific scream pierces the air. The chest of the blood demon bursts open, a huge dark, bloody hole flickering with streaks of electric light. Even his superior regenerative abilities are useless against this cell-destroying electric demonic energy. His heart is instantly destroyed. The surrounding vampires are stunned. What kind of black monster is this? Some dare not move rashly, while others rush forward thinking they can understand it by biting it. However, the shadow trooper gives them no chance, instantly diving into the shadows and disappearing without a trace, in a mere breath he reappeared behind Lin Bei. The shadow soldiers innately possess the ability to freely traverse between the Shadow Kingdom and the present world. With the mission accomplished, Lin Bei was quite pleased. Shortly thereafter, the obstructive blood curtain that had been blocking tens of thousands of troops instantly disintegrated, revealing the astonished faces of all the Blood Clan members to everyone's sight. "How did you manage this?" Dragontongue asked, utterly amazed upon witnessing this sudden change in the battlefield. "Just needed a hand," Lin Bei casually replied, his attention finally shifting to the others around. His gaze quickly fell on the white dragon spear in Dragontongue's hands. "Oh, an extraordinary weapon, a king's treasure, or perhaps from the higher echelons of the dragon race. Seems like you're not lacking in strength." "I seem to have been careless. I didn't bring a weapon." "May I see that spear?" Lin Bei asked with a sheepish smile, extending his hand. Dragontongue, startled, gripped the spear tightly and stepped back. Fulfilling the emperor's request was paramount, but this spear was something she could not part with. "Sorry, I can't give you this spear. It's more important to me than my own life. I just wanted to have a look," Lin Bei clarified, not having intended to claim it, merely curious about another's possession of an extraordinary weapon. Convinced by his words and realizing her overreaction, Dragontongue, with an apologetic face, handed over the dragon spear. Lin Bei took the extraordinary weapon, feeling its heft. The blade emitted a whistling sound as it sliced through the air like the roar of a dragon. Impressive. Meanwhile, he pondered that entering the enemy lines without a suitable weapon would be inconvenient. A bright idea struck him. "System, open the shop. I remember seeing some good items last time. Host, you might need this special fusion ability, infinite projection magic." The attentive system, sensing the host's needs and not wasting time for the host to search, immediately found it for Lin Bei. "Smart, that's the one. More versatile than infinite sword creation. Excellent." Lin Bei's face lit up, relieved to have this skill for future use. System notification: all heavens fusion item, projection magic and extraordinary fusion object. Purchase and fusion cost 800,000 points. Host, your recent fusion frequency is high and your points are nearly depleted, which will almost exhaust your remaining fusion points. "Don't worry about it. Aren't there a bunch of fusion points waving at me up ahead?" Lin Bei responded. "Makes sense. Purchase complete." Fusion complete. Infinite projection, one of the divine skills of the heavens. Using shadow projection, it can almost perfectly replicate any weapon. Moreover, during replication, it can even access the original holder's skills. "Let's begin then. Project this white dragon spear." Projection started, identifying the creation concept, setting the basic framework, copying the material composition, mimicking the manufacturing technique, empathizing with the growth experience, and surpassing many processes. Matching completed with host's spiritual power enhancement. Gathering extraordinary weapon, shadow dragon spear. Lin Bei smiled as he handed back the spear. He quietly walked towards the battlefield. With a flick of his right hand, a black dragon spear identical to the white dragon spear suddenly appeared from his palm. This spear, everyone present was stunned upon seeing the shadow dragon spear in Lin Bei's hands. Emperor-level powerhouses molding spiritual energy into forms is not uncommon, yet the black dragon spear that suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's hands, sparkling with a sharp edge, was something only extraordinary weapons could possess. In that brief moment of contact, Lin Bei undoubtedly crafted an extraordinary weapon that even surpassed its original form. "Just stay there, we'll pass through this quickly." "Just you alone?" asked the dragon in disbelief. Lin Bei didn't look back but continued forward, his shadow stretching longer with each step. Countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared on his shadow, slowly materializing into an army of dark shadows. The king's domain opened once again, one man as an army. Everyone had no choice but to submit. This was the power of an emperor-level warrior. The blood demons, suddenly exposed, seemed panicked, but they did not retreat. Soon the progenitor would be reborn. As they gathered, no one in the 10 heavens would be able to stop them. "Exterminate these humans," a demon roared. Suddenly, a mysterious trembling began under their feet, growing stronger. Looking down, there appeared a pitch-black abyss beneath them. Then, terrifying shadows emerged one after another from it. In an instant, black mist spread and hundreds of night bats with giant demonic wings burst forth from the mist. The army of shadows had appeared. All this was a sign that he had arrived. Boom! Lin Bei entered as if the place was uninhabited. Folding his wings of shadow, he descended from the sky. "Kill!" With a move of his spear and a dragon's roar, the word kill echoed through the heavens, each word struck like a battle drum revealing murderous intent. The blood-red territory of the Blood Clan was instantly swallowed by all-consuming darkness. The expanding dark shadows continuously spawned 9 major battalions. The Ghost Shadow Ninjas, Claw Shadow Assassins, Flying Shadow Nightbats, Giant Shadow Trolls, Helm Shadow Warriors, Soft Shadow Aliens, Eating Shadow Demons, Pincers, Shadow Monster Hunters, and Scythe Shadow Mantises. 10,000, 100,000, a million. The few thousand blood demons faced Lin Bei's relentless assault, vastly outnumbering them with over 1 million troops. Ruthless and absolutely devastating, the Shadow Army moved on command. They invaded en masse. Blood Clan creatures had no resistance and were ground into the dirt by the Shadow Army. Ghost Shadow Ninjas leapt up with thunderous force, roaring like thunderous tigers, summoning millions of lightning bolts that fell like torrential rain. Thunder rumbled and lightning intertwined across the sky. Ninjutsu, Thunder Slash, Thunder Tiger Massacre. Thousands of thunder slashes poured down simultaneously, enveloping the land under a storm of lightning retribution. The blood demons were cleaved into charred remains, even their regenerative cells destroyed by the thunderous magic. A crushing massacre. The dull thunder roared. Ferocious tearing sounds swept everything around them. Everywhere they went, shadows boiled. Lin Bei advanced alone with his spear. Blood demons couldn't even approach within 100 meters of him. They were smashed by the Shadow Army. As he delved deeper, Lin Bei felt several formidable presences that could not be ignored. Within the denser blood mist, piercing red light suddenly appeared. Is this the seal? A completely destroyed mountain peak, at first glance resembling a huge cross, seemed to indicate that the Blood Clan's barrier had already been broken. As the words fell, rocks tumbled from the mountainside. The earth began to quake violently. It seemed as if something underground was about to burst forth. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, even creating a small mushroom cloud. The blast directly hit Lin Bei, sending many shadow soldiers flying, yet Lin Bei remained unshaken, steadied by his spiritual power. Suddenly, 4 crimson flashes surged from beneath the ground. Damned humans, 1,000 years of vengeance. Today I shall take your blood as sacrifice. Amidst the dust, 4 pairs of blood wings unfolded in the air. The name Blood Clan was originally a title held only by blood demons of extremely noble lineage and status. The low-level blood demons continuously slaughtered by Lin Bei's shadow soldiers were regarded as an inferior race by these orthodox blood clans. In the society of the Blood Clan, they were often placed at the lowest tier. Naturally, their strength could not compare to the noble true ancestors. And now, before Lin Bei appeared 4 of these Blood Clan true ancestors, the oldest and most powerful, sealed within. The first true ancestor, the Forgotten War King. The second true ancestor, the Eye of Extinction. The third true ancestor, the Princess of Chaos. The fourth true ancestor, the Lord of Flame Light Night. Each of them was incomparably handsome, arrogant, worshipped strength, with long black hair and eyes emitting a strange purple glow. They stared intently at Lin Bei the invader. As their blood energy visibly surged, Lin Bei sensed that although their bodies were not at their peak strength, each was roughly at the level of a mid-tier king. However, the demonic aura they emitted was still overwhelmingly powerful, descending upon the world once again like a mountain collapsing into the sea. Blood Meteor, the second true ancestor, the Eye of Extinction, extended his blood wings behind him, spiraling upwards, absorbing blood to form blood condensation beads. Massive blood beads gathered from a kilometer in the sky, forming a huge blood meteorite plummeting towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei watched as the blood meteorite approached. Countless shadow soldiers rushed forward to shield him, but Lin Bei, with a wave of his hand, instantly dispersed them. King against king, this is interesting. He vibrated the shadow dragon spear in his hand, as if a black dragon long asleep suddenly burst forth. The power from his legs transmitted to his waist and hips. His footsteps landed, cracking the ground by 3 feet. Terrifying power transmitted through his muscles. In an instant, wielding the black spear, he broke through the air, entwined with thunder and lightning, flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Thunderous explosion. The tip of the dragon spear in his right hand traced a dragon's shadow. 1 man, 1 spear, howling forward like a black dragon, chasing the wind and rain, battling the thunder. Shadow dragon breaks the army. Boom! The overlord's spear instantly pierced through the opponent's blood meteor technique, tearing through the air barrier and scattering. How is it possible to surpass the power of my blood meteor? What on earth is this? Before the words fell, the second true ancestor only saw a streak of black lightning striking towards him in an instant. Hiss! revealing the wings of Shadow Lin Bei in a single breath, pierced through the second true ancestor, the Eye of Extinction, slaying through, instantly annihilated. After slaying the first true ancestor, Lin Bei hovered in the air, revealing a wicked smile, surveying the remaining 3 true ancestors. The rest of you group fight or one-on-one, damn it. The 3 true ancestors had no time to marvel, wondering how such a powerful blood clan like the true ancestors could be slain by this human in a single move. They summoned a furious tempest of blood that soared into the air, transforming into 3 whirlwinds of bloody intent, charging towards the invincible Lin Bei. With a swift motion, Lin Bei soared with a tremor of his wings, the air around him violently shaking. 100 meters shrank to mere inches in that moment. Without any flair, he launched a deadly kick, his right foot, unmatched in power, aimed straight for the neck of the first ancestor with a single kick. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as a massive force caused a chilling wind to whip backwards, swirling dust and sand. The immensely powerful first ancestor, armored in blood, was kicked down into the ground, kneeling in a deep crater, his head completely shattered, rendering him incapacitated. The terrifying force made the other 2 ancestors retreat in difficulty. What kind of monster is this human? Lin Bei snorted lightly. Is this all the strength you vampire ancestors possess? Quite disappointing. But in the next second, the obliterated first ancestor began to stir, his head miraculously regrowing. Indeed, the self-healing abilities of an ancestor were formidable. He quickly regained consciousness. He immediately tried to flee, which Lin Bei had anticipated. Predicting his movement, Lin Bei raised his dragon spear. Floating yet steady as if on solid ground, his body stretched like a great bow, his gaze sharp as a falcon poised for release. In a moment of gathering strength, his hair danced wildly and the sound of thunder roared within him, his spiritual power bursting forth. He threw the spear. Boom, whoosh, a circle of air vibrated with an impact spreading from his hand. The shadow dragon spear tore through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun, a dragon soaring through the skies. The enormous impact, along with a destructive slashing wind, completely engulfed the fleeing first ancestor. Bang! An explosive moment. Following the second ancestor, the first ancestor also fell. The third and fourth ancestors, now fully alert, realized the terrifying power of this man. The 2 ancestors circled high in the sky, exchanged a glance, and decided to join forces to take down this monstrous human, blood evil dragon. Both shouted simultaneously, invoking the name of their bloodthirsty move. Around them, the blood they controlled began to take shape, gradually forming a gigantic red dragon, with a deafening roar that filled the skies. The blood dragon opened its maw and dived down ferociously. It aimed to tear apart everything that stood in its path to dominance with its sharp claws and fangs. The dragon's roar, with a powerful impact, shattered and split the earth. Everything in front of it was utterly destroyed. The blood dragon's gaping maw was now right before the unarmed Lin Bei. Mountain thunder collapse. Lin Bei raised his arm. Lightning and demonic energy continuously gathered around his arm. The mountainous fist armor suddenly exerted force, 1,000-meter heavy mountain. Paired with lightning destruction, the shadowy heavy fist shattered the air with a sonic boom. The mountainous heavy punch stretched along its path, shooting out explosively. With one punch, he shattered the 1,000-meter blood dragon, like a demon god descending, unstoppable. Note this cannot be. A shattered scream mixed with a sickened roar and blood rained down. Lin Bei, looking up disdainfully, said, 10 heavens taken down. Boom! 2 blood shadows, accompanied by a sky of blood rain, fell freely, smashing into the ground, creating 2 craters of varying depths. In a moment of life and death, the fourth progenitor used the third progenitor as a shield to block the devastating punch. Barely surviving in a crippled state, his body was shattered. Hovering on the brink of death, he attempted to feign death, but such tricks could not deceive Lin Bei's eyes. Oh, you're still alive? It seems we can have a bit more fun, Lin Bei said as he descended slowly, wearing a smile of great compassion and benevolence. He walked over to where the first progenitor had been obliterated, leaving no trace, and pulled out the shadow dragon spear deeply embedded in the ground. With great interest, he looked towards the last despairing vampire progenitor. At this moment, Lin Bei truly seemed like the ultimate boss of the 10 heavens. Damn it, what in the world are you? You're even stronger than the imperial human from 1,000 years ago. Are you some divine monster? Shut up, just quietly wait for your death, Lin Bei replied, his smile widening murderously too, his ears fully embracing the role of the ruthless antagonist. The fourth progenitor, the strongest among the 4 vampire progenitors, naturally possessed the qualities of a king due to his mid-tier monarch status. knowing his end was inevitable. He, a member of an almost immortal race, seemed to fear death even more than ordinary humans. Overwhelmed by fear, he frantically decided to fight back with all his might, hoping to at least scratch Lin Bei, King's treasure, Bloodslot blade. His body erupted in a gush of blood from his wounds, which he gathered in his palms. With a swift motion of his right hand, a narrow stream of blood shot out, instantly forming a large, long-handled blood-red blade. The demonic king materialized his treasure for battle, but this did not stop Lin Bei from defeating him. Lin Bei, with a cold expression, wielded the dragon spear, gathering endless shadows from all around towards the spear tip. The black energy blade, entwined with lightning, danced with the spear, increasing the temperature and igniting the air around it. In a blink, Lin Bei vanished from the spot, and with a roaring gust of wind he struck at the fourth progenitor. The shadow dragon spear slashed furiously. The fourth progenitor, having wanted to fight back, found himself only able to passively take the hits. Lin Bei struck first with his left fist. Boom! The king's treasure, the Bloodslot blade, was directly shattered by the mountainous, terrifying punch, cracking incessantly. The fourth progenitor watched his strongest weapon, forged over 1,000 years, break into pieces. At the same time, he was blasted away, his demonic blood spraying wildly. Upon contact with this punch, he had already accepted his death. The pain was excruciatingly real, yet his vampire self-healing nature pulled him back to reality, forcing him to endure the torment of fear once more. The heavy blow never allowed the fourth progenitor a moment to recover. Following closely, a second round of destructive strikes came. Lin Bei, like a diving dragon or a fierce tiger, unleashed a terrifying killing intent with his spear targeting the fourth progenitor's head. The shadow dragon spear traced a chillingly sharp arc, and a giant dark dragon shadow formed along with the terrifying supernatural weapon. An unprecedented, ultimate murderous intent aimed directly at the fourth progenitor, propelled by explosive currents. A world-shocking spear thrust breaking through the dawn. Shadow dragon breaks the army. The four mightiest vampire kings, one by one, fell before this vampire seal. Even the imperial-level powerhouses who attempted to seal the four progenitors a millennium ago with their utmost efforts could not achieve this feat. Today, Lin Bei alone, with his sheer power, managed to accomplish this effortlessly. It is terrifying indeed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mid-level king-level demon and earning 700,000 fusion points. Lin Bei holstered his gun, is standing victorious on the battlefield. An event occurred that all beings within the 10 heavens could never have anticipated. The sky began to brighten. The crimson remnants of the moon gradually faded, and for the first time in 1,000 years the first rays of sunlight touched the land of the blood moon forbidden zone. Looking up as the daylight grew brighter, a hint of life emerged in the previously desolate blood moon forbidden zone. Lin Bei slowly walked towards the corpses of the four progenitors, collecting the four treasures of the kings that had materialized. 3 of the king's treasures were damaged, 1 completely destroyed battle frenzy blood armor, 1 completely shattered bloodthirsty cleaver, 1 completely shattered blood ring, and 1 blood woe. Ding! The system was unable to fuse the completely damaged items and immediately prevented Lin Bei from attempting the fusion. Lin Bei smirked, a bit disappointed, but still stored them into the shadow. He then picked up the orb named Blood Woe, which clearly wasn't a piece of equipment but a skill. Unexpectedly, the king's treasure was not only equipment but also skill drops, making things even more interesting. Lin Bei murmured softly, Blood Woe. Understanding the true essence of blood, it can inflict fatal damage and ignore any defense, dealing absolute true damage. Impressive, isn't this like a skill where every strike is a critical hit? Hiss? Such a powerful ability, how come no enemies used it against me just now? Perhaps it was the special ability of the first progenitor who was instantly killed by me before he had a chance to show it. Pitiful indeed. Such a great item, of course, couldn't escape being fused by Lin Bei. After the fusion of Blood Woe, Lin Bei visibly became several times stronger. After pondering for a moment, the information on his pass token directly changed to the 11th heaven. He had cleared the level. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave the place. Instead, he walked slowly forward, finally arriving at a pile of ruins. The vampire seal that still flickered with faint light suddenly appeared before him. Since arriving in these 10 heavens, Lin Bei had been following the special aura of the sealing barrier. He knew that this seal, which had contained tens of thousands of vampires for 1,000 years, was no ordinary object. Adhering to the philosophy of fusing everything, Lin Bei decided to act on this seal. Gazing at the weak barrier for half a second, the system analyzed the ability of the fusion object. National secret technique, bloodburn, an ultimate skill that even imperial-level powerhouses risk their lives to use, burning one's essence, blood and life force to temporarily attain a divine-like body. Even against the undying clan it could inflict fatal damage, briefly obtaining an extraordinary physique. The system, the bloodburn barrier, has not disappeared. May I merge with it? Yes, it will consume 850 million fusion points. My goodness, each one is more expensive than the last. Merging this means today's efforts were all for naught, Lin Bei ruefully said, but he desperately needed this item now. After system integration, it can automatically avoid the drawbacks of the fusion material, eliminating the disadvantage of burning life. Bloodburn would thus become an unlimited boost for him at this moment. Merge. At the same time, across the entire 100 layers heaven barrier battlefield and even on the outer blue star, a divine voice from beyond the heavens resounded. Powerfully, the entire dragon nation was overjoyed. It had been 100 years, a full century, since the last occurrence of the heaven barrier divine voice, and now it reappeared in the world. This was a sign of good tidings, a harbinger of blessings. Blue Star's Dragon Nation's Shadow King, who eradicated the millennia-old scourge of the 10 layers heaven and triumphed in the battle. Conditions met, rewarding the Dragon Nation. The secret realm of Changbai Mountain Tianqi opens, the Lingshu's secret realm. Upon the blue star, everyone who heard the voice of the heaven barrier divine voice trembled with the opening of the secret realm. The secret realm, officially known as the Lingshu Secret Realm, has seen the aura evolve with each significant battle victory since the resurgence of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Lingshu secret realm is tenfold that of the global aura content of Blue Star. Even merely standing in the secret realm and absorbing spiritual energy could rapidly advance an awakener, not to mention within the Lingshu formidable demons and beasts also reside. The awakeners always believe that it is under crisis that unexpected powers burst forth, propelling them to higher levels. Crisis and opportunity coexist. The exploration and development of the secret realm are controlled by the military, ensuring basic safety while opening it to the vast number of talented young awakeners. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. As a large number of young awakeners rapidly increase their power, this signifies the future strength of national power. Thus, the emergence of the secret realm is one of the most critical factors for countries striving for survival under the resurgence of spiritual energy. Such good news naturally made the people of the Dragon Nation rejoice nationwide. It's worth noting that even the previous total assault that captured the 66 layers heaven did not bring about a reward of spiritual energy. The arrival of rewards now undoubtedly proves that the achievements of the Shadow King, who successfully breached the 10 layers heaven, are extraordinary. However, a question arises. For the anxious public, who is this Shadow King? They must find out. But in Harbor City, Lin Bei's photo was already on the front page headlines. Back to Lin Bei. Having completed the integration, Lin Bei appeared refreshed and invigorated. After the blood-burn integration, for some reason his body also underwent noticeable changes. His muscles became tighter and more elastic, his skin smooth and delicate as a baby's. It felt as though his entire body's blood had transformed into surging tides, a truly marvelous sensation. Visibly, the damn handsome guy became even more handsome. Just the preliminary integration of bloodburn has such effects. One wonders what it would be like to temporarily obtain an extraordinary physique when activating bloodburn. Ding, bloodburn integration complete. Please use it cautiously, host. The integration eliminates the consumption of life force, but the consumption of spiritual power still exists. Do not solely rely on the power of the bloodburn. Do not blindly believe that cheating is always fun. Lin Bei frowned slightly and nodded in agreement, contemplating how to utilize the bloodburn power next. Only after merging with the bloodburn did he realize that this secret technique seemed to be something that only the strongest human beings at the Emperor level of combat could start to cultivate. However, by merging he had gained skills that not even the invincible at the Emperor realm could necessarily comprehend. It indeed seemed excessively powerful, but then again, through the bloodburn he seemed to have uncovered a secret, that this power was not something developed by humans at all. Where then did this so-called bloodburn power originate from? Demons and myriad tribes? The 100 heavy barriers? Or perhaps from the cracks in the sky? Everything was a mystery. He had a vague feeling that what was hidden behind the barriers and cracks was not so simple. All beings seemed to be following this game mode except for himself, who had caught on to a bug. He might know his next target now. System, are there any other things similar to this seal within the 100 heavy barriers? Theoretically, there should be.
Listening to the system's reply, Lin Bei showed a meaningful smile.
It seemed that continuing to level up would definitely bring better things his way. However, having heard what the Heavenly Barrier's divine voice had said, he temporarily had other plans.
Soon, the shadowy massacre of the entire Blood clan gradually ended. Lin Bei alone exterminated a clan. Indeed, no one else could achieve such a feat. Regardless of what the conditions for conquering the Heavenly Barrier were, Lin Bei clearly met them all and was naturally qualified to receive the reward. Lin Bei summoned the Imperial Decree, preparing to exit the Heavenly Barrier.
Just then, a giant water-blue dragon rushed towards Lin Bei from not far away. Upon the dragon of water element, a beautiful figure slowly descended in front of Lin Bei. The dragon transformed into steam and vanished without a trace as the figure leapt down. The first sequence of water elemental spirit power, Lin Bei remarked indifferently. Dragon Tongue quickly approached, a surprised smile on her face. So you are the Shadow Emperor. I've long admired your name. My name is Lin Bei. Lin Bei replied casually. Although he had chosen the name himself and didn't initially think much of it, he felt a bit awkward being frequently addressed by it after Jiang Shan's teasing. Dragon Tongue blinked, hurriedly gave a standard military salute and said, I have seen many old emperor-level powerhouses who are unapproachably majestic, but I did not expect the young Emperor Lin Bei to be so approachable. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts and loudly said, Dragon Tongue, a general of the Dragon Realm's 10 layers, vows to die protecting the Imperial-level Shadow Emperor, assisting the Total Conquest Army to the 66th layer. Lin Bei looked indifferent, glancing at Dragon Tongue in front of him. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, not at all, Dragon Tongue replied, still somewhat panicked despite the young and handsome appearance of the young man in front of her. The 66th layer, have you been there? Lin Bei continued with his inquiry, but Long Yu shook her head. Though she possessed the strength of an early-stage battle king and had lived in the 33rd heaven battle city, it was still insufficient to reach the heights of the 66th heaven. Her words were merely spoken in the heat of the moment. After all, the 66th heaven was the pinnacle battlefield for races at the level of gods and emperors. Naturally, she had no qualification for that. Following you was too slow. I'll go by myself. I'm heading out now. Out. When a royal-level powerhouse returns, it's a major event at the military department that requires approval from superiors, but for Lin Bei it seems so trivial. Can you tell me where you are going? Didn't you hear? The secret realm has opened, and I've fought my way out. Lin Bei said nonchalantly, waving the hand decree he held in his hand. A secret realm? With your current strength, do you still need to go to the secret realm? Isn't that a place only for young awakeners under the age of 25? Yes, don't I fit the bill? Emperor, may I be so bold as to ask how old are you? Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to answer her obvious question, shaking the hand decree and casually replied, 30, quite old, tied around the waist. Then his figure transformed into specks of light particles and disappeared into the barriers of the 100 heavens, leaving Long Yu standing alone, blinking and tilting her head in confusion. 30 years old, he doesn't look it. What's this about being tied around the waist? Then, as if realizing something, her face turned red and she stomped her foot, exclaiming, this emperor is not proper at all. Lin Bei returned to Harbor City. Although the city was alive with the sound of drums and firecrackers and thousands were rushing about chasing after Lin Bei's figure like crazy fans, he himself was as calm as Mount Tai. Small scene. No matter how noisy it gets outside, I just keep my head down and sleep deeply, eat well, drink well and grow muscles. That's the correct way to maintain spiritual power. No wonder this guy is incredibly strong. Details really do make or break success. The Harbor City Admiral, Shin Ning-yun, of course, took special care of Lin Bei, having already arranged heavy guards near his home. Anyone unwise enough to disturb this child's quiet cultivation was promptly invited to the police station for tea. Life was quite peaceful and 2 days passed. As expected, a major directive was made from above. Although Harbor City was originally a second-tier city without the priority to enter the secret realm, thanks to the Dark Shadow Emperor Lin Bei's influence, it received preferential treatment and became the top seed player team of the Lingshu secret realm, together with the seed teams from the first-tier cities of the capital, the Magic Capital, Yang City, Deep City and North Border. They were the first batch to enter the secret realm, vying for the Ling Pool of the secret realm first. Young talents from all over the Dragon Country were eager to try, indicating a new wave was coming with the opening of the Ling Pool secret realm. On this day, not only the prodigies from various schools but also former and current young talents under the age of 25 gathered at the City Battle Center for evaluation and selection.
The standard for each city was a prodigy seed team of 5 people, so they must be the most elite personnel of the entire city. Apart from the esteemed position of Lin Bei, the remaining 4 seats were the targets of fierce competition. Shen Ningyan, spirited and direct, wasted no time getting to the point. Harbor City's youth has always spoken with strength. There are only 4 seats left for you.
With an emperor-level Lin Bei here, I'm not worried, but don't let the competitors from other
cities think we only have Lin Bei. Each of you represents the face of Harbor City. Let the people of the first-tier cities see, we have strong individuals and not just one word, fight. Shen Ningyun spoke with fervor but was gently tugged at by her secretary, who signaled her to remember her status and not to get too excited. Such words were not befitting of an admiral. Shen Ningyun knew she was overly emotional and composed herself. Everyone could understand, after all, the class disparities between cities had existed for a long time, not only in terms of economic development but also in the distribution of major spiritual energy resources. Nobody wants to be left behind, right? Some things are not said outright, but everyone is brimming with energy. This is what turning over a new leaf looks like. Spiritual power destructiveness test, beginning now. The admiral waved grandly. The roaring of machinery echoed continuously. Suddenly a large hole appeared on the ground in front of everyone. A huge machine slowly rose from the hole until it was fully visible on the surface. It was a massive testing device made of special spiritual power alloy, a giant force testing target. The device featured a large LCD screen, presumably to display the data. The requirements for going into the mystic frontiers are naturally strict. There is no strongest, only stronger. Among those present were young prodigies, with none below the middle tier of combat masters. To reach the level of combat master before the age of 25 is rare among ordinary people. After all, not everyone has the great fortune to have an encounter like Lin Bei. The test
is simple and crude. Directly measure the destructive power of a full-force spiritual energy strike. Everyone was eager to try, cherishing this opportunity. Even Zhao Tai, who was severely injured and hospitalized, was wrapped in bandages and determined to give it a try, looking quite tragic and desolate. The first one, Chen Yushi, 18 years old, come up for the test. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned toward the stunningly beautiful girl flipping her hair. Chen Yushi's reputation in Harbor City was well known to all but Lin Bei. In the past century, aside from Lin Bei, she was the strongest. Everyone watched her, yet she looked towards Lin Bei. But Lin Bei was daydreaming. Chen Yushi pouted regretfully, raised her hand about a meter away from the force testing target. Closing her eyes and concentrating, her spiritual energy suddenly burst forth, weaving streams of white light out of thin air. A huge magic array eventually formed. Transformation, White Wolf. The array vibrated, passing through Chen Yushi's body. She actually transformed into a half-beast, sprouting beast ears, claws and a tail. The figure that finally appeared before everyone was sexy and wild, emitting a massive demonic aura. Wow, is Chen Yushi's spiritual energy sequence beastification? Jiang Shan is standing next to Lin Bei, shook Lin Bei's arm frantically and exclaimed. Lin Bei, annoyed by Jiang Shan, glanced at him and frowned slightly. He noticed something. It wasn't beastification but a rare branch sequence, mimicry. Chen Yushi's spiritual power was akin to a changeable slime. Any demon she had seen could be semi-demonized into that demon's form. This appearance, like the ghost wolf lord they encountered in the first heaven. Did they encounter it too? Interesting. Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. Suddenly Chen Yushi's massive wolf claw shot up, tearing through the air with a ferocious swipe. The sound of air being sliced was thunderous, like a knife clashing against iron armor, sparks flying spectacularly. The sharp, piercing noise of metal on metal seemed almost enough to burst eardrums, causing the force measuring device to shake violently. Soon the screen above rapidly calculated the final destructive power of this contestant's forceful strike. The data was displayed in the most direct form for all to see. Instantaneous impact force, 1865 kilograms, equivalent to the kinetic energy of an armor-piercing round, capable of penetrating through 20 centimeters of 10 layers of steel plate. Destructive force, grade A. The crowd watching the screen emitted sounds of amazement repeatedly. It was clear this was an impressive performance. Next up, Lushi, 23 years old, bang. One after another, 4 or 5 people went up. They all quickly demonstrated their strongest capabilities. It was evident that everyone was of the same elite level, with strengths fairly close to each other. Their destructive powers were all around grade B with little difference. Lin Bei's mind wasn't really on them after all. Compared to the first contestant Chen Yushi, they seemed insignificant. After a while,
a gust of wind swept through, once again drawing Lin Bei's attention. This was indeed a spiritual power fluctuation far surpassing all previous contestants. Boom!
Instantaneous impact force, 1869 kilograms capable of
penetrating 20 centimeters of 10 layers of steel plate. Destructive force, grade A, stronger than Shen Yushi by a bit. Although the margin was small, it was definitely stronger than the current Shen Yushi. From where did such power come? To be able to train the primarily agile wind-type spiritual power, the destructive power of the raging storm, to such an extent was truly astonishing. My god, this Feng Qinghua, how is he so powerful? Fengdu, how did he come to Harbor City to participate in the test? Hey, isn't it obvious? He is the grandson of the Admiral of Fengdu, 26 years old. Got it now, damn so cunning.
The onlookers mumbled sarcastically, but Feng Qinghua clenched his teeth in
secret, remembering the faces of all those who spoke ill of him. If it weren't for his grandfather asking him to keep a low profile when coming here, he would definitely teach these brats a lesson with a wind blade right now. They also qualify to go to the sacred realm, just trash. Without saying a word, he walked down from the testing area holding the highest record to date. Although it was controversial, but the other party was powerful and influential, not to be provoked. When Feng Qinghua stepped down from the testing platform, he glanced at Lin Bei seemingly in challenge. He was that kind of confident man who believes in not bullying the young, middle-aged or the elderly, but Lin Bei didn't care. After all, who would care about someone weaker than oneself? Watching that guy all high and mighty, Lin Bei thought to himself calmly, he almost thought he was overdoing it. However, the next second a loud calling voice was heard. Next up, Lin Bei, 18 years old. When the testing official called Lin Bei's name, he hesitated for a moment. Does Lin Bei still need to test? He looked towards Admiral Shin Ningyan not far away with a pleading gaze. Seeing the Admiral nod affirmatively, everyone suddenly understood. This was a segment deliberately arranged by the Admiral. It was designed for Lin Bei to showcase his terrifying strength, thereby completely intimidating this group of proud geniuses. Mr. Lin Bei, please come forward. At the peculiar request of the testing officer, Lin Bei silently stepped up. He raised his hand to brace against the massive metal force measuring target, feeling its weight, which was at least tens of tons. To the average person, this would definitely be a solid chunk of heavy iron. Everyone before had appeared very confident, but uniquely Lin Bei seemed to have a bit of difficulty facing this force measuring device. A light tap will do, no need to pay if you break it. Shin Ningyan seemed to read Lin Bei's thoughts and added. With that, Lin Bei's expression cleared up. Everyone else's eyes widened. What does that mean? I think I've caught on to the tactic here. He's about to blow up the machine, get out of the way. Suddenly someone screamed in alarm, but it was already too late. Lin Bei didn't need to punch. With a single arm shake, he flicked a finger. The thunderous demonic energy wrapped around his finger instantly incinerated the surrounding air. Concentrated and shot out, it emitted a blinding light. Flames splattered everywhere. Bang! The moment the force measuring target was struck, it emitted a startling explosive sound. Then came the sound of shattering into pieces. The earth trembled like an earthquake, echoing through the entire combat center. It truly exploded. Numerous staff members were already on high alert, but still they were shocked by the sight. Faintly visible on the now fragmented device screen, data jumped wildly, recalculating numerous errors. In the end, it could only freeze at kg, destructive power infinite, with a swoosh. Completely shattered to dust. Are you kidding me? Is this the strength the 18-year-old should have? We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so exceptional? The dust slowly dispersed. Lin Bei slowly walked down, since he didn't have to pay himself. Behind him, only a damaged giant metal base lay quietly there. Some, like Feng Qinghua, who had been somewhat unconvinced, nervously swallowed several gulps of saliva. Is this the gap between ordinary people and an emperor of men? He began to regret showing off his arrogance just now. It was a bit irretrievable. Previously, I had only heard of the unrivaled strength of a war emperor, but seeing it firsthand was still a first. Lin Bei, this guy was an emperor among men who lingered in the city, and this was the only chance for this batch of rookies to encounter an emperor. Too exaggerated. There were originally 2 more people scheduled to demonstrate their strength after Lin Bei. It was thought that even if Lin Bei lightly damaged the measuring device, it could be repaired and reused. But now it seems they were overthinking. There was no need for repairs. Turned into slag, what's there to fix? The yet to show their strength. Shang Dong and Zhang Shi brothers were somewhat stunned. What about them? not even given a chance to show off, they were brushed aside, their faces showed a bit of reluctance and regret. However, Lin Bei raised his hand and pointed at the two brothers yet to display their strength. These two are the chief ministers of my single combat division. I'm taking them with me. Everyone following the direction of his finger looked at the Zhang brothers.
The two looked up, their faces filled with surprise. The boss is the boss, we didn't follow the wrong person.
The crowd below buzzed with discussion, some envious, some skeptical, but none dared to disobey. Wait, that makes 6 people then: Lin Bei, Jiang Shan, Chen Yuxi, the Zhang brothers, plus that backdoor entry Feng Qinghua, that's 6 people. Hearing someone raise a question, Feng Qinghua was taken aback, then glanced at Lin Bei and the other 3 who had basically been selected.
Jiang Shan, this guy had unknowingly reached the battle honor realm and was not to be provoked in Chen
Yushi's talent was unparalleled. If these twin boys must state counting over and over again, it turns out he himself is the joke. How could he agree to this? The Feng family had paid a tremendous price not for him to come here for a day trip in Harbor City. The Feng family was also counting on him to snatch the supreme secret treasure during this secret realm expedition to advance into the top 100 families in one fell swoop.
This is ridiculous, absurd. I am at the peak of the battle.
Masters, these 2 boys are mid-level battle masters, 2 realms below me. Even together they might not be my match. Why should I be the one to be eliminated? Lin Bei, although you are the emperor of man, you shouldn't be so biased, right? You people in Harbor City bully others like this. Aren't you afraid of others' criticism? Lin Bei and his best friend Jiang Shan exchanged glances and smiled faintly. Chen Yuxi, although not understanding Lin Bei's intentions, did not favor Feng Qinghua's obvious backdoor maneuvers.
She also unconditionally trusted Lin Bei's choices and was curiously observing these Zhang
brothers, deemed indispensable by Lin Bei. What is so extraordinary about them? What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Am I wrong? Jiang Shan responded with a smile. Sorry, brother Feng, who has traveled from afar, the 2 of them together, you really can't beat them, nor can I. Even if everyone here combined, it would be futile. Except for Abe. Nonsense. Lin Bei put away his smile, stood up from the side, his face stern as he spoke to Feng Qinghua. The geniuses in Harbor City are
far more numerous than you imagine. But you can't come here for nothing. Let's give you a demonstration of their spiritual power, but not here. Let's go to the Beast Ruins.
He's coming, walking with the shadow. The usually tranquil and peaceful Beast Ruins under the clear skies was completely deserted due to Lin Bei's arrival. The fear of death, an insurmountable barrier for beasts. A gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of sand and dust. 2 figures, gradually becoming clear, stood in the center of the arena. It took some time, but according to Lin Bei's requirements, the ruins were cleared once again. Everyone stood 100 meters away, observing every move of the 2 brothers. Gradually, the hydrogen and oxygen in the air began to rise. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 2 elements combined. Boom! The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Hydrogen and oxygen combined. My God, are they going to? The power of science.
This is not something ordinary Awaken can do. Only these Zhang brothers with their unique spiritual power sequence are qualified.
Lin Bei calmly pointed towards the center of the arena. A snap of his fingers and a thunderbolt shot out, directly targeting the center of the arena. The thunderbolt was the signal to ignite. At that moment, upon contact with hydrogen and oxygen, spiritual nuclear explosion. Only then did everyone realize these 2 are the legendary nuclear lords. Everyone ran as far as they could, leaving a baffled Feng Qinghua and others dumbfounded. Can it really be played like this? A terrifying power of destruction quietly emanated from it. Then a dazzling white light ensued. Boom! As the sound erupted from the mouths, the core burst forth with terrifying destructive energy, momentarily stalling. Then, under the astonished gazes of all, it suddenly exploded. The entire heavens and earth trembled at that moment due to the blast. All the mountains within thousands of meters, with a loud bang, were shattered into powder. For a moment, an entire mountain range was turned into a desert. Sand flew and stones galloped, with smoke filling the air. These 2 were like human-operated nuclear bombs. It turned out that the combination of seemingly useless spiritual powers could reach such a terrifying extent. How was this achieved? Are these still humans? Perhaps this is adaptability. Admiral Shin Ningyun, resisting the blast with her spiritual power, murmured with a smile. Organisms living in a special environment for a long time naturally adapt to the intensity of the environment. Because the conditions imposed by Lin Bei were too overbearing, those in his squad have also turned into little monsters, haven't they? If I could be 20 years younger, that group called Solo Combat Division, I would really like to join and see. she looked at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, enviously speaking. The dense dust from the explosion gradually subsided, since the nuclear explosion was triggered by spiritual power. Although its lethality was similar, there was no risk of nuclear radiation contamination. Truly healthy and pollution-free, a must-have demolition tool for home and travel, deeply favored by Lin Bei. Zhang Dong and Zhang Shi, the two brothers, were also exceedingly excited. Initially, when they went with Lin Bei to Tianjiang, they started researching this killer move at Lin Bei's suggestion. Although they had faced numerous problems many times, Lin Bei did not mind letting them figure it out on their own, thinking that this matter would come to nothing. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Bei took the initiative to let them use this move. Regarding the ignition switch, Lin Bei said, "I have my ways." Indeed so, the first detonation displayed such terrifying power, even the War King would be severely crippled by such an attack. Initially, the two did not have the concept of explosion in their minds, but now, having witnessed their own power, even though they were blown 100 meters away with injuries all over, they still smiled brilliantly. Zhang Dong, the boss never lies to us. Zhang Shi, we are really awesome.
No, it's Lin Boss who is truly awesome to the max.
Those fleeing in all directions, some simply went straight home thinking this was no longer fun. The young people nowadays are truly incredible, playing with spiritual power sequences to such an extent. Have they become so powerful that they casually deploy nuclear bombs now? Among the present crowd who would dare to try and compete for the 5 seats of the Harbor City team, isn't that just risking life against nuclear bombs? And looking at Feng Qinghua, who was initially the most enthusiastic, she was now completely wilted, her face pale and silent. She was after all one of the most promising young talents of Fengdu, and this trip to Harbor City had deeply shocked her. What's with this small harbor city? How come so many people have the stature of a great emperor? Could it really be as Admiral Shin just said, adaptability? Doesn't Lin Bei need to be researched in slices? Such a powerful person, shouldn't he benefit all of humanity? Mr. Feng, do you have any other
matters?
At this moment, Shen Ningyun approached Feng Qinghua, asking politely in a proper manner. The Feng family had paid a hefty price to secure this opportunity for their only heir to come to Harbor City, but now if he is still outmatched, nobody else can be blamed. There's nothing more to be done. Feng Qinghua's expression turned sour as he slowly turned to face Shen Ningyan and asked, "I accept the defeat, but can my family get back the resources we provided? Our agreement was to participate in the secret realm, not just the selection." Shen Ningyun, unfazed and calm, replied with a smile still on her face, "Haha, dear nephew, what are you dreaming about? This is a serious matter. Let your father come and talk to me about it." Her response was half joking and half serious. Truly, as a woman who had fought her way to the position of an admiral, speaking was an art form. She left Feng Qinghua speechless. "Very well, the Feng family will remember this," Feng Qinghua said, bowing with his hands clasped before turning to leave with a slightly cold expression. Just then Lin Bei appeared as if out of thin air and asked the still smiling admiral, "Why not just snap back at him? Wouldn't eliminating him be better?" Shen Ningyun was momentarily stunned. "Indeed, that is very like you, Lin Bei, always so decisive. But Harbor City isn't just any place, and things can't be done as simply as one wishes. Family affairs are a bit more complicated. The name Fengdu Feng family doesn't come without its implications, perhaps reminding one of the strongest in the Wind elemental lineage, right? Ancestor of wind," Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. Shen Ningyan nodded. "Though they are just a branch family, this year they also have hopes of being selected into the top 100 families. It's possible to involve one of the strongest divine realm beings of our time, but it's unnecessary. Most importantly, we mustn't drag you into this. To ensure you leave clean and return gloriously to be buried in this native land is what we can do." Your words sound heartwarming, but why do I feel slightly uncomfortable hearing them? Why talk about a glorious burial already as if you wish to feast at it? Can't one just live well? Alright, I know you, Lin Bei, fear neither heaven nor earth. Lin Bei didn't respond, understanding that society is indeed complex and everyone must follow rules to survive. Fortunately, he is someone who operates beyond these rules. A cheater? No, rather he's still a child who can do as he pleases. Yes, a big child with muscles. Now that the Harbor City seed team has been selected, everyone should go back and make their preparations. In about 3 days, we'll set off. Do your best to become stronger. Harbor City will be your strongest support. Understood? We'll give it our all. Everyone dispersed back to the city, and on his way home, Lin Bei met the mother and daughter from next door who were just preparing to go out. They wanted to take Lin Bei with them for a meal, but he politely declined, sending off the mother and daughter with a smile. Lin Bei smiled faintly. The opportunity had finally come. Now that the neighbor Aunt Lou was out, there would be no one else nearby. With the surroundings cleared, there was no need to worry about others being affected. He was now ready to venture into the blood ignition state for the first time. After all, it was an extraordinary body, and forcibly entering it could have unpredictable side effects. Over the past few days, he had already devised a comprehensive plan to experiment with it. Without hesitation, he initiated the blood ignition. Boom! His blood instantly boiled, its flow intensifying. Lin Bei's body shuddered like a tiger. Thump, thump, the heavy thudding beats of his heart turned into a roaring rampage. At that moment, his heart seemed as if it were powered by an emperor's engine. The fierce pounding was like the roaring of an engine, signaling the prelude to an aggressive assault. Then a heart-wrenching muscular pain swept over his entire body. He clenched his teeth, feeling his body being roasted from the inside out by a mysterious heat. The first time was always going to hurt a bit. Lin Bei was mentally prepared, yet he hadn't anticipated the strength to be so overwhelmingly powerful. His already grand stature, with perfectly chiseled muscular contours, now seemed to double in size. Only he could feel the immense power filling his body as terrifying spiritual power surged out like a tide. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the extraordinary body, unlocking higher level control over the Shadow Kingdom during this time. You have obtained the Shadow King technique, Shadow Traverse. You can move through shadows to reach any location with shadow soldiers. Just possessing the extraordinary body already gave off such a powerful aura. He couldn't even begin to imagine the potent combination of reaching the godly realm with supreme spiritual power. But now was not the time to think about that. There was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He had to make haste. System, while my spiritual power hasn't run out, let's integrate the devouring shadow force under the blood ignition system. Why would the host initiate blood ignition for no reason? So you were waiting for me here? This is called being prepared in advance. Think about it. Using blood ignition to temporarily elevate to an extraordinary body allows the integration of special physique required extraordinary shadow skills like this devouring shadow force XL. Although temporarily restricted to activation under blood ignition, this is a supremely invincible trump card. Lin Bei had wanted to acquire the devouring shadow force from the start, and now that he finally had the chance, he wouldn't let it slip away. Ding! Congratulations, host, on integrating the devouring shadow force, enhancing the king's devouring shadow effect with projection magic to temporarily materialize swallowed object shadows. Oh, this is quite interesting. Lin Bei walked to the window, opened it, and pointed to the upscale villa complex below. Let's start by devouring that villa across the street and see how it goes. Changbai Mountain Tianxi. Under the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Earth's core expanded, and the land area increased by more than 100-fold. Many landscapes once considered natural gifts and biological forbidden zones now exhibited mysterious spiritual magnetic fields and were sealed off. As humanity continuously triumphed on the battlefield against celestial barriers, these forbidden zones would become part of the rewards, reopening with new faces. Including this time at Changbai Mountain Tianxi, 6 spiritual ruins have reappeared worldwide over the millennia: the 100 Tombs Death Triangle, Kunlun Holy Ruins, Mount Jomalhari, Blizzard Peak, Hell Sahara Desert, and Atlantis Sanctuary. 6 mystical sites are scattered across the corners of the world, providing a continuous supply of spiritual energy to the surrounding nations. It is clear to see that the Dragon Nation is powerful, having unlocked 3 of these mystical places, making it one of the strongest nations in the world. Despite the envy and jealousy from the Western countries, they can only watch helplessly. After all, the Dragon Nation is filled with talented individuals. A few days later, the ready and proud youth of the Dragon Nation stepped onto the land of Changbai Mountain. Even before entering the mystical site, they could already feel the rich spiritual energy permeating the air, a sensation unmatched by any other place. Wow, this place is really something. Jiang Shan excitedly breathed in the surrounding air, feeling his body become stronger. Lin Bei nonchalantly nodded. Of course, he appeared calm. Although the spiritual energy on Blue Star was indeed abundant, it paled in comparison to the spiritual energy above the 10th layer of the heavenly barrier. The higher the level in the heavenly barrier, the stronger the spiritual energy becomes. This is precisely why high-level awakeners always reside within the heavenly barrier, as their need for spiritual energy cannot be satisfied by that of Blue Star alone. Chen Yushi excitedly followed behind Lin Bei, stepping in his shadow, thrilled to be in his presence even in her dreams. Today she had even dressed in what she thought boys liked, a combination of black tights and a short skirt, her enchanting
figure on full display, causing several single young men nearby to stare.
Reciting the mantra "form is emptiness, emptiness is form," she tried to suppress her improper thoughts. However, Lin Bei, keeping his eyes straight ahead as if he saw nothing, disappointed her. But that wasn't the main point. Her gaze was fixed on the mature woman leading the team at the front, Major General Fang Yi, specially requested from the War Department by Teacher Fang. A member of the elite Dragon Chan War Department and proficient in dragon language, it was quite a coincidence that this general guarding the city was also Teacher Fang's college classmate, and they were extremely close. At her request, the general had rushed to the port city and was shocked upon seeing Lin Bei, the informal emperor. "We meet again." Chen Yushi puffed her cheeks, muttering jealously. She thought she would be unrivaled after Teacher Fang, but now she faced another challenge from the lady in fishnet stockings.
Upon reaching the assembly point, dragon language turned around and cleared her throat before addressing the group seriously.
"Kofum, your teacher asked me to relay a message. When we enter the mystical site later, focus on exterminating demons and try to avoid conflicts with members of those noble families. It's safer to be cautious." Her gaze naturally fell on Lin Bei. After all, Lin Bei's talent was a valuable asset for the Dragon Nation, and it would be best if he avoided getting entangled in the petty struggles of the powerful families. Despite his extraordinary ability, dangers were still lurking. Humans can be terrifying and hearts can be venomous. After hearing this, 4 of the 5 were silent, recognizing the advice from a senior. Only Jiang Shan was busy replying, "Understood, understood. Miss Long, I need to find a bathroom. I've been holding it in for a while." His anxious expression seemed to perfectly embody what it means to sleep on the bus and rush to pee upon getting off, a true tourist mentality.
Long Yu waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and gather here.
Jiang Shan, as if granted amnesty, hugged Lin Bei next to him and shouted loudly, "Bei, come with me." "Together? Are you a little kid? Need someone to accompany you to the restroom?" Lin Bei asked disdainfully. Chuckling, Jiang Shan pushed Lin Bei towards the wildly growing spiritual forest nearby. Chen Yushi looked on enviously but couldn't voice her feelings. The two walked a long distance, constantly complaining about the lack of public restrooms on the mountain. But it wasn't anyone's fault. This place had been a deserted spiritual forbidden zone for hundreds of years and had only recently been opened. Who would think of building a restroom here? Finding a desolate spot, Jiang Shan couldn't hold it anymore and had to relieve himself right there. Lin Bei stood by, a traveler with cheats, spared even the time for restroom breaks. Once Jiang Shan was done, he felt refreshed and zipped up, walking back towards Lin Bei, intending to leave for the gathering point. Suddenly Lin Bei sensed something and quickly moved towards the direction of the sound. Hidden in the shadows, he observed everything. He saw 5 young people of notable strength, injured to various degrees, hiding behind a man with spectacles who seemed to be of high martial status, and he himself was badly wounded. Clearly, they were avoiding something. Their opponents were several 5-meter-tall beastly awakened beings whose strength at the pinnacle of martial status could be sensed through their spirit energy.
Shortly after, a young man with an effeminate and noble
appearance walked from behind these fierce beastly awakeners. His expression was harsh and disdainful as he spoke. "Teacher Luofeng, at this point you can't blame anyone else. This is all because you didn't make the right choices. How quickly and strongly I advance. Even if a deity were in the world, I'd be half a step ahead of him. And yet you chose these 5 useless people for our Xinjiang team. Isn't that a sign of insanity?"
Teacher Luofeng, the team leader from Xinjiang, spat
out a mouthful of blood and calmly responded, "We had already thoroughly evaluated the candidates during the selection process. Your power isn't suitable for the secret realm battle. Adventuring in the secret realm involves dangers. We can't treat this as child's play." "Ma Fei, please hold back." But Ma Fei, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "How can I possibly hold back at this stage? Sir, do you still take me for a fool?" "Humph, Luofeng, I didn't come here to seek your advice. I've come this far and I've brought my people. Today I must enter the secret realm.
The supreme treasure, our Ma family must advance
into the top 100 families. The supreme treasure, those top 100 families again, so annoying," Lin Bei muttered to himself from his hiding place. Just then Jiang Shan, panting heavily, ran over, but before he could speak he was stunned by the scene before him. "This is going to be a massacre." Lin Bei nodded. "Seems like it's Xinjiang seed team. What a pity. Should we go help?" Lin Bei shook his head. "Have you forgotten what Long Yu just said? Getting involved in their matters could be troublesome. It seems their intention is also the secret realm. We'll see once we're inside." Jiang Shan naively nodded, agreeing with everything Lin Bei said. It seemed to make some sense, but perhaps it was too absolute. As Lin Bei stepped forward preparing to leap behind him, teacher Luo Feng, who was protecting the students, suddenly erupted with spiritual power, shouting loudly, "Run! Run as far as you can go, find the station war division in front of Tianqi, their spiritual power is depleting too, I have a chance to get out safely, go." Luo Feng pushed the young boys and girls behind him and stood in front of several beast-transformed awakeners. Just then Ma Fei revealed a mocking smile and crazily laughed, "Joke, losing spiritual power, that doesn't exist, drink this." Suddenly he took out a delicate small medicine bottle and handed it to one of the awakeners around him who was rapidly losing spiritual energy. The awakener drank it with a wicked smile, and instantaneously his spiritual power surged back massively. The crystal clear spiritual medicine was very eye-catching. It was a spiritual power supplement. "What is your relationship with the spiritual cult?" The team leader's shocked suddenly turned cold. "Dead men need not know so much," Ma Fei cackled. "Attack, claws up, even if I have to maximize and sacrifice my spiritual power, I won't let you cult beasts touch the children." Teacher Luo Feng, "Don't." The strongest among the Xinjiang prodigies was only a 25-year-old early-stage battle lord, but he was the first to be severely injured, hanging by a thread. The others, burdened by carrying him, couldn't move fast and were quickly caught by the beast-transformed awakeners. Meanwhile, Luo Feng himself had to maximize and sacrifice his spiritual power to save them, and a sense of despair instantly flooded their hearts. "Die!" The beast-transformed awakener who had drunk the spiritual supplement, a giant flaming bear, stood tall like a moving fiery hill. He commanded his subordinates to strike together, intending to kill and eradicate all witnesses. Just then numerous blade-like sharp steel claws tore through the chests of the beast-transformed awakeners. "What is this?" Ma Fei was shocked, wondering if they had been discovered by others, but the next second he was even more stunned. It wasn't a human at all. With a cone-shaped head, V-shaped blood-red eyes flashing with ferocity, and sharp claws that could slice through metal, it was a monster. Had a monster escaped from the secret realm? What was happening? The rescued Xinjiang prodigies slowly lifted their heads, sensing footsteps approaching from the bushes. Lin Bei slowly emerged from the shadows, entering everyone's view. "Hey, do you still have that potion? Give it to me." "Who are you? Dead men need not know so much. Do you have it or not? Damn it, no matter who you are, you're going to die," Ma Fei shouted. "Wuxiong, it's up to you, crush him with your giant paws. We have people, we have supplements, we can easily traverse the secret realm. Later we'll split the benefits with your church 50-50. Ma Fei, you deserve to die." Luo Feng, stopping his spiritual ascension, glared at Ma Fei with gritted teeth. The beast-transformed awakener called Wuxiong grinned confidently, ready to strike. Several seemingly frail shadow monsters appeared as mere children in his eyes. With a punch each, he knocked them down. Bang, bang. He marched forward with heavy steps towards the clawed monsters. Within 3 seconds he had them down. Under Lin Bei's command, he then headed straight for Ma Fei, who was shouting provocatively from behind. The clawed monster nodded in response, turned and fearlessly faced a flaming giant bear 10 times its size, its face filled with wild ambition. At that moment, Wuxiong didn't realize that in the instant he locked eyes with these shadow monsters, he was already dead. The clawed monster moved with exceptional agility. Wuxiong couldn't even see its movements clearly when suddenly a pair of steel claws appeared before him. With one swipe, Wuxiong felt a flash of red before his eyes, losing his vision instantly. That swipe left nearly fatal gashes across his face. A terrible scream echoed through the mountains, scattering birds and beasts in all directions. In pain, Wuxiong wildly swung his massive flaming bear claws. The huge bear paw, shrouded in flames, came crashing down. With a snap, normally anyone hit by it would be flattened into a pancake. However, the clawed monster's speed was so fast that the bear's swing couldn't touch it, causing no harm whatsoever. The ground shook violently the moment the flaming giant paw struck the earth. 3 seconds were up. The clawed monster burst forth in an instant. The sharp claws flickered with a chilling light. The iron claws flipped, and its 10 fingers, each like a short blade, gathered a swirling mass of white air currents, sword energies. As the claw descended, it unleashed a slashing attack, and 10 streams of white energy roared down like dragons. The spiraling sword energy swept furiously around its opponent. With a loud boom, the beast, transformed into a flaming giant bear, was shattered with a single swipe. Everyone present was stunned. It was too strong. That was a warrior of the battle honor realm instantly killed. Standing at the back, Ma Fei was utterly shocked, speechless, but his hands frantically searched for something. He pulled out 5 bottles of spiritual energy supplements. "Here, take these." At that moment Lin Bei, surrounded by a dark aura, appeared unarmed, but his presence seemed as if he was armed from head to toe. Lin Bei snatched the potions from the other's hand.
With a flick of his wrist, the dark shadow suddenly gathered into a transcendent shadow dragon spear, which he then pointed at
Ma Fei's throat. Do you know who I am? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Ma family of Deep City? You'll regret this. Deep City, Ma family? Do you raise penguins? What penguins? You know what will happen if you kill me. Let me see, which page are you on in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? The Classic of Mountains and Seas? What's that? A cookbook? You.
The scene fell deathly silent, so many experts dead in an instant.
This young man was terrifyingly powerful. One of the injured prodigies of Deep City bit his teeth and said, "We can't let him go." Upon hearing this, Ma Fei, who had been holding back, could no longer restrain himself and roared angrily. Suddenly he burst forth. He had always claimed his speed was exceptional. Indeed, his spiritual power and speed were linked. Cloud step, 5 steps, 100 meters. He was escaping, and no one could stop him. Everyone gasped, sensing trouble. However, at the moment Ma Fei turned around, he was struck by a fierce chill that rushed towards him at high speed. Unable to discern the true form of this icy gleam, he already started sprinting away. In the blink of an eye, a dragon's roar echoed. Lin Bei, holding his spear, declared, "You think you can escape 99 meters? You are still within my striking range."
With a sizzle, the air tore as the spear's tip, wrapped in sword energy, transformed into a rising dragon, its furious roar sweeping through.
As Ma Fei raced forward, he felt a chilling sensation on his back and was brutally bisected, dying amidst the Changbai Mountains. "Oh my mother, I have seen immortals." The spectators were astounded, and just then Jiang Shan, whom Lin Bei had sent for reinforcements, arrived with members of the War Department in dragon language. "Are you all okay?" Lin Bei casually spread his hands. Of course, he was fine and even reaped great benefits.
The War Department members cleaned up the aftermath,
treating the injured. Everyone's injuries were stable with no fatalities, but the group of cultist beast awakeners met a grisly end. "What was used to make these cuts?" asked the War Department's forensic expert, puzzled. After this battle, the Deep City Seed team was too weakened to continue in this secret realm. They chose to withdraw, waiting for another opportunity. From 6 teams down to 5.
For Lin Bei and his Hongcheng team, this wasn't necessarily bad news. "So you are Lin Bei, the Shadow King? Thank you so much."
Luo Feng, dragging his heavily injured body, came forward and politely thanked him. Lin Bei nodded without any pretense. "Don't worry, we haven't mentioned the potion." "Thanks, but you better not use that thing. It's a cult product and addictive." Lin Bei pondered this for a moment and nodded again. Luo Feng gave him an approving look. "Such strength at such a young age is indeed a blessing for our dragon nation."
Soon after, ambulances took everyone away, and the incident came to a close. Then
the alarm from Tianqi sounded, signaling the gathering of the Seed team. It seemed the time had come. Led by dragon language, the team headed back to the rendezvous point, where Seed teams from the other 4 major cities gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Gazing at the Tianqi secret realm, a mystic aura intertwined with celestial mist enveloped the area, resounding with the roars of endless demons. However, the people from Hongcheng paid no heed to these. Their city's combat
uniforms, uniquely marked, had just been changed before entering the realm.
Each city had its unique emblem. The capital had the Azure Dragon, Modu the Mighty Lion, Yangqing the Qilin, Beijiang the Phoenix, and when it came to their Hongcheng, the emblem was a honey badger. "Is that you, honey badger?" As the saying goes, with a flat head and a silver cape, I am the fiercest on the blue star, always in battle, only afraid of going to Guangdong. But even in Guangdong, I fear nothing, for I reign supreme on the grill with extra cumin and chile." Looking down at their pure black combat uniforms, crafted from alloy, fire resistant and durable, the emblem prominently featured a honey badger, its gaze firm, devoid of any confusion. Those eyes meant business, and they conveyed 3 words: "Take them all down," recalling Shen Ningyun, the governor of Hongcheng, and his phrase, "One word, do it." It was indeed perfectly fitting. Lin Bei didn't mind, or rather he thought it looked quite good. However, the others didn't seem too pleased. "Darn it, why do the symbols of other cities look so cool and handsome? Ours just looks weak?" Wu Zhang's brothers kept complaining. Indeed, the deeds of Ping Tugu are clearly not famous on Blue Star, and even Chen Yushi seemed a bit disdainful. Seeing this, Long Yu clapped his hands to comfort everyone. "All right, stop complaining." The first-tier cities had already picked all the imposing symbols during the priority selection. "The honey badger is also pretty good, very cute." It sounded rather reluctant.
Lin Bei responded with a faint smile. "I think it's quite suitable
For me, indifferent in life and death, if not convinced, just fight. Wow, once Abe said that it made me feel it's not bad after all. Jiangshan chimed in, yes, what the boss says goes. Witnessing Lin Bei's leadership, Long Yu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons and he thought the difference between a king and an emperor might just lie in this natural leadership ability. Some qualities are innate, hard to acquire later on.
Speaking of which, there is a demon called the Hell Honey Badger in the 10th layer of the Tianjin battlefield. Although just elite cannon fodder, it does not flinch even against lord-level demons. It either kills its opponent or gets killed. They are very straightforward demons, relentless and unforgiving. Although the kids from Port City didn't start high with Lin Bei now, their future is truly promising. Alright, you're about to go in, get ready. Weapons gear in place. Pioneering secret realms and ordinary secret realms are very different in trials. The gains are the greatest but also the most dangerous. You must be extremely careful. I'll be outside to back you up, symbolically protecting your safety. After all, with Lin Bei there, if he can't solve it, me going in would be useless too. Understood? Shoo, shoo, shoo. At this moment from the military camp, small metal balls the size of walnuts with spirit metal wings flew out at high speed. These metal balls, equipped with high-speed dynamic cameras, seemed to be accompanying each team into the secret realm. Lin Bei glanced sideways, a familiar figure, host Wang Shui. Hello audience friends from Dragon Country, I'm your good friend Shui. Right now I am at the 3rd Spirit Ruin secret realm opened by Dragon Country, Changbai Mountain Tianqi. This pioneering exploration will be broadcasted live for the first time in a tracking format on various platforms, simultaneously showing the combat live of the exploration teams. This interactive broadcasting form may also be used in future Tianjin battlefield scenarios. Please cheer for our young heroes. Exploring the secret realm in this special format, Yui Huangyin Bilibili and other streaming platforms are broadcasting live simultaneously. Hundreds of millions of viewers are eagerly waiting for the moment to enter the secret realm. The barrage is frantically scrolling. This is great, feels like being there. Hurry up, I want to cloud slay demons. I wonder which contestant is the Shadow King. Lin Bei. His name is Lin Bei. GIFs are flying all over the screen, taking from the people and using for the people. These gifts and the revenue generated from viewership will be directly used for the spiritual energy resources of various cities. However, it's not just the people of the Dragon Nation who are paying close attention to the secret realm livestream. The Western Union is also keeping a watchful eye. As to why the Dragon Nation chose to expose the secret realm in this manner, there might be deeper considerations, or perhaps it's because Lin Bei is also among those inside. It's time to show those folks the prowess of the Dragon Nation again. Lin Bei surveyed the competitors from other cities. Several were worthy of note. For some reason, there were a few guys who kept staring at him intently, even though they had never met before, which felt quite odd. Wang Ju from the imperial capital, Li Juan from the magic capital, and Su Xiao from the northern border, all ranked among the top 10 of the national prodigy list. It seems that all the cities have spared no effort this time. Chen Yushi's expression turned slightly serious. What is this prodigy list? Lin Bei was intrigued by this young lady's words for the first time, and Chen Yushi eagerly explained to him. It's a list of super geniuses under 20 in the Dragon Nation. Didn't you know? Since your awakening of the zero sequence, you've been at the top for a long time now. No wonder, Lin Bei muttered with a wry smile. Soon everyone instinctively stepped into the miasma of spiritual energy, and the exploration of the Tianqi secret realm began. The military offered 5 directions to choose from: north, south, west, east, and the central divine path, all leading directly to the central pool of Tianqi. As for the supreme treasure that everyone desires, it remains a thing of legend. Its existence is hard to verify, especially since it has been 100 years since the last opening of the secret realm. Whether anyone obtained this treasure in the first 2 secret realms of the Dragon Nation is also unknown. The true aim should be to explore peacefully, as the spiritual energy and heavenly materials in the secret realm are already enough for each team to make significant gains. Which path should we take, Lin Bei? Should we follow the other teams or this one? Lin Bei took a marker and drew a large circle on the map distributed to each group. Everyone was stunned. This isn't a path at all. This is a detour around the mountains and gorges surrounding Tianqi. These surrounding mountains are the most dangerous areas of the Tianqi secret realm, with tens of thousands of demons entrenched at every point. Even elite combat units have to go around what is known as the Demon Mountain Range, and yet Lin Bei is determined to take this route.
Everyone could not understand. The reason, however, was simple. In his eyes, these demons were just points. Before the others could react, Lin Bei had already unfolded his wings of shadow and soared into the sky. Let's go. This move astonished Shen Yushi, who saw it for the first time, and also shocked the hundreds of millions of viewers in the livestream. While Lin Bei can actually fly. My mom is asking me why I'm kneeling on the ground watching this video because I've seen a god. Sensing the scent of humans, the demons began to riot, but it was an internal riot, for before they could even leave the mountains, humans had already brought the battle to their faces. Unbelievable. The mountains around Tianqi experienced unprecedented tremors, with iron hooves shattering the earth. Countless demons appeared over the mountains, a number so vast that even an entire elite combat unit could be overwhelmed by the slightest negligence. At this moment, none of the members of Lin Bei's team felt any fear. This was because behind them stood an immeasurable army of dark shadows. It was only now that everyone truly understood. This path had earned a formidable name. Lin Bei casually pointed at the terrified demons, his face breaking into a cruel smile. He said indifferently, "Welcome to the path of confrontation." The progress over the next 2 days was insanely fast. Other teams had long since run out of food supplies and had now started the real challenge of survival in the secret realm. They were all young rookies. Though they were strong, they lacked experience in surviving under special conditions. A bit of unfamiliarity was understandable. Bear Grylls, watching the live broadcast, shook his head and remarked, "They obviously haven't watched my show. But since they are awakeners, they won't starve to death." Observing their collection of supplies and the general increase in their levels, it was clear that their gains from this trip would be substantial. The size of the Tianqi secret realm was far different from what was marked on the map. The secret realm was not just expanded 100 times, it was practically boundless. However, they felt that they were moving in the right direction. Carrying large and small bags, they moved day and night towards the center of Tianqi. Their target was self-evident: to investigate the reality of the supreme treasure. Meanwhile, the live broadcast's chat went wild. As the sun slowly rose, marking the start of another vibrant day, was the leisurely life of Gangcheng about to begin again? The viewers leisurely scrolled through the barrage of comments, watching other teams desperately battling demons in the secret realm for survival, and then switching to this broadcast. The style changed dramatically. Is this supposed to be the ideal life I'm watching? The camera in Lin Bei's live broadcast room was pointed at a villa made of shadows. It was the very villa that Lin Bei had devoured a few days ago in the villa district. Everything that was in the actual villa was also present. In the Shadow Villa, a small 3-story villa complete with KTV and baths, all amenities included. Just move in with a suitcase. Who would have thought that Lin Bei would start living a tranquil and peaceful life right in the middle of the demon-infested mountain range? Jiang Shan and others were joyfully cooking edible demon meat. For the Gangcheng seed team, it was as if they were sitting at home while goods fell from the sky. The endless army of shadows was divided into 3 groups. One group was responsible for hunting all the demons in the mountains. The second group gathered all collectible items related to spiritual energy. The third group scouted and searched for the fastest routes, monitoring the progress of other teams. In 2 days, Lin Bei had completely emptied the demon mountain range. The shadow army marched and not a blade of grass grew. What's even the point of playing now? It was just unfortunate that the seed teams from other cities didn't yet realize the insurmountable gap between them and Lin Bei, otherwise they would have given up struggling long ago. Boom! Lin Bei retracted his wings of darkness high in the sky, descending like a meteor of eternal night. With one hand wrapped in pale lightning, he pressed down on the face of a demon, smashing it into the ground from 10 meters in the air. Oh, the pain! The 4-clawed golden rock wailed in agony, completely subdued by Lin Bei, its heart filled with helpless rage. Miles away, the other demons, as if bowing in submission, dared not approach Lin Bei, the god of death, and began to retreat. The Shadow Corps marched with a uniform pace that shook the mountains as they closed in from all sides. Hey, have you ever heard of the supreme treasure? Lin Bei asked coldly. Your target is the heavenly thunderfruit. The 4-clawed golden rock was visibly shocked. How could ordinary humans possibly know of its existence? Heavenly thunderfruit. So the treasure really exists. Then it shall be mine, Lin Bei said, his smile deep with meaning. Impossible, I will never allow it. That is the prized treasure of our king, the Silver Dome Sovereign. Your permission is irrelevant. The 4-clawed golden rock roared furiously, seemingly losing control and going berserk as crimson cracks began to appear all over its body, a sign of demonic power backlash leading to self-destruction. Lin Bei twisted his right hand and the shadow dragon spear instantly shot out, piercing through the air and fiercely impaling the head of the four-clawed golden rock, nailing its body firmly into the
ground. The immense force caused the earth to crack and collapse.
"Is there a need to be so agitated?" Lin Bei murmured, but then he mentioned something about a silver-domed sovereign. "It seems I have another battle to fight to obtain that supreme treasure." Lin Bei climbed to the peak of the mountain, surveyed the barren range and then looked down towards the direction of the heavenly pond. With a resolute gaze he muttered, "It's time." With it he spread his wings and flew towards the shadow villa behind him.
Long after the scene shifted, the other four
teams of geniuses, relentless in their pursuit, headed for the heavenly pond, each one a genius among geniuses harboring their own cunning plans. The leaders of the four teams, all from the top 100 families, had an even deeper obsession with the supreme treasure. Possessing it could elevate their family to the top position, offering them power and influence far beyond what money and status could measure. Nearing the core of the heavenly pond, the Imperial Seed Team was the first to halt. Wang Ju said, "Let's wait here." "Wang Ju, I saw members of the Magic City team." A team member objected. "If there really is something at the center of the heavenly pond, won't we be falling behind?" "Observe them. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's hard to say," Wang Ju replied calmly, showing his caution. However, Li Juan from the Magic City didn't think the same. He wanted to be the first to take the risk. Li family's 3 sons,
Li Fast, Li Juan, Li Fierce, always at the forefront.
Naturally, they wouldn't settle for being second best in securing the treasure. Faster, even faster. His team members, unaware of his urgency, did not understand. After all, they were from ordinary backgrounds, far removed from the secrets known only to the top 100 families. The legend held that the end of the secret realm was not really the end, but just the beginning. Li Juan finally reached the edge of the heavenly pond, the clear spring reflecting the sky in its waters appearing so
sacred and inviolable.
He crouched down, scooped up some water and walked forward until he was half submerged, yet the pond remained undisturbed. "This isn't right," one of his team members frowned. The closer they got to the heavenly pond, the fewer demons appeared, which was suspicious if there was supposed to be something valuable here. "Damn it, is it really just a legend?" Li Juan, frustrated, slapped the water, his agitation evident. The rest of the 3 teams also slowly made their way out. "No gains, it seems. The supreme treasure was just a rumor, no doubt about it." Bei Jiangsu Xiao with an indifferent expression put away the flaming electric saw in her hand. Though her name suggests little, her proud 36G stature is anything but small. She hadn't held much hope herself. If it weren't for her old man insisting, she wouldn't have bothered coming. Now returning empty-handed might just dissuade her father from any further fantasies.
She turned to the live-streaming equipment, asking with a smug expression, "See that old man?
I told you there was nothing." If her father Mr. Su was really watching the live stream right now, his face would probably be green. Wasn't this a public execution? Such filial piety was explosive like thunder. Just as the 4 teams gathered, a voice as cold as thunder, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, boomed from above the center of the heavenly pool. "Enough, your blood has nourished its maturity."
A terrifying voice, tinged with a hint of electronic tone, roared from the horizon, far away, hundreds of meters off. A crack appeared in the sky, a rift in the void. From it emerged a towering cold figure, covered in silver, metallic like sharp feathers and white as fine as needles yet as soft as silk. A demon beast in human form, its tail feathers spread out like serrated teeth. Streaks of lightning glowed around its body. Its entire being faintly twinkled with threads of electric light, its hands behind its back as it slowly fluttered its wings in the air. The electromagnetic energy buzzed intensely, filled with an indescribable oppressive aura. Thousands of demons also converged from nearby. "I am the lord of this thunder pool, the Silver Dome Sovereign." The Super Demon King introduced himself menacingly. The surrounding multitude of demons stirred again, their momentum surging. A loud noise erupted among the demon army, filled with pleasure and ecstasy. "Humans, you are doomed. Prepare to fight." Members of the 4 teams roared, ready for a battle of great disparity. Outside the secret realm, a king-level Great Demon King. How could a king-level Demon King appear in a secret realm? The military personnel stationed there were greatly shocked. This was completely unexpected. In ordinary secret realms, the highest level of demons would not reach the king level. Why this time? "Go save these kids, Commander, you need to come out and see, something has happened." The military commander rushed out of the camp, looking towards the direction of the heavenly pool secret realm, where the spiritual haze had turned into a crimson color flickering with red lightning. The personnel outside now couldn't enter anymore. The Demon King's domain.
What to do now? No need to panic. Long Yu walked up to the commander with graceful steps and saluted. There's also the Shadow King inside. Lin Bei is there. As he finished speaking, all the major live streams broadcasted this great battle. However, just in an unnoticeable moment, a pitch-black light shot straight into the rift in the void without turning back. With Long Yu's reminder, everyone felt reassured. Yes. There was also the super-strong warrior of the War Emperor realm, Lin Bei. He could definitely turn the tide. Immediately, everyone quickly searched for Lin Bei's figure, but just then another unexpected incident occurred. What's going on? The live broadcast equipment tracking Lin Bei and his Hongqing seed team has gone completely dark. The staff frantically typed at their keyboards, trying to fix the system errors, but to no avail.
I don't know either, one said. The system shows everything is normal, but for some reason it just can't capture any images.
What exactly has happened to Lin Bei's squad? Could they have been wiped out? Outside, there's a frantic urgency, but little do they know that their equipment is now firmly in the hands of Lin Bei's shadow soldiers, making escape impossible. The supreme treasure, of course, can only be enjoyed by me, Lin Bei alone. Why would I let you capture that on film? Wouldn't that diminish its value?
Near the demonic mountain range close to Tianqi, Chen Yushi, Jianshan and others looked down at the
fierce battle taking place by the lake. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Zhang Dong asked, with so many demons and only about 20 people in those 4 teams, can they hold on? Jianshan smiled slightly. Just follow Lin Bei's lead and stick with the shadow soldiers. He then brought out a handful of the advanced 2.0 version of the powerful rice meant to bolster the team, aiming to help everyone including Chen Yushi step up their game.
Chen Yushi was completely focused on mimicry targeting
the Silver Dome leader. They are the super elites from a first-tier city, surely below the king level. They should be able to handle it, she said. Hearing this, the Zhang brothers breathed a sigh of relief. The rest is up to Lin Bei now. Lin Bei, who had just flown off too quickly, no one knew where he had gone. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was in high spirits, initially thinking he had to battle for the supreme treasure. But as luck would have it, arriving earlier proved advantageous, as the boss called Silver Dome leader was already being held up by others, saving him the trouble. Lin Bei easily swooped in to pick up the leftovers, delightfully effortless. Sure enough, as Lin Bei had guessed, within this void rift was a unique paradise, a mirror world of Tianqi's secret realm, identical in scenery. The only difference was that outside was a pure spirit pool landscape, while inside was a thunder pool gathered by countless thunderbolts.
Within 100 kilometers it was a thunderous wasteland.
Under the roaring thunder, not a patch of land was left uncharted, thus making it a forbidden zone of death. Only the mighty Peak Demon King could survive here. A gust of wind swept across, stirring up the scorched earth. Lin Bei gazed down at the vast thunder pool below, where dense lightning currents formed barriers protecting its core. One does not catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den, he thought. There must be something here that I need.
With that, he soared down towards the thundering forbidden land. As soon as a creature set foot in the territory, the entire thunder pool seemed to come alive, stirring up mysterious thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. The magnificent flash of lightning pierced through the air, emitting dull thunderous booms. The terrifying sound of thunder echoed endlessly over the thunder pool. Lin Bei charged forward into the depths, moving fast. Lightning struck like a torrential rain, with columns of lightning as large as bowls hitting the surface and creating huge whirlpools of electric light. Such was the terror of this thunder pool. With a force as formidable as a thunderclap, if it were to strike an ordinary person directly, they would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Bei, descending like a deity from the heavens, spiraled through the air, his figure transforming into a streak of light in an instant. He maneuvered through the deadly storm of thunder and lightning, finally crashing into a dense barrier of thunderbolts. Countless thunderbolts bombarded Lin Bei's body, yet all were absorbed by the demonic aura of thunder that enveloped him. Thunder roared wildly ahead, and Lin Bei's eyebrows sharply rose. Raising one hand, shadows and the demonic aura of thunder instantly intertwined around his hand, scattering the lightning in all directions. A blade of his hand sliced through the thunder, cleaving the very air. Thousands of tiny electrical arcs flickered and vanished, exploding around Lin Bei, enveloping the entire thunder pool above. Silence fell over heaven and earth, and from a distance, beneath this barrier of 10,000 thunders, there appeared to be a small, solitary island. On the island stood a bizarre, giant tree struck by lightning, dominating the landscape. It had no lush branches or leaves, just a single barren tree exuding a deterrent aura that warned all living beings to stay away. The roots of the tree seemed to delve deep into the thunder pool, absorbing the celestial thunder power of the entire pool. On the tree shone a fruit the size of an apple, colorless and transparent, with lightning flickering within.
Was this the supreme treasure of the heavenly pool secret realm, the thunder fruit? Slowly descending, he approached the strange lightning-stricken barren tree. The air seemed to solidify with only the thunderous rumble from the fruit echoing continuously, utterly captivating. Following the old rule, he glanced at it for half a second and the system provided information.
Holy thunder fruit absorbs the power of celestial thunder, continuously attracting thunder and lightning from its growth to maturity, upon complete maturity consuming. It grants the power to command celestial thunder. Current maturity, 80%, not ripe yet?
A wasted trip, not necessarily inedible, but the success rate is in high, a 50-50 chance. I don't fight unprepared battles. How long until full maturity? Approximately 200 years. Do you think you're being funny? If only the system were some kind of upgrade or speed-up system instead of a fusion system. Fusion. The system felt an ominous sensation, right? What about using other powers to force ripening? System, can you fuse the two items I have directly, just like before integrating the demonic aura of thunder into my shadow essence? It was only an automatic match predicted by the system before actively pairing for fusion. The system itself hadn't thought it could be used like that. That's a bold idea, but it might be worth a try. Please choose the fusion objects. Host, thunder demonic aura plus thunderfruit, automatically calculating the fusion points required, a perfect match.
Supreme transcendent fusion item, required 10 million fusion points.
Wow, talk about sky-high prices. Proceed with the fusion. Fortunately, during my recent chaotic battles in the Demon Mountain range, I collected quite a few fusion points. I had roughly over 11 million. These points you don't take with you in life or death, they're just for spending, just for using. Lin Bei reached out and plucked the thunder fruit, the shadow essence around his body instantly boiling, and the thunder demonic aura seemed particularly compatible with this special fruit in his hand. The fusion began, the demonic power gradually merged onto the fruit of the thunder fruit. I never expected the divine fusion system to not only rapidly mature this supreme fruit but also to induce a qualitative mutation in it, drawing the power of the heavenly thunder. So what? The true fruit of the thunder god is born. Success. Lin Bei gave a faint smile. Everything seemed to be under his control once again. The system have traversed the realm of systems for billions of years and never imagined that one day I would be used in such a
manner.
Following a blinding flash of lightning, the fruit in Lin Bei's hand revealed its true form. He examined the fruit carefully, furrowing his brow slightly. Something was off about this fruit. Buzz, buzz, the fiery electric saw roared wildly with flames instantly slicing through the bodies of one lord-level demon after another. Su Xiaoxiao, covered in blood, wore a murderous grin on her face. Geniuses really are somewhat abnormal.
In this secret realm, a few of these prodigies had ascended to
the rank of battle venerable. Their speed was astonishing. Aside from Lin Bei and his group, probably no one could surpass them. With 20 people working together, they could still hold their ground even against 1,000 demons. Outside the live broadcast room, the audience's hearts were clenched together, their blood boiling with excitement. Damn it, why hasn't the War Department arrived yet? Are they really going to let these kids shoulder it all?
The battle situation was becoming
increasingly tense. Fortunately, there was Li Juan with his spirit-powered stone giant blocking most of the demons and giving everyone a chance to breathe. If this continues, we're all doomed. There are too many. Retreat. The peak king-level demon king will take action sooner or later. I am the strongest. I'll cover the rear. Wang Ju took charge of the situation. Who are you to order me around? What are you? Su Xiaoxiao, touching the warm blood on her face, spoke defiantly. Is now really the time for this? Although I also don't respect those from the capital. Survival is crucial. Haven't you seen it?
Li Juan gritted his teeth and persevered.
His stone giant was his ace in the hole, now fully deployed, consuming a huge amount of spirit power. Any longer and it would crumble to dust. Cut it out. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, no longer speaking. She couldn't argue about ranks. Wang Ju indeed had some skills. The first sequence of light elements naturally levels up fast. Think you can escape? You don't have the chance. Bang! The one speaking was the Demon King from afar, the Silver Sky Master, the ruler of lightning. He sneered. With just one strike, he shattered Li Juan's stone giant. Suspended in the air, his hands pulled out 1,000 threads of electricity. Controlling lightning, the fiercely glowing white chains of electricity transformed into a lightning grid spanning several kilometers. Like a terrifying curtain of lightning beads, it moved across in front of everyone. In an instant, the land in this area seemed like a fighting ring set up for this king-level great demon. Everyone looked around. Nowhere to escape, they were to be utterly buried here. You ants, let my lightning completely pierce through your arrogant heads, dream on, Wang Ju shouted angrily, blocking the front, his hands condensed, suddenly bursting with golden light, forcing onlookers to shield their eyes. A spray of golden light rapidly converged to form a multitude of slender light blades, creating a shield of 100 light swords around him.
In a flicker, several light blades shot up from below, launching outwards. Light blade judgment, mere child's play. Boom! The Silver Dome Lord shot out like lightning.
Like a white python coiled around an ancient tree, suddenly leaping to devour its prey, his power was immense. Everyone could faintly feel the space trembling. With a speed so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye, the Silver Dome Lord swiftly dodged, evading countless light sword thrusts, and, in a fluid motion, shattered Wang Ju's spirit technique with a single palm strike.
With the sharp talons of a demonic bird, in an instant when no retaliation was possible, he pierced through Wang Ju's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. Without even a moment to catch a breath, 20 elite young warriors were tossed about, each severely wounded and unable to rise again. This demon king was formidable. At the same time, everyone had the same thought: this was a disaster. Were they truly going to perish here? So weak, I could slay 100,000 such humans in a day. You're not even worth my effort. Demons, it's feeding time. Devour them, leave some blood, I need it to nourish the sacred tree. The demons cackled madly, quickly brushing past the Silver Dome Lord upon receiving their king's permission, and pounced toward the severely injured human sprawled on the ground. Su Xiaoxiao was fearless, but still she had to scream symbolically before dying, just in case a miracle happened. The demon's gaping maw was just inches from her head when suddenly a burly man with a body glowing red leaped into action. To hell with you! At this moment, Jiang Shan, now a high-level battle master, burst forth and furiously punched, exploding the demon's head. There really was a miracle. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. Huge Jiang Shan exhaled a breath of turbid air. His heartbeats grew louder and more distinct. Thump, thump, thump. His skin slightly reddened, his body surprisingly emitting a bit of mist. Girl, you better lie down. Who are you, big guy? Jiang Shan, I wasn't asking for your name, what the heck? The Silver Dome Lord could hardly focus on Jiang Shan, who had unexpectedly appeared, because at the same time a female creature bearing a striking resemblance to him appeared. Not quite a demon, not quite human, she too was covered in silver metallic feathers with similar saber-toothed tail fins. The only difference was that this mysterious creature before him was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being named an angel. At this moment Chen Yushi's cheeks were slightly flushed. The effects of the powerful rice on women weren't as exaggerated. Besides heat and a flushed complexion, there were no special reactions. But she was indeed formidable. Her strength now nearly matched that of a mid-level battle master. Lin Bei, the things you've developed are amazing. Chen Yushi smiled sweetly, chopping down the bewildered demons around her as if slicing through vegetables. The strength of this Silver Dome Lord mimic was also extraordinarily fierce. The Silver Dome Lord could not stand idly by, he had to stop this woman. In that instant, Chen Yushi mimicked his speed and reflexes, instantly catching up to his movement. High-speed descent, your opponent isn't me, it's that. In a flash, the relentless pursuit by the Silver Dome Lord was too late. On the ground already stood a 3-meter-tall shadowy giant, swinging its fists, waiting for him. What? The Silver Dome Lord surged forward rapidly, only for his heart to stop abruptly for half a second. In the next moment, boom! The air was suddenly filled with the roar of thunder as a shadowy giant demon swung a terrifying punch that created a massive airwave aimed straight at the head of the Silver Dome Lord. In that flash of lightning, the Silver Dome Lord's eyes widened in shock. Fighting against the inertia, he twisted his body in a desperate attempt to dodge the oncoming punch at the last second. This punch from the shadowy giant demon was a mountainous blow imbued with an even stronger demonic thunderous force, fierce beyond measure. The life-or-death dodge allowed the Silver Dome Lord to barely avoid a fatal blow to his head. The mountain-crushing punch instead landed heavily on his shoulder. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The Silver Dome Lord's eyes bulged, his vision starting to blur and fill with blood. The crackling sound of flesh and bones exploding was followed by a spray of blood. It was as if he had been struck by a mountain of divine thunder. The monstrous strength was terrifying, yet before the lethal pain could subside, the shadowy giant demon's second punch, a deadly barrage, was already coming towards him. Damn it,
The Silver Dome Lord, unable to move, released a full force of lightning at close range in a bid to save his life and repel the shadow. The clash of the demon's thunderous punches and 1,000 bolts of lightning was evenly matched. Thunder rumbled loudly, lightning dazzled, the two brilliant bolts of electricity intertwining. If these thousands of lightning bolts were to hit the ground, they would surely destroy everything. The huge impact turned into a reaction force, throwing the severely injured Silver Dome Lord hundreds of meters away, barely saving his life and creating a safe distance. But now the Silver Dome Lord's expression was dazed, devoid of his initial domineering aura. As he had separated, his gaze lifted upwards, and through his blurred vision he vaguely saw a figure standing before the void crack in the sky, wings spread wide. That was a meaningful smile, as if everything was under control, exuding confidence. The Silver Dome Lord shivered. Did he feel completely manipulated by the opponent? How did he emerge from the crack? Could it be, "You despicable human, what have you done to my treasure?" My treasure. Upon hearing this, the people below perked up their spirits. So the supreme secret treasure really existed. Are you talking about that demonic fruit I conjured? Demonic fruit? What is that? I guess I ate it, Lin Bei mockingly said with ease. Lin Bei's appearance caused the live stream's chat to explode once again. The long disconnected Hongcheng Invincible team has finally appeared. Salvation. Lin Bei YYDS. Online question: what exactly is the supreme secret treasure? Knowing brother, of course I know the supreme secret treasure is the ultimate secret treasure. Listening to you is better than a long talk. Returning to the secret battlefield, as soon as Lin Bei spoke, everyone was shocked and terrified. You just ate it, Lin Bei, at least take it out so everyone can widen their eyes, benefit the Dragon Nation, even show off a bit. You despicable human, I will kill you. The Silver Dome Lord was furious, his centuries of effort now seemed like a bubble. How could he not be furious, just by you? Lin Bei responded coolly, his shadowy wings trembling as they unfolded behind him. Whoosh, he soared upwards, breaking through the sky. In that instant, Lin Bei's body thrummed with the sound of thunder through his meridians. A dark figure rose, and the 5 thunders roared like drums. Heaven and earth were silenced, as if a meteor had fallen to the ground, causing a shocking collision and explosion that reverberated for miles. Lightning? Although still hundreds of meters away, the keen Silver Dome Lord sensed the flickering lightning brilliance emanating from his opponent. Could he possibly wield the power of lightning even more perfectly than himself? The pure demonic aura stirred waves in his heart. Absurd. Did this mere human body dare to challenge the great lightning demon? The crackling fine electric light flickered as Lin Bei stood tall in the air, disregarding the opponent's nonsense. In anger, the Silver Dome Lord swiped a claw, intertwining electric arcs into a vast net of thunder and lightning, forming a sky-reaching claw of lightning. It swiftly grasped towards Lin Bei, covering the skies and blocking the sun. Lin Bei did not move, silently waiting for the lightning claw to fall. As the demonic thunderous energy exploded violently beneath his feet, the lightning claw did not even touch Lin Bei before dissipating into the air. Did the tiny lightning think it could touch the thunder god? Ridiculous. The onlookers witnessed the clash between 2 supreme rulers in the sky, their pupils shaking violently. This was not a battle of equal measure. Just moments ago, the Silver Dome Lord had annihilated everyone with less than 30% of his strength. Was this the disparity? Wang Ju, bearing the pain of his wounds, sighed in admiration. Lin Bei had withstood the Silver Dome Lord's lightning unscathed. Not only that, the flickering electric light in the air was being absorbed into his body as quickly as water into a sponge. This guy was actually absorbing my lightning. How was this possible? Witnessing this astonishing scene, the Silver Dome Lord's eyebrows knitted together in disbelief. Congratulations, the fusion is complete. The demonic thunder fruit, you've gained the power to wield thunder and welcome all realms. Coupled with Bloodburn, you are now the Shadow Thunder God. Oh, how dramatic! Lin Bei slowly spread his hands, and terrifying electromagnetic thunder bursts emanated from his body. Thick chains of lightning burst from his hands, encircling and flashing around him, piercing through the air and dust. Cursed be, who are you? The Silver Dome Lord stared at Lin Bei, roaring in fear. Me, Lin Bei, the Shadow King, Lin Bei casually replied. Indeed, he looked devastatingly handsome. His gaze was terrifyingly intense, causing the Silver Dome Lord to step back as if he had seen a coveted prey filled with joy and determination. Between humans and demons, it was clear that humans were the pitiful prey. The damage was not great, but the insult was severe. The Silver Dome Lord covered a previously shattered wound with his hard feather-like claws. Now was not the time to worry about the severity of the injuries. The opponent was too strong, any carelessness would surely result in instant defeat. I'll fight you to the end. The Silver Dome Lord flashed, and with a flash of lightning he moved at super speed. The majestic demonic power was all poured into the talon-like palm of his bird-like hand. With a fierce swipe he could demolish mountains, a terrifying force capable of tearing any body apart. Lin Bei slowly raised his hand and met the attack with an ordinary punch, and thunder exploded between them again. He remained unmoved, yet shattered the Silver Dome Lord's demonic hand with a single punch. The Silver Dome Lord flew back, still at an astonishing speed. Lin Bei's gaze was fierce, a flash of electricity in his eyes. The power of the demon unleashed an electrical field, transforming him into a current of electricity moving through conductors in air at the speed and manner of lightning, ignoring all obstacles. Boom! In half a breath Lin Bei's body was flickering with electric arcs, and behind him, the wings of shadow were elementalized by the dark thunder under the catalysis of the demonic energy of thunder. His flowing thunder-light hair appeared once again. With a thunderous explosion Lin Bei vanished in an instant. What? How is this possible? The Silver Dome Lord, believing himself to be at peak speed, lost track of Lin Bei during their clash. I was watching him the whole time. What kind of speed is this? Well, far surpassing my own lightning power. Too slow. Boom. The roaring sound driven by thousands of thunders came from behind. The Silver Dome Lord, startled by the terrifying murderous intent, quickly dodged, flapping his wings to pull away. But it was already too late. Lin Bei's hand, moving at an imperceptible speed, clamped onto the Silver Dome Lord's wing like iron pincers. With a tearing sound he ripped it off, blood spattering everywhere, tearing at the Silver Dome Lord while simultaneously kicking. Thump! A muffled impact. He stomped down hard. The Silver Dome Lord, like a blood-red meteor, spurted blood as he was slammed forcefully into the heavenly pool below. Lin Bei followed, diving down. With a punch he struck. Whoosh! The waters of the heavenly pool rolled back, creating a giant vortex of electric sparks. The opponent, taking advantage of the mist, began to flee. A wise choice, for not fleeing meant certain death. The Silver Dome Lord's escape was faster than his attack. Dragging his blood-soaked back, he rushed into an ever-growing army of tens of thousands of demons behind him. He roared, "Protect me! Stop him!" How could the demons, under the command of a peak king-level demon lord, dare not obey? A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The demons, overcoming their fear, formed a great array in front of their king. Blood burn! Lin Bei's eyes grew cold, determined to end this neatly. Without a second word he unleashed his grand move, ascending beyond the ordinary body. He could use his shadow-eating ability. A sinister smile spread across Lin Bei's lips. The area of shadow under his feet unexpectedly kept expanding, and all the shadow troops around him began to crazily entwine around Lin Bei. Thunder continuously surged among the shadows. The Shadow Thunder God, developing the greatest voltage with the might close to a true god. The shadow-eating ability also displayed its truly terrifying aspect, releasing all the electrical power. Electricity circled around his body. As he continued to absorb shadows, Lin Bei transformed into a several hundred meters tall void shadow giant, Thunder God form. The sound of thunder grew increasingly deafening. Boom, 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 boom. In everyone's field of vision, a gigantic shadow figure enveloped in thunder appeared. With the giant shadow of Lin Bei reaching 100 meters into the sky, he slowly pushed out the divine punishment hand wrapped in the power of 10,000 thunders. The giant palm heavily pierced through the air, instantly turning the demons in its path to ash. The ground shook and shattered, the upheaval so intense it seemed to turn the surrounding land within a kilometer into surging giant waves. Countless amounts of soil and rocks burst into the air, the massive vibrations echoing through the mountains, unceasing like thunder. In the palm, a majestic, violent and destructively powerful thunder light burst forth in an instant, with a maximum output exceeding 200 million volts. The thunderclap fruit's maximum charge, 200 million volts. Thor's Shadow Edition. Terrible streaks of electricity splashed out, forming a blinding wave of electric light. A tremendously large demonic black hand covered the sky, completely piercing through all the demons in the sky. The waters of the heavenly pool boiled fiercely, evaporating rapidly. Thunderous destructive beams burst forth between heaven and earth, the terrifying destructive force nearly instantly obliterating the nearby demon mountains, accompanied by the wails of countless fallen demons. Everything was wiped clean. The Silver Dome Lord resignedly knelt on the ground, quietly watching the immense shadow hand tangled with lightning fall. What's the point in fighting anymore? He thought nothing but despair. Boom, a flash of fire erupted before his eyes, his vision completely taken away. For a moment, the entire world was covered in endless firelight, dust swirled, flames soared. All live broadcast signals were instantly lost, only the titles of various live broadcast rooms remained, uniformly changed to a single line. Facing such a person, even gods would only face defeat. The sound of the explosion surpassed the thunder echoing through the heavens. The moisture in the surrounding air rapidly steamed and ignited. After a long while, the residual heat and steam gradually dispersed. Only then did people slowly see the terrifying scene in the secret realm of the heavenly pool. At the center of the storm, a corner of the heavenly pool, a giant crater hundreds of meters in diameter merging with the heavenly pool. The water level of the heavenly pool dropped by several meters, the scene of ruin fully displayed before everyone's eyes. It was terrifying. The boundary between gods and men seemed to have been blurred by Lin Bei himself. All demons perished, the shadow giant dispersed, and the shadow army also returned to Lin Bei's kingdom of shadows. The dark shadowy figure gradually reverted to Lin Bei's original form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the peak king level demon king, earning fusion points. 10 million. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle of the War Emperor realm, only one step away from the strongest human emperor realm. Finally ascended to the peak. Not easy. The demand for 10 billion spirit energy in the realm of the War Emperor was indeed slow. Lin Bei, as usual, began to boast, knowing that it had only been just under 2 months since he first awakened his spirit power sequence. Could he be thinking of becoming a god in one step? What a wild man! Snap! A crisp sound of a lid opening. After the blood burning ended, the consumption of spiritual power was enormous. However, it was also a good opportunity to try the batch of cult-provided spiritual power supplements he had seized a few days ago. The translucent glass vial in his hand with the cap smartly popped off. The fragrant medicine quickly wafted out. Lin Bei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The taste of spiritual energy was rich, yet it had an evil sense similar to his own demonic power. He thought about drinking it all in one go, but then he remembered what the Deep City instructor Luo Feng had said: it's addictive. Well, better be safe, better to use it fused. That should eliminate the side effects, right, system? Why do you always make me fuse everything? Whoosh, a surge of spiritual power fluctuated throughout his body. His spiritual power rapidly recovered, warm currents flowing through his body, very comforting. His own peak of spiritual power was too high. A mere bottle of spiritual power supplement couldn't fully restore the vast amount of spiritual energy. Well, it's enough, Lin Bei murmured as he hovered in the air. At least it proves that this thing is useful. It seems this cult has something worth investigating when there's time. Soon a noisy tumult arose from below. After the domain of the Demon King shattered, a large number of warriors from the War Department flooded into the secret realm, unhindered by demons or monsters rushing to lend their aid. They quickly took control of the battlefield and tended to all the wounded, stabilizing the situation almost immediately. Is everyone all right? Long Yu, carrying her spear, was the first to step into view. She paused for a moment at the sight of the devastating battlefield, then quickly regained her composure. After scanning the area, she was relieved to see that her team from Harbor City was unharmed. However, the same couldn't be said for the others. 20 of them were not so fortunate, with varying degrees of injuries and depleted spiritual power. A quick assessment revealed that the least experienced member of the Harbor City team was now at the early stage of War Honor level. The other teams only had a few exceptionally talented individuals who barely reached the War Honor realm. The gap was evident. Lin Bei is simply miraculous, Long Yu thought. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, which was a relief amidst the misfortune. She patted Chen Yushi's shoulder affirmatively and nodded. You all did very well. Harbor City will be proud of you. Jiang Shan, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head. Is that a compliment? Feels pretty good. With that settled, we should be able to head back now, right? The secret realm holds no more value for me. Lin Bei's voice came from behind as he descended from 100 meters in the air. His main desire now was to tally the spoils stored in the shadow space from this trip. The War Department personnel stood by Lin Bei trembling with awe. Seeing Lin Bei up close, their reverence intensified, making Lin Bei himself feel slightly uncomfortable. That's right, it looks like it's all over here. We can pretty much pull out now. But Long Yu hesitated, making Lin Bei raise an eyebrow. Speak freely, don't hold back. Lin Bei, did you really obtain that supreme treasure? Long Yu asked directly, nodding without any attempt to hide her intentions. I've already told you I consumed it. Are you expecting me to extract it somehow for sharing? that's not what I meant, I'm just worried about others with ulterior motives, she explained. The dragon family of the imperial capital, not only one of the top 5 families among the 100 major families but also deeply understanding of the world's structure and secrets. Up until now no family in Dragon Country had ever obtained a supreme treasure. If Lin Bei truly had one, it would be epic-making. Of course, with great power comes great risk. Lin Bei guessed Long Yu's concerns. This world is fascinating, filled with demons, alien races, cults and even ambitious awakeners. It's rife with crises, but in my view, I should be the most terrifying existence of all. If need be, the Long family can be your strongest support. Thank you for your kindness, but it is not necessary. Those who need protection are the ones who wish to harm me. Lin Bei revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth that was indescribable, sending chills down the spine of those who saw it. Truly a terrifying man. Long Yu pursed her lips, thinking that indeed she had been overly concerned. Perhaps now, apart from a few old monsters in Long Nation who are shockingly unconventional, no one else could touch Lin Bei. Soon everyone began to exit the secret realm. On the way there, endless demons blocked the path, causing some delays. Now, after this epic battle, the demons lucky enough to survive dared not provoke Lin Bei, this human-shaped demon. They all hid deep in the mountains, not daring to reveal even a hint of their demonic power, fearing that the terrifying shadow would capture them and instantly send them to their deaths. Thus, this little episode of the journey to the secret realm came to a temporary close. But the conquest of the secret realm by various nations, based on the information obtained this time, was just beginning. A day later, Lin Bei and his classmates from Harbor City returned to Harbor City, but this time it was a secretive return. Given Lin Bei's current popularity, his presence alone could paralyze the entire Harbor City. Who wouldn't want to witness the true face of Lin Bei, the hero and emperor of men? To avoid unnecessary trouble, such a low-profile return was best, however. The atmosphere at the doorstep today was somewhat oppressive. A group of city combat-suited members of the War Department with solemn expressions blocked the corridor to Lin Bei's home. Lin Bei initially thought it was another War Department wanting to recruit him, but upon closer inspection it wasn't. They were blocking the door not to his home but to Aunt Lu's next door. Lin Bei's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Bei, the Shadow Emperor, the Emperor of Men. Could he really be living here? But due to the oppressive atmosphere, they could only whisper among themselves. Lin Bei intended to pass by as if nothing had happened, but the heart-wrenching cries of Aunt Lu and Wang Xianwan from inside tore at his heart, causing Lin Bei, who had previously received their care, to instinctively furrow his brow. What happened? Lin Bei suddenly turned around, unusually taking the initiative to ask, "What happened?" Facing the personal inquiry of the Emperor of Men, the newcomer in the War Department went weak at the knees, somewhat stunned. "Oh my, the Emperor is talking to me. How should I respond? This is military secret. Should I answer when the Emperor asks?" The rookie soldier was deeply perplexed. Lin Bei had no time to wait for him, looking instead to the slightly older members of the War Department, who appeared much steadier. However, due to the confidential documents, they couldn't make a decision on their own to tell Lin Bei. They simply made way, letting Lin Bei walk in himself to ask the head of the War Department squad there. Lin Bei also saw their intention to make way and didn't hesitate to step directly into Aunt Lu's home. Familiar with Aunt Lu's home, he headed towards the living room. There he saw Aunt Lu holding Wang Xianwan kneeling on the ground, their shoulders trembling slightly, sobbing uncontrollably. On either side stood several burly men dressed in military uniforms, solemn and dignified. The officer turned his head, saw Lin Bei and saluted him in a standard military fashion as a sign of respect. Lin Bei nodded slightly, as if he had guessed something was amiss. He directly asked, "Uncle Wang, what has happened?" The officer did not answer directly but simply nodded silently. Hearing Lin Bei's voice, Wang Xianwan struggled out of her mother's embrace and wiped the tears from her little cheeks. Pattering her feet, she ran up and hugged Lin Bei's legs, sobbing. "Brother Lin Bei, Mom said Dad doesn't want Xianwan anymore. Can you help me bring Dad back, please? I'll give you all my pocket money." Lin Bei's expression grew slightly heavier. He knelt down, touched the child's soft hair gently and smiled in response. "Let brother first understand what happened, okay?" Xianwan nodded obediently. Lin Bei stood up and helped Mrs. Lu, who had collapsed on the ground. Mrs. Lu looked haggard, as if she had aged 10 years. Lin Bei's gaze shifted to the dining table where a casualty notification lay. His pupils constricted as he reached out to pick it up. A member of the military squad beside the officer wanted to stop Lin Bei's intervention. After all, he was just an 18-year-old student, not a member of the military, and it was against the rules for him to meddle in military affairs. however, he was stopped by the officer beside him. Shadow King Linbei, he can know he has the right. Linbei picked up the notification and read the text carefully, staying silent for a long while. Not deceased, but equivalent to deceased?
He looked at Mrs. Liu and then at the military officer. This is indeed something new.
A casualty notification issued in advance, that's a first. Wang Teng, a second-level officer of the military, has taken over the position of swordbearer in the 20th heaven with a casualty notification released in advance. Officer Wang, he is a true man among men whom I deeply respect. Sister-in-law Officer Wang, no, Brother Wang, let me say, I'm sorry. With a salute, the officer didn't delay further and after a heartfelt speech saluted once again in a standard military posture. Sword bearer. The new term inevitably aroused Lin Bei's curiosity. The military personnel, having delivered their message and some of Uncle Wang's belongings to Mrs. Liu, had completed their task. At this moment the officer approached Lin Bei and asked, Your Majesty, may I have a word in private? Wang Tung has mentioned you, saying you are his pride. If there's anything you wish to know, I will tell you everything. Lin Bei nodded and glanced back at Mrs. Liu. She was a strong woman and seemed to have somewhat recovered. She managed to squeeze out a smile, telling Lin Bei to go. She would be fine. Lin Bei knew he should also give them, mother and daughter, some time and space. Such matters cannot be rushed. It's hard for anyone to suddenly accept the abrupt departure of a loved one. He followed the officer out the door and they leaned against the window in the hallway. The officer lit a cigarette and began to explain softly, in this era of spiritual resurgence, to combat the powerful demons and monsters that could invade Blue Star from the 100 heavens at any moment. The Human Alliance has established many special and significant positions to guard the various layers of the celestial barriers. These roles do not conflict with their military ranks but rather represent a unique kind of existence. These positions are not mere sinecures, they truly safeguard the secrets within the barriers that counterbalance powerful demons, maintaining the balance of this celestial world. Lin Biming realized this and thought, no wonder. I always found it strange that the strongest demons were trapped in the uppermost layer while those infiltrating the lower layers were weaker. There must be another reason. It seems our ancestors made many safeguards to ensure humanity grows stronger even as we fight. He understood then, taking on this special role meant he would have to stay within the celestial barrier until death, never to return. The commander nodded, acknowledging Lin Biming's quick grasp of the situation worthy of an emperor. Then the conversation took a turn. Actually, things were not supposed to be this way, but there was an accident with the previous sword bearer's chosen successor. The extraordinary weapon shows Brother Wang by itself, it's irreversible. Lin Biming's eyes lit up, intrigued by the unique nature of the extraordinary weapon. It's a demonic blade, wickedly fierce. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape it. The rest, however, remained unknown to him. Lin Biming fell silent. The Shadow King said, I was fortunate to have witnessed your battles outside the secret realm. Despite appearances, I've seen many an emperor pass by, yet none as strong as you. Whether it's me guarding the cities behind or Brother Wang guarding the secrets of the barrier, we all dedicate our lives to adventurers like you. Although it might sound selfish, I hope you can break through those damned demons above for us. The war minister's words carried a weight of ages. Lin Biming simply smiled. Sorry, I cannot give you an answer. What kind of view can one see from a peak that can only be reached by stepping on others? People often lose themselves in the spiral of the survival of the fittest in a world dominated by the powerful. Guarding takes more courage than destroying. I fight for myself and you all fight for yourselves. One day, everyone will reach the top. Peace requires more skill than war. I am a simple man, don't put too much pressure on me. Saying this, Lin Biming stood up, patted the stooping back of the commander and walked toward his home. The war minister watched Lin Biming's receding figure in a daze, his eyes unexpectedly moist. The words had reawakened his numb nerves. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then fiercely stubbed it out with his foot. Head bowed, he felt a thrill of excitement from within. This kid, his words make my blood boil again. Let's go on patrol. Meanwhile, back at his home, Lin Biming leaned against the door, a glint in his eyes. The 100-layer celestial barrier is getting more interesting by the day. Several days later, in a classroom of the Heavenly Talents, morning self-study starts at 7 o'clock under a gloomy, rainy sky. Outside the classroom window, raindrops pelt against the glass in the building, creating a leisurely tapping sound. Such weather is perfect for sleeping, yet the students must brave the rain to attend class. In this era where spiritual energy abounds, illiteracy is not tolerated and cultural education is emphasized heavily in the 9-year compulsory Education system. At Gangcheng Number 1 Middle School, the daily broadcast repeats the same motivational slogans. The sword's edge comes from sharpening, and the plum blossoms sent from the bitter cold. 9 years of hard study to forge a sword, all for the moment of triumph when the time comes. The day the broken sword is reforged, the day of return from the earth. Lin Bei, known for his tall and imposing figure, sits at the back row, having chosen a spot by the window so he can keep an eye on the outside. Life at school is quite ordinary for him, and he doesn't worry much. With his intelligence, academic challenges are easily dealt with.
Lin Bei's return to school has been no secret these
days, and while initially his classmates viewed him and his group with suspicion, over time things have mellowed. Quick, Lin Bei, save me, I forgot to do my homework. Let me take a look at yours. Saving a life is better than creating a 7-tiered pagoda, Jiang Shan cries out in agony. Even copying homework can be described so elegantly. Just don't copy the name on your paper this time too.
Lin Bei takes out a stack of papers he needs to submit and hands them to Jiang Shan.
Without a second thought, it's clear this guy is honest to a fault. If he forgot everything thoroughly. Chen Yushi, the class monitor, watches Jiang Shan scribbling away and then glances at Lin Bei's composed profile. She shakes her head with a smile, not bothering to interrupt them. Holding the collected stack of homework, Lin Bei still hasn't submitted his. He can delay a bit longer.
Other students, seeing Chen Yushi's smile, are utterly captivated. Wow, Chen the beauty looks so
beautiful when she smiles. This world is so unfair. How can such a strong and handsome top-level human exist beside me? You better shut up. Lin Bei isn't human, he's a celestial. Have you ever seen a human become an emperor in just 2 months? Scoffs Lu Feng, all bandaged up, not willing to admit his admiration but unable to deny the truth. This is his last defiance.
Just then, the homeroom teacher Fang Yi walks in, followed by a girl with a lollipop in her mouth, pigtails, and a face
covered with a gauze bandage, and most
bizarrely carrying a large chainsaw instead of a backpack.
My goodness, where does this fierce girl come from? But I like such unexpected challenges. Wow, she's absolutely stunning. But this girl looks a bit familiar. The students whisper curiously among themselves. The girl, hands in her pockets, doesn't seem to be here for school. She scans the classroom, then spots Jiang Shan, who is frantically writing, and exclaims, "Hot, big dummy." Jiang Shan, feeling the hostile vibe, looks up startled. Oh no! Chainsaw girl. The two stare at each other across several rows like sworn enemies who have just met. Know her? Lin Bei asked curiously. He didn't remember much about those weaker than him. Jiang Shan nodded vigorously, almost like he was pounding garlic. Bei, it's her, the violent girl from the Northern Frontier seed team I told you about. What, she can't make it in the Northern Frontier anymore, so she's come to our harbor city to find some presents?
Jiang Shan spoke without any courtesy. You're talking nonsense. Who's acting like a student here?
I'm your teacher. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. What's going on? They thought it was a new student, but it turned out to be a new teacher instead. What's the situation? Fang Yi shook her head helplessly and added, to be precise, she's an intern assistant. Don't be fooled by her petite appearance. She's already past her student days. Fang's sister, why bring this up, really? Su Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks, looking a bit gloomy. She herself was only 20 years old. Her demeanor was very familiar with Fang Yi, and her normally willful nature was somewhat restrained in front of her. No wonder, since both were from prominent families, they likely had interactions since childhood. After the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, once the 9-year compulsory education phase was completed, unless one was a non-awakened ordinary person, they would attend a humanities college. Awakeners, through the college entrance exams, were directly assigned to various battle units, starting their campaigns or defending the 100-layer barriers. However, some chose not to join the battle units, instead ensuring the safety of the cities in the rear, or they simply distanced themselves from the war to focus on researching the path to strengthen their spiritual powers. These individuals were known as social awakeners or free spirits. Su Xiaoxiao, backed by the powerful Su family, always chose freedom, and her family also feared she would be mistreated in the military. Hence they didn't force her to join the battle units, but for someone originally from the Northern Frontier and backed by significant support, coming to the unfamiliar city of Harbor City was definitely not just to find a job. Everyone was no fool. Clearly she was here for Lin Bei. Su Xiaoxiao scoffed. You little brat, did you hear that? I'm older than you. Jiang Shan retorted. Nonsense, you're younger, how could you be older than me? Their classmates were embarrassed. What kind of wild talk was this?
They were completely off topic, yet still managed to start an argument.
Jiang Shan might let it slide, but could this assistant really handle it? She didn't seem too bright either. They whispered among themselves. After all, they had seen Su Xiaoxiao's fierce demeanor during a live broadcast absolutely brutal. They certainly did not want to encounter her notorious flaming chainsaw. Alright, quiet down. Feng Yi glared at Su Xiaoxiao, who immediately stopped making noise and didn't dare to continue. A true case of meeting her match, this time hiring an assistant. Was mainly the idea of the harbor city admiral. Although the last venture into the secret realm was fraught with danger, it was undeniable that accidents happened. We lost a student during our first entry into the barrier battlefield. To better protect our younger generation's combatants, many cities have enlisted path guardians specially to protect everyone during critical moments in the barrier.
Ms. Su Xiaoxiao, a mid-stage battle venerate, although not as strong as Lin Bei's team, is more
than capable of leading other teams in campaigns below the 20th layer.
By the way, a special commendation for student Gu Xiaonan. During the period Lin Bei and others were exploring the secret realm, leading Chen Yushi's team, the other students advanced through the 5th heaven. In recent days, Chen Yushi also reached the standards of the 10th heaven, marking an excellent start. Teacher Su will lead Yushi's team while I will lead the team with Lu Feng. Another team will continue to strive, and after completing a first heaven task, a mentor will be assigned. Hey!
What about Lin Bei and his team? A naive student asked, scratching his head. Are you an idiot? Does the War Emperor need protection at all to protect from demons? The crowd was restless as Feng Yi spoke again. The Awakeners College entrance exam is just a month away, and we in Hongcheng hope you all can strive to be first or second.
This isn't about aiming for second place, but about pushing from the 10th to the 20th heaven before the exam. Wow, isn't that too difficult?
That's the standard of the National Special Battle Department, someone exclaimed. Exactly, there are only a few in Longhua who can achieve that each year. What makes us think we can? The complaints continued. But Feng Yi's gaze was firm as she looked at Lin Bei, knowing her words seemed a bit presumptuous, but those with keen eyes understood. Her words were clearly directed at Lin Bei's team. Meanwhile, Lin Bei appeared nonchalant, gazing out the window and muttering softly, 20th heaven. That might not be enough. Time flew, and more than 20 days later, it was rumored among those stationed at the Heavenly Barrier Battle Department that unusual spatial tremors had been occurring frequently from the 10th to the 20th heaven. High-frequency suspicions arose that some battle departments were testing high-tech spirit bombs within the Heavenly Barrier, but unbeknownst to them, all this was caused by 5 youths.
With the sharp focus of hawks, the youths concentrated intensely on what lay ahead. Gu Xiaonan announced perception range fully open. 50 kilometers, sensing the position of the 19th Heaven Demon King at 35,000 meters, wind direction 2021, wind speed 7.78.
Adjust the scale to 475, right 075. Prepare for the spirit core explosion. The Zhang brothers combined the hydrogen and oxygen spirit forces again, expanding the force field to several kilometers. Lin Bei, with his palm facing upward, suddenly gathered the celestial thunderclouds above. The lightning flashed brilliantly, its destructive power immensely devastating. The thunder struck in an instant.
Below, the Demon King and countless demons, unaware of their
impending doom, were merely puzzled by the strange gases rising suddenly around them. Boom! The world turned deathly white. The heatwave blasted out for miles. Standing atop a hill, the group was unaffected by the howling winds. Their gazes were much more resolute after days and nights of relentless pursuit and maturing through war strategies. As the saying goes, art is an explosion. Lin Bei's squad was just so elegantly timeless.
The nuclear explosion cleansed the land, shaking the minor world, yet it still couldn't stop the Black Shadow Corps from their mining and collecting operations.
The explosion's mushroom cloud covered the sky and the dust filled the air, obscuring everything. However, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed and the wings of shadow instantly spread out. Stirring up a sonic barrier wave, he cut through the thick dust and charged into the fray. A huge dark shadow quickly darted out, its limbs broken and its body blasted bloody, but it still managed to cling to life, its demonic instincts screaming to escape.
The only possible survivor of such an explosion could be the
strongest demon of the 19th heaven, Eternal Night City, the Night Bloodbat. Damn it, what on earth is going on? SCE Bloodbat still couldn't figure out the situation. It was just a bolt of lightning that fell, but how could it have such lethal power? However, before he could understand, Lin Bei, skilled in the art of assassination, had already appeared behind him unnoticed. Amidst the dust, his eyes were like the Grim Reaper himself, causing CE Bloodbat's blood to almost freeze. The signature backstab. Shadow Dragon Spear wields the sword energy and slashes. Another king-level great demon falls in an instant under Lin Bei's hand. This spear split the 19th layer of the earth, creating a deep abyssal crack. Jiang Shan, and others gathered around the corpse. Lin Bei had already begun searching Ce Bloodbat's body, and as everyone expected, there was no king's treasure. No king's treasure, Jiang Shan asked.
Lin Bei shook his head regretfully. Recently the lair
guarding demons they had slain did not possess the king's treasure, and there was no sign that the strength of the lair guarding demons was increasing. Lin Bei always found it strange that these ordinarily chaotic demons showed signs of personnel changes, which might not mean much to ordinary people, but Lin Bei felt it was far from simple. Finally, damn it, we've reached the 20th layer, my god.
When I get back, I'm going to eat braised pork, boiled fish, big plate chicken.
Jiang Shan, relieved, sat down on the ground and howled up at the sky. The others were also excited. This is amazing, they had reached the 20th layer before the college entrance exam, which was unheard of in the history of Harbor City. No doubt every member of their team was now highly sought after by all major elite combat departments, but their mindset had already changed. No matter how good the benefits or how much money was offered, it was not up for negotiation. Why join any combat department when the smart choice was to follow Lin Bei? John, don't
celebrate too soon. Does Lin look like he wants to leave? Really? Get demon meat stuck in the teeth, Let Bei rest for a day.
Jiang Shan looked disappointedly at Lin Bei as others chuckled behind him. Lin Bei thought for a moment and then responded, you guys go back first, I know someone on the 20th layer, I want to go see him. Uncle Wang, right? I know, alright, I'll go with you. Thinking of sneaking away? No way. Exactly, Jiang is right. While Lin Bei is at his bottleneck, we need to catch up. Lin Bei frowned slightly, then smiled helplessly. Gu Xiaonan pulled Jiang Shan and everyone shook their decree hands, quickly ascending to the 20th layer. However, upon their first arrival at the 20th layer, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. My god, this is spectacular. Even the coffin lid of Neo Dun couldn't keep it contained. The geographical condition after the 20th layer barrier was beyond everyone's expectations, natural phenomena that couldn't be explained by common sense laws of gravity. All previous knowledge did not apply here. Everything was chaotic, overturning normal views. It was wondrous, but even more dangerous. The sky is the ground is the sky. I'm lost for words. Gu Xiaonan pointed at a massive indescribable object in front of them. Lin Bei approached for a closer look and couldn't help but frown. Upside Down Mountain. Mount Daoyan is an incredible and perilous peak acting as a conduit between two realms. Legend tells of the 20 heavenly layers where the realms of yin and yang are inverted. The outer realm is yang and the core is yin. The true battlefield of these 20 heavens lies in the yin realm, known as the ghostly shadow suspended city. Climb, yes, but not today. I've just ascended from the 19th heaven and it's nearly dark. I've heard there's a curfew in the 20th heaven. No one can enter or leave at night. I might be fine on my own, but it would be troublesome if you were taken out, Lin Bei said.
Right, we will rest in the yang realm and head to the yin realm in the morning, aiming for the ghostly shadow
suspended city. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Lin Bei conjured an illusion. Shadow Mansion reappeared. However, this time each person had their own villa, a true display of opulence. Night fell quickly. The night here was indeed eerie. Even in the yang realm, cold winds howled intermittently, sharp shrieking sounds as if ghosts were clamoring to break through the ground.
Lying on his 3-meter-wide bed, Lin Bei activated his system panel and checked his level.
As expected, still at the peak of the War Emperor, his spiritual energy peak rising endlessly like a black hole with no end. Bottleneck? What is that nonsense? No wonder reaching the Emperor realm is as tough as ascending to the heavens. I need to think of some solutions, perhaps fusion might work. He closed his eyes and entered the dark storage space of the Shadow Kingdom. Surrounded by treasures and resources, Lin Bei was indeed wealthy enough to rival nations. Perhaps bringing the Shadow Kingdom into the limelight wasn't such an impossible idea, but for now he needed to find some useful items to aid his breakthrough. He wandered among countless secret treasures, picking one by one, when suddenly a shadowy tentacle handed him a dry piece of wood, sparking a memory. Almost forgot I had this. With that, Lin Bei walked out of the room with the piece of wood. Soon after, he knocked on Jiang Shan's villa door. Jiang Shan, sweaty from working out, opened the door and saw Lin Bei, who grinned sheepishly.
Hey, what's up? Come out, serious business, can't do it here.
Jiang Shan blinked, noting Lin Bei's seriousness. Quickly throwing on a tank top, he followed Lin Bei out. They walked far, reaching a fertile and deserted piece of land. This will do, Lin Bei murmured as he created a small hole with his foot. What's up, Bei? All secretive, are we planting trees now? Lin Bei snapped his fingers and shadows instantly engulfed the area, creating a domain that spanned 100 meters, turning it into a secluded space cut off from the world like a dark inverted bowl. Look at this, Lin Bei replied softly, handing over the strangely energetic dry branch. This was the divine tree branch that nurtured the supreme secret treasure, the heavenly thunder fruit, during their last venture into the secret realm. The system named it, Fragment of the Lost Divine Tree. After fusing with the supreme secret treasure, Lin Bei smartly kept a piece of the branch. He certainly understands the principle that it is better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. By chance, there is a trustworthy awakener of the plant-based spiritual power sequence nearby which could be put to good use. If Lin Bei's guess is right, exploring the mysteries of this divine tree could allow Jiang Shan with his abilities to cultivate something extraordinary, although in Lin Bei's eyes this treasure isn't particularly powerful. If it weren't for Lin Bei having merged with the demonic aura, it really wouldn't be anything special. However, compared to others, it's a godsend. No wonder those top families are so eager to possess it. Look at this, can you create something similar? Wow, this is incredible, it looks like thunderstruck wood. Where did you get this? Jiang Shan asked with a laugh. However, seeing Lin Bei's serious expression, he stopped joking and solemnly took the withered wood in his hands. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the extraordinary perception of the wood-based plants made his body stiffen. It felt as if mighty rivers were merging into his veins, but these were not ordinary rivers, they were the Milky Way. A terrifying power surged through Jiang Shan's body. Oh my! Jiang Shan broke out in a cold sweat. The withered wood fell to the ground. Lin Bei frowned, having roughly guessed what was happening. Jiang Shan's face became slightly solemn, his lips trembling as he swallowed. His eyes were fixed on the branch of the divine tree, understanding that this spiritual plant was no ordinary thing. The spiritual power it contained was extremely terrifying, even divine. Can't you make a plant like this? Lin Bei asked regretfully. Ah, Bei, this is too deep. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Stop joking, is it possible or not? Lin Bei was actually surprised. Knowing Jiang Shan his joking meant there was a possibility. Which type do you want to plant? This question unexpectedly made Lin Bei smile. How do you really can? It wasn't possible before, but now as a half-step battle king my spiritual power has developed to its peak. I feel I can make a wave. I see a universe of spiritual plants, but it can roughly be divided into two major branches, the Tree of Elements and the Tree of Stars. Which one do you want? Lin Bei stroked his chin, having already experienced the fruit of the Tree of Elements, but the Tree of Stars piqued his interest. Let's go with the Tree of Stars, it's up to you. Okay, but where should we plant it? Planting it here doesn't seem right. Jiang Shan stomped on the bare ground. Lin Bei thought for a moment, snapped his fingers, and the shadow behind Jiang Shan trembled violently like an earth dragon churning. Lin Bei summoned a part of the soil from the Kingdom of Shadows, a piece of land that could move with Jiang Shan. Let's plant it in your shadow, it will appear when you want to water it. Brilliant. No sooner said than done. A seed that seemed to gather the vast ocean of stars was condensed in Jiang Shan's hand by his spiritual power. He felt a wave of weakness, as just a single seed had exhausted all his spiritual power. It was a terrible experience, but for something Lin Bei needed, as brothers they would go through thick and thin. Without hesitation. Half a while later the planting was completed. Jiang Shan's spiritual power could make the vegetation grow at 1,000,000 times the speed, yet even so, there was no sign of growth from this spiritual plant. Lin Bei was not in a hurry. This was a long-term plan, and any preparation made was never in vain. Lin Bei snapped his fingers again and the realm of the king dissipated. He supported Jiang Shan, preparing to return to the camp. At that moment Lin Bei unconsciously felt a bone-chilling cold. Boom! A thunderous sound that seemed to split the earth came from the direction of the camp. Lin Bei sensed that the shadow soldiers he had arranged to guard the camp at night were battling something. From the camp came a series of ghostly wails and a rising eerie blue-purple firelight. What was happening? Jiang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards the camp. Ah, Bei, hurry and check it out, don't let old Jiang and the others get hurt, I can move back on my own, he said. Lin Bei frowned without saying much, summoned several trolls to carry Jiang Shan and directed them towards the camp while he himself unfolded his wings of shadow and soared towards the scene. In the air he swiped his fingers over his eyes, instantly sharing his vision with the shadow soldiers. He saw that within the camp the shadow villa was destroyed and a large number of shadow soldiers were covering Zhang Dong and Zhang Shi as they retreated. They had all been in a deep sleep, some were running wrapped in blankets and wearing bright red underwear, looking quite disheveled. A massive amount of ghostly energy was gathering there, constantly condensing into various strange and monstrous forms. The number was comparable to the several hundred shadow soldiers Lin Bei had placed in the camp. Damn, what are these things? Where's Shan Nan? Zhang Shi looked around urgently. In her desperation, Gu Xiaonan had separated from the others and became the target of this inexplicably appearing group of strange creatures. Bang! A huge monster landed in front of her, the ground shook and knocked Gu Xiaonan down. In an instant, a mass of spider silk burst forth from nowhere, tightly binding Gu Xiaonan with a strength that could suffocate. The silk was as sharp as steel wires, seemingly capable of tearing a person apart. The monster, resembling a demon but devoid of any demonic power, could be called a ghost or a bizarre creature. The Spider Woman, also known as the Widow Weaver, is a ghost transformed from a spider into human form, known for decapitating and consuming its prey, a highly dangerous creature. It seemed very different from the usual demons as it slowly approached with its spider lower half. Coming up to Gu Xiaonan, it asked, "Man, why are you here?" Gu Xiaonan was utterly baffled. "I should be the one asking you that. I was sleeping soundly and you come up with this binding play."
The Spider Woman slowly extended her arm towards Gu Xiaonan.
At the critical moment, a dark shining meteor fell from the sky. Boom! A fist as powerful as a tornado spiraled, sweeping the entire area like a raging torrent. The dark meteor struck directly on the Spider-Woman's head. Lin Bei's mountainous punch from the sky shattered the entire body of this giant spider creature. The monster was annihilated with a single punch, its life force crushed and slowly scattering as specks of light.
Lin Bei, with his murderous aura surging, muttered softly in a
low voice, "No demonic power or spiritual energy, what on earth is this?" From amidst the multitude of ghosts, another figure emerged, terrifying and powerful. Lin Bei turned his head toward the gathering of ghosts upon hearing the noise, grasp of the ghostly skeletons. A ferocious roar echoed from the distance among the ghosts. A force as if summoned from hell itself lashed out from beneath the earth, striking directly beneath Lin Bei. The black flames, condensed from ghostly energy, formed a massive hellish ghost hand that instantly seized Lin Bei within its grasp. With a booming explosion, the ghost hand tightened and burst with a punch. Lin Lauded, purple ghostly flames spilled out and the sky was lit with flickering fires, the movements within shrouded in mystery. Gu Xiaonan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Laude was ambushed. He looked in horror towards the attacker. White-haired golden pupils clad in red armor and blood-red demonic horns that captivated the soul, possessing only one hand while the other was marked by a ghostly hand formed from condensed ghost energy. The ghost general stood tall on the slope of the upside-down mountain, his figure majestic and upright, displaying the dignified presence characteristic of a supreme military commander. "Ibaraki Doji, at your service." Suddenly, a thunderous rumble. Before Ibaraki could react, the tightly clenched hellish ghost hand below was shattered by an unstoppable blast of lightning and demonic energy.
Lin Bei twisted his neck from within, stepping out effortlessly and unscathed. His gaze icy, he raised his arm and roared in defiance, "Stand up."
The endless dark energy spiraled into the sky as Lin Bei raised his hand. Countless shadow soldiers reappeared in the world, their numbers beyond estimation, 1,000, a million times that of the ghosts. Shadow army versus night parade of 100 demons. The ghosts were shocked. They had clearly seen their opponent crushed by Ibaraki Doji's palm, and now he appeared completely unharmed. Their ghost general had never failed before.
Could these invaders truly not be human, and what were
those pitch-black shadow creatures? Lin Bei pondered lightly. "It seems I understand something now. You two were summoned by someone, right? Interesting. Let's greet you with an equivalent force of shadow soldiers and see who truly rules the 20 layers of the netherworld." Shadows, demons. Ibaraki looked down at the suddenly rising shadows, his face full of confusion, yet he still roared his command, leading the ghosts to attack. Ghostly howls echoed from all directions as the ghosts charged en masse down the mountainside. Boom! With just one strike, the ground was shattered. The shadow giant punched through the earth, sending a shockwave that flung numerous monsters into the air. One punch sent them flying, completely overpowering in both numbers and strength. The pride of this arrogant great demon was utterly shattered. Following closely, this mountain-crushing shadow giant crazily proliferated among the shadows, terrifyingly increasing in number and standing defiantly before the ghosts.
Soon after, thunderbolts and countless dark meteors streaked across the night
sky. Under the king's command, the shadow army swept through the ghosts. The ghosts were at a disadvantage, still bewildered. Accompanied by thunder, the shadow army relentlessly bombarded and slaughtered the ghosts, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Bang, bang, heavy footsteps stomped. The shadow giant, leaping meters at a bound, raised his fist and smashed it towards Ibaraki Doji. Ibaraki Doji, seeing this, braced himself to receive the blow. 6 realms of ghosts Rashomon, the earth shattered with a roar of fury, and from its depths purple specters burst forth. They slammed into the ranks of the shadowy soldiers, destroying everything in their path, accompanied by a chorus of ghastly wails. Countless tiny ghostly hands grasped at the troll in midair, dragging his massive frame back to the ground. Following closely, the ghostly flames began to gather in Ibaraki's left fist, overflowing with immense spectral energy. The grip of the ghostly remains, like a tidal wave, the infernal hands from the abyss reached for the shadowy troll, but such a move would not work a second time on Lin Bei and his shadowy troops. Thunder exploded around the troll, shattering the spectral hands. Entwined around him, he threw a punch towards the infernal hand reaching for him. Their fists collided. The disproportionate size of the steel fists made a thunderous crash. Unexpectedly, the troll's mountainous strength completely overpowered the enormous ghostly hand. His punch, heavy as the 5 mountains, instantly shattered the ghostly hand's assault. Left with no choice, Ibaraki had to close in and bravely confront the shadowy troll with a punch. However, even his fist, charged with endless ghostly energy, was still outmatched by the serious blow from the shadow troll. The troll's muscles bulged, his sinews twisting like steel, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. Boom! A massive wave of force burst forth, the solid earth thunderously sank. Ibaraki's spectral hand, formed from ghostly energy, was pierced by the punch, emitting a crackling sound of snapping tendons throughout his body. He flew backwards, his body shattered and broken by the punch. In that moment, Ibaraki realized the gap between himself and his enemy. He knew then that aside from his closest friend, no ghost stood a chance against these monstrous shadowy figures. He must tell his master and his dear friend. Before he could finish, he too burst into a cloud of shimmering ghostly particles, dissipating into the air. The troll scratched his head in confusion, wondering how his opponent had vanished. Similarly, the other hundreds of ghosts were being slain and dissipating at a visible rate. Though each possessed unique abilities and the strength of peak lords, they were no match for the terrifyingly powerful shadowy soldiers. Victory seemed certain for everyone but Lin Bei's expression remained stern. He suspected that more formidable foes were yet to appear. Indeed, Lin Bei smiled knowingly. He sensed that the moment was coming. In no time, faced with the leaderless and disorganized ghosts, Lin Bei's shadowy soldiers were practically slaughtering them. But this only lasted until the appearance of that monster. The remaining ghosts retreated rapidly. From the mountains of Daoxian, the sound of war drums thundered, igniting excitement among the ghosts once more. The fallen ghosts revived, regrouped and counterattacked. Although it was still a futile effort, the number of ghost casualties continued to grow, yet their attack grew fiercer. The ghosts' eyes were wild with excitement as they fought the shadowy soldiers, leaving Lin Bei and his men astonished. What was happening? Had they gone mad? Yet only Lin Bei looked towards the distance. He knew the reason. It was because the one known as the pinnacle of the ghost tribe was about to enter the fray. Above them, the miasma of the underworld gradually dissipated, revealing the full view of the suspended city of ghostly creatures. It was a scene of grandeur and spectacle. The Ghost King descended amidst songs of wine and wild revelry. At the summit of the inverted mountain, ghostly mists pervaded. It was a terrifying sight, the peak of royal power. At a source of crimson ghostly flames, a form rapidly condensed. Gradually, it took on a humanoid shape. No, it was the posture of the great Ghost King. His ink-black hair fluttered in the wind like clusters of black flames, airy and unrestrained. Behind him, the demonic power within his ghostly gourd gathered and churned, eventually wrapping around its surface to form a fierce lion-faced beast. Purple demonic fires blazed fiercely, trailing a lush mane. The Ghost King unabashedly displayed his power. Demonic patterns across his body converged at his shoulders into flames which burst forth from his shoulder guards as if to devour everything in sight. This was the Ghost King of the Great River Mountain, the originator of the night parade of 100 demons. Shuten Doji, was this the legendary Ghost King? It was my first time seeing him with my own eyes, yet it fit the style of this ghostly suspended city. Lin Bei's gaze flickered with a sharp intensity. He showed no signs of stopping. Though slaying these ghosts yielded no spiritual energy, he still gained integration points. The strength of Shuten Doji was extraordinarily formidable, a peak royal level. In the past, such a royal level would certainly be personally executed by Lin Bei, but this time he was not in the mood for such leisure. King to king, it was up to a king to bear the burden, but the opponent was not a true king. The Shadow Corps, sensing the will of the Shadow King, representatives of the 9 major corps volunteered to fight. Lin Bei looked around and nodded at the Ghost Shadow Ninja. The Ghost Shadow Ninja was the most versatile combat troop under Lin Bei. Now, with Lin Bei's integration of the Devil Thunder Fruit, he had further mastered special ninja techniques involving thunder, surely bringing new surprises to Lin Bei. Ghost King vs. Ghost Shadow. That would be interesting. Ninja, go and face him. Feeling the king's assignment, the Ghost Shadow Ninja was eager to fight against the Ghost King Shutendoji. This was destined to be a devastating battle. The Ghost Shadow Ninja pulled out his earth blade from behind, swinging it to release a fierce sword energy. Thousands of shurikens shot out like a torrential pear blossom rain, catching the opponent off guard.
Shutendoji, with an arrogant smile, raised his
Ghost Fist wrapped in ghost fire, not falling behind. In an instant, two powerful beings disappeared from their spots in a single breath. The spectators were baffled. What kind of speed was this? Only Lin Bei, with his superior dynamic vision, could discern their intense battle situation. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous fierce collisions in the air sparked fireworks. The powerful impact between the Ghost Fist and the Shadow Blade was intense, making it hard to determine the victor. Shutendoji, long unaccustomed to such exhilarating battle spirit, became excited. Behind him, his ghost gourd, under the powerful ghostly aura, rose into the air and split open at the bottom, shooting out condensed ghostly fire attacks. This ghost fire was no ordinary flame. Once it touched someone, it clung and burned continuously. The Ghost Shadow Ninja kept dodging, a glint of stern light flashing in his eyes. The earth blade wrapped in thunder struck in an instant, slashing repeatedly. Boom, boom. The ground split open with several deep fissures. Shutendoji was caught off guard and was slashed, flying 10 meters away. Such a powerful black monster. As he crashed to the ground, kicking up dust, the Ghost King gave a high appraisal of the Ghost Shadow Ninja. He grabbed the huge gourd of liquor behind him and guzzled it down, gallons of ghostly spirits filling his belly. Drunkenness surged to his head and he laughed wildly, his power as the Ghost King growing even stronger. Under the influence of the alcohol, Shutendoji became numb to pain, seemingly about to go into a drunken frenzy. At this moment, the myriad ghosts seemed to retreat, for the Ghost King in his drunken madness was truly terrifying. The showdown between the Ghost Ninja and the King of Ghosts was now on the verge of exploding. Come on, let this battle be even more thrilling. I want more, much more. Shutendoji could feel his opponent's formidable combat strength, bolstering his will to fight. Thump, thump, thump. From somewhere the war drums sounded, the soul-stirring drunken tune, the mad lion's roar. Lin Bei stood at a distance, confidently watching the battle, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed strong, but compared to his opponent, still far from enough. Shutendoji roared as he attacked, the gourd on his back spewing ghost flames like a mad lion. The Ghost Ninja retaliated furiously. Thunder transformed into 1,000 bolts of lightning, striking with the force of a thunderous decree, slicing through the mad howls and ghost flames. The two formidable forces collided, a sudden gust of wind shattering everything around them. The ghost gourd could not withstand such a strike and began to crack. Shutendoji, fueled by battle rage, condensed ghostly chi into black flames that gathered in his ghostly fist. Thousands of ghostly flames burst forth from his fist, smashing towards the Ghost Ninja. The fist of ghost flames transformed into a fiery lion, stunning the soul. Boom. At the same time, the Ghost Ninja unleashed his killer moves. Empowered by the Thunder Fruit, the demonic black chi could gather storm clouds at any moment, causing thunder to fall from the sky. With this talent, the Ghost Ninja developed a new ninjutsu. He controlled the flow and speed of the lightning with thunder cut and morphed the lightning into the shape of a thunder beast to attack his enemies. Its power could instantly turn a mountain range to ashes, leaving virtually no room for the enemy to escape. This was known as the pinnacle of Thunder Release Ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that harnessed the power of nature. Thunder Release, Kirin. Countless narrow bolts of lightning emerged out of nowhere. A scarlet bolt of murderous intent shone in the eyes of the Ghost Ninja, accompanied by thunder as if born from the void, soaring into the sky. Lightning flickered, the angry mythical beast roared, a world shaking strike descending from the heavens. The Thunder Kirin opened its massive mouth, its roar like the ruins from a thunderous roar and like a thunderous blade from hell. The two mighty forces collided once again, Shutendoji furiously charging into the Kirin. Thousands of lightning bolts struck, thunder booming simultaneously. The rumbling sound of the thunderstorm echoed through the heavens. In an instant, blood sprayed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a peak king-level ghost monster, obtaining 200 million integration points. Lin Bei's mind was as clear as a mirror. Even amidst the dazzling interplay of flashes, he had already discerned the outcome of the fight. The victor was decided. In a momentary clash, lightning and ghostfire intertwined, bringing the final curtain down. The two stood back to back, simultaneously ceasing their attacks. the Ghost King Shuten turned his head, revealing a satisfied smile dissolving into specks of light that scattered.
This lowly ninja, seemingly invincible, was truly
unstoppable, yet despite Shuten Doji's formidable physical body, he was killed in one strike by the Thunder Kirin. Transformed into Ghost Chi, he dissipated, defeating the enemy general. This was the supreme strength of the Shadow Core. Everyone is a Ghost King, and now it all ends. Lin Bei lifted his head to gaze at the sky. A pair of massive black crow wings obscured the moonlit night. With a face red and a nose long, standing as tall as a 10-story building, this towering figure held a bamboo fan in his left hand and approached slowly.
It was another celestial demon, the Great Tengu. However, unlike
others, this Great Tengu seemed to have no intention to fight. Instead, it brought a man along. Upon closer inspection, in the right hand of the Great Tengu was a middle-aged man holding a demonic blade, his posture noble and commanding respect without anger. The Great Tengu flapped its wings gently, descending from the foot of the upside-down mountain towards the summit. From a distance, the man shouted, "Who are you?" A voice, both familiar and strange, resonated. He saw a myriad of ghosts being suppressed by a powerful shadow army on the ground, utterly powerless to resist. They soon dispersed into a cloud of demonic particles and vanished. Angered, Lin Bei and his companions followed the sound. They saw several robust men, noble in bearing, rushing down from the upside-down mountain, seemingly intending to encircle them. Dressed in neatly coordinated black and red combat attire and wielding various weapons, they approached fiercely. The Wolf Fong War Division. Lin Bei, upon seeing the other party, revealed a faint smile. The man standing in the palm of the Great Tengu was none other than the War Division Chief Wang Teng. Wang Teng, squinting, stared at the man who had injured his own ghosts and spirits. It had been several years, and naturally Lin Bei's appearance had changed significantly, so it was normal not to recognize him at first. But soon Wang Teng's expression shifted from unfamiliarity to recognition and then to great joy. "Little Bei, it's really you." Lin Bei smiled slightly and replied, "Uncle Wang, long time no see. Is this the power
of a sword bearer?"
He glanced at the eerie demonic blade in Wang Teng's hand, his thoughts deep. Lin Bei's eyes shimmered with golden light as the system analyzed. Ghost Blade, 100 spirits, an extraordinary Tang sword, also known as the Blade of the Deceased, greedily absorbs spiritual power and gathers ghostly energy to summon a procession of ghosts. The monsters they had fought earlier were merely projections from this blade. "What a fine blade!"
Lin Bei exclaimed, and without hesitation he began to project
this extraordinary weapon into form. Wang Teng, excited, approached Lin Bei, intending to give the young man a big bear hug as a release of his longing. However, just as he got close, a mysterious shadowy spiritual power began to fluctuate around Lin Bei, causing Wang Teng to pause and step back. Projection begin. Identifying the creative concept, defining the basic framework, replicating the constituent materials, mimicking the crafting techniques, empathizing with growth experiences. Reproducing accumulated years, surpassing and completing numerous projects, matching the host's spiritual power enhancement, gathering an extraordinary weapon, Ghost Blade Shadow Wrap. With a flick of his right arm, a black shadowy blade identical to Wang Teng's Tang sword appeared in Lin Bei's hand. "It's just like the War Chief's 100 Ghosts blade." The other members of the War Division gasped, covering their mouths in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of bug skill was this? At that moment, Wang Teng, squinting his eyes, watched the shadow-enshrouded Lin Bei and couldn't help but show a gratified expression. This boy must have mastered some powerful spiritual force. Whether it was just defeating his own legion of specters or now replicating this weapon shaped like a ghostly blade, it all proves one thing: this kid is indeed the Shadow King that has been rumored about recently, no doubt about it. I had thought the famous war emperor spoken of far and wide was just someone who shared your name. Turns out it's really you, huh? Wang Teng stood still and laughed loudly, aware that Lin Bei's bizarre actions were far from over. Lin Bei then lifted the ghost blade and commanded, "Night parade of 100 demons." The group of shadow soldiers around him looked at each other, scratching their heads, unclear about what their king was attempting. The air seemed to freeze, as if a crow of awkward silence flew cawing overhead. The most feared thing is the sudden silence. Lin Bei furrowed his brows. Clearly the ghost blade in the opponent's hand was the real deal. Why can't it unleash that power? Lin Bei wondered. Confident his projection couldn't be mistaken. "Little Bei, although I don't know the extent of your spiritual power, transcendent weapons are just that, destructive transcendent weapons, and the special power to awaken the dead isn't inherent to this weapon," Wang Teng stated bluntly, revealing the truth which was no secret in the upper echelons, the 20 heavens and above. Lin Bei frowned at Wang Tang. It seemed the power wasn't as straightforward as he thought. Just then, Jiang Shan carried in the style of a royal sedan by a shadow giant also arrived. From a distance he began shouting, Uncle Wang, oh, big mountain boy, what's going on? Wang Teng, seeing Jiang Shan, greeted him warmly. A battle department member not much older than Lin Bei and the others now stood behind Wang Teng and asked, do you know them? Wang Teng nodded. Of course, they are all acquaintances, he said, laughing heartily, a departure from his usually serious demeanor. Ah, it's like a flood washing into the Dragon King temple, a case of family members unwittingly fighting each other. Ah, little Cliff, this is Lin Bei I mentioned to you. Oh, Wu Yi looked at Lin Bei with dissatisfaction and hostility, as if seeing Lin Bei as a thorn in his side. His gaze was naturally caught by Lin Bei, but Lin Bei didn't take it to heart, considering them not on the same level, devoid of any comparison. Wu Yi simply kept his mouth shut while Lin Bei, unfazed, explained to Wang Ting, Uncle Wang, we are students from the Harbor City Genius class. Today we just completed the task of the 20th heaven. We were hoping to see if we could break through our limits and continue pushing upwards. Our original plan was to climb the inverted mountain tomorrow to reach the netherworld, but now that we've run into you, perhaps you could lead the way directly to the battle zone. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. The genius class, those were truly remarkable young individuals. Last year, a group from the genius class reached the 20th heaven each. One incredibly powerful. The chosen ones who reached the 20th heaven before their college entrance exams were the pillars of the Dragon Nation, eagerly recruited by all the top special battle departments, future figures of great importance. It was unexpected that their department head knew so many of tomorrow's promising youths. Strive hard, youngsters. Alright, the Harbor City has finally caught up with the trends these past few years. Not bad at all. Wang Teng threw his arms around Lin Bei and Jiang Shan's necks, excitedly exclaiming, no problem, but today you must join me, Uncle Wang, for a good drink or two. You're both 18 now, right? Let's go. Up we go. With that, Wang Tang drew the demon blade by Gue from its sheath. Guided by spiritual energy, the blade quickly formed a sinister shadow that made one shiver. This shadow, combined with the spiritual energy, transformed into a towering evil aura. In an instant, two other enormous Tengu appeared before everyone. The three giant Tengu spread their wings, blocking all the scenery in front of them. They extended their palms, signaling for the humans to step on. Wang Teng gestured, everyone get on, the alert is off. Yes, Minister of War. With that, everyone stepped onto the giant palms of the Tengu and headed towards the 20th layer of the netherworld. Lin Bei, however, stood still, not moving an inch. Little Bei, we can talk on the way up. Lin Bei shook his head, and suddenly behind him wings of shadow appeared, startling the War Department members who saw them for the first time. Emperor Realm? Divine Presence Realm? But there's no aura of entering the Divine Realm, Lin Bei said. I need to feel the gravity conditions above personally. Let's take off. You little rascal, you're always full of surprises for me. Then you better keep up. With that, Wang Teng snapped his fingers and the Tengu took flight. Boom. Lin Bei spiraled into the sky, followed closely behind, flying directly towards the inverted mountain, heading for the location of the Dragon Nation's War Department in the 20th layer. This guy's so strong, no wonder Uncle Wang values him so much. Wu Yi looked towards Lin Bei's figure, secretly marveling. Buzz, once entering the realm of the 20th layer, the gravity was twice as strong as before and the wind and sand were terrifyingly large. The instant overwhelming dizziness was unbearable for ordinary people. Jiang Shan and others who reached the 20th layer for the first time vomited fountains in the sky, causing laughter among the nearby War Department members. Lin Bei looked towards the netherworld. The land was blood red. Whirling hurricanes lifted off, suddenly turning into blood-red sandstorms with extremely low visibility. Beyond 10 meters there was nothingness. From high above he could survey everything and could feel a very strange aura. It was not something that could be explained by demon power or spiritual energy. This is Gue Yushin City, our battlefield. Welcome to my world, my precious little princes, Wang Tang said boastfully, and under his command the giant Tengu slowly descended. Finally, they reached the War Department camp. Jiang Shan and the others were dizzy and disoriented, helped down by the members of the Wolf Fang War Department. Seeing their condition, Wang Tang arranged for them to rest first. Soon Lin Bei also landed, looking fine, which pleased Wang Tang greatly. Isn't there more than one War Department here? Lin Bei asked straightforwardly. Wang Tang nodded, just about to reply when suddenly a middle-aged woman around 50 intervened. Of course, the Wolf Fang alone cannot defend this place.
Seeing the battle insignia on her body, one could tell her military rank was certainly not low. Everyone turned their gaze towards the woman, Moron Lan. The faces of the Wolf Fong War Department members turned slightly sour, but Wang Teng just laughed and introduced, "This is the acting head of the first-level Phantom War Department, Officer Moron Lan, who is technically our superior at Wolftooth." "Ha ha," Moron Lan responded with a forced smile, mocking lightly. "Ha, what are you talking about? How dare I manage the esteemed sword holder, sir, since you took over the sword, Mr. Wang? Your career has indeed flourished impressively." Ha ha ha. Wang Tang responded with a wry smile, not offering any explanation. Lin Bei immediately sensed some tension and guessed that there might be some unresolved issues between them. Moreover, this woman was no ordinary person. Though human, she possessed immense demonic power. Later on, as a first-level War Department head, she had the authority to inquire about unauthorized personnel entering the military zone. Learning that Lin Bei was the newly appointed human emperor surprised her for a moment. However, having experienced many trials, Moron Lan quickly regained her composure. After a somewhat awkward formal interrogation typical between superiors and subordinates, Moron Lan decided not to linger. She seemed not too fond of staying within the Wolftooth's territory. With a hint of sarcasm, she said, "Haha, since Wolftooth has esteemed guests today, I shall not disturb. Enjoy yourselves. In these times of war, living one more day is a blessing. Don't shortchange yourself, especially since, as the sword holder, you must always be prepared for death, right? I'll take my leave now, Minister Wang." Not seeing her off, Wang Tung forced a smile as he saw her out, afterward wiping the sweat from his forehead, visibly uncomfortable. It was clear he disliked talking with Moron Lan. Nearby, the members of the War Department grumbled among themselves. What's with her attitude, always so prickly with her words, constantly bringing up the sword issue? Her brother Morong Cheng died in an accident. It's not like she doesn't know, always the sword, as if someone's to blame. Exactly, it's like she's accusing us. Wang Tung, overhearing the murmurs, frowned and stated seriously, "Enough, we're grown men, don't gossip behind others' backs. She's right about one thing, cherish the present. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Lin Bei and his group have arrived from the 20th heaven, we as their seniors must treat them well." Hearing this, the War Department members cheered. "Wow, the minister is planning a big celebration? That's great, it's been a long time since we've had a feast. Let's inform the others and get ready." "Yes, sir." The members quickly saluted and hurried off to prepare for the feast. Left alone, Lin Bei and Wang Tung stood facing each other. Lin Bei broke the silence with a suspicious tone. "Hey neighbor Wang, you're not having an affair, are you?" "What? Hey kid, you might be a war emperor and you can mess around with food and beds, but you can't just say whatever you want. Otherwise, why would that woman target you like that?" "It's abnormal." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang's eyes widened and he playfully raised his fist as if to scold Lin Bei. "I'll knock on your head, stop talking nonsense. You're staying in the same room with me tonight. I have a lot to tell you. Also, fill me in on how my wife and little Nguyen are doing." "Can I refuse?" "No way." Suddenly, a team member ran over and shouted to Commander, "You didn't give me the code for the wine cellar." Wang Tang replied, "Oh, I'll open it. Lin Bei was puzzled. "Can you still drink alcohol in the army now? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the enemy in such a relaxed state?" Wang Tang smiled. "Xiao Bei, times have changed. There are still many mystical things in this world unknown to us humans. Ghost wine is one of them. Ghosts get drunk on it and it strengthens humans when they drink it. It's truly miraculous. Learn about it, little emperor." Lin Bei was speechless and followed Wang Tang to the military canteen where the feast was being held. Upon arrival, they saw Jiang Shan and others already heartily enjoying their meal. "And weren't you guys resting with weak legs from vomiting?" Jiang Shan replied, "Couldn't help it after throwing up and then smelling this fragrance. We just followed the scent here." "Uncle Wang, your army's food is really good." Gu Xiaonan added, "This demon snake meat can also be cooked like this. I need to take note of this." Wang Tun laughed, "If it tastes good, eat more." "Xiao Bei, sit next to me." The members of the military department moved quickly, creating a lively atmosphere like that of a New Year's celebration. However, once seated, it was very quiet. You could hear a pin drop. This might just be the difference between professional military personnel and ordinary people. Wang Tung stood up, raising the spirit wine known as ghost wine in his hand, and loudly said, "This banquet is specially prepared for these 5 heroes who have made it through the 20th heaven. Of course, this supreme warlord, my great nephew, let everyone get to know him." Ha ha ha. Wang Tang's face couldn't help but show a genuine smile, clearly treating Lin Bei as his own son, the best homage to his old comrade old Lin.
Cheers, cheers. Hundreds, thousands of members of the Langya military department cheered together. It was joyful like a true big family. Compared to the joyful night banquet of the Langya military department, the vast military base of the Dragon Country was exceptionally silent and still. In the office of the commander of the ghostly Spectre military department, Morong Lan wiped a photo, smiling happily in it, holding her only brother Morong Chang. It was such a happy time, all shattered by the swordsman's appointment 6 months ago. She forcefully broke the glass frame. Just then her body suddenly surged with demonic power. The demon's form like smoke, gradually condensing into a humanoid illusion exactly like the Morong Chang in the photo. Hee. Still hesitating? Look how happy they are, and you are all alone. Isn't all this Wang Tang's fault? Just the first heaven for your brother's resurrection in exchange for the 20th heaven. This deal is not a loss, you know it. With your human race's combat power you can reclaim it soon, can't you?
It's just one mistake.
Our emperor will satisfy you. Faced with the demon's brazen appearance, Morong Lan looked not at all surprised, even as if it was normal. She pursed her lips, half believing and half doubting, and asked, the one you mentioned, can it really bring back Cheng from the dead? Is the power of the demon really that incredible? Are you questioning our emperor's might? Foolish woman. No, I just want to confirm.
Morong Lan explained apprehensively. Do as we agreed, abandon this position and you'll get everything you desire, he said. Then like a phantom soul, the apparition instantly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Morong Lan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resolute determination as if she had made up her mind. Undercurrents surged, signaling imminent trouble. The banquet soon ended perfectly, with everyone burping 10 times over their bellies, round and full. This guy, didn't he say that ghost wine doesn't get you drunk? Clearly the Minister of War had spiked his own drink with some personal stash. Wu Ye skillfully pulled an empty bottle of Red Star Erguotu from Wang Tang's pocket. It seemed Wang Tang was a repeat offender, this time truly drinking to his heart's content. The two supported Wang Tang, one on each side, towards the Minister of War's room. Along the way Wang Tang sang inexplicable songs. I fear ghosts, yet ghosts have not harmed me at all. I don't fear people, yet people have left me bruised and battered. I am like a separated mandarin duck, my world in despair. Family, brothers, please give me strength. This was truly a drunken folly. Lin Bei regretted agreeing to share a room with this fellow. Upon arrival, Lin Bei pushed open the door. The small simple room was plastered with photos of Aunt Lu and Wang Xianwan. Handed over Wang Tang to Wu Ye, who dragged him to the bed while he himself looked around the room, murmuring, you just think about going back, huh? Really good at pretending. After sorting everything out, Wu Ye looked uneasily at Lin Bei but finally left the room. Lin Bei could feel Wu Ye's hostility, but instinct told him the guy wasn't bad. This kid relies too much on me, don't mind him, said a voice from behind. Lin Bei turned around, not expecting the guy to be somewhat sober, but what he didn't expect was to see a horrifying scene as he turned. Wang Tang reached into his own left eye, actually trying to pull out his eyeball. Lin Bei frowned slightly but showed no particular emotion. While laughing, Wang Tang said, kid, you've got guts, huh? Not
many people aren't shocked the first time they see this. He held up his eyeball for a round, jokingly saying, it's a prosthetic, I'm blind. Lin Bei was unsurprised. Instead he asked calmly, being one eye short on the battlefield, does it affect you much? Wang Tang grinned foolishly and replied, not much, just feels like I've got a lot more courage than usual. Why? Because it feels like there are half as many enemies. Lin Bei and Wang Tang shared a laugh. Lin Bei then changed the topic, stating simply, Aunt Lu and Xianwan miss you a lot. What's so great about being a sword bearer that you'd give up all these? Wang Tang sheepishly smiled. The world always forces people to make choices, whether to survive or be eliminated. It's because humans lack wings that they seek ways to fly. The sword bearers are protectors of these wings. How about that? Sounds pretty badass and cool, right?
Lin Bei curled his lip, reluctantly saying, seems a bit cool.
Cool my ass, that's just some nonsense the old sword bearer used to spout. Honestly, I had no choice, he said, touching his whitened eyeball, reminiscing. To not act means death. If it were you, how would you choose? Morong Chang was indeed killed by my own hands. Lin Bei thoughtfully nodded. Oh, that explains it. No wonder his sister is so against you, he mused. Wang Tang shook his head helplessly.
This 20th layer hides secrets far more powerful and ancient than we can imagine.
Sometimes I wonder about the 100-layer barrier. Was it really created by our human ancestors? It's indeed outrageous. It seems we're on the same page, Lin Bei agreed with interest. Wang Tang sighed. Let's leave the 20th layer tomorrow, move to a higher one, or maybe just get out until the storm passes before we continue the conquest. The strength of the recent layer's king is unpredictable, and who knows what these demons are plotting.
Has the War Department realized it yet? Of course.
Don't underestimate us, Wang Tong continued. To me, the 20th layer is crucial, even more important than the 66th layer, which we haven't fully conquered yet. Those of us from the War Department who guard the 20th layer are revered as the guardians of the tomb. Do you know why? Lin Bei shook his head. Those who conquer the 20th layer gain a unique spiritual blessing.
The battles in the higher layers are so chaotic that ordinary people can't even imagine. It's a war between races.
One moment of inattention and a person can vanish without a trace. When they die in the upper layers, their names appear on the stone walls outside the 20th layer's soul sanctuary, and we are responsible for recording them, erecting monuments, declaring the deceased. This is the protection of the spirits, ensuring they don't become nameless, lost ghosts. It also serves as the only solace for their families back home.
So, no matter what, we cannot lose the 20th layer. Alright then.
You better hold it, Lin Bei said. Of course, if I can't hold it, I'll write my name Wang backwards. By the way, what exactly is this soul sanctuary you mentioned? Can you only see it from the outside? What's it like inside? Lin Bei's question made Wang Tang's smiling face slightly stiffen. That place is an abyss, and the sword bearers are chosen from within it. Apart from me, they've all gone mad.
So only the sword bearer can open the soul sanctuary, huh? Can I take a look inside?
Lin Bei casually asked. What, is it living good enough for you? Why court death? You're so young, what do you need to go in there for? But didn't you go in too? Lin Bei retorted without hesitation, his earnest expression seemingly convincing Wang Tang that this man emperor he couldn't stop. He's just playing around, he's just being extravagant, this is his West Coast. But the sword bearer has already been chosen, there's no point in you going in. I'm not asking you as Lin Bei now but as the man emperor giving you an order. I hope you won't refuse, okay? Wang Tang felt a moment of realization that Lin Bei had truly grown up, perhaps a bit different from the Lin Bei of the past. His way of speaking now even more resembled those old monsters who claimed the title of emperor. Is this the aftermath of gaining immense power? Sleep, and we leave tomorrow? Lin Bei unquestionably flopped onto the bed, closed his eyes and seemed to fall asleep instantly.
Wang Tang became anxious. No, you need to tell me about my wife and daughter.
Don't sleep. So you've been babbling to me all this time, just to extract information from me? Hey Xiao Bei. The night passed without words. The next day as dawn broke, Lin Bei and Wang Tang told no one. They trudged through a sandstorm of swirling red sands and chilling winds, advancing towards the mysterious Temple of Souls. It was customary for the mightiest nation, the Dragon Kingdom, to station near the temple. Thus their journey to the temple was quick. Soon the two stood before a palace emitting an eerie aura, its ancient cracked doors towering dozens of meters high. Lin Bei quickly sensed the power that transcended spiritual energy, the same overwhelming force he felt upon his arrival in the 33 heavens emanating from this temple. Outside the palace, the howling winds sounded almost like wailing ghosts. Wang Tang, glancing at the fervent Lin Bei, reiterated, when a person faces fear, their soul is tested. When you gaze into the darkness gazes back at you. Be careful, it is terrifying inside. Xiao Bei, let me advise you one more time, being at the imperial level is already formidable, why risk it for the unknown? Lin Bei calmly replied, when I come out you'll see it was all worth it. Wang Tang paused, seeing the seriousness in Lin Bei. He didn't know what Lin Bei intended to do, but he trusted him. He then slashed the temple's massive doors with his ghost blade, channeling a monstrous demonic force through the center. This crude method surprisingly split open the seemingly 1,000-ton doors. Inside, it was pitch black, the interior of the temple completely obscured. Without hesitation, Lin Bei stepped forward, telling the somewhat concerned Wang Tang behind him, go back to the War Department and wait for me, I know my way back. His figure fully disappeared into the darkness. With a bang, the temple doors closed tightly again. Inside, visibility was zero. In an instant, consciousness began to blur, suddenly feeling drowsy, yet a sense of loneliness surged. This is... Lin Bei blinked. Before him appeared a man in a refined suit seen only from the back, yet this silhouette felt oddly familiar to Lin Bei. Until he turned around, it was indeed Lin Bei himself, wearing the dark shadow mask of Terra. The voice that emanated was indistinguishable from Lin Bei's own. You've come? It's time to return the Black Shadow Legion, isn't it? Lin Bei chuckled lightly, stepping forward and murmuring, so you're the guy I have to defeat, huh? Then lifting his eyes and brushing back his bangs, he grinned, a glint of deadly intent flashing through his eyes. Mad like, killing myself, this is too thrilling. Boom, explosive sounds echoed, shadows danced wildly. Beneath the endless darkness, flashes of fire and sounds of shattering filled the air. the two kings stood opposite each other, surrounded by shadows boiling with terrifying ferocity.
In the unknown dark space, the Second Army's Shadow Corps clashed like a black tide against each other.
9 major Shadow Corps battled fiercely. Lin Bei, the Devil Lord wearing the Terra mask, led the most authentic Shadow Corps, the original Corps itself. Facing Lin Bei's overpowering shadow, no one could last even a single round against him, but his opponent was a body dominated by the Terra Shadow Devil Lord. Despite the situation spiraling out of control, he remained eerily calm.
With a lift of his hand, he suppressed the fierce opponent using the same technique as Lin Bei, employing the
infinite berserker flow. 1,000 against 1 inch, even 10,000 against 1. The original terrifying tactics of the shadow were unimaginable. Lin Bei too continued to multiply his shadows, moving effortlessly, but these two masters of infinite arts, continuing this battle, were merely depleting their forces and wasting time. Indeed, I am strong, Lin Bei said with a self-mocking laugh. Devil Lord, Lin Bei exclaimed. I never imagined you would train them to such a level, truly beyond my expectations. Interesting, Lin Bei chuckled. Even if you possess abilities similar to mine. But to be my opponent, are you worthy? Oh, Devil Lord, Lin Bei remarked. Has anyone ever told you you are very arrogant? Lin Bei's right palm gathered demonic energy with thunder and lightning, and at that moment his heart pounded like an emperor's engine, a sign that the blood burning was about to begin. The extraordinary body revived once again. Let's end this quickly. Choose extraordinary weapon, Ghost Blade Shadow Wrap.
Lin Bei flung out a sharp black blade from his right hand with
lightning flickering on the blade's edge, infinite shadows entwined around the ghost blade's edge, unnaturally elongating the blade. Devil Lord, Lin Bei taunted. Lonely King, what makes you think you can defeat us, Ghost General? With a loud shout from Devil Lord Lin Bei, the 9 great Shadow Ghost Generals appeared. Nija Razobart Samo, Ikadai General Risu Mintakabo, and Mani. As the 9 Shadow Generals gathered under the guidance of the Shadow Devil Lord, they could unleash the
ultimate darkness, and endless darkness quickly engulfed all the Shadow Corps under Lin Bei, washing over them like a black flood, forcibly merging them into the darkness, becoming one with it.
Lin Bei, using the power of the demon, triggered a thunderous force field to avoid the dark invasion. His eyes slightly narrowed. The 9 generals, not that he couldn't summon them, but he had personally abandoned them during the initial fusion because Lin Bei believed, commanding the shadows only required himself alone, that was enough. However, this move named Ultimate Darkness did catch his eye.
So controlling the Shadow Kingdom to a higher level could trigger such a massive dark torrent.
Had the shadow truly ascended to complete darkness? So there was this trick. Learn something new. But now times have changed, opportunities influence the battlefield more than mere force. As Lin Bei spoke, the demonic energy gradually created a wide range of thunderclouds, releasing thunder and lightning. The riotous electrons fell to the ground, forming numerous lightning strikes.
Wherever the thunderclouds covered, it was within the attack range. In this ultimate darkness, the terrifying brilliance of thunder and lightning illuminated the entire space. Lin Bei pointed to the sky with one hand nonchalantly. The falling thunderbolts instantly transformed and divided. 30 million volts Thunder Beast, 30 million volts Qilin, 30 million volts Thunderbird, 60 million volts Thunder Dragon, summoned, this time to shatter the darkness with thunder. Lin Bei, wearing the Terra mask, was visibly shocked. He seemed to have witnessed this world-ending thunder before, this sensation of lightning. Have you actually forged a pact with other demons? No, this is not a pact, it is complete domination, Lin
Bei grinned slightly and responded lightly. Now the numbers are even. Attack. Lin Bei, with a flick of his ghost blade, directed the massive army of thunder beasts, releasing terrifying flashes of lightning, charging towards the powerful demon generals, each with their unique abilities. Boom! The exploding lightning struck the ground fiercely and darkness burst apart suddenly.
The demon general Samo, intent on using his brute strength to withstand the thunder beast's charge, his courage to fight electricity is commendable, but it was just courage after all. Instantly, a series of electromagnetic thunderstorms caused tingling on the scalp, followed by General Samo being burnt to ashes in the soaring electric brilliance. This terrifying scene instantly made the other 8 demon generals gasp in shock. In a blink of an eye, a demon general was annihilated. Was he also a demon king? Before the words fell, the thunder dragon roared, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The air was blasted with shock. It breathed out destructive lightning breath aimed to destroy all targets. A 10-meter wide column of white light tore through the shadowy land and pierced the standing positions of the demon generals.
Lifting an immense wave of air, all the demon generals completely failed to react and vanished within the pillar of lightning. Boom, a ground-shaking explosion. The ultimate darkness ceased its invasion in an instant. Lin Bei, who instantly killed the 9 demon generals, looked intently at that final demon king. Lin Bei, this ultimate darkness, if it were up to me to end it, the result would certainly be different. Now the game should end.
As the Thunder Dragon destroyed the 9 generals, Lin Bei also locked onto his final opponent.
He exhaled a stream of white mist from his mouth. That was the breath of the Thunder God, enveloping his body with the aura of the Thunder God, putting the enemy in a state of electric shock. Coupled with the defense-breaking critical hitting Blood Sorrow Blade, the power of this strike, who knows if the opponent could withstand it. The opponent finally realized, in the face of absolute strength, all techniques seem pale and weak. He tried to use the shadows to teleport instantly, but unexpectedly Lin Bei could do the same, madly chasing and slashing in the shadows. A relentless chase ensued. The opponent simply couldn't escape. Lin Bei suddenly drew his blade, the ghost blade's thunderous sword energy flashing continuously. He had already seen through it all. This ghostly place was just a phantom dream of his. Only I can defeat myself, that's true, but today's me can also smash yesterday's me at any moment.
You can never imagine the electrons created from the palm cause thunderstorms along the blade edge, dripping over every inch of shadow, powerful enough to alter any terrain.
Lin Bei faced the Terra Mask, blade raised and fell. A majestic destructive flash of lightning strike descended. Demon King Lin Bei calmly met his ends, saying, I am you, but do you also possess your own strength? A narrow bolt of lightning like a blade birthed from thin air slashed towards the figure before it from various directions. With a single stroke 1,000 flashes were seen. This blade not only severed the dark shadow demon king but also the endless darkness behind him. Boom, a thunderous slash erupted from behind the Soul Temple, shaking the entire structure. As the darkness dissipated, Lin Bei stood atop the great hall, his sword in hand. The interior was ancient but spotless. So this is what it looks like inside. Lin Bei had a strange purple light at the center, and the system quickly provided an analysis. Breath of the deceased. The residual essence of the zero sequence undead monarch, capable of integration but requires the excavation of a complete undead
ley line.
Is this what I have been seeking? The key to ascending to the Emperor realm. What exactly is an undead ley line system? Equivalent to the geological features of a mountain range spanning 20 heavenly layers. Dragon Nation's military base. What? The Phantom Ghost military has withdrawn from the base. Why? Wang Teng, who had just returned, received this baffling news from his subordinate Wu Ye.
Moron, the military commander, said it was an order from above to assist the Western Union
battle zone, and they left in a hurry. How come I wasn't informed of this directive? Can a first-level military unit just leave their position with all troops? What kind of war has broken out? This is absurd. Commander, I have a bad feeling about this. Wu Ye muttered, unsure if he should speak further. This Moron Lan, her moves are sober, yet I'm as drunk as a dog.
Alert all members of the Langya military unit to be vigilant, especially towards the movements of demons, especially from the ghost domain.
Yes, oh, and Wu Ye, wait a moment, take Jiang Shan and the other students to the Soul Temple to meet Lin Bei. What, you took him to the Soul Temple already? Don't worry about the specifics, just do as I say. When Lin Bei emerges, if anything unexpected happens, use the opportunity to quickly exit through the heavenly barrier. I want to join the fight. This is an order. As a member of the military you must learn to obey.
Wu Ye stormed out, not sure if he heard Wang Tang's words. Wang Tang
shook his head helplessly. If Wu Ye could sense something was off, how could he not? Moron Lan, what are you really up to? In fact, at this moment, compared to the Langya military unit, the thousands of members of the Phantom Ghost military unit were even more confused. They had traveled overnight from their positions to the Western Union battle zone of the 20 heavenly layers.
They were told it was to assist in fighting demons, but no battle had occurred?
Assist my foot. What are we doing here? The members were all confused, wanting to ask their superiors for guidance but unable to find Moron Lan anywhere. Where is the military commander? No one knows. Deputy commander, we'll hold our position here for a few more hours, and if we still receive no orders, we'll head back. Understood? This is truly bizarre. Meanwhile, Wu Ye, leading Jiang Shan and others who were still unaware of what was happening, set off for the Soul Temple. Brother Jiang, what is the Soul Temple? Jiang Shi moved closer to Jiang Shan and asked, you're asking me, do I look like I know everything? Ask this soldier here, see if he'll answer you. Jiang Shi, curious, turned his gaze towards Wu Ye, intending to speak, But upon seeing the other's expression of deep sorrow and enmity, he swallowed back his words. Let it go, let it go.
The group moved swiftly, their strengths comparable, thus it didn't take much time before they arrived at ruins.
Where's the temple? Wuya was utterly shocked. What's going on? It was fine yesterday and today it's gone. All around were rubble and broken walls. The colossal palace seemed as if it had been blown apart by some terrifying force, reduced to ruins. Wow, what a huge hole!
Gu Xiaonan, whose spiritual power was geared towards reconnaissance, detected immediately that there was an enormously deep pit behind this field of ruins. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye sprinted towards it. The closer he got,
the more clearly he could hear the clanging and banging of digging and stone chiseling. The frequency was incredibly high, the speed was rapid, and the number was staggering. Soon a giant pit with a diameter of several kilometers appeared before everyone. The edge of the pit was so smooth it looked as if it had been bitten off by something. The hole was several hundred meters deep, leading into pitch darkness like the entrance to the depths of hell, accompanied by the unique eerie wind of
the 20th heaven. It howled past, emitting ghostly wails that sent chills down one's spine.
What on earth is happening? Seeing this for the first time, Wuya stuttered, thinking he was dreaming. Is this the work of demons? Impossible. While Wuya was bewildered, Jiang Shan and the others appeared quite calm. Jiang Shan, Abe, what are you digging for this time? Gu Xiaonan, yeah, he's working so hard it looks like Boss Lin has found some treasure. With these words, Wuya finally caught on. Lin Bei, digging?
Is he trying to dig through the 20th heaven? Wuya roared.
Lin Bei, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize what you've done? The temple is destroyed, the purpose of our vigil ruined by your own hands. Do you understand? His shouts echoed continuously in the terrifying cavern, endlessly reverberating, yet there was no response. As his gaze continued to delve deeper, thousands of meters underground, Lin Bei was punching down repeatedly, blasting countless large holes into the depths. He heard the noise, looked up at the hole above him and stuck out his tongue.
Seems like I've been discovered, that's bad. The surrounding shadow troops dug even more vigorously.
The earth beneath their feet kept sinking. Lin Bei, however, furrowed his brows tightly. It doesn't seem like we're making much progress, this is too slow. The system reminded the host that the geological conditions of the 20th heaven are vastly different from normal terrain. It's upside down and merely digging might not be enough. Ugh, that's troublesome. Perhaps the host needs to integrate new powers.
Ha, you're after the fusion points I've accumulated over the past month, aren't you?
Not at all, just making the optimal combination. Open the system mall. Lin Bei swiped through the system panel and the first two fusion items that caught his eye were promising. It seems you were prepared, weren't you? Are these two items useful for fusion? As long as the Earth's veins can be seen, the system can directly fuse. Perhaps large-scale crustal movement might be more efficient than destruction.
However, does the host want to merge the two? Truly greedy indeed. Children make choices, adults want it all.
The host now possesses 80 million fusion points, indeed having the luxury to splurge. Merge the demonic chi of the earth and the demonic chi of the mountains. A total of 15 million points will be needed for the fusion. Opt for the best combination and merge. Lin Bei doesn't even blink an eye, directly choosing to merge. Ding! Successful purchase and fusion of the heavenly tools. The demonic chi of the earth and the demonic chi of the mountains begins to merge. The demonic chi of the mountains
merges with the host's mountainous gauntlets, enabling them to stack and devour the weight of mountain peaks. By the weight of hundreds or thousands of mountain peaks, touching a mountain allows for continuous devouring and merging. The Shadow Core's Earth Warriors learn the special skill. All mountains are heavy, unmovable like a mountain. Earth demonic power, earth movement, earth wall. The Shadow Core's ninja team develops earth escape techniques. The system keeps booming. Lin Bei listens intently. He can instinctively feel himself becoming stronger and more formidable, yet it still isn't enough to ascend to the divine realms. He must obtain the undead ley line beneath his feet at all costs. Shadow Core, disperse the idle crowd above. Now, I'm starting to work. Ghost Spectre suspended city. A figure in a black robe quietly moves in the shadows of the ghost domain. The supernatural phenomena of the 20 layers of heaven all originate from the Ghost Spectre created by some unknown demon. Beneath the black robe is a familiar figure. It is Moron Lan, daring to venture alone into the demon-infested Ghost Spectre.
Suspended city. It's clear from her current mental state that she's beginning to act abnormally. The cause of all this is probably the Lord-level fog demon that keeps brainwashing her. It possesses Moron Lan, guiding her to a place said to be able to resurrect her brother. However, in the end she stops beneath this suspended city. Moron Lan is dazed. By the time she regains her senses, she finds herself standing under the gaze of thousands of formidable demons trembling continuously, so
many king-level great demons.
her heart trembles with fear. Such a vast army of demons could probably take down the 20 layers of heaven in an instant. It turns out this group of demons has always been lying in wait for this moment. Emperor, my mission is complete. The fog demon kneels on one knee, excitedly reporting to the sky, "You have done well." Like a divine voice from beyond the heavens, it slowly emanates from the void.
Although Moron Lan possesses the peak strength of a battle honor, she desperately searches,
but cannot locate the source of the voice. In the next instant, a crack in the void appears in the sky. However, unlike before, this void crack is a blood-red vortex filled with violent and bloody energy. The immense demonic power forces the hundreds of thousands of demons present to kneel in submission, without a doubt. This is the nearly invincible singular presence from the 33rd layer of heaven, the imperial pressure of an emperor-level demon emperor. Moron Lan has no power to resist and instantly kneels to the ground, her kneecaps shattering. Yet she doesn't dare to make a sound, for she fears that any slight mistake might cause these demons to devour her alive. The huge void crack continues to fluctuate, slowly pushing out a several hundred meters high skeletal throne. Atop the throne sits the skeletal emperor, his entire body covered in gleaming white bones, his frame as massive as a mountain. Emperor level, isn't that only supposed to exist above the 33rd heaven?
Why has it come to the 20th heaven? This was Moron Lan's first
encounter with an emperor-level demon. Witnessing such formidable power, she couldn't help but question herself. Humans, how could they possibly stand a chance against it? Humans, you ask too many questions. The skeletal emperor tapped the armrest of his bone throne, sending a massive gust that instantly shook the area for hundreds of meters around, flinging the kneeling Moron Lan more than 10 meters away. Covered in injuries, Moron Lan lifted her head, blood seeping from her forehead, and tremblingly said, "You promised me, as long as I did as I was told, my brother would be brought back to life. With such immense power, you can surely do it, right? Who promised you that?" the skeletal emperor asked coldly from his floating throne. At that moment, Moron Lan felt as if she had fallen into an icy cavern, her body overwhelmed with cold. She realized foolishly that she had still been deceived. Such a foolish woman. Human emotions are always a fatal weakness. Even the mist demon beside her mocked her. "Was it you?"
The skeletal emperor looked towards the mist demon, hooked his
finger, and the entire haunted land trembled. Boom! A white bone spike surged towards the mist demon, who had no time to react and was impaled by numerous sharp bone spikes erupting from the ground, hanging mid-air. "Do not make promises on my behalf that I have not approved." Trash! The skeletal emperor's eyes showed no emotion, as if squashing an ant, utterly indifferent. This was the tyranny of an emperor-level demon emperor.
Hundreds of thousands of demons trembled. "Now the one who promised you is gone.
You can go die too." Moron Lan no longer responded, her eyes of despair blurred, hearing nothing from the outside world. At this moment, she might as well have been declared dead. Humans truly overestimate themselves. Before we descended upon the blue planet, you could be called the top of the food chain. But now, does prey dare to bargain with the hunter? Boom! The bone spike stirred again, rolling over Moron Lan, leaving only a vivid bloodstain on the ground. So the next step, according to the plans of the emperors, it is to seize the secrets of this 20th heaven, crush those humans, to seize that power of undying immortality. Yes, Emperor. Bang, boom. The spatial rifts that were previously only seen near the ghost city were now visibly expanding at a rapid rate. Eventually they completely filled a corner of the sky in the 20th heaven. The worst situation had still occurred. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. The battle horns of the human nation's war departments sounded at the same time. Wang Teng's Wolf Fawn War Department was naturally among them. Damn it, in an instant tens of thousands of king-level demons surged towards the various war departments. Wang Teng no longer had time to hesitate. As a sword-bearer, he knew that the enemy was definitely targeting the Soul Temple. This battle was inevitable, only a fight to the death.
He drew his ghost blade by Gue, his overwhelming spiritual power transforming into a surge of demonic energy. By Gue Night Parade, leading the
charge was the great mountain ghost King Jiotan, followed closely by 100 ghosts. Demons stirred up clouds of dust as they charged tumultuously forward. To arms fight, the ghosts leapt high, striking towards the endless tide of demons. A battle royale ensued between an army of king-level demons, humans, and a host of ghosts. Beneath the hazy veil of dust, a brutal scene unfolded across countless battlefields.
The scope of the fight was horrifically intense, with flames and smoke filling the air. The heat of the fire washed over everything. Explosions and soaring flames were the only colors in sight. Countless weapons flashed and bursts of gunfire, bullets, shells, and spiritual energy roared through the air like a fierce storm. Above and below, rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground. Numerous awakened beings' spirit energy bullets roared through the midair, sweeping the incoming tide of demons. Yet against these powerful king-level monsters it was merely an irritation. At this moment, the battlefield instantly became a forbidden zone for ordinary awakened beings, where they dare not tread. The earth-shattering battle cries and the continuous clashing of arms resounded. However, as the battle reached a critical life-or-death moment, the earth began to wail indescribably. The ground heaved like a dragon, not from an earthquake, but from a frenzied tectonic movement with no apparent cause, yet its timing was no coincidence. The rising earth surged like towering mountains, spanning across all battlefields with precision, separating the human armies from the demon forces as if the heavens themselves were driving the demons away. It was like a miracle. What was happening today was truly bizarre. Everyone was perplexed, including the demons themselves. The land and mountains were seemingly aiding humanity. They looked towards the towering wall that now divided them. Without a doubt, it was a great wall that split the entire realm of the 20 heavens. Yet at this very moment the terrain of the Soul Temple was in utter chaos, and from this point a mountainous wall stretched endlessly. Caught in the midst of this, Wuya was dragged into the air by dark shadow bats. Puzzled by Lin Bei's actions, how convenient. Lin Bei chuckled with excitement, still deeply engrossed in shifting the earth within the pit, unaware that he was influencing the outcome of a monumental battle. The earth continued to rumble and move, unable to stop. The peaks piled upon one another, reaching for the skies as if the land and the mountains were alive and growing incessantly. People and demons speculated whether this was the special power of the other side. But Lin Bei was a focused man, solely intent on clearing the obstacles ahead, engrossed in his task as if he were playing tricks in a black hole. The pressure increased, the air thinned, and the temperature soared rapidly. Yet a familiar glimmer of light caught his eye, and Lin Bei finally glimpsed a corner of the nether vein. Got you, merge, Lin Bei murmured lowly. Ding, consuming merge points 3000 W, merge with the zero sequence. Nether Monarch, dual spiritual power sequences overlapped. The Black Shadow Kingdom's new zone birthed, the Shadow Divine Tomb, endowing the Ghost Blade with haunting shadows and nether powers. With this blade, any being slain will have its shadow of the undead extracted and buried in the Tomb of Shadows. As long as the host's spiritual energy allows, an unlimited number of shadow soldiers can be summoned. It can also be paired with the Shadow Army to develop new tactical modes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a piece of the Divine Puzzle. The Divine Puzzle, whoosh. Before Lin Bei could finish speaking, a shadow surged into the sky. From the bottomless abyss, a column of shadow power enveloped in an unknown purple aura of the undead stood between heaven and earth. This power, it's the summoning of an emperor. When else to break through if not now? The divine voice of the barrier echoed once more by his ear. All other emperors who dare to stand in the way of your dominance will eventually become part of your strength. Emperor, what is your name? On the battlefield, although it was obstructed by this sudden shift in the earth, yet the battle continued. Countless demons leaped over the rock wall, Great Wall, continuing their assault on humanity. The Wolf-Fang combat unit, along with other reinforcing units, must hold this final line of defense, fight to the death in the 20th heavenly layer, and even in death, form a human wall. Let not a single one pass. Wang Tang roared loudly, raising his sword to strike. What of an emperor-level opponent? This man now, even with his teeth, would bite the enemy to death, fighting till the last of the 100 demons. Zhou Tun and Simu still exhilarated in battle before their death. Who could have imagined this minor second-level combat department head, merely a man who had advanced to the initial rank of combat king half a year ago with the help of the swordbearer's power, could hold back hundreds, even thousands of emperor-level armies to such extent? Admirable indeed. Wang Tang spat out a mouthful of filthy blood and cursed, "Fight who fight." Thousands of awakened warriors from the dragon country immediately responded, their battle cries shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Wang Tang without further ado wielded the Ghost Blade. 100 ghosts, flashing with a cold murderous intent. This time, nearly exhausting all his spiritual power, he summoned the 100 ghosts again for battle. The next time it would be the ultimate sublimation, 100 ghostly shadows fell, feeling the will of the swordbearer. They used all their skills, counting each demon slain as one.
The battle's loud noise roared again, painfully ringing through the ears of thousands of soldiers. Only the painful roars of demons were heard. It seemed they were truly to be conquered by this man. The crisp sound of a blade slicing through flesh and bone became gradually clearer. Wang Tang had exhausted his strength after cutting down the last emperor-level demon. Damn humans!
The demon furiously shook its giant claws, tearing through the earth, pressing towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung planted
his sword in the ground, propping himself up with the hilt, standing defiantly in front of the demon. Come on, hit the ground. The earth cracked 3 feet and the wind and airwaves howled. All the warriors exclaimed in dismay. Suddenly, the dark shadow of light and breath of the undead descended from the sky, 100, 1,000, 10,000 columns of light, shining down on the suddenly erect rock wall, great wall in the mortal world. Whether in the past or now, the names of those who
fell on the Tianjin battlefield appeared on this massive rock wall.
The names glowed brightly, shining with a faint purple light. Immediately, a sound of an air burst like a meteor streaking across the sky burst forth from the names. A very familiar figure of a shadow accompanied by the explosive airflow of the rock wall. Great wall text flowed around Wang Tang like fiery bullets falling in front of him. A single person with a sword slices through the cutting wind. It was not just Wang Tang. Spectral shadows of the undead descended around everyone else too. Brother Wang Tang, it's too early to think about death, said the shadow that landed in front of Wang Tang, surprisingly beginning to speak. Seeing that face, Wang Tang's pupils shook violently, overwhelmed with shock, because standing before him was Morong Cheng, the man who had died 6 months ago. You. At the same time, his comrades in arms also cried out in surprise. Ergo, is that you? Ergo, his brother would never mistake him. This spectral shadow was undoubtedly Chen Ergo, the younger brother of Chen Yilong, a fellow warrior who had died in battle. What's going on? The spectral shadow Morong Cheng smiled and said, Brother Wang Tang, sorry for the trouble my sister has caused you. She asked me to apologize on her behalf. Your sister, she. Wang Tang looked at Morong Cheng, hesitating as if he suddenly understood something. She by accident ended up here, Morong Cheng said with a smile, then nodded towards the distance. There, like the other spectral shadows, was a special shadow that had descended from the rock wall of the Great Wall. Look over there. Another peculiar shadow entangled with demons displayed formidable strength. Her signature sword technique was unmistakably the ancestral blade art of the Morong family. Is she dead? Yes, it's quite regrettable to say, but it's not your time yet. That's why I've been awakened from my rest to lend you a hand. Summoned here by whom? Wang Tang asked, puzzled. I'm not sure, but you might meet him soon enough. With my current status, perhaps I should call him a god. A god? Wang Tung chuckled lightly, dismissive of such elusive notions. Rather than that, since we have the chance, let's fight fiercely once again. Yes, let's make it a grand battle. Morong Cheng and Wang Tung stood back to back, just as they had in the past. The blood-stained supernatural weapons they wielded reflected their resolute and fierce determination. Once comrades who trusted each other implicitly on the battlefield, they now stood side by side in battle once again, one living, one a ghost. Under the shadow, the spectral undead joined the battlefield. Now having the opportunity to fight again was a rare chance for both of them. Similarly, the other warriors were equally inspired. Damn it, this battle is worth it. In an instant the morale of the human warriors soared immeasurably. This was something the demons could never understand. The emotions they considered a fatal weakness had now transformed into a courage that spurred all of humanity to fight with the determination to win or die. Facing a mighty king-level army with the courage of facing 100 foes alone, they surpassed the strength of facing 100 enemies alone. Humanity 20 heavens, a battle to the death, do or die. The unexpected arrival of the spectral shadows lent a helping hand to the human army, dramatically turning the tide of what was initially a one-sided battle. It was not an increase in combat strength, but a complete overpowering of the still confused demons. Blades and swords clashed, the battle raged relentlessly, and the soil was soaked with the blood of warriors commanding respect from all living beings. The tide of demons was suppressed again and again, and victory seemed within reach. Reality is always cruel. A bunch of trash, roared the true demon king from the void rift, hunters pushed to the brink by their prey. Do you even deserve to be called the apex of the food chain? The demons exclaimed in shock. Is it the emperor? Is the emperor going to make a move? The countless demons around became restless, their aura intensifying. A loud noise suddenly erupted among the demon army, filled with pleasure and ecstasy. Humans, your end has come. Whoosh, a terrifying fluctuation appeared from the crimson void rift. As if refined by fierce flames, a throne slowly emerged from the bright red portal. a skeletal figure sat upon the bone throne looking down on all, like the grim reaper descending to harvest lives. The stark white bones indicated formidable defensive power, a ghastly white bone crown, ghastly bone armor. In its hand was a spine scythe nearly as long as its body, forged entirely from bone, flickering with a chilling light. Useless creatures, just die and do not obstruct the path of my people's conquest. The Bone Emperor raised its pale hand, the ground beneath cracked and countless skeletal arms burst forth from the earth. Gradually skeleton soldiers began to rise from the ground, forming an endless sea of bones. Even giants tens of meters tall appeared on the battlefield. Wang Tang gritted his teeth, knowing the severity of the situation.
Even a blind man could see it. This was emperor level. Only those who
had reached above the 33rd heaven, the battle emperors, were worthy of facing such a being. Looking back at his own troops already half destroyed, he could only laugh at himself mockingly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a thing. The dark shadows of the undead around him grew fewer. They had given their second lives for those they wished to protect. Though it meant little to these already dead beings, it was invaluable to their comrades who had escaped disaster. Soon tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers emitted a white, ghostly fire, hell's cold fire. At that moment the cold fire that appeared on these summoned skeletal soldiers tempered their bones, making them as hard as iron. A surge of demonic power spread out, instantly reaching dozens of miles. Within this range, countless bone spikes pierced up from the earth, filling every inch of space. The bones connected and fused like white jade fangs, thrusting out from all directions.
In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of skeletal soldiers turned into a surging white tide. This was the Bone Emperor's
imperial domain, the Bone World. The entire space turned the color of bone, vast and eerie. After a while, hundreds of thousands of skeletons wielding bone sabers, the friction between the bones creaking audibly, they marched over the giant bone spikes beneath their feet towards the rock wall fortresses, attacking. Their first targets were surprisingly the demons blocking their path. Even the king-level demons, under the Emperor's intimidation, dared not resist.
The skeleton soldiers frantically slaughtered, and the demons could only scatter and flee. But ultimately they couldn't
escape the slaughter of the vast bone army. Obstructions disappeared. The scattered skeleton army once again converged, rising up like a tidal wave. The Bone Emperor, holding a spine scythe, stood in the air with a light wave of his hand. The spiritual essence was controlled by the Emperor, making levitation an effortless task for them.
Everyone could feel the abyssal demonic aura emanating from the scythe, in his hand a weapon of extraordinary power that struck terror. How can we fight this? The warriors muttered, facing an unknown enemy for the first time, their eyes filled with fear.
Wang Tang stepped forward once again. No matter how dire the battle situation, there was only one reason to continue fighting: because they had not yet been defeated. Follow me in the charge. The warriors regrouped, deciding to fight to the last moment, as death was inevitable either way. The two forces collided once again. Skull-wielding skeletal warriors, astonishing in their combat abilities and each no less powerful than the members of the War Department, were at least at the level of lords. These were the mighty beings that dominated the 33 heavens, demonic emperors with their own races and kingdoms. They were the gods of their own small worlds. At this moment, the humans facing them were submerged in a white tide, appearing as mere impurities, insignificant and tiny. Wang Tang and the remaining living shadows charged at the front line, unleashing a spirit-filled slash that cleaved the heavens and the earth, the ghostly energy surging from the blade of the ghostly knife. This immense ghostly force was even directed at the skeletal emperor. Admirable courage. The Bone King, with a flick of his hand and a face of disdain, caused ripples to appear again in the void behind him. Soon, accompanied by roars, countless white skeletal dragons soared out. Bone dragons. They swooped low over the battlefield, their bone wings stirring hurricanes capable of shattering everything, including Wang Tang's wave-like murderous intent. Then they charged straight at Wang Tang. Clang! The sound of metal striking stone was heard. It was the friction of armor. Another dark shadow appeared, clad in armor that gave it greater resistance and holding a shadow weapon, an indestructible blade that could cut through anything. The rampaging bone dragon collided towards Wang Tang's direction, but suddenly the shadow reversed its grip on the shadow weapon. The armored figure, sturdy as rock, seemed fused with the ground, its blade wrapped in mysterious yellow lightning. Unyielding as mountains, immovable as stone, thunder roared. As the bone dragon attacked, the armored shadow struck upwards, slashing with a violent thunderous strike. The blade split the dragon's head, which was heated red-hot by the lightning, melting like iron, and exploded into two halves. Boom! The Bone Emperor looked up and scoffed. What now, more ants, useless effort. His voice had barely faded when from afar a vast expanse of dark shadows faster than the ultimate darkness swept over the sky like a dazzling black meteor diving straight down. Lin Bei descended from the sky, landing heavily. Dust swirled up but was instantly dispersed by the endless dark shadows. Emperor level, killing you should earn quite some points. Dust rose, and a pair of dark, murderous eyes captivated the soul. Without further ado, let the battle commence. At the same moment, a shadowy night bat emerged from the endless darkness, carrying Wu Ye from the Fangtooth War Division down to the battlefield. Wu Ye quickly stepped forward, supporting the somewhat exhausted Wang Tang as they retreated. He advised, "Commander, your injuries are severe, reinforcements will arrive soon, leave this to him, he can handle it." As Wu Ye spoke, he glanced at Lin Bei's retreating figure, his eyes filled with a hint of awe. Others had not witnessed what had just occurred. From above the deep pit, Wu Ye had clearly seen it. Lin Bei had achieved the imperial realm in a mere instant. He was like a deity. Elsewhere, the mysteriously appeared shadowy undead, for reasons unknown, knelt on one knee with utmost devotion as if worshipping a god. Tens of thousands of undead bowing in unison might not have been as shocking as when the Shadow Corps had submitted to their king, but it was still a magnificent sight. Undead tyrant? Wang Tang murmured under his breath. During his forced tenure as the swordsman, he had been fortunate enough to glimpse the source of the swordsman's power originating from the Zeroth sequence known as the Undead Tyrant from a millennium ago. Could it be, Lin Bei has received the blessing of the Zero sequence? No, he realized clearly that Lin Bei now was the Undead Tyrant, Morong Cheng's god? Little Bei, it's actually you. As Wang Tang spoke, his lips trembled slightly, for he could barely recognize Lin Bei in front of him. After all, the gap between them had grown indescribable. Step back and find a safe place. I'll take over the battlefield now. Lin Bei's gaze fixed intently on the towering skeletal emperor. His mind was as calm as still water. Despite the vast difference in size, the emperor-level skeletal king could not exert any pressure on Lin Bei. This was the battle among emperors. Emperor's domain. Shadow Tyrant, open. Boom, boom. Boom, as his heavy words fell, the earth shattered layer by layer. Completely pulverized under the onslaught of the shadow storm, visible waves of pitch-black spiritual energy ruthlessly expanded in all directions. The endless Shadow Corps arrayed in front left the battlefield painted in only two colors, the ghastly white of bones and the darkness of shadows. These two extreme colors stood opposed, waiting for a command to reveal the ultimate victor. Undead, summon. Lin Bei controlled the shadows with his left hand and captured Undead with his right. With a single squeeze, all the shadowy undead on the field were enveloped by shadows. In an instant, they all transformed into the Shadow Corps, converging towards Lin Bei. Black shadow armor plus the power of the Undead Tyrant merged into a new force. Undead shadow armor. The pitch-black exoskeleton climbed onto Lin Bei's body. Behind him, a resplendent undead war robe fluttered in the wind. Devilish miasma currents swirled in reverse. Three types of demonic energies surged tumultuously, causing powerful shockwaves in the surroundings. The pitch-black shadows gradually covered his entire body. He was like a demon king returned from hell to end the world. From Lin Bei, a thick, murderous intent overflowed like the eruptive force of a volcano, the overwhelming aura of the undead tyrant emanating from him, spreading far and wide. Under Wang Tang's command, the remaining warriors all withdrew from the battlefield. This level of combat was no longer something they could partake in. Annihilate them. Skeletons, charge. Simultaneously, both sides issued their commands. All troops attack. The battlefield was eerily silent save for the sound of trampling and the crisp noise of breaking bones. Black and white met at the midpoint, merging into one another. The white tide was overwhelmed by an all-consuming darkness, unstoppable. How is this possible? Are you an emperor level? Seeing Lin Bei's terrifying strength, the once arrogant skeleton emperor suddenly became cautious. Countless shadow soldiers began to attack the skeleton emperor, yet there was still a noticeable gap between them. The skeleton emperor swung the skeletal throne from behind him onto the ground, as if thousands of tons of bombs exploded at once, annihilating a large number of shadow soldiers. Then thousands of bone dragons roared and charged towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei smirked, knowing his opponent was panicking and testing him. However, he did not mind showing his true power. After all, who could fathom the depth of the abyss? Lin Bei gently lifted his arm, clad in necrotic shadow armor, his arm boiling with shadows as the power of the mountainous fist armor reached its peak. The weight of 1,000 mountains now rested upon this fist armor. With this punch, he struck with the weight of 20 celestial layers. Can you withstand the weight of this world? Thousands of bone dragons entered the deadly range of his punch. Lin Bei struck seriously, and with one blow, it was a critical hit. The shadowy wind of his punch twisted into a terrifying tornado, blasting through the air towards the bone dragons. A mysterious and powerful cyclone, like a heavenly sword, cut through the dense swarm of bone dragons. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. The sky seemed to be forcefully split open, instantly clearing the gloom to reveal the world. With one punch, Lin Bei parted the atmosphere of the 20-layered minor world. The skeleton emperor's eyes widened, a flicker of fear visible within. Emperor level. You really are a monstrous human of the emperor level. You talk too much. Lin Bei's left hand suddenly released a shadow dragon spear, bending forward and throwing it straight at the skeleton emperor. As the shadow dragon sword explosions chained together, all obstructing air was compressed and exploded under the immense pure force, forming a series of shockwaves. The skeleton emperor's eyes narrowed, swinging his spinal scythe. The collision of their powers created a visible shockwave, appearing only for an instant, then spreading like a nuclear explosion. The two incredibly powerful forces tore through the air, utterly overwhelming. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of air exploding resonated, shaking the area for miles around. Like continuous thunder. Following this, the wings of shadow unfurled. Lin Bei, clad in a suit of shadow armor, summoned the ghost blade shadow wrap in his right hand and furiously slashed down. With a horizontal draw of his blade, hiss, just one slice, it was a wide and open stroke of startling brilliance, a sharp arc of shadow light slashing through. Sword light and blade energy whipped up a storm of force. In an instant, Lin Bei cleaved the opponent's prized supernatural weapon in two, accomplishing a perfect severance. Impossible. Before the skeleton emperor could even register his shock, Lin Bei's fists were already thundering down for the second time. To the skeleton emperor, it felt as if a meteorite was plummeting from the sky, overwhelming and unmatched. Under this terrifying impact, the earth shook violently as if a massive earthquake had struck all 20 heavens. The gigantic form of the skeleton emperor was smashed down from its pedestal, plummeting onto the battlefield where the ground roiled and dust filled the air. Lin Bei gave no respite to his enemy. Sword in hand, he walked slowly towards the fallen emperor, with one hand dragging his blade. The ghostly shadow of the sword incessantly slashed through the skeleton emperor's supposedly tough exoskeleton until he stood atop its skull. As he walked, Lin Bei muttered under his breath, "Skeleton race, tough and sturdy bones, easy to mend and manipulate, mostly serving as shields for souls and tools for battle. Their souls often reside within their skulls, visible as flickering soul fires through the eye sockets." Am I wrong? Listening to Lin Bei's monologue, the skeleton emperor trembled all over. It had never anticipated that this mere human would know its weakness. The terrifying pressure struck directly at the soul of the skeleton emperor, completely shattering its proud dignity. You kill me, do you know what that means? You are defying the will of the gods. Foolish humans, you have no idea what you are truly up against, roared the skeleton emperor. Lin Bei just smiled faintly in response. Gods, even if you had the will of the gods, aren't you still afraid of death? Besides, I have already made a pact with the demons, and at this point peaceful coexistence with the divine is no longer possible. What, die? Lin Bei raised his sword hilt above his head, his gaze icy and penetrating. Shadowbind, death slash. The emperor raised his blade above his head, surrounded by countless shadowy soldiers that transformed into a dark mist absorbed by the pitch-black ghost blade. A torrent of spiritual power overflowed, wrapping around the blade coated with the dark purple light of the tyrant of the dead, enhancing the blade with a soul-crushing death strike, the power of the tyrant of the dead. The ghost blade's special undead ability, Death Slash, the bane of the undead. The ghost blade morphed into a massive blade of shadow, instantly devouring half of the battlefield's shadows, its weight ever increasing. One could only imagine the formidable power of its strike. Lin Bei's arms tensed, veins bulging as he furiously brought the blade down. The pitch-black giant blade crashed onto the skull of the skeleton emperor, exploding in a burst of dark purple destructive light. The force was enough to pulverize anything into dust. The battlefield shook violently as if trembling from the terrifying slash. Is this the power of an emperor? It exceeds that. Little Bei, is the source of your power really legitimate? Wang Teng, standing far away, too injured to react, continuously watched Lin Bei's battle through a telescope. After a moment's thought, he spoke those words, then fell silent. Lin Bei kept slashing, but the skeleton emperor was also defending. Despite being
Blasted through with a punch, it was after all a skeleton demon still capable of a dying struggle. Using every ounce of his demonic power, he transcended to his peak, determined to perish alongside Lin Bei. "Humans, don't think you'll get your way, we are both emperors, who's to say whose fate is tougher?" roared the skeletal emperor amidst the explosive waves of energy. Lin Bei chuckled lightly. "You wouldn't understand, your opponent isn't just an emperor, it is divinity." Bloodburn, thump thump thump. The iconic heartbeat of the emperor's engine resonated once again, signaling the imminent conclusion of the battle. With each beat, Lin Bei's blade edged an inch closer. Soon even the self-destructing skeletal emperor could not withstand the suddenly increased power of Lin Bei. The ghost blade effortlessly penetrated the skeletal emperor's seemingly indestructible bone defense as easily as a sharp blade slices through cicada wings unobstructed. Finally, with divine strength, Lin Bei drove his blade deep into the brow of the skeletal emperor, severing the flame of its soul. Boom! A tremendous explosion shattered the ground. The demonic power dissipated and the bones of the skeletal emperor instantly crumbled into dust, scattering with the gloomy winds of the 20-layered ghostly suspended city. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a mid-tier demonic emperor, earning fusion points. 30 million. Ash to ash, dust to dust. The remains instantly formed a dense fog that obscured the vision. Within the thick dust, Lin Bei, after many days, finally saw the much-desired loot drop, the king's treasure. Shimmering with golden light radiant, this treasure of an emperor's level was bound to be extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was a precious bone. System analysis: reincarnation. Supreme bone, resurrection treasure, limb regrowth, minor self-healing, fusion. Lin Bei, ever so greedy, didn't need to say more. What's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. Consuming 15 million fusion points, he fused with the reincarnation supreme bone. Prompt: Ghostblade has slain a target. Would you like to extract the shadow of the skeletal emperor? As the corpse beneath Lin Bei dispersed, its shadow yet lingered, a testament to the power of shadow force and the tyrant of the undead. With a grasp of his right hand, he pulled up the enormous shadow of the undead. Boom, boom! The all-encompassing dark shadow of the skeletal emperor was thus captured. Kneeling rigidly before Lin Bei, the absolutely loyal shadow of the undead, seeing its king for the first time, undoubtedly submitted. Lin Bei looked up indifferently and spoke, "This posture is not what I desire. Your bone dragon, however, is quite good. Submit to me in that form." After becoming a shadow, the skeletal emperor was stripped of its right to babble. Its bones quickly transformed, becoming a massive bone dragon exuding a chilling hellfire. Its broken spinal scythe now served as its dragon tail, flickering ominously. Bone tyrant emperor dragon. Although it had lost all the powers of its dragon lineage, the undying flame of its soul still flickered within its eye sockets, still vigorous and formidable. Lin Bei pressed his fingers together, collecting the bone tyrant emperor dragon into the dark shadow kingdom, into tomb number 1 of the shadow god's tomb, paired with the shadow troops. There could be many strategies to play out. Suddenly his gaze shifted with a sidelong glance. Hundreds of king-level demons, previously untouched by the skeletal emperor's blade, were now preparing to flee through a rift in the void. Lin Bei watched them, shaking his head. They couldn't escape, for reinforcements had arrived. After Lin Bei instructed Jiang Shan and the others to leave the heavenly barrier, the news spread, prompting a rapid response from the mighty military system of the Dragon Nation, the primary combat divisions. Always ready for battle within the city, along with some special combat divisions now gathered at the 20th layer of heaven, countless warriors were clearing the remnants of the demonic forces, a historic victory for mankind. This battle would surely be recorded in the annals of history. Meanwhile, the sounds of the heavenly barrier's divine voice boomed once again across the battlefield of the 100 layers of heavenly barriers. The Dragon Nation of the Blue Star, the Black Emperor guarded the 20th layer of heaven, striking down the invading emperor-level demon emperor, achieving a grand victory in battle. Conditions met, reward for the Dragon Nation: the revival of the ancestral dragon's vein. The Black Emperor, Lin Bei, was puzzled. Who had given him that name? Did the heavenly barrier bestow it upon him? Well, it sounded slightly better than the previous one. Little Bei. Wang Tang's face was still streaked with dried blood as he hastened towards Lin Bei. Once involved, even if not by blood or reason, one couldn't easily let go. Lin Bei put away his fierce aura, watching the old man staggering towards him. "You rascal!" Without another word, Wang Tang applied a formidable chokehold. Even though Lin Bei was now an emperor beyond reach, but in Wang Tang's heart, no matter what he became, he was still that child, still Lin Bei. After a bit of a struggle, the two looked towards the towering continuous rock wall.
it was as majestic and magnificent as the Great Wall that vanished 1,000 years ago. This is your doing, right?
Let's call it the Dragon Wall Great Wall. What do you think?
Wang Tang asked. Lin Bei nodded. The system had already informed him about the mysteriously appeared mountain range. It turned out he had accidentally created it while digging. How careless. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. It will continue the legacy of the Soul Temple, providing protection for the people, and their names will appear on this rock wall after death. Now this place no longer needs a swordsman. Wang Tang was taken aback. Lin Bei, did you plan this all along? But he quickly denied himself, as Lin Bei didn't seem like someone who would plan so meticulously. Then, turning to face the dragon wall, he smiled. I hope the names on it won't need to increase. That would be better. Lin Bei replied softly. Even if people die, the memories remain, not suddenly turning into nothingness. Like extinguishing a fire, the smoke doesn't just disappear. Yes, I deeply understand, said Wang Tang, looking at the names on the wall, recalling the battles they had fought together there. All right, now you can come with me. Where to? Wang Tang was confused. What was Lin Bei talking about? Let me take you home. Now, can't you let me prepare, maybe wipe off the blood, go home, and let your wife do that? With that, two specks of light quietly exited the brutal battlefield of the heavenly barrier. After a day of fierce fighting, they returned to the city as the sunset cast its golden hues. Under the setting sun, the Wang family embraced, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Lin Bei stretched lazily, the righteous light shining upon the earth, a mere trifle. At this very moment, events beyond Lin Bei's foresight were unfolding simultaneously, in the battle city known as the Human Emperor's Hall, located on the 33rd level of the hundredfold heavenly barrier. A gathering of the peak powers from all over the Dragon Nation was taking place. These formidable individuals would only convene in this manner when significant shifts occurred within the Dragon Nation or the heavenly barrier. The Deputy Minister of War from the imperial capital, Xiao Ding, cleared his throat to call for order before directly addressing the main topics of this assembly. There were three urgent matters on the agenda. First, there had been disturbances caused by demonic creatures which had now affected up to the 20th level of the barrier. Second, the emergence of the dragon veins within the Dragon Nation and overlap of the ancestral dragon vein with the Kunlun sacred ruins required strategic planning. Third, and most critically, was the matter concerning the Black Emperor Lin Bei. As Xiao Ding concluded his introduction, the Assembly of Dragon Nation's elites glanced around, initially showing no particular reaction. Even the news of the ancestral dragon vein surfacing on Blue Star couldn't stir the oldest among them, who were more than a century old and had weathered countless storms. After all, the hundredfold heavenly barrier had everything, and dragon veins were particularly enigmatic elements, merely part of Blue Star itself. What could humanity possibly do with it? Absorb it? Such thoughts were dismissed as fanciful dreams. However, the third point regarding the Black Emperor Lin Bei visibly shocked them, causing a stir of unease. Despite being long-standing powerhouses within the heavenly confines, they were inevitably connected to networks of relationships, intelligence, and power on Blue Star outside the barrier. When Lin Bei was still the Shadow King within the War King realm, his rise to prominence on the 10th level had already drawn close scrutiny from various factions. Now, amidst an unprecedented crisis on the 20th level, he had ascended directly to the War Emperor realm, slaying Emperor-level demons, a feat without historical precedent. Undoubtedly, he was now the youngest Grand Emperor on Blue Star, a truly remarkable being. What kind of creature is this? Are you sure this child is merely a human? An elderly man with white hair tapped the table and asked with a calm yet profound tone, his voice resonant and filled with a powerful aura clearly not inferior to that of a war emperor. Some of the lesser-informed War King-level officers whispered among themselves, puzzled by the implications. Marshal Dongfang Xiong, what do you mean? Is there an abnormal non-human presence on Blue Star? Xiao Ding nodded affirmatively, explaining, based on his understanding, I've interacted with Lin Bei. Though he carries a hint of arrogance, he indeed possesses the pure bloodline of our human race. He belongs to the legendary Zero sequence, with a very unique type of spirit power that seems to involve dark spirit force summoning. His shadow soldiers can fight on his behalf, and he only needs to absorb a large amount of spirit energy. His rapid advancement must be due to the Zero sequence's potential for extreme spirit energy absorption being unlocked. Understanding dawned on Dongfang Xiong, who then spoke aloud thoughtfully. Well, since we, the strong of the Dragon Nation, are gathered here behind closed doors today, I will speak freely. The emergence of such an individual should be considered a blessing for our Dragon Nation. he has repeatedly achieved military exploits for our nation at a rate not even seen by the Dragon Court in the distant 66th level. What more is there to say? Yes, Xiaoding, you need to assign some people to monitor the movements around Lin Bei. We cannot allow any cults or similar groups to influence him adversely. Everyone nodded in agreement with Marshal Dongfang's remarks. Xiaoding naturally understood what Dongfang Xiong meant. Then, with a shift in his tone, Dongfang Xiong sat upright and waved his hand to proceed. Let's address the issues one by one. The disturbances caused by demons have recently become rampant. Emperor-level beings opening special void rifts to invade the 20th heaven from the 33rd heaven is unprecedented. Now it seems they not only have grown stronger but also smarter. They must be plotting something. The crisis of the 20th heaven has passed, and I suspect the next target will be our 33rd heaven. The sword bearers are ready and the battle cities are now entering a defensive stance. All good so far?
Regarding the strategic deployment where the ancestral dragon veins overlap with the Kunlun holy ruins, the current effects of the ancestral dragon veins are still unknown.
We need not worry about the territory of the Kunlun holy ruins. Many capable people will ensure everything is secure. Are you referring to the Kunlun sects? Will they assist us? Xiaoding inquired. Dongfang Xiong maintained his silence, not directly answering. They're not helping the dragon nation but themselves. Only time will provide us with answers. Understood. Soon Dongfang Xiong, without any doubt, swiftly concluded the important matters of the meeting, as everyone was about to disperse and attend to their respective tasks. Xiaoding spoke up again. By the way, a little off-topic, Lin Bei should soon reach the 33rd heaven. For the subsequent campaigns, it would be more convenient to act in the capacity of a war department. The Black Emperor previously mentioned establishing a solo war department. I thought it was a joke at first, given its uniqueness as a one-man war department, but now that he is also a war emperor, I think we need a vote from the Imperial Palace. What, a
solo war department?
I'm still a solo dog war department. What kind of name is that? I can't even look at it. The boy was good, but what's with this war department name? Laughter erupted around the hall, lightening the mood. Let me clarify that, given the uniqueness of his war department, he indeed qualifies to form one alone. Dongfang Xiong added. There's no issue in establishing a war department for the war emperor, but the name shouldn't be so casual. Xiaoding scratched his head in frustration, slightly embarrassed. Thinking of Lin Bei's casual nature, he figured that perhaps he couldn't come up with a better name. If the guy named it himself, it probably wouldn't be better than Solo War Department. The room fell silent. Shadow King, a one-man army. Interesting. A lone wolf is not a beast but a deity. Lone Shadow War Department, how about that? Dongfang Xiong broke the silence with a suggestion. Cold River Lone Shadow. It carries a sense of cold and solitude. A lone figure standing alone, unmatched in battle, fitting for this little monster. Marshal Dongfang is indeed cultured. I think this name is very good. Let's go with this. Our great dragon nation wouldn't be ashamed of it. Xiaoding agreed. I also agree. Unanimously approved. Alright, that's settled then. Considering he's almost graduating from high school as well, as a conqueror, the war department can be established. But the turtles, but is a but.
The rule is set: the Lone Shadow Battle Department must climb up from level 2 by itself. Resources and power must also be sought out by themselves.
Yes. Meanwhile, it was deep into the night in the dragon nation of Blue Star. Lin Bei lay in bed contemplating his next plan. This time, the harvest was bountiful, including the power of the undead tyrant and the breakthrough to the realm of Battle Emperor. Although the path to ascending to the divine presence was still unknown, Lin Bei was not at all panicked. However, he felt that there was still much room
for improvement in the Emperor realm.
Recalling the rewards he received after his grand victory at the Heavenly Barrier, the ancestral dragon vein, an idea formed in his mind. The next morning, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes. It wasn't a natural awakening. As a battle emperor, his senses were now extraordinary. Within 100 meters, he sensed a stranger with notable strength approaching his home. Lin Bei rose and donned a white shirt. His figure instantly dived into his own shadow. This was a special ability he could directly utilize after entering the Emperor realm and gaining deeper access to the Shadow Kingdom. Shadow Exchange. He could freely move to any location with the Shadow Core. As the mysterious man walked, a sudden change in the shadow behind him caused him to heighten his alertness. Soon after, Lin Bei appeared above his shadow like a deity and asked coldly, "Are you looking for me?" The man was shocked, but knowing who he was looking for, he bent over respectfully and said, "You are Emperor Lin Bei of
the Black Rite?"
I am the director of the Dragon Nation Special Bureau 749". You can call me codename Old Scar. As he spoke, he lifted his hat to reveal a long scar stretching across his nose and covering his face. It seemed the codename was well earned. Old Scar extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Lin Bei. Lin Bei remained indifferent and asked, "What is it?" Old Scar, not daring to raise his head, said directly, "The ancestral dragon vein has appeared. The Kunlun holy ruins are in chaos and the various battle departments of the human Emperor's Hall are recommending you to oversee the division of the dragon vein. This is the first mission for the Lone Shadow Battle Department." Lone Shadow Battle Department? What is that? Lin Bei frowned. "It's a one-man battle department registered under your command." "Oh, something I mentioned casually has been implemented." "Wait, what did you just say about Kunlun?" "What?" Facing Lin Bei's direct question, Old Scar seemed very troubled. "Emperor Lin Bei, this is the highest secret of the Dragon Nation. It might be inappropriate to discuss this here. Shall we move elsewhere to continue?" Lin Bei looked at his eager eyes, thinking to himself, Bureau 749, back on the old Earth, there was a similar existence that investigated supernatural events. In this world where spiritual energy is revived and everyone is like a dragon, it shouldn't be anything unusual. Kunlun, if I remember correctly, that was the name. The words highest secret indeed piqued Lin Bei's curiosity. He could clearly sense that the other party had no ill intentions, otherwise with the malicious sensing power of the Shadow Corps, they would have already taken him down. Since it's not convenient to speak in public, why not invite him home? Returning to the dimly lit room, Lin Bei signaled for Lao Ba to find a place to sit. This was Lao Ba's first visit to the Emperor's residence. On his way here, he had wondered more than once why the human Emperor would live in such an ordinary neighborhood. So grounded, could he really have remembered the address wrong? But now he was thoroughly convinced. This Emperor was truly extraordinary. With a snap of Lin Bei's fingers, shadows instantly engulfed the entire three-bedroom apartment. Everything succumbed to darkness. In this domain of the Emperor, separated from the outside world, Lin Bei was God. "Speak," Lin Bei said, not bothering to watch him daze off, immediately asking, "All right, with your power you must have already touched the threshold of the transcendent body, right?" After all, the transcendent body is a prerequisite for ascending to divine presence. Lin Bei merely smirked, too lazy to explain. Saying he had touched the threshold wasn't exactly precise. He was now the one who could toggle the blood burn switch, constantly leaping back and forth on the boundary between mortal and transcendent. But these were not details he intended to share with others. Seeing that Lin Bei did not respond, Lao Ba instinctively took it as an affirmation and continued, "Then do you know the difference between a congenital transcendent body and an acquired transcendent body?" "What? There's such a thing as a congenital transcendent body?" This is a novel concept. Based on the experiences of most awakeners, a transcendent body occurs after fully comprehending and harnessing a complete sequence of spiritual power. Simply put, it's akin to elemental superpower transformation. A congenital transcendent body theoretically shouldn't exist before the awakening of spiritual power. After all, how can one transcend without even possessing a sequence of spiritual power? If congenital transcendent bodies truly exist, the people of Kunlun are just such a group. They are naturally attuned to spiritual energy from birth, destined to wield spiritual weapons. 1,000 years ago, in the dark ages before the 100 layers barrier battlefield curtailed demons, the first group of people with congenital transcendent bodies was born. From birth, they were far stronger than ordinary human awakeners, even capable of comprehending the royal treasures and battle techniques of demons. Unlike awakeners who externalize their spiritual power, they excel in internalizing and refining their power. However, compared to ordinary awakeners, those from the Kunlun sect tend to progress extremely slowly in the early stages of their cultivation, making it rare for them to reach the divine presence. "Rare, but you mean there are some, right?" Lin Bei asked indifferently. "Yes, you must have heard of him, the fire god. His fiery fists have placed him at the pinnacle of the world. So why do such formidable individuals all gather at the Kunlun holy ruins? Guarding the holy ruins is a voluntary act by their ancestors, or perhaps there's another purpose. Kunlun is the ancestor of all mountains, the source of earth veins. 1,000 years ago, a great victory in the barrier battlefield opened the Kunlun holy ruins mystery realm, attracting countless awakeners who were all crushed and severely injured by an unknown force. Only those with a transcendent body can withstand the immense pressure of the mountains within the holy ruins. Ordinary humans simply cannot set foot there, and even awakeners who have reached the transcendent body must conserve their combat strength to advance to the 100 layers barrier.
to prevent demons from the mystery realm from invading the Dragon Nation. That group of naturally transcendent awakeners organized themselves, establishing 4 fortresses around the mystery realm to guard the Kunlun holy ruins for generations. For generations, the awakeners of the Kunlun factions have resided in a hidden sanctuary, slowly enhancing their powers with the abundant spiritual energy found there, becoming a force that cannot be ignored. Their development has been unrestrained, acting solely for their own interests. However, in recent years, the 4 major sects of the Kunlun factions have been incessantly fighting to become the leader of Kunlun, causing headaches for their superiors, as long as they don't cross the line. Even the Dragon Country cannot control them. Lin Bei roughly understood the situation, so they are very strong, at least at the same level of battle honor. I am no match for them. That's why we need an emperor-level powerhouse like you to mediate the conflict. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Just to be clear, I'm not going for the fight, I'm going because of the Dragon Vein, of course. If you can distribute the Dragon Vein evenly among the various sects of the Kunlun factions to their satisfaction, it would certainly be a great achievement. The Lone Shadow War Department will surely receive a lot of resource rewards. Distribute? What are you talking about? Lin Bei asked confusedly. What nonsense is this? Lao Ba didn't understand Lin Bei's point and then said directly, let's not delay then, we'll set off a week after you finish your college entrance exams, is that okay? No. But if we leave them to fight, the conflict might affect the surrounding areas and cause significant damage. No, I mean a week is too late, let's go now. Lao Ba was taken aback. But you're about to take your college entrance exams soon, and going to Kunlun is a major task. The Kunlun factions won't just comply, especially with the ancestral Dragon Vein at stake. They must fight for the greatest benefit for their own sects. If we need to use force to suppress them, their numbers are too many even for you. It might take some time to mediate. Mediate? No need for mediation, I can convince them with reason in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds there will be world peace, but Lao Ba, looking into Lin Bei's serious eyes, didn't dare to object. Wild, he suddenly remembered what his superiors had said when they sent him. Normally, to minimize losses, a large force should be sent to quickly quell the uprising of the Kunlun factions to end the fight more efficiently. But this time, the higher-ups decided to let Lin Bei alone settle the unrest in the Kunlun holy ruins to minimize the losses. This move is truly baffling, but at this moment, seeing Lin Bei's ultimate kindness and absolute fairness, he vaguely felt that this man might be about to do something incredible. A day later, boom, a gunshot rang out and flames splattered. In an instant, like hundreds of fiery snakes, they traced their targets beautifully and pierced through blind spots. A headshot, on a mountainside within the Kunlun holy ruins. From the dark muzzle of a sniper rifle, wisps of smoke rose. Even a lord-level demon that could withstand missile strikes from thermal weapons could not escape this snipe. This shot was not a bullet but pure and solid spiritual energy. Shuekai is really amazing. Every time I go hunting with brother Shuekai, he never misses. The young girl by the side was named Zian, charming and delicate in appearance, yet somewhat naive and inexperienced. The boy named Shuekai, thrilled to have slain a mere lord-level demon, seemed overly excited. However, his flattery appeared to work wonders on himself as he proudly waved his hand dismissively. Both were dressed simply, lacking the childishness and fashion of city youths. Instead, having grown up near a demon-infested sanctuary, they had developed a fierce, almost bestial demeanor. Zian, if you enjoy watching me hunt demons, we can come again tomorrow. That sounds great, but Shuekai, do you think our clans will start fighting each other again? Shuekai didn't know how to answer. Currently, the backbone of their clans was locked in an external standoff, only allowing newcomers like them to enter the sanctuary for hunting. It was clear to anyone that the situation was severe. The mysterious appearance of what they called dragon veins was confusing. Their frantic disputes over it seemed quite senseless. Shuekai silently retracted his weapon and gestured, then swiftly ran down the hill. They needed to retrieve the corpses of the demons they had hunted to exchange for supplies. Despite their young age, around 18, both were top disciples from 4 of the most powerful sects within the Kunlun clans and the most outstanding talents lurking in the land of Kunlun. Joining a sect, of course, was not something taken lightly. Although everyone in the Kunlun clans possessed innate extraordinary abilities superior to ordinary people, only those who awakened their spiritual powers at the age of 18, fully matching their innate extraordinary bodies, were eligible to enter the sects. Otherwise, they were just like any other ordinary awakeners, unable to manifest their extraordinary potential. Both youths, despite their young age, were already at the revered warlord realm, allowing them to descend the mountain quickly.
With each leap covering 10 meters, they soon reached the foot of the mountain and dashed towards the corpses of the demons. However, as they approached, the smiles on their faces stiffened. In their view, an unfamiliar figure appeared beside the corpses. Wow, so handsome! Xian, catching a glimpse of the young man in black, covered her mouth first, squealing like a smitten fan. Lin Bei turned his head, moving from the shadows directly into the sanctuary. Seeing the body next to him, he guessed he would encounter someone. He had intended to resolve the situation quickly, but it seemed he needed to demonstrate his strength now. Damn, who is it? Shuekai, stopping abruptly and drawing his gun in a rush, was reckless and arrogant, not giving the other a chance to explain. However, Lin Bei didn't seem to mind this straightforward approach. Sensing the killing intent, the Shadow Corps automatically shielded him without needing their king's command. A spirit power bullet whistled out of the gun barrel, its killing power enhanced by the acceleration. But that was it, as one of the Shadow Corps stepped forward. The sturdy Earth soldier with a cone-shaped left hand and a pincer-like right hand, even with only half a body, still possessed formidable combat ability. The pincer hand quickly extended, single-handedly clamping down on the unstoppable spirit power bullet, crushing it effortlessly. Just a piece of cake. Monsters. Seeing so many shadows appearing in strange forms, Ziyan couldn't help but panic. Could this handsome boy be a humanoid demon? But she had never seen demons with such powerful abilities. Lin Bei smiled, raised his arm and extended a finger as demonic energy crackled with lightning and thunder. A terrifying pressure paralyzed the two people facing him, a display befitting the reaction of exceedingly weak creatures before a powerful king. His fingertips emitted lightning like a railgun, unleashing power in an instant akin to a dam bursting, uncontrollable once released. The lightning strike was millions of times more formidable than any spirit energy bullet. A solid, dazzling column of electric light suddenly tore through the ground, piercing through one of the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. It burst like a gigantic electromagnetic cannon, radiating intense light and rending the earth into a vision of hell. Lin Bei made no attempt to hide his strength. In his view, arriving in a strange place necessitated showing one's power first to inform everyone that the king has arrived. Thump! Facing the thunderous strike, both Shuekai and Ziyan's legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground. It was unclear if they were scared to the point of wetting themselves, but they certainly couldn't get up. Nearly a dozen meters away from them, everything was destroyed by the terrifying thunder, a sequence of lightning spirit energy. Are you the Thunder Emperor? I am Lin Bei, the Black Emperor. Go tell your leaders, no need to fight anymore. I'm taking the ancestral dragon ley line. What? Shadows like giant clamps stepped forward. Shuekai and the others, terrified, crawled backwards. The closer they got, the more they realized the enormity of this shadow. They couldn't even defeat one shadow soldier. The clamp caught them both, instantly vanishing into the darkness. Now finally there was silence. Lin Bei turned around, looking towards the majestic main peak of Kunlun, where the sacred ruins lay. The gates of hell unleashed waves of infernal flames. Only the absolute strongest could withstand the ever-increasing pressure of the mountains and ascend the steps to the gates of hell. Lin Bei, carrying the demonic energy of the mountains, was fearless. No need to activate his extraordinary body, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. But before that, he needed to remove the source of this chaos directly. As the saying goes, the best way to resolve a dispute is to eliminate the source directly. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor's domain rose again. Walls of shadow soldiers appeared, the Shadow Soldier Brigade stationed here to eliminate any further disturbances. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, the demonic energy of the land began to act up. The ground under Lin Bei's feet formed a terrifying vortex with a fearsome suction force continuously piling up the earth. He followed the trend of the ley line he sensed, moving deeper down. A long river of the ley line appeared before his eyes, its golden glow flowing with robust power. Is this the ancestral dragon ley line? Take it, ding. 200 million fusion points spent to merge with the ancestral dragon ley line. Bursting with the vitality of life, the power again merged into Lin Bei at a terrifying speed. Outside the secret realm, the continuous battles around the ley line by the various factions of Kunlun were forcibly ended before they even began. Boom! Outside the secret realm, in the streets of 4 fortified cities, everyone felt it, a tremor so strong it was like a magnitude 6 earthquake. Panicked voices rose among the crowds. What was happening? An earthquake? the people on the streets were thrown into confusion and even children stopped crying out of shock. Only Ziyun and Shuekai, who were almost scared out of their wits, were thrown out of the secret realm, tumbling and crawling as they called for reinforcements. A terrifying monster had appeared in the realm, a disaster of shadows.
Upon hearing this, everyone sensed trouble and rushed into the secret realm in droves, though what exactly had happened was unknown. Facing a formidable enemy meant they had to unite.
Thump thump thump, their hearts pounded like war drums. Lin Bei was deep underground, where the dragon vein was not just an earth vein but the geomantic essence of the entire mountains and lands. Thus, it did not require deep excavation. He could feel the earth's core flowing towards him, ready for integration. In that moment, deep beneath the secret realm, as he merged with the entire ancestral dragon vein, Lin Bei felt a strange change in his body similar to the subtle transformations. During the blood-burning phase, his blood surged like the ocean, his spiritual power overwhelming. Connected to his body in the shadowy kingdom, a dark dragon seemed poised to burst forth from the soil. Its massive eyes, deep as abysses, stared into the land of shadows. Congratulations to the host.
Successful integration with the ancestral dragon vein, divine level pairing with the supreme bone of reincarnation to form the supreme dragon spine of reincarnation, achieving the natural born supreme dark dragon body pending the full release of the dragon emperor's blood.
His power system advanced 3 stages to that of a true dragon. Lin Bei was overjoyed. He had always been merging recklessly, combining powerful artifacts and strengths without ever proactively coordinating the capabilities of his body. Never had he imagined that this journey to the dragon vein would inadvertently harmonize his body, integrating his various immense powers.
Moreover, he had unconsciously fused to form an extraordinary innate body. He should now be considered the first in
history to skip the difficult early stages of cultivation, transitioning directly to the middle phase of being extraordinary. This was practically a cheat mode activated. Outrageous. However, the condition that awaited the release of the Dragon Emperor's blood was indeed puzzling. It seemed that even now, in his imperial state, he was not yet fully capable of unleashing the power of this innate dragon body. Ding. The Shadow Army, all members received the Dragon Shadow Blessing. The Mountainous Strength System upgraded to the Legendary Dragon Strength System, achieving Legendary Enhancement. Legendary Enhancement. Lin Bei, intrigued, opened his panel. Ninja acquired Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bomb mastered the art of dragon riding. The Trolls gained the power of one dragon. The Blade Sect Secret Transmission Dragon Flash. Not bad. It seemed his Shadow Army was doing well. Their strength was now at least at the peak of king level. Boom. The sound of combat above awakened Lin Bei from his meditative state in the deep pit. Inside the dark cave, there was no light. Around him, a black dragon's shadow spiraled, sweeping all the ash and dust from the surroundings clean. Lin Bei looked at himself at that moment. His clothes burst from his enormous strength. His originally neat short hair had now grown into flowing long locks. He now felt as if his marrow was being washed and his bones recast, as if undergoing a complete transformation. Was this what it felt like to possess an extraordinary congenital physique? The supreme dragon spine had clearly altered his constitution, and he could vividly sense his newfound strength. The compatibility between his body and the true dragon's power was perfect like never before. With his mission accomplished, it was time to move on to other pursuits. Lin Bei didn't unfold his wings of shadow this time. Instead, under the control of shadow spiritual power, he ascended step by step towards the heavens. Above, chaos had already erupted, turning into a battlefield between humans and dark shadows. The Beast King sect, one of the 4 major sects of Kunlun, specialized in the awakening of beast-transforming spiritual power. Their current sect leader, a rare 100 beasts King body seen once in a century, was in the mid-stages of the War King level, nearly approaching the War Emperor. However, just moments ago he, with a body as formidable as a wild beast, was the first to challenge the Shadow Giant and was sent flying with a punch. In the moment of his defeat, he vaguely saw the giant's fist transform into a dragon. What was happening? What kind of demons were these, all at the peak king level? Was this the end for the Kunlun sects? Behind him, the other sects only now appeared. What defeatist talk? The Beast King sect was still not yielding. Faced with such powerful enemies, they must unite. The Holy Wings Church Diamond sect and Sun Pavilion, along with hundreds of other sects, hurried to assist. But despite their words, seeing the dire state of the Beast King sect, no one dared advance. No one wanted to be the next to fall. Suddenly, from within the crowd, someone pointed towards the cave behind the black tide and shouted loudly, "There's someone is walking up." Everyone looked to see that they had all arrived, and just in time for him to speak plainly. "No need for thanks, the problem that troubled you has been resolved by me," Lin Bei, wearing a meaningful smile, explained with justified words. You're a human? Are these creatures your summons? The control over the sequence of spiritual power Imperial Realm, could you be from the War Department? Lin Bei smirked slightly. Not really, but I did
indeed come to solve your problem, and now that it's done you may disperse.
The Kunlun sect sighed in relief and reconsidered their stance. Since it was all humans, it was a different matter that could be negotiated. What's going on here, Shui Kai? Didn't you say these were shadow demons? The elder of the Sun Pavilion glared at Shui Kai, who was visibly panicked. Shui Kai was flustered, unsure how to explain his lies. Wait, what did you just say you resolved for us? Lin Bei confidently pointed down. The dragon vein, of course I've claimed it. What? The crowd was shocked. You really are from the War Department, wanting a share too? How did you manage to do it? Hand over the dragon vein. The sects once again prepared for an attack. The ancestors of Kunlun had guarded this national treasure for generations. It was a joke that the War Department thought they could just take it. Even the severely injured leader of the Beast King sect struggled to stand, puffing up his chest and glaring as he spoke. The audacity of outsiders is increasing. Young man, you speak so boldly. Not even the great marshal of the East would dare such insolence. Although you possess the realm of an emperor, your transcendental physique is not fully mastered, is it? Do you know about us, the innate transcendentals? Underneath the immense pressure of myriad mountains, your mortal body holds no advantage. There's a fierce tone in his words. Lin Bei sincerely said, that, esteemed elders, you might have misunderstood me.
From the beginning I never intended to defer to you. There's
no need for courtesy towards those weaker than me, right? The people of Kunlun were left speechless. The shadow summoned by the opponent was indeed enigmatic and powerful, but the summoner's weakness was his own frailty. As long as one attacks the summoner's body, even 1,000 troops of shadows are useless. In this secret realm, only those with transcendent bodies have the right to speak. If reasoning doesn't work, then let's talk physics.
It's a good opportunity to try, Dragon Marshal.
Earth. Lin Bei, seeing the opponent's tense readiness, smiled as expected. The force of the Tyrant of the Dead surged again with a ghostly pull on his right hand, causing the first tomb of the Shadow Kingdom's divine cemetery to tremble violently. Shadows began to spread rapidly under his feet, expanding boundlessly. Thunderous roars filled the air. From within the shadows, scorching destructive dragon flames shot out, turning the sky into a sea of fire. Following that, the shadow of a Bone Ming Emperor Dragon appeared.
As the Bone Ming Emperor Dragon dove into the
sky, spreading its wings, which were devoid of light, it exuded the imperial pressure of an emperor-level demon. People screamed in shock, slowly descending like a majestic mountain peak. Yet, as the bone dragon lowered its noble head, an armored figure leapt onto its neck, drawing a blade. Pointing the blade towards the heavens, the dragon took flight, battling in the wilderness. Shadow Dragon Warrior, to battle. Who are you really?
The people of Kunlun had underestimated Lin Bei thinking to attack this invincible man until they witnessed the emergence of this skeletal dragon.
What is Kunlun? Simply no match at all. Hey, who else? Who among you dares to battle with my martial earth? Lin Bei asked coldly. Helm Shadow. The power of the Shadow Dragon Rider made the helm shadow and black armored hard as mountains, completely overturning the disadvantage of slow movement. The power that dominates both land and air allows this shadow battle group to wield blades that can slice through anything, challenging all comers.
Meanwhile, the imperial pressure of the Bone Ming
Emperor Dragon was absolutely unbearable for the people of Kunlun. It's not just mere weight, it emanates from the imperial domain of a demon emperor. Why can a king level ride on the head of an emperor level? People wondered. Such an obviously foolish question. It's not the shadow being ridden that's in command, but the youth behind them. The wild instincts in the elders of the Beast King Gate trembled, their beast transformation connecting them to wild beasts in cognition as well. They
simply couldn't resist the dragon's majesty.
Dragons, an unimaginable race clearly superior to all other beasts. There is a vast difference between winged western dragons and eastern dragons, one being a creature and the other divine. The transcendent dragon shadow is of the eastern dragon. They should not be conflated. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the skies as the black dragon charged towards the ground with the force of thunder.
The imperial bone dragon with claws and fangs extended toward the earth apart. The dragon's roar with its powerful force shattered and split the ground. The path ahead was utterly destroyed. The Kunlun sect members steadied themselves as the massive jaws of the dragon loomed before them. A fatal bite was imminent, and the dragon's roar thundered once more. The most boisterous among them, the leader of the Beast King sect, transformed into a towering flame-maned lion. He hoped that his transformational spiritual power combined with his extraordinary innate physique could withstand the dragon's attack. Under the dragon's fierce bite, he struck the dragon's hard imperial bone with unimaginable force. Wutu's blade slashed down, and the dark dragon-shaped sword energy effortlessly severed the arm of the extraordinary creature. Following closely was the soul-searing flame gathered in the dragon's mouth, a devastating dragon's breath that mercilessly blasted towards the Beast King sect leader. After a cry of agonizing pain, a mid-stage battle king and leader among the sects perished instantly under the dragon's breath. The dragon's dreadful strike vanished in an instant, and the sect members witnessed the vast chasm of strength between them. They could only shout in unison, "Retreat, fall back, protect the sect leader, protect the master." How the hell do we fight this? In the midst of chaos, someone broke the silence. "Fight, humph, a bunch of ignorant fools." The Pope of the Holy Wings Church spoke. Lin Bei glanced sideways, a stunning, aloof, middle-aged woman, she scoffed. Taking a step forward, she bowed deeply with great respect. "I presume you are the one, the Black Emperor, who has revived the ancestral dragon veins. Our Holy Wings Church, we surrender." Black Emperor. As these words were spoken, others began to realize communications in the Kunlun holy ruins were scarce, and rarely did outside news reach them. But the divine sound barrier was audible across the entire Blue Star. Unexpectedly, this peerless youth was indeed the new emperor, the Black Emperor, who had established great merits in the 20th heavenly layer. Indeed, the Black Emperor was so young. However, this wasn't a justification for him to monopolize the dragon veins. From behind, some among the sect people voiced their dissent. The Pope lowered her head and shouted angrily, "Why not? It's the reward he earned through battle at the Divine Barrier battlefield." It must be said she knew her place. If you can't beat them, join them. A wise man knows when to submit. Lin Bei didn't dislike such people, giving a faint smile. "Oh, this is really interesting. You even have the option to surrender." That was unexpected. The opponents smiled charmingly in response. "The Kunlun sect only follows the strong. I am not wrong in what I did." Lin Bei looked satisfied elsewhere, while others, still baffled and conflicted, hadn't quite caught up yet. No one else volunteering? Well, not much difference, since it's not a duel, let it be a brawl. What? While everyone was still in shock, Lin Bei had already made his decision. A man's romance, a just brawl. Lin Bei waved his hand grandly. The Black Shadow troops, with firm and heavy steps, advanced forward. "You don't come over here. Not one can win against him, yet you ask for a mass duel." Now Lin Bei gave no chance at all. He was simply a tyrant. Damn it, it's death either way, let's fight him. Besides the fortunate Holy Wings Church, the rest of the sects were reluctantly dragged into battle. The outcome, as one might imagine, was predictable. The Black Shadow army stepped slowly, unhurriedly. Countless shadows soared, and what was seen were dragons of shadows writhing in the air. At this moment, it wasn't just about destroying Lin Bei directly. These completely enhanced shadow troops were like dragons in human form, each appearing to possess extraordinary powers. After a while, the Kunlun faction suffered heavy casualties. Surrender was futile unless one completely lacked the will to fight, for only then would the shadow troops cease their assault. Any hint of deceit, and the shadow troops, as if able to read minds, would swiftly decapitate their foes. A brutal sight indeed. This battle also marked the beginning of the legendary solo duel sung of Lin Bei. Upon hearing the news, Bureau 749 finally entered the scene as planned. Beholding such a sight, they were stupefied. Anticipating a battle, they had not expected a massacre. I finally understood why Lin Bei was assigned to lead the combat department alone. This allowed him to act without restraint. Old Scar, in his astonishment, helped up the few remaining elders of the Kunlun factions. Passing by the pontiff of the Sacred Wing sect, he couldn't help but give her an extra glance, a glance that spanned a millennium. The looks exchanged between these two hinted at a past story. Old Scar remarked, "You're still as good at seizing the moment as ever. Now, among the four gates, you're probably the most intact. Congratulations on getting what you wished for." The Sacred Wing sect leader Yi Tong pursed her lips and smiled. "You still love to doubt my intentions as before. I'm just a woman after all, not fond of committing to doomed endeavors. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was the Black Emperor's idea. I simply followed along." Lin Bei at this moment began his speech as the victor, proclaiming justice. "I ham my apologies to all the senior members present. I believe any misunderstandings between us have now been cleared through this friendly exchange. I was merely retrieving what belonged to me."
There shouldn't be any problem with that, right? Lin Bei's face bore an innocuous smile, his gaze sweeping around. Those standing nodded in agreement, affirming his words. Lin Bei's speech once again demonstrated his prowess as a social genius. He was capable of anything,
even speaking to these old monsters who were 100 years his senior. He maintained a formidable attitude.
The appearance of the Shadow Dragon warriors and the righteous brawl allowed Lin Bei, a master of clarification, to completely dispel any misunderstandings with absolute strength, a more than satisfactory outcome. Within a single day he quelled the unrest in the Kunlun factions, a feat even the special combat departments couldn't achieve with such efficiency. Lin Bei easily accomplished it. With the mission concluded, Lin Bei turned to look at the sacred Kunlun main mountain atop which was the Holy Ruins. Just then Sacred Wing sect leader Yi Tong stepped forward. She could see that Lin Bei intended to ascend the peak of the Holy Ruins, never before climbed by anyone. Lord Black Emperor, if you wish to go you may proceed. Upon hearing this, Old Scar's eyes narrowed and he drew a composite dagger, pressing its tip against Yi Tong's back, his voice cold. If you dare harm the Black Emperor, don't blame me for acting.
In an instant, the atmosphere turned eerie. Lin Bei, however, paid no attention to the surrounding movements. His pupils glinted with golden light, a sign that the system within him was analyzing the sacred mountain before him. Kunlun's sacred ruins, once the dwelling place of divine descendants, established even before the oldest human dynasties, it led humanity in overthrowing the era of divine speech and establishing the era of human speech. It once governed the operation of energies between heaven and earth. Oh, whether it's the 100 heaven barrier or this mountain, everything revolves around the word divine. What exactly does this mean? Lin Bei muttered to himself, soon interrupted by a heated argument beside him. The atmosphere was tense, leaving him somewhat speechless. Is there something wrong with this mountain? Lin Bei asked indifferently, breaking up their quarrel. La Ba hurriedly explained. The mysterious Kunlun sacred ruins range from 5,500 to 6,000 meters, with the main peak, Divine Mountain, featuring uneven steps that total 10,000 layers. The shortest steps are like flat ground, while the tallest are over 10 meters, seemingly not designed for humans at all. Moreover, for every 100 steps ascended on Divine Mountain, a phantom shadow of the mountain presses down, stacking continuously. Even ordinary warrior kings wouldn't dare try easily. However, that's just half the challenge. During the climb, demons adapted to indwelling on the mountain obstruct climbers. It's hard enough to move, fighting is nearly impossible. And before the summit lies a death valley, its purgatorial flames like a barrier. Without nearing divine power, one can hardly open it. The Emperor of Shadows, your strength is immense, but ascending Divine Mountain might still be premature, at least until you reach the pinnacle of a war. Emperor, countered Master Yi Tong of the Holy Wing sect. Do you not believe in His Excellency the Emperor of Shadows? The Fire God once stepped into the gates of hell. At that time, the Fire God was already half-step divine, and even he did not succeed. Lao Ba roared. The Fire God, a monster among the Kunlun sects, dared to step onto Divine Mountain only after cultivating his extraordinary body to its utmost limit. The overwhelming pressure of the countless divine mountains could easily crush the flesh of ordinary extraordinaries. Hearing this, Lin Bei smiled faintly, conjuring a bottle of spiritual energy supplement in his palm to replenish his state. With a pop, he opened the cap. Yi Tong, shocked by the familiar-looking potion, stammered, Your Excellency the Emperor of Shadows, do you know Yi Ling Tian? Lao Ba frowned. Wasn't Yi Ling Tian the name of Yi Tong's misguided brother? Lin Bei shook his head. I don't know him, nor am I interested. Without another word, he headed toward the divine mountain of Kunlun. Your Excellency, are you really going to try? Lin Bei didn't want to talk much. He spread his wings of shadows and flew directly into the domain of the sacred divine mountain. Boom, boom. The sounds of giant phantoms of divine mountains falling echoed. Lin Bei flew swiftly, and in an instant, the weight of several giant mountains seemed to fall upon his back. Feeling a heavy oppression, his flight altitude suddenly decreased. The mountain demons with their blood-red eyes of slaughter appeared amidst the surrounding miasma. Lin Bei smiled faintly. None of this was a concern for him. Landing instantly, he took rapid strides and surged forward, speeding towards higher altitudes. Like a god descending to earth, his steps were mysterious. Countless demons lunged at Lin Bei, but the Shadow Corps suddenly appeared, each slash and punch annihilating the demons. Once again, the dark Shadow soldiers formed the Emperor's domain, and no one could stand against Lin Bei in the north. Unstoppable, he grew bolder as he ascended. The Kunlun sect below looked up at his figure in awe. the dark dragon's shadow on Lin Bei carried the ferocity of a wild dragon bearing the phantom weight of 10 divine mountains as it moved, a transcendent dragon body. How could this be? Was the Black Emperor innately transcendent? Old Scar couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The information clearly stated he was just an ordinary awakened one. Thousands of steps climbed, amazing. What? It seems there are only a few mountain shadows. It's getting hard to see someone get a telescope. Something's not right. The mountain shadows have disappeared. The Black Emperor. How? He seems to have grown larger, someone exclaimed, at this moment. Ding! The demonic aura of the mountain combined with the power of shadow eating devouring the mountain shadows. Dual consumption. Lin Bei's blood ignited, entering the divine realm directly. Silently enduring was not his style. He intended to transform the weight of these divine mountains into his own strength, enhancing his body. With each divine mountain shadow devoured, Lin Bei's body grew larger and his weight even crushed the steps of the divine mountain. Oddly though, his pace matched perfectly with the height of the steps, as if they were built just for his arrival. 5,000 steps, 5,500 steps, 7,300 steps. The people below were dumbfounded. Is this still a human? Lin Bei's dark shadow grew taller and bigger, and even though he was thousands of meters away, his massive dark shadow was still clearly visible. 8,000 steps, almost there. The gate of hell, the entrance to the valley of death. The Black Emperor surpassed the fire god of the past. It was said that under the pressure of the 90 mountain shadows, even the fire god struggled to breathe. But in just a moment, Lin Bei reached the 9,000th step as if it were flat ground. He had surpassed it. Lin Bei looked to the dark shadow soldiers beside him. Even the slightly heavy air pressure seemed to crush and disperse them. This height was proving to be a challenge even for the dark shadow soldiers, let alone demons. Lin Bei stood before the valley of death, feeling the heat waves brought by the gate of hell up close. Ahead seemed to be an invisible wind wall. However, the valley of death was now obscured by a colossal figure bringing an ominously ominous aura. Boom! A loud explosion. Lin Bei, the 1,000-meter tall shadow giant, shattered the legendary gate of hell. Boom! The shadow became a wildfire, the surging tide of darkness rushing into the valley of death. Infinite pressure captivating. The moment he stepped into the gate of hell, all the heavy pressure turned into nothingness. Yet a strange voice came emanating from all directions of the gate of hell, solemn, majestic, undeniable. Destruction is in me, creation is in me. You humans deem yourselves masters, but you are merely the failures of our creations. This time I will bring the original spirit of creation and descend upon the world again. The end of mankind is near. Listening to these divine words, Lin Bei looked ahead indifferently. He had only one thought: to shatter everything, to reach the top. Below the sacred ruins of Kunlun, Old Scar's fist was clenched tight. He was worried about Lin Bei. Although their interaction had been brief, he understood Lin Bei's character well: powerful, arrogant, and full of youthful vigor. Yi Tong patted Lao Ba on the back and said, "I know what you're thinking. Do you really distrust the Black Emperor that much? He has already succeeded by 2/3. His achievements are unprecedented, which proves his power." Lao Ba frowned and shook his head helplessly. "You don't understand what lies within the gates of hell. The beings there are not the demons we know of. It's said that they were the first creations from the spiritual essence bestowed by the heavens. They are eternal spirits, possessing divine bones, spiritual flesh, and an endless life, the creations of spiritual souls." "Heard from whom?" Yi Tong inquired. "The secret files of the Dragon Nation. The only human who has been to the gates of hell and peered into the valley of death." The fire god Shenyan called the guardian of the valley the half-blood divine bird, the nine heavens Kuanping. Lin Bei looked ahead at the so-called sacred ruins within the valley of death, a desolate sight. The shadowy giant form dissipated, and Lin Bei twisted his right hand to summon the phantom ghost blade into his grip. An eerie silence dominated. The valley was filled with dust-covered demonic corpses, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, not in peace, but in extreme fear. Most astonishingly, there were no visible wounds on their bodies, as if their spirits and souls had been drained alive. From their expressions, it was evident that they died with nothing but awe of power and a profound sense of their own helplessness as they curled up, awaiting judgment. Upon entering this place, Lin Bei witnessed a dramatic change in the world. The peculiar magnetic field generated sudden thunderstorms, with lightning becoming more intense the deeper he ventured into the valley. Fearless, he welcomed the lightning as it only served to empower him. "Come out, you can't scare me." Lin Bei glared around the canyon's terrain and coldly declared. As his words fell, a sound akin to a beast's roar resounded, shaking the heavens.
With a bang, the canyon walls trembled, rocks cascaded down, and the surrounding mountains crumbled. Bursting through the earth were countless phantom figures of massive fish. Were they Kuan? Then a figure appeared atop the giant Kuan. Lin Bei squinted at the figure, 9-colored phantom feathers hidden behind. Wrapped in demonic power and massive spiritual energy, a true phantom image shocked the heavens above. The colossal beast, indeterminate in size, a 9-colored divine bird soaring through the sky. Looking at the other giant beasts, Lin Bei instantly recognized that this demon was cultivating its own tribe. In the North Sea exists a fish named Kuan, so large that its size is unknown. It transforms into a bird named Pong, whose back spans thousands of miles. In anger it flies its wings like clouds covering the sky. Kuanping, a system, eternal spirit, 9 heavens. Kuanping, a phantom spirit from the first batch of creations by spiritual essence, possessing an infinite life, not a living entity but another form of existence of spiritual essence. As long as the spiritual essence exists, it is immortal. Lin Bei was not alarmed but rather relieved. It seems I was over-worried.
If it's just a manifestation of spiritual essence, then it's no problem at all. If it were a divine being, it might have been a bit more troublesome to deal with.
Immortal, I specialize in dealing with the immortal. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the Kuanping transformed into human form, emitted a piercing screech and furiously shouted, 100 years ago there was a human engulfed in flames who spoke the same foolish words and I beat him half to death. Your fate will be even worse. Lin Bei frowned. The voice of the Kuanping before him was completely different from the divine warning he had just heard.
Weren't those nonsensical words spoken by you
just now? Lin Bei asked calmly. Shut up. How dare you insult the divine language? The Kuanping roared in anger, its illusionary wings flashing fiercely as a mighty surge of spiritual power like a torrent streaked across the sky toward Lin Bei. Along with the wind, countless giant Kuns also surged towards Lin Bei, their massive bodies mindlessly charging at him. Lin Bei waved his hand and shadows filled the sky.
Terrifying figures instantly appeared in midair to meet the plummeting
illusionary giant Kuns. The army of shadow nightbats scattered electric currents wildly from their palms like bombs that had been charged for a long time before exploding upon the illusions. The explosion resonated through the air, tearing through the skies. The massive bodies burst apart. What power! The Kuanping gasped in shock and horror. Do humans possess such power now? Immediately following, shadowy figures brutally attacked the bombarded beast in the sky.
Invisible dark energy swiftly rose and enveloped the giant body of the Kuan, not only restricting its movement but also terrifyingly infiltrating its body, wildly roaming and colliding within, until it completely destroyed the insides of the Kuan's body, followed by a sudden explosive burst of dark energy. Like a blood-stained black higginbana blooming in midair, it exploded, finally dragging the enormous beast's body entirely into the endless darkness. This human is not to be underestimated.
The Kuanping, gathering its spirit, flapped its wings and rose, displaying terrifying power, its strength now among the emperor-level demons even stronger than the previous skeletal emperor. Lin Bei likewise adopted an equivalent stance, spreading his shadow wings and continuously climbing. Kuanping, do you also wish to challenge the gods? Lin Bei sneered. Don't flatter yourself, you pose no threat in my eyes. Dare to stand in my way and even gods will be smashed. Lin Bei was adept at keeping the suspense till the end, leaving the problem to his fists. By defeating the opponent, all problems would surely be resolved. Come, let's make this quick. Arrogant, die. Both sides flapped their wings and charged. Whoosh, as they drew close, a dragon's roar followed by Lin Bei's ghostly blade slashing out. The blade harbored centuries of grievances, with thousands of scales furiously swirling. Shadow binding death slash, a blade that cuts the undying destiny soul, falling with terrifying speed, slicing through the air and emitting the hiss of a shadow dragon. The Kuanping's 9-colored illusionary wings conjured a war spear, aiming simultaneously at Lin Bei, but it was cleaved by Lin Bei's sharp blade, not about the sharpness but the sheer brute force that could smash anything.
Despite the Kuanping twisting its
body to the side, it still couldn't escape the murderous intent of the blade. A slash tore through its chest and 9-colored spiritual energy spilled out like blood, dripping onto the valley of death, surprisingly prompting a resurgence of life. The Kuanping, trembling uncontrollably, retreated and looked at the gap in its body with horror and dismay. Why is the spiritual energy not recovering but instead continuously depleting? At this moment his eyes were unfocused, looking at the knife in Lin Bei's hands.
A transcendent weapon, impossible, he had never heard of
such power before. Could it be a divine artifact? No.
No.
No, impossible. During the clash just now with the Nine Heavens Kunpeng spiral ascension, thankfully he dodged quickly enough. As long as his soul remained, he would not consider it a defeat. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly a devilish whisper echoed by his ear. For some reason Lin Bei was able to appear behind him in an instant. How could this be so fast? The Nine Heavens Kunpeng was shocked. Little did it know that Lin Bei did not fly over, but had teleported from its shadow. This horrifying skill at times was even more terrifying than teleportation itself. Damn it, driven into a corner, the Nine Heavens Kunpeng could only unleash its final move. In an instant it transformed into a monstrous demon, its body bursting as it revealed its true form. The phantom image of the Kunpeng became reality with spiritual and demonic energy overflowing. The surge of power was like a vast ocean, fierce and unmatched. Lin Bei was pushed back by the wave of energy, his eyes narrowing, his right hand wielding the power of the undead tyrant, ready to obliterate everything in a desperate struggle of enraged souls. Dive, the 100 divine mountains he had just devoured now transformed into draconic power. Like 100 coiling dragon peaks, they plummeted from the sky. Just 2 words described it: brute force. Unyielding as ever, such was his contemptuous divine demeanor. With a thunderous roar, as the 100 coiling dragon mountains fell, the scene was dazzling. Lin Bei with his dark supreme dragon body suddenly summoned a shadow dragon much like the Nine Heavens Kunpeng, a fusion of spiritual energies. Indeed, this was another unique manifestation of spiritual energy. The massive Nine Heavens Kunpeng, even with its power fully unleashed, still faced this unstoppable punch with infinite panic. It screamed in terror as it deployed its domain. A 9-colored heavenly light enveloped it, forming a terrifying spiritual energy barrier within 1,000 meters. It used its spiritual energy to construct a protective domain around itself, this being the demon's ultimate technique, the shadow. Like a dragon, and the rocky fist obscured the sky, unleashing indescribable force from within the fist. Lin Bei's hair fluttered, and the sound of thunder roared within him. The destructive spiritual power, gathering the force of thunder and lightning, pushed forward relentlessly, easily shattering the terrifying spiritual barrier, causing it to collapse. The shadowy mad dragon was unstoppable, creating a vacuum of punches as if the space itself was being stirred and shattered by this punch. Boom, the world fell into darkness, only Lin Bei's silhouette remained. He lightly chuckled, "Is that all?" The terrifying destructive punch had blasted through the entire Valley of Death. Atop the main peak of the Kunlun Holy Ruins, the nearby summit's other dimensional space was turned into ruins. A semicircular gap appeared at the mountaintop. The ground shook violently and the entire secret realm felt a strong tremor. Is this what it means to pass? Old Scar and the leader of the Holy Wing sect Yi Yitong were unsettled. Since the birth of this first secret realm 1,000 years ago, no one had ever successfully passed the Kunlun Holy Ruins, but the Black Emperor had done it. He was too powerful. The Black Emperor, the Holy Wing sect wishes to follow you. Yi Yitong, facing the direction of the Divine Mountain, knelt on one knee towards the man above the Divine Mountain, declaring his loyal submission. Wise people know that following such a powerful figure is sure to be all gain and no pain. Yi Yitong is absolutely a wise man. Having missed the ride with the fire god, he must now stick to the Black Emperor. This is the strongest guarantee for the future of all the schools of Kunlun. The Beast King sect is willing to follow, as is the Solar sect, and the Diamond sect vows to follow to the death. Seeing Yi Yitong kneel, the other sects followed suit. They didn't have as many brains, they just did as they were shown, because they knew that the Holy Wing sect never engages in a losing deal. Old Scar looked at this scene with a hint of disdain toward his old friend. Humph. It's easy to change empires, but hard to change nature. At the same time, he was also pondering, could he possibly invite the Black Emperor to be a guest instructor at Bureau 749? That would certainly be excellent. The eerie behavior down the mountain. Lin Bei, who was engrossed in battle, surely knows nothing of it. At this moment, after the shadow dragon fist struck, Death Valley was destroyed in an instant, but the overwhelming shadows did not dissipate. The fusion of the undead tyrant and the shadows gave birth to a new domain of the Emperor. It is now operational. The shadows transformed into a domain imprisoning the undead being killed. The second type of the Emperor's domain, the Great Dark Heaven, it bound the Nine Heavens Kunpeng in a realm of darkness. The residual soul of the Nine Heavens Kunpeng slowly opened its eyes, the surrounding shadows flowing like ink. What happened? Was my domain so easily shattered? I can see nothing, feel nothing, time seems to have stopped and I can do nothing. Am I not immortal? The Nine Heavens Kunpeng kept questioning himself. Step, step, step. Footsteps came from the infinite darkness. I left a sliver of your soul because I still have questions for you. Don't misunderstand, said a voice as the ink-like ground began to ripple slightly. Lin Bei, with a smile that was not quite a smile, slowly walked up to the nine heavens Kuanping. In this space everything was void except for his figure, which was exceptionally clear. Was I really defeated by you, a human? Isn't that just the natural order of things? Lin Bei reached out, coldly grabbed the head of the nine heavens Kuanping and lifted it.
Tell me, who descended the spiritual energy, who revived it? Who is it? The pupils of the nine heavens Kuanping vibrated. He wasn't lying.
The souls detained by Lin Bei could not resist the tyrant's will. He truly did not know. How ironic it was. Guarding this place for 1,000 years without salary was bad enough, but not even knowing for whom he had been working all this time was truly pitiful. But Lin Bei had already gleaned the answer. Anyone capable of such deeds rightly deserved to be called a god. Such foolish workers are truly a capitalist's dream.
However, this also proved that the nine heavens Kuanping was indeed just
a small character. It seems to learn more one must either reach the top of the sacred ruins or continue to conquer the 100-layer barrier to get closer to the truth. Perhaps this is why humanity has always had to challenge the barriers. Avoiding them only makes it worse. It is getting more and more interesting. You can die now. With a fierce strike, Lin Bei slammed his hand against Kuanping's face, gripping it tightly and squeezing hard. The soul of the Kuanping, a creature of the nine heavens, began to crack, fractures spreading from its head. The sounds of crunching and the shattering of the soul echoed incessantly. With a final snap, Lin Bei crushed the spirit of the Kuanping into dust with his own hands. Spiritual creations mean nothing to me. Perhaps a true divine bird might have made me reconsider. Farewell. With a snap of his fingers, he dispersed the area's boundary and stepped out, surveying his surroundings. The area once known as the Valley of Death could now well be renamed to Scorched Hell. It was a terrifying sight, but it did not hinder Lin Bei's ascent. Let's see what else lies ahead. With the pressure of the divine mountain lifted, his steps were unusually light and he swiftly ascended the remaining 1,000 steps. Behind him lay a desolation untouched by man, yet the spiritual energy was so dense it was frightening, surpassing even the 100-layered barriers. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Bei found himself amidst the ruins of the holy ruins, strewn with stones engraved with mysterious runes. Turning his
gaze down the mountain, everything seemed so insignificant.
Suddenly, the divine voice he had heard before echoed once more, proclaiming the impending doom of mankind. Lin Bei followed the sound, expecting something similar to the supreme treasure he had encountered in the secret realm of the heavenly pool, perhaps a divine tree bearing some sort of fruit. However, this time it was different. In front of him was a pond overflowing with powerful spiritual energy that nourished the entire Kunlun divine mountain. At the center of the pond shone a golden light, undoubtedly the source of the divine voice. Without hesitation, Lin Bei reached into the light and grasped a fragment. As soon as he held it, the surrounding spiritual energy dropped by 90%. Darkness enveloped the light, and upon closer inspection, Lin Bei discovered it was the second piece of the divine puzzle. The puzzle, it should fit with the piece I found before, Lin Bei murmured as he took out the first puzzle piece from the shadows. The two pieces, though incomplete faintly, formed the shape of a white-faced mouth. Is this a mask? Lin Bei asked calmly. System, analyze this. The system crackled. Insufficient data, unable to analyze. There are still things you can't figure out, Lin Bei teased, but only for now. I'm not worried about it revealing its true form in my hands. With a single press of his hand, he submerged the two pieces of the divine puzzle into the shadows connected to the shadow kingdom below. After collecting the divine puzzle, the entire divine mountain, even the whole secret realm, seemed to have lost its soul. The pressure from the heavenly spiritual energy considerably lightened, and even the crushing weight on the mountain steps weakened significantly. Another secret realm conquered. It leaves a void. Lin Bei sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. Time to head back. As the saying goes, it's easy to ascend the mountain but hard to descend, yet this only applies to ordinary people. Lin Bei teleported downward, instantly resonating with the shadow soldiers hidden within the shadows of Old Scar. In a mere breath, he appeared behind a group of Kunlun disciples venerating the divine mountain. What are they up to? Lin Bei wondered aloud as he observed the strange behaviors of the Kunlun disciples. Old Scar did not turn his head, thinking that it was his subordinates from Bureau 749 behind him asking questions, so he answered casually. They were paying homage to the Black Emperor, hoping to show their full sincerity when Lin Bei came down the mountain. What sincerity? I can't see any. Hiss, how come you have so many questions, kid? Old Scar, impatient, finally turned around to look at the speaker, and to his shock he found more than he bargained for. The elegant and omnipotent language of the dragon country caused everyone to turn their heads and gaze in astonishment. Then they were even more stunned, looking at the sacred mountain and then at this figure. The Black Emperor. How did he come down? Wasn't he on the mountain? How did he do it? A miracle. Could it be that the Black Emperor has obtained the supreme treasure from the secret realm and ascended to divinity? Old Scar was startled. Lord Black Emperor, when did you appear behind me? Just now. Lin Bei answered lightly, expressing no particular emotion, just a bit of tiredness, wanting to go back and sleep well. As dusk began to fall, it was indeed time to return. Considering the distance, using the shadow instant movement would consume a lot of spiritual power, which might not be worth the loss. He summoned the shadow again, blatantly took out a spiritual power supplement and hesitated for half a second. After all, this was the last bottle of spiritual power supplement he had. The 5 bottles he had snatched from Ma Fei had already been used up one by one. His high level and peak spiritual power meant bigger consumption with stronger moves. With the supplement he could be a bit more reckless. Should he drink this last precious supplement or not? It seemed that it was necessary to look into the mysterious spirit cult that had been catching his eye since the beginning of his ascent. Old Scar, as the head of Bureau 749, how could he not recognize this thing? Black Emperor, although it may be presumptuous of me, it's better not to drink too much of that stuff. Lin Bei understood the implication, surely, considering the side effects. However, he could integrate and eliminate the side effects, something the other party could hardly guess. Too lazy to explain, he tossed it back into the shadow as if nothing happened. Just then, the devoutly kneeling head of the Holy Wing Church, Yi Tong, came forward. She took out the golden token entrusted to her by the previous leader of all sects, the heavenly official's order. To think it was on the church leader, does this not mean that the previous leader of all sects had already made a decision? But why, oh why had she, the head of the Holy Wing Church, not revealed it until now? The various sects whispered amongst themselves, confused by this move. Old Scar was also dumbfounded as he looked at the offered token. In his memory, Yi Tong was a woman who would do anything to reach the top, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But now it seemed she had already achieved it, yet she did not take up the position of the leader of all sects this time. Looking at this sincerely submissive woman in front of him, Old Scar was perplexed. Yi Tong, is this still you? What, Black Emperor, please accept this, the lineage of the super body from birth, and the Kunlun sects will heed the order. Lin Bei finally understood what these guys were up to. With a playful air he picked up the token that was hailed as the supreme command, toying with it as he spoke. Do you think that I, who possesses the infinite black shadows, would need you? Yi Tong answered decisively, no need, but even the strongest cannot always wield their spiritual power. Whether you accept us or not, we wish to follow the Black Emperor. Is this some attempt at coercion? Clinging to me, aren't you? Exactly. Their eerie conversation sounded comprehensible yet was gibberish to the average listener, becoming more outrageous as they continued. The proud Kunlun sects, illustrious even on the Blue Star, are the most mysterious and powerful organization in the Dragon Nation. With just these sects alone, they could restrain half of the Dragon Nation's top 100 clans. Here with Lin Bei, they seem like a burden clinging relentlessly. Who could possibly make sense of this? It might not seem apparent now, but we will be of use to you. You can always trust in our millennia-old organizations. Our networks and intelligence are beyond your imagination. The Blue Star is entwined in our web. This statement actually sparked some interest. Oh? Then do you know where that elusive spiritual cult, the Dragon Cult, is? Upon hearing this, Yi Tong's expression subtly shifted as if he had realized something. With great solemnity he asked, may I speak with you privately? Lin Bei gestured upwards, creating a sealed private space between them with the Emperor's domain. The shadow soldiers guarded outside, and no outsider could know what was happening within the shadow space. Could you let me examine the spiritual supplement in your hand? If I make any wrong move, feel free to kill me. Lin Bei nonchalantly handed it over. Yi Tong took the potion and examined it thoroughly. He confirmed that it was indeed made by his brother Yi Ling Tian. No mistake, it was the Holy Light Potion. The spiritual cult is an international organization with members not only from the Dragon Nation but also from the Western Union and the remnants of the Cherry Blossoms. They've been elusive for 100 years and are hard to capture. But from now on, our intelligence network under the sects will start gathering all information for Lord Black Emperor. The results should be available soon. But may I ask you one
Think if one day you annihilate the spiritual cult, could you possibly bring back my brother's body for a proper burial?
I have no other way to repay you, your brother. His name is Yi Ling Tian, blessed by the mysterious celestial angels in the heavenly barrier, a powerful emperor-level warrior. Meanwhile, in a mysterious corner of Blue Star, numerous figures cloaked in black robes sat in circles around a stone table. They all sat upright, the atmosphere extremely solemn. It seemed the Black Emperor had made contact with the Kunlun sects, and it was uncertain how the dragon veins would react. At this, one figure trembled slightly as if deep in thought. The situation in the Dragon Nation is really tense, unlike the West where chaos reigns without issue. Do you think the world's safest country is just an empty reputation? A deep, aged voice responded slowly. Mr. Yi, your recent progress has been too slow. We've collectively decided to send King Lionheart Charles to assist you. What do you think? It's up to you, but let me be clear, if it's because of the Black Emperor, don't involve me lest we all get wiped out together. The figure suspected to be Yi Ling Tian replied seriously, is it really that exaggerated? I am the king of top mercenaries in the Western Federations, a battle emperor, Mr. Yi. A dissatisfied voice emerged from the crowd outside the meeting. All the figures in black robes turned their heads and made way for a path straight to the main table, allowing him to walk from the shadows to the forefront. The speaker walked slowly, lifting the hood of his black robe that hid his face, drawing closer. Charlie, a muscular blonde with blue eyes, bore the iconic visage of someone from the Western Federations. The black-robed figure suspected to be Yi Ling Tian snorted coldly at the sight. Overestimating yourself, are you just someone who has recently become a battle emperor with an unstable foundation? My ranks include 10 battle kings to aid me. Doesn't your Dragon Nation have an old saying, 2 fists can't contend with 4 hands? Even if his shadow soldiers are formidable, they're no match for real people. For summoning type awakeners, you just need to encircle and defeat the real body, and it's easily done. Charlie approached the table with a confident, almost arrogant smile which was annoying enough to make one want to punch him. Foolish, it seems you in the West are quite isolated with your information. Don't blame me for not warning you, but your so-called powerful forces are not enough against his shadows. What did you say? Charlie roared in anger, if you wish to die I won't stop you, but we are colleagues after all. Don't say I didn't warn you, you better bring your best game. What do you mean? The Lionheart King Charlie scratched his muscular head, puzzled. Do you know when the Black Emperor Lin Bei is strongest? When is that? When he is alone? All our tactics must be based on this fact. Any human presence around him is an obstacle, a shackle limiting his full power. To counter him, you must never face him alone. He must be surrounded by a sea of people before you strike. Use others to prevent Lin Bei's shadows from wreaking havoc, and definitely avoid wide-scale destruction. If you kill the ordinary people around him, Lin Bei will have no reservations in wiping you out. Do you understand now? The room was shocked to receive such a high evaluation from Mr. Yi. The head of the Psychic Church in the Dragon Nation region was rare. Mr. Yi Ling Tian, rumored to have been a battle emperor when he first joined the sinister Psychic Church and a member of Dragon Nation's most mysterious organization, Kunlun. His formidable physical condition far surpassed ordinary people even then. Decades have passed, how powerful could he have become? Even the talent-filled Psychic Church wouldn't dare to speculate. He might have already stepped into the Emperor realm. This man is too low-key, even his closest subordinates can't probe his spiritual peak. So, what do you mean, when should we make our move? The elder in charge of the Psychic Church grasped the key point and asked. The black-robed figure pondered for a moment and made a detailed plan. The day of the Awakener's high exam will be our last chance. After we approach him, whether we recruit him or destroy him will depend on your abilities. But remember, if you fail, don't drag me into this. Even if you manage to save your skins, don't expect me to spare you. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed up, filled with a strong sense of urgency. Do you even know what you're rambling about? King Lionheart Charles was furious upon hearing this, before even confronting the enemy. His own prestige was being undermined to boost the morale of others. What was the intention behind this? If he were there in person, he truly wanted to crush this Ye's head. I'd been in this psychic cult for so many years, just to bully the weak limitlessly. When have I ever needed to hold back like this? So you're telling me Emperor Lin Bei hasn't even achieved true godhood and he's already invincible? The man in the black robe chuckled. It must be said the Yi family's thought process is indeed clear. For Dragon Country, Lin Bei represents absolute freedom. When happy, he's second to none. When not, he's beneath everyone. I see you're just a fanboy of Lin Bei, praising him to the skies. I have indeed studied Lin Bei for a long time because he possesses something I greatly need, but that doesn't give you a foreigner any right to criticize. At that moment, the man suspected to be Yi Ling Tian, the man in the black robe, had his robes hood shaken by a surge of psychic power. A halo lit up the entire space, dazzling and bright, with data codes continuously flowing in the virtual network around them. This was actually a virtual space. As the man in the black robe used his psychic power, data overloaded. The terrifying psychic pressure was oppressive and immediately followed by blinding golden light. It was psychic power from the light elemental sequence. Was this the first sequence? The terrifying pressure intimidated everyone present, even abruptly ending the virtual meeting. The psychic network, the dark web, crashed instantly. Back in Dragon Country, the man in the black robe returned to reality, stood up mechanically, and walked towards a door in the darkness. Upon opening the door, what appeared to be a laboratory was revealed. Mission accomplished, the man in the black robe said, looking up at a large liquid cultivation tank with anticipation. As he spoke, the lid of the cultivation tank opened with a hiss of hydraulic air, and a middle-aged man with white hair and bare skin emerged. Terrifyingly, he was a complete human, but had 6 bare chicken wings transplanted on his back. The bloody and wet appearance was somewhat unbearable to look at. He was indeed Yi Ling Tian himself. Without responding, he simply raised his arm, and the man in the black robe was stretched up like a puppet on strings. With a pull of Yi Ling Tian's arm, countless strands of light were extracted from the man in the black robe. The man instantly fell to the ground lifeless like a puppet with its strings cut, and was then gently picked up by Yi Ling Tian. He walked towards an unknown wall and passed straight through it. Inside was a different world. Thousands of puppets, bare and slanted, lay on racks. Yi Ling Tian placed the puppet he held back among his tens of thousands of collections. These were his army of light puppets, his followers. After finishing, he patted his hands and muttered to himself, just a little more and I can achieve that divine posture, and before that, no one can disturb me, not even Emperor Lin Bei. Scene shifts. Lin Bei and Old Scar were sitting in a military helicopter returning to base, deciding to come back the way they came, to save on psychic power. Emperor Lin, do we really not need to send more people to patrol around your home? While you're looking for them, those cultists might also be looking for you. Isn't that just perfect? Lin Bei disdainfully closed his eyes to rest, responding, they are all madmen. There was a time when they directly blew up an entire newly built Sakura-style street within the Dragon Nation's borders to showcase their terrifying strength. Lord Black Emperor, are you listening to me? While the Emperor remains calm, the eunuch panics. Lao Ba analyzed the pros and cons anxiously by the side, as Lin Bei seemed to be sleeping, making Lao Ba quite restless. No, Lin Bei casually replied, I was just thinking, hoping that this upcoming awakening exam won't be so boring. A few days later, the Liberal Arts College entrance examination concluded smoothly, freeing the students who had completed it from the label of being the leftovers of the 9-year compulsory education system. The awakening exam followed closely. After this test, it would signify that these vibrant youths were about to step fully into a society revived with spiritual power, choosing to enter the combat department and formally challenge the perilous 100 levels barrier, to fight for the future of humanity. Various school buses sped towards the specially constructed examination area near the port city. Lin Bei and others were among them. This made the port city's examination zone a national focus, and with such big news, Wang Shui certainly couldn't miss out. In recent days, everyone was talking about the same thing. That is, a few days ago, Dragon Nation's greatest secret realm, Kunlun Holy Ruins, was breached. The Conquerors were a brand new combat team from Dragon Nation called the Lone Shadow Combat Team. All sorts of news, speculations, and conspiracy theories were flying everywhere. Not only was the Dragon Nation greatly shaken, but other countries were also stirred up. It shocked the whole world. Hey, have you heard? The Lone Shadow Combat Team emerged out of nowhere and blew a huge hole in the Kunlun Holy Ruins, which hadn't been conquered by anyone for 1,000 years. Really, you pictures, or it didn't happen. Look, wow, they even blasted half the mountaintop away. What kind of power is that? They couldn't even blow it open with a nuclear bomb before. Who knows? I just refreshed the page and the news was taken down. Such execution by the officials. Well, let's look elsewhere. Jiang Shan, sitting behind his classmates who were discussing fervently, spoke nonchalantly. PSH, what's so great about that so-called Lone Shadow Combat Team? If they're so capable, let them clash with our Bachelor Combat Team. Exactly. the Zhang brothers echoed from the side while Gu Xiaonan remained silent, always feeling that something was off. Lin Bei glanced at Jiang Shan and others. What nonsense are you talking about, fighting ourselves really? But he didn't elaborate. Now wasn't the time for such nonsense.
Better to focus on how to snatch some points from his own hands later. In a little while, seated at the very front of the school bus, Su Xiaoxiao and Fang Yi, acting as the teachers leading this trip, stood up. Students, we've arrived. Make sure you have your weapons and equipment, line up in pairs and get off the bus quietly to enter the examination area. This exam format is a virtual battlefield score battle. Earn points by killing phantom demons, and a leaderboard will be published based on the scores. Perform well as the results of the Awakening exam are crucial for your entry into the advanced combat departments.
Good luck, and you tall Jiang, come help me carry some stuff. Don't just stand there dumbly next to Lin Bei, it's annoying. Teaching assistant Su Xiaoxiao, unapologetically bossing Jiang Shan around, was becoming increasingly adept at her role as a teacher, this time with the task of leading the genius class delegated to her by Fang Yi. She enjoyed the leisure of merely assisting.
Hey Su Bear, you can call me Big Mountain Jiang Shan or Jiang Dashan, but don't you dare call me Jiangda.
Tall, grumbled Jiang Shan as he moved forward, his words disagreeing with his compliant actions. Amidst the noise and commotion, there was hardly any semblance of the usual teacher-student dynamic. As they walked, Su Xiaoxiao didn't forget to wink at Chen Yushi, who was standing behind Lin Bei. Chen Yushi casually stepped forward and rejoined Lin Bei in the formation. The two stood side by side nonchalantly as they got off the vehicle.
Lin Bei, unaffected as ever, resembled an emotionless assassin. Chen Yushi, on the other hand, was visibly excited, though he didn't show it on his face, having abandoned all thoughts in his joy. At that moment, several kilometers away, a group of mercenaries from a Western alliance had their distant surveillance locked onto Lin Bei. So that's the Black Emperor Lin Bei? Looks like an ordinary student, remarked King Lionheart Charlie as he licked his lips, eyeing his target as if zeroing in on his prey. But in the next instant, inexplicably, Lin Bei stood straight and stared directly back at Charlie, meeting his gaze through the binoculars. A mere deathly glare was enough to frighten King Lionheart into dropping his tactical binoculars. King Charlie, what happened? Asked the surrounding Western warlords, clustering around him in confusion. Did you see something that scared you to this extent? Our Emperor of the Western Alliance, our mission is to persuade the Black Emperor to join the church, right? After a long pause, a sweating King Lionheart Charlie squeezed out these words. And if he doesn't join, we can destroy him, someone helpfully added. Shut up, do you want to die? Charlie roared, his imperial aura instantly terrifying the Western warlords into stillness. The once invincible and proud King Lionheart, who had freely wreaked havoc in the Western Alliance, was now truly terrified after just one look from Lin Bei. It started as a nightmare when I looked at you once in the crowd, he realized. Having seen Lin Bei's gaze, he knew he was already targeted, already half defeated. Mr. Yi Lingtian was right not to deceive me. The king of mercenaries, now panicked, knew he was sent to die. Terrified, he was almost ready to abandon the mission. Fortunately, the strategically astute Western warlord suggested a new tactic. Lord Lionheart King, we have another method. Quickly remember the treasure of kings we obtained in the sky barrier. That thing can seal any creature's soul. With it you are invincible. Right. With it we won't lose. Even if we can't kill him, we can seal him, right? The Lionheart Emperor, a majestic warlord, pumped himself up for the challenge ahead. All right. I'll use my beast transformation to disguise myself and enter their examination arena to find the Black Emperor, he declared to himself. Soon, the tense awakening test was about to commence. Before it started, Shin Ningyun, the admiral of Harbor City, sought out Lin Bei specifically. Student Lin Bei. No, should I address you as Lord Black Emperor now? She hesitated, then quickly added, actually, there's no need for formalities. Lin Bei responded coolly. What can I do for you? He asked, getting straight to the point. I've been sent by the Provincial Education Department to have a word with you, she explained. Could you possibly restrain your immense powers a bit, give the other candidates a chance to showcase their abilities? Lin Bei understood her point, and after a moment's thought, he nodded and agreed breezily. Fair point, I understand. I'll just deploy 1,000,000 shadow soldiers to sweep through. Seeing him struggle slightly with the decision, it was clear he had gone through a significant internal battle to make such a large concession. Admiral Shin Ningyun felt as if a herd of wild horses was stampeding through her heart. There probably aren't even 1,000,000 demonic illusions in the entire illusionary exam arena. That's absurd, she thought. After some intense negotiations with the admiral, Lin Bei reached an agreement and returned to the mingling crowd of candidates. Despite being surrounded by a throng of people, Lin Bei's undeniable charm as a handsome man could not be concealed. Hey look, isn't that Lin Bei? The Black Emperor, the great emperor, Lord of the North, oh my god, it's really him. Someone gasped in the crowd. I just can't understand why a warrior of the emperor's caliber is even participating in the college entrance exams. I'm totally baffled. Another muttered disdainfully. If you could understand everything, then he wouldn't be Lin Bei, would he? He must have his reasons, came the reply as the crowd buzzed with discussions about him. Lin Bei scanned the surroundings looking for any noteworthy individuals among the students, apart from Jiang Shan and others who were notably outstanding by clinging to his powerful coattails. It was Chen Yushi and Lu Feng who particularly stood out. Chen Yushi aside, it was necessary to mention Lu Feng. The Lu family had their own set of skills. After being thoroughly defeated and recuperating under the personal training of the Lu family head, Lu Feng had entered a hellish period of intense training with the goal of getting stronger by clinging to Lin Bei's coattails. The mother's sword splits the wandering child. The father, seeing his son unchilled, draws 7 wolves. Under such harsh training, a formidable character was indeed born. In just 100 days, he advanced to the war venerable realm. This reminded Lin Bei of his recent conversation with the admiral. Lord Black Emperor, please leave some room for other children to perform. Their parents surely want to see their children fight. Shin Ningyun had earnestly requested with a deep bow. This year, Harbor City is unparalleled due to your presence, and the young power is stronger than ever before. What does that have to do with me? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. It's about adaptability. Spiritual power has changed humans, breaking through genetic locks, and overly powerful awakeners do the same, she explained. Like Jiang Shan and the others, if I'm not mistaken, he must have already started practicing the domain of kings by now. Perhaps you are not aware, but actually, everyone around you is being elevated in an almost mystical way. It's a strange phenomenon, but it really exists. Looking at Lu Feng in front of him, Lin Bei seemed to truly feel the subtle changes he had brought about in his surroundings. Although the early levels were indeed easy for Lin Bei to ascend, as long as the resources were sufficient and the spiritual energy was abundant, breaking through to the battle honor realm was just a matter of time. However, for Lu Feng to break through from awakening to battle honor in just a mere 100 days, he was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, not inferior even to the proud talents from the big cities. Suddenly Lu Feng turned his head and was shocked to see Lin Bei staring at him, which dumbfounded him. Lin Bei isn't going to hit me again, is he? I didn't do anything. Frightened, he became incoherent and quickly dodged away to who knows where, scaring the poor kid. Lin Bei shook his head helplessly as the main troop finally began to enter the examination venue. Lin Bei glanced towards the water curtain ahead and was immediately taken aback. It had a kind of spiritual force reminiscent of the first time he encountered the mirrored moon illusion. Looking around, Lin Bei indeed spotted them, the Long siblings Long Yu and Long Xian from the Dragon Chant War Division. Long Xian waved at Lin Bei. As an awakener of the Water Series illusion technique, he had specifically requested to be the chief examiner at the Black Emperor's exam venue. After all, he was eager to witness the current strength of the Black Emperor again. Inside the venue was a lush primeval forest exuding a wild aura, with the roars of beasts resounding deafeningly. Demonic illusions surged continuously. The strength was not particularly high, as it needed to accommodate some ordinary candidates who had never entered the celestial barrier. Even common class demons, which hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared truly weak to a laughable extent. Numerous demonic illusions based on their levels had their respective points. Elite class 10 points, Lord class 100 points. At the deepest part of the field, only a king class stood towering at the mountain peak. However, demonic illusions could continually refresh, allowing unlimited kills if one's ability permitted. This was a competition of speed and combat power. Lin Bei's goal was clear. He took to the skies, startling the ordinary candidates. Oh come on, God of the North, act like a human, will you, using flight? Lin Bei, ignoring the commotion below, raised his hand and set up a dark shadow domain within the entire venue, directly dividing the exam area. Countless shadow soldiers with loud thuds and heavy footsteps marched out, stationed outside the domain. Inside, the demonic illusions trembled in fear. I only want the core area points, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Gentlemen, strive for second place. Having said that, he spiraled into the air like a black meteor, slashing through the sky and rushed into the core area of the domain. Instantly, a dragon roar emanated from within and the battle commenced. Most of the other candidates were still in a dazed state, but some who reacted quickly disappeared from their spots using spiritual force as propulsion, swiftly scoring points. They gritted their teeth in secret. Even if they were slaughtering demons on the periphery, they must not let Lin Bei get too far ahead. This was their obsession. Boom of flames soared into the sky as the forest in the illusionary exam site was engulfed in fierce fire. In the Hongcheng exam area, a bizarre form of examination unfolded, sparking a fierce battle for points. The chief examiner Long Xian furrowed his brows, constantly monitoring the movements within this illusionary exam site. Watching Lin Bei's scores rise steadily to the top, it was clear he was seriously pulling ahead. Suddenly Long Xian spoke lightly. "Hey, I feel something strange is approaching the boundaries of the illusion, and it's not weak. Long, you have the nearby defense troops check it out." They had communicated with their superiors before coming, anticipating troublemakers, but they didn't expect them to arrive so soon, though they were prepared. Just as his sister Long Yu was about to notify the Dragon Chant troop to mobilize, the governor of Hongcheng walked in and stopped her. "The Black Emperor has offered terms, saying there's no need for us to intervene. He will handle it, and the lone shadow troop will ensure the safety of all the candidates inside." What is this new development? Lin Bei's methods are truly beyond most people's comprehension. According to Lin Bei himself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all the talents of Hongcheng to showcase their abilities, Shen Ningyan said with a wry smile. The scene shifts. "Zhang Shan, don't think you can surpass me and take third place." With overwhelming firepower, Lu Feng, his skin reddened, fiercely competed with Jiang Shan for the third spot in the points ranking. Chen Yushi, although firmly in second place, had fallen behind Lin Bei in first by tens of thousands of points. The struggle for second, third and fourth place became the highlight of this examination. Lu Feng, with a wave of his hand, burned down the entire forest, looked up at the demonic illusions submerged in the sea of fire and collected countless points. With terrifying wind power in his right hand, he fanned the flames towards Jiang Shan and Chen Yushi. "All mine, haha," Lu Feng laughed wildly. The demonic points stolen by Lu Feng in such a shameless manner truly angered many. Numerous candidates converged on Lu Feng to collectively punish him. When the large troop arrived, Lu Feng was not panicked. He truly couldn't defeat Lin Bei, but the others together posed no threat. Only Chen Yushi and Jiang Shan needed attention. Just then, on the side of the illusion, several camouflaged beasts unlike any before emerged amidst the flames, appearing right in front of Lu Feng and his group. "What the hell, there are still fish slipping through this great fire." Lu Feng was puzzled but ready to strike at these uninvited guests. "Mine." Jiang Shan stepped forward, unexpectedly displaying the majesty of a king's realm. Chen Yushi, without a second word, launched forward like lightning in her silver mimic form. "War King, War Sovereign, half-step War King. What's going on?" Besides Lin Bei, why are there beings of War Sovereign and War King level among the candidates? Charlie and others, attempting to disguise as demonic illusions, were now strangely surrounded by a large number of Hongcheng candidates. When did Longwu become so strong? Is this really just an exam? Why has the power of the awakened in Longwu been increasing year by year? Could it all be because of Lin Bei? It's like the world records in sports that have been unbroken for years, continually being refreshed by the same individual. Lin Bei's birth changed the balance of power in Harbor City, no in the entire Dragon Nation. If his development continues unchecked, it will surely bring down the world's power balance. At this moment, Lin Bei was leisurely sitting with his legs crossed, watching all this unfold from the perspective of the shadow soldiers in the shadow of the mountains. He smiled faintly. "Let's see how capable these fools who come to trouble me really are." Heh, I get it now. This is a special demonic illusion intentionally placed here by the officials. Someone in the crowd suddenly realized, voicing out loudly. This statement stirred up the crowd's excitement. Wasn't this a call to action to earn points by defeating them? Charge, attack. Thousands of examinees, like hungry tigers, furiously rushed toward the dozen or so unsuspecting invading beasts. What was going on with these students from Dragon Nation? Indeed, figures like King Lionheart Charles possessed formidable and unmatched strength, but they were currently on Dragon Nation's turf. To infiltrate this illusory exam venue without being detected, they used special spiritual techniques to transform into beastly disguises. Normally, it would be hard to distinguish them from real beasts. They had hoped to blend in with the large groups of demons and gradually approach the Black Emperor. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they were targeted by the fierce-looking Dragon Nation examinees on the hunt for prey. What was this situation? They didn't even have a moment to react.
A holy flash of lightning instantly struck down, and a composite metal longsword slashed through the air, emitting countless narrow streams of electricity. The 11 oddly shaped demonic beasts scattered, barely managing to dodge this fierce strike. Chen Yushi's several lightning slashes missed but directly pierced through the ground, causing thunder to roar. What was the background of this Dragon Nation girl? Her spiritual power was so swift and fierce, and she even had the aura of a super demon. Was she human? Before they could be shocked by Chen Yushi's identity and strength, greater trouble followed. If Chen Yushi was half a step into the realm of War King at the peak of war honor, then Jiang Shan was truly a newly ascended War King. In that very instant he was ready. Photosynthesis. Jiang Shan stood in place, growling lowly, his body glowing like a light bulb, greedily absorbing the free light particles in the air. Meanwhile, this life-light in his body transformed into overflowing spiritual power. He quickly crouched down and pressed his hands against the scorched earth, infusing terrifying spiritual power into it. In an instant, the barren ground burst into life, a vast array of bizarrely shaped spiritual plants sprouting within 100 meters, the domain of the king, all grasses as soldiers. The grass on the ground, shaped oddly like upright swords, was very different from ordinary wild grass. Its roots split apart, its body stiff like a sword, crystal clear, shining with a luminous gem-like brilliance. Staring at it for a long time would even cause a stinging pain in the eyes. Special spiritual creation, sword grass. Hidden within the tiny roots of the grass was a sharp, imposing sword intent. Although it was a spiritual grass, it had an inherent sword bone naturally formed. Boom! The sword intent soared into the sky, spanning hundreds of meters. What? Everyone present was shocked. The other candidates, who had originally planned to charge forward and slay the demonic illusions, now dared not advance and retreated faster than they had charged to avoid being affected themselves. Numerous sword lights poured out like a violent storm, dense like bullets in a strafing run. For a moment, a sky-darkening bombardment mercilessly struck down upon the dozen or so creatures resembling demons. All spectators outside the arena were dumbstruck, with comments flying across the screen. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling in front of the screen again. Isn't this a bit too strong? Holy cow, awesome. The scene was like a battlefield bombarded by countless shells, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. Damn, is he really the War King? These kids from the Dragon Nation are all monsters. Aren't they going to stop disguising themselves as beasts and wait to die? The leading demon transformed from the Lionheart King Charles, now covered in sword marks, dodged wearily while roaring angrily. Facing the realm of kings, one must never take it lightly. Now they are restrained in their beast-mimicking state, unable to exert their full strength. Behind him, a steel-toothed, saber-toothed tiger instantly transformed into a human form, his characteristic beard making him aptly named Bearded Brother. This beast-mimicking guise must be his spiritual technique, only revealing itself in the moment he withdraws his power. Lionheart King Charles and the Western War Kings behind him instantly shed their disguises, regained their combat strength, and stood up to fight. Plans cannot keep up with changes. We must reach the Black Emperor before the War Department intervenes, Charles commanded, bursting forth with a terrifying imperial majesty. His muscles swelled, and behind him, spiritual energy formed a majestic lion. With both hands he dug into the earth, lifting the surface to hurl rocks and soil at Jiang Shan and the others. Western War Emperor, inside and outside the arena. Everyone tensed up at the sight. The live broadcast comments exploded. Is this part of the show? Why are there foreigners in the college entrance examination arena? Crackling and popping, Chen Yushi in her silver dome lord guise displayed her prowess, releasing arcs of triple-pronged lightning, thunder crashing and lightning flashing. She shattered the countless rocks and stones which fell within Jiang Shan's domain. Instantly, Jiang Shan grew power-enhancing rice plants at her side. Jiang brothers, Brother Jiang, how do we deal with a war emperor? Gu Xiaonan, the others are also at the level of war kings. It seems like trouble. Lu Feng, they must be targeting Lin Bei. Most candidates sensed something was amiss and had already scattered, with only the most capable few gathering around Jiang Shan. They knew they seemed to have stumbled into a major issue. What to do? The same thought arose in everyone's mind. The only way to victory was to notify Lin Bei. Lu Feng, you're second only to me in speed, you go. Chen Yushi shouted loudly. Lu Feng had no time to argue about why it had to be him, as the situation was urgent. He started running towards the towering dark shadow behind him, with wind and fire propelling him like a blast. Although it didn't allow him to take off from the ground directly, it was still a powerful propulsion. Yet even at a speed of 200 km/h he was still overtaken by the terrifying shadow of the lion behind him. The Lionheart King leaped over Jiang Shan and the others, and with the Western War Kings surrounding them, there was no need to worry. With one sweeping strike, he sent Lu Feng flying, who had no idea where to flee. Lu Feng rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop, severely injured. Without a moment to catch his breath, the Lionheart King Charles appeared before the fallen Lu Feng. To have such strength at your age is indeed impressive, but this is as far as it goes. Although I don't know why you ran so fast. The weak have no freedom before the strong. Charles grabbed Lu Feng by the throat and lifted him up. Lu Feng's face twisted in pain, struggling to breathe. Just then, a familiar voice slowly emerged from the shadows behind Lu Feng. He's not that weak, is he? After a moment of silence, a figure stepped forward from the shadows. With a swift motion, his right hand slashed with a knife, and in an instant, a destructive wave surged from the blade. Hiss! A streak of blood was sent flying into the air. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone was too shocked to react. Even Charles, who was cut, did not feel the pain immediately. A deep, bone-visible wound appeared on his chest. Had it not been for the spiritual power protecting his vital arteries, he might have been slain by that single strike. At the same moment, the figure casually bent down and whispered in his ear, "When he challenged me back then, his fiery waves even damaged half of my sweat hair, and now you can hardly do that." As a battle emperor, Lionheart King Charles felt an extreme sense of danger, knowing he must distance himself. There was no time to deal with Lu Feng, whom he still held. In an instant he dashed dozens of meters away, trembling more when he saw who it was. Lin Bei patted the nearly disassembled Lu Feng on the ground and said with a smile, "Showtime is over, now it's my turn." Black Emperor. Lionheart King Charles gritted his teeth. Encountering the Black Emperor was expected, but it was the first time he saw someone emerge from the shadows. Looking back at the 10-direction battle kings surrounding Jiang Shan, Chen Yushi and others, he hoped they would come to assist. However, they were tightly entangled by countless powerful shadow soldiers, clearly at a disadvantage. His heart trembled, and he unconsciously placed his hand on the ancient box containing the magical power of the king's treasure, steadying his spirit. "Catching you off guard might still give me a fighting chance," he thought, as he was after all a battle emperor. He once again displayed a relaxed smile and continued speaking. "You finally show up. I never thought the legendary mysterious Black Emperor would also possess a sequence of spatial spiritual powers. You truly are a monster hidden among humans." Lin Bei wiped his hand, cleaning off the blood that had just splattered on it. He smiled and said, "I have countless more abilities like this. Do you want to try them?" Lionheart King Charles's expression stiffened, not understanding how he seemed so insignificant before this emperor. Back in the Western Union as a battle emperor, he had seen many Western emperors, but none had ever brought the oppressive feeling that Lin Bei did at this moment. He could feel as if countless demons were sneering behind Lin Bei. "Black Emperor, you know who I am. Join us or refuse. This is the choice given by our spiritual church. Join us in overthrowing this world, follow your heart's desires, and if powerful enough, control demons, destroy the barriers of the 100 heavens, and let this world evolve once again. Cut off all live broadcast signals. This can't be aired." Long Xian swiftly commanded from offstage. "Just wait a moment longer. I also want to hear Lin Bei's answer." Admiral Shen Ningyan intervened to stop them again. Now not just her, but all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country world powerhouses and the audience in front of every screen were waiting for Lin Bei to make the right choice. Perhaps it was crucial after all. He was the War Emperor. His attitude would influence many. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, yet Lin Bei simply smiled. With merely 6 words, he made clear his usual mindset. "Are you teaching me how to act?" The live comments instantly exploded. "Lin Bei's character is too cool. This is the Black Emperor I envision in my mind." Charlie's face twisted into a fierce snarl. "Such an arrogantly hopeless young man. It seems there's nothing left to discuss." Have you given your refusal then? Fine. If I can't have it, I will destroy it." The Lionheart King reached behind him and released an ancient legendary box. It emitted a terrifying, extraordinary aura, and a deep purple light indicated that this power originated from a binding of souls. The Lionheart King channeled his spiritual power into it, using it to open the ancient relic box and seal Lin Bei's soul. "Dai Lin Bei, would you dare to respond if I called?" As soon as the relic box was fully opened, a chilling wind howled through it, seemingly with a terrifying suction force ready to absorb all life force around it into the box. Lin Bei frowned slightly, as if affected by something. This greatly pleased the Lionheart King. "You're done for." But unexpectedly Lin Bei looked up again, seemingly unbothered, and slowly walked towards Charlie. Charlie wanted to retreat, but at this moment all his spiritual power was invested in the extraordinary artifact, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Lin Bei asked in a deep voice, "Who do you think you're going to seal with this little broken box?" "Me." He indifferently raised his right hand, and from the king's treasure a burst of soul-devouring energy exploded. The king's treasure could not withstand the powerful force of the lost souls and shattered instantly, dissipating in the wind. A mere extraordinary item dares to defy the tyrant of the dead? Ridiculous. Perhaps you should consider making me die of laughter. That might be more realistic. How is this possible? You still have such power. If you won't shut up, then die. Lin Bei pointed a finger, and countless shadow troops surged from the shadows, leaping into the air and displaying various divine powers, smashing down on the Lionheart King. "I am the human emperor, don't underestimate me." Cornered, the Lionheart King was bound to fight back desperately, elevating his remaining spiritual power to the extreme. First sequence spiritual power, the power of protection, King's armor, destruction absorption. Suddenly a shiny silver armor enveloped his body, gleaming with a silver light, seemingly with the gravity to absorb all powers. The righteous mob of shadow thugs. Their overbearing assault came crashing down. In a flash of lightning right above his head, countless giant dragon mountains compressed the air, thundering like rolling thunder, falling like meteors towards him. Accompanied by the sound was a wild airflow, whipping the shadow troops' cloaks into a frenzy. The ground within 100 meters thundered tremendously, and at the center of the impact a fierce explosion vertically downwards lifted all the surrounding rocks and dust. The shockwave surged outward like roaring ocean waves, shooting in all directions. In the next moment a brilliant light burst forth, scattering the numerous stacked shadows and matching the ferocity of the shadows' brutal assault. It could be described as a kind of absorbing, rebounding spirit technique. The Lionheart King, drenched in blood, wasn't in great condition, but he had sustained no fatal injuries. Under normal circumstances this would be impossible, as even peak demonic monarchs couldn't withstand the mobbing of shadow soldiers. "I am the Lionheart King. Among the defenders of the West I am outstanding, impervious even to nuclear strikes." Black Emperor Lin Bei, "I've heard you only attack. Unmatched under the heavens, my flawless defense is your nemesis, impenetrable." The Lionheart King smiled, but his steps suddenly slowed. It was the paralysis from lightning, the effect of the shadow soldier's lightning. "It seems lightning does have some effect on you." Lin Bei, with grand motions, pushed forward a single palm, unleashing a mighty azure sky thunder dragon. Crack, boom, amidst the sounds of splattering blood and bursting flesh, Charlie's body couldn't withstand the overwhelming electric force of the thunder dragon, and he collapsed on the spot, his knees shattered. Yet even such a ferocious breath of the thunder dragon didn't completely crush the opponent. "Interesting, you're quite solid. I see you can completely absorb all external physical damage. Then I must destroy you from the inside. Haha, you dream you can't break my defense." Lionheart King Charlie struggled to his feet, calculating the opportunity to escape in his next counterattack. "Whether I break your defense or not doesn't matter." System open the fusion shop, merge the thunder techniques in 5 thunder in filthy water. Thunder, ding, host has spent 12 million fusion points merging in 5 thunder. In 5 thunder, soft and continuous, penetrates everywhere in offense and is impenetrable in defense. Lin Bei's footwork enhanced the Thunder Demon's dark energy once more. The void is paper, in thunder is ink. Using fingers as brushes, a thought reaches heaven. Lin Bei instantly released the pitch-black demonic energy of thunder. Unrestricted and free, it flowed like mercury, entering without obstruction. This time, there was no resistance. Instantly, the terrifying in thunder perfectly invaded Lionheart King Charlie's absolute defense. Lin Bei's gaze was sharp, and with a flick of his hand, he uttered, "Burst." The royal armor, renowned for its defensive capabilities, indeed deserved praise. However, faced with this sinister thunder technique, it was helpless. Lin Bei confidently turned away. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The internal thunder explosion completely obliterated the Lionheart King, a war emperor, into fragments. The black thunderbolt burst out with terrifying force in all directions, like several heavy cannons firing at once. The ground shook, leaving only the pitch-black demonic energy of thunder crackling with electric arcs at the site. Meanwhile, another battle ended with a decapitation. With the strong support of the Shadow Soldier Corps, the Western War King was continuously defeated, eventually being suppressed by Qin Yushi and others. Yet, these cult members, vicious in their evil nature, refused to submit even after being subdued, choosing to self-destruct and bury themselves in the examination site. the battle ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei's arrival turned the tide.
Long Xian and the other examiners who were waiting outside breathed a sigh of relief. Although the crisis was averted, they were unsure how to handle this unexpected situation in the exam. Lin Bei looked up at the tiny camera in the sky and said indifferently, "Let's continue the exam. I doubt anyone else will come to disturb us." Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the shadowy barrier. Only then did everyone realize and look at the scores of each contestant. Lin Bei's score had already doubled from before, reaching a terrifying 150,000 points. Could it be that even while dealing with the Lionheart King, his shadow soldiers were still relentlessly killing demonic phantoms? Was he that confident? Long Xian shook his head helplessly. Lin Bei had grown not just slightly stronger since their first meeting but exponentially. Is this what being invincible is like? Soon the awakening exam in Harbor City concluded under unprecedented circumstances. In the end, Lin Bei scored 567,300 points, topping not only Harbor City but also Jiangdong Province. He had restrained himself. If compared nationally, he would undoubtedly be the top scorer in the country. The second highest scorer nationally was a full 500,000 points behind him, merely a fraction of his score. Regrettably, Lin Bei had already formed his own special combat unit, bypassing the process of choosing a combat department. Even though all combat departments were keen on recruiting him, there was nothing they could do. So they had to settle for other candidates from Harbor City whose combat abilities had been clearly demonstrated in this battle, including Lu Feng, who would become a sought-after target for top-tier combat departments. However, what they didn't know was that the others had already made their commitments. As for Lin Bei, he had a special plan for Jiang Shan and the others. After the exam, Lin Bei hurriedly bid farewell to his classmates and rushed home. There was supposed to be a unique award ceremony, but Lin Bei, finding it bothersome, did not attend. Admiral Shen Ningyun promised to take care of the follow-up matters for him. It seemed as though he was just making a brief appearance, uninterested in everything else. Indeed, that was the case. He had just made a special trip. However, it wasn't without gains. Perhaps if he hadn't taken part in this exam, it would have been difficult to draw out those cultists. Moreover, he had gained a valuable undead shadow. Lin Bei, raising his hand in the second graveyard of the Black Shadow Tomb, summoned a dark figure. Upon closer inspection, the distinctive stature and facial contours were unmistakable. It was the Lionheart King Charles, the Emperor-level powerhouse he had killed during the exam. Emperor-level powerhouses were among the elite in humanity. Their strength surpassed the current Black Shadow soldiers. Moreover, his unique spiritual power sequence and techniques were highly valuable, making him an excellent meat shield for solo combat or other purposes. Lin Bei observed the undead shadow before him, reading the description on the system panel. The power of the undead tyrant was formidable, but it could not evolve infinitely and strengthen like his own Shadow Legion. He now had ample integration points stored up, prepared for exchanging the next demonic aura. By purchasing the Water-Filth Thunder in this battle, he discovered a pattern in the system. The items that appeared in the system store would randomly appear based on the special powers he acquired. In other words, the system was also updating and iterating continuously based on Lin Bei's strengthening power and evolutionary integration. The Water-Filth Thunder had only appeared after he had integrated the demonic fruit. If his guess was correct, then after integrating with the undead tyrant, there should also be an integration item that matched this affinity. Lin Bei concentrated as he searched various useful and useless items, dazzling his eyes. However, Lin Bei would not recklessly integrate. Having too many and too varied abilities could lead to chaos in his spiritual power, which was very dangerous. He would only integrate currently useful abilities to maximize their effectiveness. Moments later, a power stemming from the same source as the Water-Filth Thunder caught Lin Bei's eye. The Ba Qi techniques, the ultimate in summoning and commanding spirits. It allowed one to ignore the will of the spirits, forcibly making them obey and serve him, whether they were undead or elves, and he could summon multiple spirits at once. This was without a doubt, the skill most compatible with his undead tyrant. He heard it had severe side effects, but it all depended on how it was used. System integrated for me. Ding. The host has spent 2,000 integration points integrating Ba Qi techniques, summoning command, the entire Shadow Kingdom. Obtained the right to summon spirits. Just as expected, Lin Bei was thrilled. This allowed him to achieve the power layering of shadows with strong undead armor. Shadow Warrior, come forth. With a snap of his fingers, wearing sturdy shadow armor, the warrior slowly rose from the shadows. Spirit of the Lionheart King, come
Lin Bei's finger slid through the air and the spirit of the Lionheart King Charles transformed into strange energy fluctuations adhering to the indestructible armor's shadow with Lin Bei's legendary skills. Surrounding him, summoning complete, at this moment the armor shadow warrior could actually use the innate spiritual power sequence of Lionheart King Charles. A circle of black soul rings appeared at the feet of the armor shadow warrior and behind it appeared the phantom of Lionheart King Charles like a stand-in spirit. Ding, Shadow Undead Fusion Combat Mode Guarding Power, Royal Armor, Destruction Absorption.
The armor shadow could absorb any non-lethal terrifying destructive force.
Store it within its body and release it all in the next attack, integrating summoning command summoning on the body of the shadow soldiers. Completely avoided the heavenly backlash of the rebellious bot chi techniques, Lin Bei was truly a deserving genius. In this way the undead and the shadows reached an ultimate balance complementing each other. Lin Bei smiled lightly. Suddenly from his great joy he was awakened by an indescribable force. Lin Bei turned and walked toward his bedroom. In the bedroom mirror ripples emerged. A figure mysteriously walked out from the mirror.
Lin Bei's home wasn't large, a 3-room flat, the largest inheritance left to him by his deceased parents. Though this place is humble, it is filled with virtue and fragrance. A shadow butler, shadow servants, and a shadow chef are all essential components here. Beneath the tumult of mirrored reflections, it seems there is a ripple that leads to another mirrored dimension. Soon a young man in black with pale skin and a slender figure named Deng Chen steps out from it. Despite looking just over 20, he is actually the chief of the Butterfly, an intelligence organization within the Kunlun sects renowned for his professional excellence and strong capabilities. He possesses the second sequence of spiritual power mirror. Although challenging to cultivate, his innate intelligence has allowed him to master its secrets, making him the undisputed king of concealment. Anywhere with a mirror's reflection becomes his playground where he hides and gathers information from all quarters unnoticed, thoroughly enjoying himself. With this unique spiritual power, he holds significant responsibilities despite his young age. Now at the mid-stage of the Warrior King realm, he is one of the secretly nurtured geniuses of the Kunlun sects. Today he is here with crucial news to meet the new leader of the sects, the Black Emperor Lin Bei. However, as he steps out of the bedroom mirror he is stunned. His already pale face turns as white as paper and he can't help but step back. This is because he finds himself surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside of shadow soldiers, each wearing aprons and wielding brooms, mops, cleavers and spatulas. Their presence is like lurking black dragons quietly waiting for their prey to come to them. In the dark bedroom, numerous red-eyed shadow soldiers stand, not a hint of leisurely life in their demeanor, as if they were about to chop him into mincemeat and stir-fry him the next moment. This is terrifying. Countless pairs of crimson eyes coldly stare at Deng Chen like looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Indeed, that's the case for intruding into the king's private chamber. Whether you're here with a purpose or not, if you can leave alive, then our shadow soldiers need not exist. I think I took the wrong door. Is it too late to choose another door now? Deng Chen weakly said, regretting his decision deeply, just to make a strong impression on the sect leader, and now he's caused a big mess. The shadow soldiers are all at the peak of the king level. What can he even fight against? Escape. A shadow blade has already dropped the cleaver, its fingers flickering with a fierce blade light ready to tear his head apart. Damn it! Fortunate to be standing before a mirror, Deng Chen steps back into it thinking he has escaped a disaster. However, boom! From his own shadow, the shadow blade leaps out like a bullet. Is there any place his shadow can't reach? This world within the mirror, his domain, to say they could just barge in and kill? How insane is that? With no time to ponder, the shadow blade swings its claw, unleashing 5 shadow dragon blade lights, creating a devastating wave of destruction. The blade lights, invisible, cause a massive tremor in the mirrored world. Deng Chen quickly manipulates the fragments of the mirrored world, instantly forming a mirror blade in his hands, sharp and unmatched. The collision of the mirror blade and the shadow blade's claws produces dazzling sparks, even emitting a harsh metallic clang. Above the realm of the king of battle, Deng Chen was no match for the claw shadows. This conclusion could be drawn the moment their fight commenced. He could only flit through countless mirrored images, escaping hundreds of meters within seconds. Seeing that the claw shadows did not pursue, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second a terrifying, suffocating sensation surged in his heart. A fierce, murderous intent was expanding behind him like a tsunami, unstoppable. The force shattered the space and mirrors around him, creating fine cracks that spread in all directions. Secret technique, Dragon Flash.
The fierce murderous intent swirled everything around, forming a sharp, tumbling black sword-chi dragon between the claws. Descending into the mirrored world with an overwhelming force, the dragon danced wildly, shattering the space wherever it passed, terrifying to the extreme. With just one slash it nearly destroyed the entire mirrored world. Seeing the slash coming straight at him, there was no escape. His eyes saw only scattered glass shards which splashed wildly as the mirrored world shook intensely. I'm going to die in my next life, I won't show off again.
At this life or death moment, snap, a snapping
finger sounded and the world returned to calm. All attacks and shadows disappeared, leaving only one figure standing where the claw shadows had been. He curiously looked around. Inside the mirror, was it supposed to look like this? Seeing Lin Bei was like seeing his parents reborn. For Deng Chen, he dove forward in a sliding kneel, nearly prostrating himself before Lin Bei. Master, spare me, I won't show off anymore. Watching him cry and snivel, Lin Bei disdainfully stepped back, puzzled. Who are you?
I'm from the sect, from the intelligence division, here to report on the psychic cult and other matters. Oh, I see, remember to be more
respectful next time, our chef has a bit of a temper. Okay, Deng Chen weakly responded, thinking to himself that this was no mere temper. This was practically thuggery. If he had run any slower he would have ended up as dumpling filling, and Lin Bei might have had him for dinner tonight. Soon, under Deng Chen's guidance, they walked through the mirrored world and returned to Lin Bei's residence. Lin Bei was straightforward. Tell me, where are they? Based on the information we previously gathered in recent investigations, we've concluded that the psychic cult's Dragon Nation branch is not on Blue Star, but in the 33rd heaven of the barrier within Battle City. Really, what is Battle City? The 33rd heaven, under the concerted effort of countless supreme beings above the Emperor of Mankind, built the only safe layer in the barrier free from demonic wars. Battle City. It's the only sanctuary besides the 66th heaven, Battle City, which is still under construction and a crucial part of our human race's strategic plans.
The 33rd heaven, a small world where many of humanity's top powerhouses reside, including battle emperors, battle kings, and even divine beings.
Oh, there's another piece of news, I'm not sure if I should mention it. Deng Chen hesitated. You've already said you have something to say, do you want to be made into dinner? Lin Bei frowned, inwardly sighing that this guy was not getting it. Despite his young age, he was already putting on airs. Sect Master, this afternoon you killed the top warrior of the Western Alliance, the Lionheart King Charles. Although anyone with clear eyes knows about his cultish affiliations and their issues, he
was still one of the top combat forces of the Western Alliance.
Those foreigners always act unreasonably and are only driven by profit. Your actions have affected them, and now your name tops the assassination list on the dark web, yet no one dares to take the job. Isn't that obvious? Who would dare to assassinate the great emperor of humanity? But you never know, there might be some thrill-seeking madman out there. It's natural for foreigners not to be able to enter the Dragon Nation to stir trouble, but among them many of the top 100 families of the Dragon Nation have also put a bounty on you. Oh, has someone started to play with me? Lin Bei was not panicked but rather intrigued. Who are they? Leading them are the Ma family from Xincheng and the Feng family from Fengdu, and there must be even higher powers above them. The 20th heaven is the divide for ordinary awakeners, and between the 20th and 33rd heavens, many top family descendants hold sway.
I know, Sect Master, that you have just completed the composition of the combat
department and are about to enter the heavenly barriers for a long-term campaign, so I thought it necessary to remind you. We are not worried about your strength, but the people from these families are extremely cunning. It's best to be prepared. Lin Bei glanced at Deng Chen. What did he mean? Could Lin Bei not understand? Cults, top 100 families, demonic creatures of the heavenly barriers. The things he was getting involved in were becoming more and more numerous. With the annual college entrance examination over, all major combat departments were already making contact with their favored candidates. Some had even been taken to hotels for closed-off isolation to prevent other departments from snatching them away with more attractive offers. The city once again welcomed the arrival of all the top-level combat departments. However, this time they weren't as ostentatious as when they had come to recruit Lin Bei. Only military officers from various combat departments arrived, not the department heads themselves.
They came with missions, mostly targeting people like Jiang Shan, but when they reached
their homes, they found no one. Upon asking around, it turned out everyone was hiding at Lin Bei's house. What to do now? Could it be that they were going to join the Lone Shadow Combat Department? No way, how could they snatch them? Who would dare to snatch people from Lin Bei's house? Hadn't the Black Emperor always said he was a one-man combat department, now recruiting? Wasn't he contradicting himself? The officer from the Northern Border Blood Butcher Combat Department looked miserable.
I don't understand, I don't dare ask, but I'm really panicking now, Miss Sue said. If I don't get Jiang Shan to join our department, I'm as good as dead. Meanwhile, at Lin Bei's house, everyone was even more bewildered and confused than the agitated combat department officers outside. Jiang Shan suddenly shouted and slammed the table. Hub Bei, you're not joking with us, are you? You're actually letting us join other combat departments? Have our feelings faded? The others seemed calmer but were also perplexed. Gu Xiaonan murmured to himself, I really didn't expect that our single combat department would actually be renamed the Lone Shadow Combat Department, and that we would be the ones to pass through the Kunlun Holy Ruins.
Zhang brothers, Boss Lin, we get that you're awesome, but please think this through. Your recent moves totally threw us off. Can you share the reason with us? We're all soldiers you brought up. Indeed, as everyone looked around in confused panic, Lin Bei straightened up slightly, adopting an unprecedented serious demeanor. If you want to become stronger, you need to at least keep up so I don't leave you too far behind.
It's tough, I know, but we will try our hardest. After hearing this,
everyone looked even more bitter than if they had eaten a bitter melon. It was clear now. They were simply too weak in Lin Bei's eyes, but it was an undeniable fact. Who could match Lin Bei? Suddenly Lin Bei shifted the tone, his words tinged with a playful seriousness. Actually, you guys do have a mission. Do you understand that the Lone Shadow War Division is a second-tier division?
Except for special assignments, under normal circumstances it's impossible to receive tasks and resource allocations meant for first-tier or even special-tier divisions.
Get what I mean? No way. Are you saying you want us to act as spies, to snatch resources from the special-tier divisions? Jiang Shan, usually the most straightforward, was the first to catch on. That plan is wickedly brilliant. Only Lin Bei could come up with something like that. Hey Big Mountain, don't make it sound so bad. Let's call it reasonable redistribution of resources. Using the word snatch isn't quite right.
Those special-tier divisions are overwhelmed with countless tasks
daily. I'm just helping them lighten their load. Boss, are you saying I should accept tasks from other divisions and then leak them to the Lone Shadow War Division to complete them first, thereby earning a massive amount of resources and military exploits? Exactly. Lin Bei gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Brilliant, but the plan sounds risky. When can we rejoin the team? When you can reach the 66th heaven on your own power. Everyone's faces immediately fell. The
difficulty had just skyrocketed.
But understanding Lin Bei's good intentions, they slowly began to smile. Although this approach might seem improper and full of loopholes for any regular division, it seemed flawless when it came to Lin Bei. Alone in the barrier of heaven, his whereabouts mysterious and unpredictable, any coincidences could be explained away. Truly terrifying. After a thorough plan, Lin Bei dismissed the others, as their phones had already been blown up by calls from their anxious parents. The special tier divisions were practically camped at their doorsteps, a hugely exciting prospect for kids from ordinary families. Only Jiang Shan remained calm, as he had no family left. Being alone had its commonalities, which is why he could become close friends with Lin Bei. With a sweep of his pen, Lin Bei outlined several directions for plant modification for Jiang Shan to ponder on his own, things like the rainbow gourd babies, blue silver grass pea shooter, Dragon Ball senzu beans, and stand-up reed. Different paths, but all not to be underestimated. Big Mountain, try joining the Blood Slaughter War Division. Their style is fiercely aggressive, and right now you need to gain experience through constant active combat. Alright, I'll listen to you. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. By the way, Bei, what about this tree? He pointed to the shadow behind him, where the silhouette of a towering tree was cast upon the ground. It seemed that the tree had thrived over time, and its rapid growth was proof positive that entrusting Jiang Shan with its planting was the right choice. How much longer do you think it will take before it bears the star fruits? He asked. At least a few more months, Jiang Shan replied thoughtfully. This divine tree truly is miraculous. Its very existence has given me the opportunity to break through directly to the realm of the War King. The power it contains is unimaginable, and it's formidable enough to instill fear and awe. However, lately there's been something odd about the tree. There's a terrifying heat accumulating on its branches, hotter than flames. I'm afraid we might have grown something extraordinary. Lin Bei smiled slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to it. The 33rd heaven, we'll see when the time comes. The scene shifts. the 100-layer barrier, the 33rd heaven, the battle city. Here, there are no fights between humans and demons. It's a safe haven for humanity, yet it is filled with peak duels where the strong strive to overpower the stronger. Tsunami-like waves rise, instantly freezing into crystal ice walls. The cold stretches for miles. Countless boulders fall, smashing into the ground and creating craters of various sizes. The Earth's surface can no longer withstand the destruction, constantly lowering in height. The unquenchable flames scorch the scorched earth of the 33rd heaven, and colossal beasts controlled by superhuman warriors obscure the sky. The atmosphere here is constantly in flux with rapid climatic changes. The terrifying battle scenes are beyond the imagination of ordinary barrier conquerors. Only a few absolute strong ones who can survive here. Their battle roars, shattering mountains and rivers. To become stronger here, to challenge higher-level demons, intense battles are commonplace in this place, yet the peaceful base city, Battle City, is unaffected by the surrounding apocalyptic battles. Cities from various nations converge here in the 33rd heaven, inhabited by the strongest of the strong among humanity. The lifestyle is no different from that of the Blue Star cities. And there the man in the black robe, suspected to be Yi Ling Tian, walks through the city. No one spares him a glance. In the 33rd heaven, the only law is that the strong are revered. He settles down in a cafe and orders a Blue Mountain coffee. Soon a mid-level war king looking sneaky approaches him and hands over a tightly sealed envelope. The man in the black robe gives him a bottle of spiritual energy supplement as a reward. The mid-level war king's eyes display avarice as he clutches the bottle, obviously addicted. The black-robed man opens the envelope, finding the information they needed inside. The photo of Chen Yushi appears in the documents. Has Chen Yushi joined the Dragon Chant War Department? With her 1-in-a-million spiritual sequence, she will be key in the dance between angels and dragons, the man in the black robe says, sinisterly, revealing a chilling smile. Days pass and Lin Bei, now fully prepared, ventures alone into the heavenly barrier. The setting sun was as red as blood and the yellow sand filled the sky. As he re-entered the heavenly barrier, passing the continuous mountainous walls of the 20th heaven, he patted the dragon wall of the Great Wall, which he had built with his own hands. The names of the lost souls carved on the rock wall had noticeably increased. Xiao Bei, are you finally setting off? Wang Teng approached, standing behind Lin Bei, and asked. Since their last remarkable victory in the 20th heaven, the Fangs of the Wolf Combat Division had been promoted to a first-level combat division. Naturally, Wang Teng became the deserved commander of this 20th heaven, possessing absolute autonomous rights over the combat divisions of the Dragon Nation in the 20th heaven. Lin Bei turned around and nodded to his neighbor, Old Wang. The world above is different. Go and see for yourself, but don't you die on me, Wang Teng advised. Lin Bei took out his mandate, which indicated the status and danger levels of the upper heavenly barriers. Wang Teng also took out his mandate. Both of their mandates emitted the same glow, divided into two color tones that became somewhat special over time. At times, they showed a normal, gentle white light, and at other times they displayed the blood-red light that signified danger and emergencies, the same color seen when the seals of the 10th heaven loosened, indicating that something significant was happening above. Wang Teng wondered, is there some unknown secret or another reason? We aren't clear on that. You should be cautious. The movements of the demons are organized and disciplined, which is very abnormal. It's likely that among the demons there exists an upper organization similar to our imperial palace. They are much smarter than we imagine. Lin Bei did not respond. He would deal with whatever came his way. Shaking the mandate in his hand, he logged into the 21st heaven. Dazzling, blinding light flickered, and Lin Bei turned into light. Wang Teng watched as the light and shadow disappeared into the sky, his eyes filled with pride as he saluted in a military fashion. Son, have a safe journey. The process of ascending to the upper heavenly barriers was like traveling through a space-time tunnel, moving swiftly in its autonomous space. Entering the next layer of the world, however, peculiarly this time, there was a sensation of the body being rapidly extracted, continually being pulled upward. At that moment, the divine voice of the heavenly barrier issued a warning. Approaching special heavenly barrier space, 9 linked sky islands, location unknown, between gaps, disorder. The disjointed voice left Lin Bei somewhat speechless. 9 linked sky islands. He frowned, instinctively unfurling his wings of shadow, and shot out of the time-space vortex. Swish! With a flash of his black wings, he soared up high. Below him unfolded the spectacular view of an ancient city. Towering buildings and pavilions crisscrossed, floating in the air as if in a fairyland. Beneath him spread countless cloud islands vast as continents layered atop each other totaling 9. Science could not explain the floating force that held them aloft at 10,000 meters high. The clouds piled up as thick and dense as the ground itself. His gaze swept over the islands below. It seemed he was not the only one pulled here, as Lin Bei spoke. Battles inexplicably began unfolding on the Sky Islands. Most were clansmen and adventurers who were utterly confused about the situation, along with some combat divisions. Their geographical disadvantage quickly led to their defeat, a rout that resulted in countless casualties. They were facing the Tianyu demons, a race with wings as rich as any human's posture. These beings engaged in fierce battles with the human warriors. The invaders could actually fly. With a roar, Lin Bei
glanced sideways at the enemy rushing towards him from below.
A feathered demon with waterfall-like golden hair and armed with a sword and shield soared up to attack. Its momentum was sky-high. Even this ordinary bird-like demon had the strength of a king-level monster. The battle's intensity suddenly escalated. This place was definitely extraordinary. Above Lin Bei, with a flick of his fingers, the dark thunder spread out from beneath his feet like a heavy ink smashing down.
In an instant it enveloped the charging demon with only the thunderous roar
of the thunder demon heard from within its furious howl. A charred corpse fell due to gravity, crashing into the mysterious floating clouds of the Sky Island. Boom! The body hit, causing countless clouds to rise from the falling island. The loud noise drew the attention of other Tianyu demons to the sky. This human could control thunder and lightning like the Thunder King. Encircle him!
Countless Tianyu demons circled above, flapping their wings and surrounding Lin Bei. The strategists below, weary from counterattacks, finally got a chance to breathe.
They all looked up at the sky, recognizing the figure. Black Emperor Lin Bei, the youngest war emperor in history. Was he also swept up in this conflict? Following the Black Emperor, they surely could escape. The human army gathered together, all looking up to watch the battle. The sky above the Sky Island was suddenly filled with white wings, feathers falling like rain, constantly shifting and dazzling the eyes. Lin Bei gave an order.
Fei Ying, dominate the aerial battlefield. Thunderous
roars boomed. Terrifying sounds echoed above the Sky Island. Shadows were everywhere, spreading among the pure wings, darkening the center of the sky. The gathering thunderclouds twinkled like a dense web of lightning, frightening the high-flying Tianyu demons and suppressing them back below. From within the shadows, Fei Ying's night bats spiraled out like thousands of dark clouds overhead, their hands flashing with lightning rays thundering downwards.
A human monster of the imperial realm. Quickly informed the 9 Sky Kings. One of the Tianyu demons sensed the grim situation and urgently commanded.
Countless demons sped towards the 9 Sky Islands. Lin Bei did not stop them. It saved him the trouble of looking for them one by one. Truth lies at the tip of the sword, dignity within the range of cannons. Fei Ying unleashed the demonic energy of thunder, his hands like super electromagnetic cannons firing thunderous blasts from within.
The pale thunder cannons, like white night meteors, bombarded the Tianyu demon group within effective range. Thunder beasts roared, dominating the skies.
Thunder and lightning undefeated, countless demons were blasted into charcoal, and although some Tianyu demons had resistance to thunder, they still could not withstand Fei Ying's tearing claws. The aggressive Tianyu demons began to disintegrate after just a few rounds. At that moment, a thunder python emerged from the void, absorbing a large amount of the electric barrage from Fei Ying's night bats. Gazing at the sudden rift in the void, Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile.
System analysis. Of species, Tianyu Great Demon, dominator of the skies among Tianyu demons, a true emperor-level demon that could be listed in the highest lineage of avian demons.
The approaching figure must be the one mentioned by those demons earlier, the Sky Thunder King. I am one of the 9 great Sky Island rulers, Sky Thunder King of the Feather Tribe. Feather fierce, humans, this is not your place. He then fixed his gaze on Lin Bei, and upon seeing him in person his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in surprise. To me, other humans are just sheep, but you are a crow that brings disaster, the Emperor Crow that our Feather Tribe despises most. You must die. Your appearance reminds me of a birdman who used to guard a great tree all year round, called the Silver Dome Lord. Do you know him? Facing a formidable enemy, Lin Bei asked with an easy demeanor. Feather Fierce's eyes flickered, puzzled as to how Lin Bei could know his father's name, but soon his gaze hardened again. Shut up, do not compare me to the sinners of the Feather Tribe. Ah, so you really know him?
Lin Bei's smile deepened meaningfully, sending chills down one's spine. As if his smile could split to his ears, a terrifying grin.
To any creature, this Lin Bei was unmistakably abnormal. For some reason, Sky Thunder King Feather Fierce felt a touch of fear. Recently he had encountered many strong humans, but none gave such a sensory oppression as this young emperor before him. Just then a fierce wind howled through the sky, seemingly giving Feather Fierce a dose of reassurance. Suddenly the winds and clouds stirred and 8 different celestial phenomena gathered above the sky of the Sky Island where Lin Bei was. Storm, rain, thunder, clear skies, clouds, fog, snow, dust. Lin Bei counted the different weathers, gaining a rough understanding of his enemy's strength. They guarded the 8 directions, constantly moving towards Lin Bei, converging upon him. The whole arrangement was clearly an encirclement. Gradually, the invisible celestial phenomena slowly converged. Dust and fog gathered, clouds and rain ceased, wind and snow solidified, gradually forming figures even more formidable than sky thunder. King Emperor level Tian, you great demons, they spoke in a disdainful tone. Why bother talking to him? The 8 sky kings are here, he has nowhere to escape. We don't care how glorious he is on the ground, in these skies we the Feather Tribe have the final say. 8, aren't there 9 great sky islands? Someone from the crowd below questioned. Foolish humans, why would the Tianyu Emperor of the 9th realm bother with you weak invaders? When our emperor collapses the 30 heavens, it will be the end for your human race. 30 heavens? What are they talking about?
Weren't we ascended to the 21st heaven, the human adventurers?
We're confused. This land was all unknown, no one knew where they were now. The sky barrier was just an alarm saying it was a disordered interlayer. Could it be? This interlayer is from the 20th to 30th heavens. Is this the fast track, but also the burial ground? In the crowd there were those skilled in analysis who explained the situation. Lin Bei from above listened to the conversations below and roughly understood his current predicament. Around him, countless sky
feathered demons under the lead of 8 emperor-level demon emperors surged with a warlike fervor.
The shadow bat and the sky-feathered demons once again engaged in a fierce tug-of-war in the skies. Black wings clashed with white, each vying for supremacy. First come, first served, this human emperor shall fall by my hand. I will lay him to rest atop my first sky island, declared King Yulai, his feet stepping on blue lightning, generating electricity from the void like flashes of lightning. His lineage from the Silver Dome race naturally allowed him to control thunder and lightning. Among the demons his talent was extraordinary, surpassing even his predecessors without needing the aid of natural thunder, continuously generating lightning for his own use. The other 7 kings merely scoffed and did not make a move. Perhaps in their eyes Yulai alone was more than sufficient, or perhaps they saw this as an opportunity to gauge the strength of their opponents through this young Thunder King.
The power of the emperor-level demons was indeed unstoppable. Tens of thousands of shadow bats were like mere ants before them.
The thunder and demonic chi generated by the lightning caused minimal damage to him. In just a moment the lightning gathered in the palm of Yulai's eagle claws mercilessly struck through the air. Accept your death, humans, and become a part of this sky island, he declared. Soon he had reached Lin Bei. Following that, unlike ordinary thunder, purple lightning crackled through the air,
condensing the lightning. Though the paths were different, the goal was the same, a fiercely flashing purple
thunder python coiled crazily in the high skies, growing larger by the second, spanning the void in an instant, hissing with its forked tongue. The electrical power around it could even match the thunder dragon cultivated by Lin Bei himself, reaching up to 60 million volts. With a sweep of its arm, the thunder python blasted towards Lin Bei with terrifying force. The sight was so horrifying that the humans below broke out in cold sweat, and even those among them with the strength of kings could hardly imagine enduring such power for more than a few seconds. However, looking back at Lin Bei, he still showed no intention of retaliating, because it was not worthy. Black Shadow Dragon Marshal, Lin Bei, without even blinking, called out in a low voice, summoning forth a more powerful aerial force. A huge black shadow rose up like a tsunami, the undercurrent stirring up massive ripples. Riding the bone underworld Emperor Dragon, the Black Shadow Marshal surged forth.
The terrifying breath of the dragon pierced through the colossal thunder python.
Without any resistance, that's a dragon, and an emperor level one at that. How is this possible? Both demons and humans alike were astounded by Lin Bei's terrifying strength. Can he even summon anything more formidable than this? And moreover, there are rumors that although Lin Bei fights using a summoning style, he himself is stronger than all his Black Shadow soldiers, a complete monster. Damn it, Thunder King, come back!
Someone among the other 7 kings cried out, but it was
already too late. The Thunder King had already entered the killing range of the Black Shadow Dragon Marshal, and he had no choice but to strike. Even if it's a real dragon, it must die. Yulai, his eyes bloodshot, had never tasted defeat, and he must personally turn the tide.
thunderous claws of electric fury. The unique elemental eagle claws of the feather tribe gradually took on an extraordinary transformation, achieving a transcendental state even demons could attain. Like thunder crushing the furious waves, electrons surged from the palm to strike the bone nether dragon. The dragon puffed out its chest, its eyes flickering with
ghostly flames filled with disdain. In an instant, a kilometer-wide explosion of thunder erupted in the air. Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm shook the Sky Island, a testament to the Emperor-class power that made everyone tremble. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. The Shadow Dragon and the warrior were unscathed, actually absorbing and pulsating with the terrifying energy of the thunderstorm. Below the dust and smoke in the high skies, Lin Bei's right hand unleashed the power of the Tyrant of the Dead. Behind the Shadow Warrior appeared the phantom of the Lionheart King, looking like a demonic spirit from hell, eyes wide with fury and utterly inhuman. The Shadow Warrior lifted his weapon, from which spiritual power could be felt. It was the might of a spiritual technique, impossible, absorption, destruction. The devastating power of thunderous claws of electric fury was returned in full, enhanced by the Shadow Warrior's deadly slash, multiplying its power many times over. Oh, flee, you lie, that's no ordinary slash. The kings of the Sky Islands wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. The destructive force tore through the void, giving the Thunder King no place to hide. In an instant, he was obliterated by this terrifying counterattack. Hold on, if I'm not mistaken, that was a spiritual technique that the Shadow Soldier unleashed, wasn't it? How is this possible? The human warriors broke out in a cold sweat. This was a clear violation of the laws that governed the awakening of spiritual powers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying an Emperor-class demon. You've earned 250 million fusion points. 250 million points showed that this Feather Tribe demon was much weaker than the Skeletal Emperor previously defeated. Bone Nether Emperor Dragon. The second thunderous explosion from the Shadow Dragon Warrior completely astonished all the creatures present. Lin Bei casually watched the lightning scatter in the sky and couldn't help but comment, you must be related to that Silver Sovereign, given you're both so weak and yet so confident. From that brilliant slash, everything was incinerated by the intense heat of the lightning, yet strangely only Yulai's head, like a tempered diamond, remained intact. There's something unusual when things are abnormal. Quick as a flash, Lin Bei wrapped the shadow around him and pulled the head from within the lightning, catching it in his hand. This wasn't because his head was particularly hard, but rather because it had been protected by a king's treasure. King's treasure's Thunder Helm, a transcendent fusion item. Airborne ions of lightning would generate magnetic forces due to coil effects, gathering electricity to produce thunder from the void. Sky set 1/9. Lin Bei looked surprised. Although the Thunder Helm was of little use to him now, this was the first time Lin Bei had seen a king's treasure that could be part of a set. What incredible powers and effects could be achieved if all 9 treasures were gathered? This piqued Lin Bei's interest immensely. He gazed beyond the dust at the other Sky Island kings, lost in thought. 8 Sky Island kings plus the yet-to-appear Emperor Qianyu, making a total of 9 king's treasures combined into the effect of the sky set. This is truly intriguing. System merge. I'm off to blast some gear. Ding, merge Sky Thunder Helmet. Consumed 10 million fusion points. The remaining 7 Sky Kings slowly moved backward, their wings unfurling, unsure whether they were creating a safe distance for the next attack or preemptively finding escape routes. Retreat. We are the kings of the Sky Islands. If we don't take him down now, he will eventually trample over our corpses to reach the heavenly realms. As the trusted lieutenant of Emperor Qianyu, the king of Sky Mist, who has always been the emperor's right-hand man, awakened, the other Sky Island kings enveloped in fear with a single statement, yes, that's right, there's only one of him, and even if this unknown Shadow Dragon warrior is strong, he cannot possibly be limitless. Our strength is surely above that of that fellow Yulia. Let's join forces and take him down. Just like that, the Sky Island kings in a moment unleashed a tremendous demonic power, scattering it across the Sky Islands. Clouds churned and abnormal weather alternated, severely disrupting the atmospheric balance. This is the real power of the great demons, the Feather Clan, known as the Kings of the Sky. Dodge, take a spiritual defensive stance. The many warriors on the Sky Islands, along with the strategists, are already somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. Such a level of battle is indeed capable of destroying heavens and earth in minutes. They simply do not have the right to survive on this harsh battlefield. Lower-level feathered demons and humans below began to actively give up the standoff and scattered in retreat to see where they could escape the battlefield. It all depends on who has the tougher fate. Several Sky Island kings, concerned about their dignity, did not coordinate to exert all their strength and capabilities against Lin Bei and his shadow troops. But now, without verbal agreement, they poured all their extraordinary demonic power into refining the strongest king's treasures: the great sky mystery, bracelet of clear sky, belt of the gale, necklace of rain, bracelet of cloud, earrings of mist, garments of snow, boots of dust. Even without all seven great king's treasures, the mingling of demonic powers still emitted an incomprehensible and terrifying force,
facing Lin Bei, who stood unflinching and excited under such terrifying demonic
power. Did not show a hint of fear, but rather an indescribable intense excitement. "They're all mine." Resolutely he flipped his hand and took out the last vial of spirit replenishment that appeared in his palm. In an instant the secret medicine in the small glass vial was mysteriously drawn out and merged, leaving not a drop behind. Blood burn, thump thump thump. Lin Bei's greedy smile was unstoppable, leaving the seven great sky kings somewhat dazed. "Hey, can't you see the situation clearly now? 1 against 7, you humans in your shadow have no chance of winning. If necessary, we'll all go together. It's the best way to end this foolish battle quickly." In the midst of speaking, the Snow King of the Sky conjured wind and snow, turning the scene into a coming harsh winter, the terrifying cold force turning 100 meters into an absolute zero zone. The fierce snowstorm rolled towards Lin Bei in the high sky.
Unperturbed, Lin Bei raised his hand, and the dark demonic energy of thunder spread out, the high temperature of lightning instantly piercing
through the oppressive snowstorm. Feverish heat and chilling cold met in an instant, causing a violent explosion of air that turned into gaseous form, with high-temperature steam spreading across the entire sky island. I didn't expect him to be even stronger. He actually perfectly blocked my blizzard. If it were him in person, he would have killed Feather Fierce in a second." The Snow King was full of shock, terrified to the core. The common belief that summoners are weak does not apply to Lin Bei at all. He is far stronger than his shadow. The steam obscured everyone's vision, yet behind it one could only hear that man's voice, thunderous as a drum. "I do not deny your views, because I'd too enjoy joining the fray." As his words fell, hundreds of terrible shadow eaters burst from the ground at a terrifying speed, and what was more frightening was the towering wave of shadows continuously expanding. Another one, the third, the 10th. There were actually 100 shadow dragons. How could this be? Lin Bei, usually composed, now had a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead as two of the most powerful Zeroth Order forces were operating in an overloaded state. Starting with a powerful move was exhilarating but admittedly a bit tiring. However, this was far from over. If we are to fight, then I must utterly despair my opponent. 2 billion volts, Thor.
With practiced ease, he was determined to strike perfectly, but this time a small mishap occurred. Lin Bei's innate extraordinary body, the dark dragon physique, upon sensing the extraordinary changes in Lin Bei, actually actively joined into this transformation.
The shadow body was not just about entwining demonic energy into a humanoid giant. This time it increasingly revealed its form like a majestic human-bodied deity, lifelike. His stature was incredibly tall and burly, 100 yards high, with dark elemental black hair over his shoulders, sporting a pair of long horns resembling dragon horns, and his arms were tattooed with dragon scales. Half-dragon, half-man, shadow thunder god. Now the real demon has arrived. With the numbers matched, the battle could begin. In his half-dragon thunder god form, Lin Bei lifted his massive dragon-scaled arms and beckoned with his fingers. "Come, no, don't come here." Boom, boom, boom. Heavy stomping echoed across the Sky Island. The 7 kings of the Sky Islands were isolated and helpless, seeing nothing but countless giant shadows. The wild wind howled, the blizzard raged, and the chaotic weather wrecked the island's climate.
The 7 kings of the Sky Islands were now in a frenzied defense. The Snow King roared helplessly as countless giant shadow eaters around him were frozen into huge ice sculptures. But the Snow King's terror outweighed everything. These shadow monsters were everywhere, like land-walking extreme evil sharks, constantly biting at her. There were shadow eaters on the ground, shadow dragon warriors in the sky. These were not the most terrifying. The most terrifying of all was the man transformed into the thunder god of the new age. His pair of shadowy giant hands, wrapped in layers upon layers of demonic energy, continuously shattered the air and lunged at the great demons of the heavenly feathers. The thunder hand, like a thunder dragon with a gaping maw, dragged a series of narrow arcs of thunderous lightning. In the silent gale, all that could be heard was Lin Bei's sinister laugh. Between every inch of the dragon scales on his arms, countless fine bolts of electricity suddenly scattered in all directions. Standing atop the pristine, dense clouds of the Sky Island, the clouds beneath his feet darkened into ominous thunderclouds. Thunder roared within them, and in an instant the Sky Island sunk thousands of kilometers.
Hold steady, the 7 of us together will take him down. The Sky Storm King maintained his commander's poise, directing the chaotic battlefield. The 7 kings resisted stubbornly with unimaginable demonic power. There aren't 7 of us anymore, save me, someone among them responded through gritted teeth. Accompanied by the pitiful screams of the Sky Dust King and Sky Snow King, they were either slain by the Dragon Warriors' counterattack or had their spines crushed and torsos torn apart by the Shadow Eater. Before the words were finished, the Sky Clear King, facing the divine punishment unleashed by Lin Bei's palm, vanished under the destructive lightning. 3 royal generals lost in the blink of an eye. Damn it, this guy is an absolute monster. Only the Feather Emperor can match him. Yu Miao quickly used the rain curtain to stop him. We must inform the Emperor of this formidable enemy. The Sky Rain King's face was full of frustration. Did he not understand the Sky Storm
King's intention? Who could stop this dark shadow?
Sending him was akin to sending him to his death. If it's death, then go die yourselves, I'm out. At this moment the cunning and selfish nature of demons was fully displayed. Damn it, the curse of the Sky Storm King echoed as the Sky Rain King quickly escaped into the torrential rain. Where do you think you're escaping to? Whispered the demon just before the storm. How is this possible? The pupils of the Sky Rain King, now partially transformed into rain, suddenly constricted. Lin Bei, with a seemingly friendly greeting, stood as the clouds collapsed and churned under him, propelled by the thunder to burst forth with unimaginable speed. In almost half a breath, his enormous shadowy figure appeared right in front of the Sky Rain King, who had already fled a kilometer away. Boom! Without a second word and giving no chance for the Sky Rain King to react, his vision blurred and then darkened.
A mountainous sky-obscuring fist, lifting a massive wave of wind, instantly smashed into his face.
Bang! In the next instant, the Sky Rain King was forcibly reverted from his elemental form back to his original state, unable to resist, and was blown dozens of meters away. His body scattered as if disassembled, stuck to that giant shadowy fist, slamming headfirst into the ground of the Sky Island, plowing the face through the clouds. It was as if 100 divine mountains had simultaneously shattered, dragging a long trail across the Sky Island. There was no possibility he survived. The Sky Storm King was in utter panic. With more than half of the 8 kings lost, how could they continue the fight? With so many shadows, so much spiritual power, could this man's spiritual power truly be infinite like a black hole? Lin Bei, looking towards the remaining 3 great demons in the sky, his eyes bright and fists ready, murmured as he rose. His fighting spirit was high. Run?
Don't spoil the mood, it's a rare opportunity to try this move on you. What does he want to do?
Everyone had this question in their minds, wondering if he still had an ace up his sleeve. Our remaining 3 must unite. With the combined might of demonic powers, we shall harness the vast sky force of the Tianyu Great Demon Clan to confront the enemy, the Sky Rampart King exclaimed, and the other 2 demons could only comply.
In an instant, the 3 abnormal celestial phenomena ceased their ravages, converging entirely upon the body of the Tianyu Great Demon. The combined force of the
3 great demons, reminiscent of the Kunping they once battled at the Kunlun Holy Ruins, shattered their demonic human forms, transforming into a kilometer-tall true demonic form, a chaotic demon bird that commands wind and rain, the Sky Rampart Lark. Upon seeing this, Lin Bei's smile deepened, for the stronger the opponent, the more his thunder spirit techniques could demonstrate their might. A fortunate turn of events. He suddenly stepped forward, pointing a single hand towards the sky. The
dark thunderclouds seemed to receive a divine decree. Thunder rolled. Boom, boom.
The next instant, from within the pitch-black thunderclouds, a dull rumble of thunder spread far and wide. The earth-shaking thunder grew louder and more terrifying, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Although the Sky Rampart Lark was in a desperate fight, it dared not act recklessly, hovering mid-air with murderous intent, yet incredulously lifting its head, its feathers standing on end. They could see above the thunderclouds that what was about to descend was not lightning but an immensely dark sphere. As for what composed the sphere, thousands of kilometers in diameter, it was undoubtedly the dark thunderous demonic energy in the myriad heavenly thunders. It must be stopped. The Sky Rampart Lark roared furiously, its wings flapping to create fierce tornadoes, but hundreds of powerful tornadoes sweeping across the dark thunderclouds were to no avail. The black thundercloud slowly descended from the sky, dropping vertically towards the Sky Rampart Lark. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky, and within the vast expanse of thunderclouds, it seemed as if thunder dragons roamed, tearing apart heaven and earth.
The spherical black thundercloud upon closer inspection appeared as a thunderous inferno woven by demons. The sky rampart lark was instantly engulfed by the thunderous inferno. The moment it was enveloped by the thunder, a series of explosions loud enough to burst eardrums erupted. Immediately after, an unbearably bright light flashed, and all the air in midair formed a wave-like surge of air waves rushing in all directions. The terrifying thunder light illuminated the entire sky. The aftermath and lightning instantly caused the collapse of most of the Sky Island. The surviving human adventurers trembled with shock and awe. After a deathly silence, the shadowy army gradually dispersed and vanished. Having nearly exhausted his spiritual power, Lin Bei finally grew tired, and his half-dragon thunder god form dissipated. Lin Bei returned to his normal size. He looked at the 7 pieces of the king's treasure that fortuitously remained shimmering with golden legendary light. Then he looked up at the largest sky island above a massive world surely contained atop this terrifyingly large island, known as the ultimate realm of the Sky Isles. Only one piece of the heavenly set remained. Amidst the 20th to 30th heavenly barriers, the battle was exaggerated, but for the others who were not swept up in the battle and were moving normally, it was just a sudden burst of blinding light when they looked up at the sky. Unbeknownst to them, while Lin Bei and his companions entered the barrier for barely a day, the normal flow of time had already passed by more than a month. Those fighting in the ordinary heavenly barriers had no way of knowing what exactly was happening above in the sky. Only at the battlefield bordering the 30th heaven and the celestial realm reverberated the furious roars of Emperor Tianyu. 8 kings have perished. Who did this? Investigate now. I will shatter these 30 heavens and use the blood and bones of humans to honor the souls of the 8 kings. Thunderous roars. The sky, along with the angry roars, collapsed further down by a fraction, leaving only a few thousand meters above the land of the 30th heaven. Undoubtedly, it was a rare spectacle of nature. The sky was falling. Cut to the scene on the floating island. As the apocalyptic battle concluded, numerous human strategists hidden in the shadows dared to emerge, though none ventured too close to Lin Bei, the divine being. He had just single-handedly slain 8 emperor-level demon lords. Never had it been heard that any great emperor could match and fight 8 demon emperors of similar rank and power to such an outcome. Now if someone were to claim that Lin Bei had stepped into the realm of the divine, many would likely believe it. After setting his goals, Lin Bei did not rush to ascend to the celestial realm. Instead, he quickly gathered the scattered royal treasures, predominantly ornaments. Among them, the snow regalia appeared to be the largest item. The royal treasures, including the snow regalia, were extraordinary fusion items. They possessed strong adaptability, capable of quickly adjusting to any environment without fear of any meteorological or environmental disturbances. The sky suit, August 9th, a racial suit part of the external fusion equipment, still revealed some special attire on the body after fusion. The suit could be used as skin or costume and freely swapped with other racial suits. Fusion would be considered later. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, did not overreact. He believed only in what he saw and swiftly fused the remaining 7 royal treasures. At first, nothing special happened. The next moment, the system chimed in. The sky suit adapted to the host's personality attributes and spiritual power, automatically matching the external outfit. External suit, the sky suit mobster. Incomplete version. What? A suit? Lin Bei was startled. Swoosh, a flash of white light, and Lin Bei felt a warm surge from within, as if overflowing from his body. His body was pulled by an unknown force, and his feet slowly lifted off the ground. This was undoubtedly a transcendental power. Soon his clothing transformed. This attire that draped over him seemed not merely apparel but a part of his flesh, his skin. In an instant the transformation was complete. This suit, this spiritual defense, was thousands, even millions of times stronger than the combat suits of the War Department. Lin Bei felt the powerful fluctuations of spiritual power within him and said lightly, "Is this the power of a transcendent racial suit?" A robust figure in a black suit entered everyone's view. The suit was crisp and the black shoes shiny, belt, necklace, bracelet, none were missing, all impeccably equipped. The lining matched with a white shirt, absolutely pure and unstainable. Not bad. Lin Bei felt the suit fitted well. He had no particular demands regarding attire, as his handsome appearance was unaffected even without clothes. With a snap of his fingers, Shadow summoned. The once worn shadow robes of the Black Shadow Corps also turned brand new, as if dark cloaks had been retailored from pure black. The very embodiment of the Godfather and his mafia had become a reality. It was done. Lin Bei, followed by a host of shadowy soldiers, turned around. 8 great islands began to descend and connect, forming a direct path to the heavenly realm. But the journey was long, with demons blocking the way, suggesting it would be anything but boring. Lin Bei, with the wind at his back and shadowy figures in tow, slowly climbed upwards, using the time to replenish his spiritual power in preparation for the coming great battle. Wow, this feels so familiar, like that General Yu invasion I saw on TikTok. It's so vivid. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and follow the Black Emperor. Without him we all would die here. Exactly. The survivors hastily followed the shadowy soldiers, blending into the night. Meanwhile, as Lin Bei continued his ascent, an unexpected voice emanated from the entire barrier above. It was the divine sound of the barrier again, but this time Lin Bei wasn't the trigger for victory. At the 35th heaven, Emperor Yang alone conquered the evil waves of the poisonous sea, rewarded with the re-emergence of a demigod artifact. At the 41st heaven, Lin Bei looked up, murmuring to himself, "A demigod artifact?" Suddenly his extraordinary weapons seemed less appealing. Elsewhere, at humanity's last fortress, under the 30th heaven, 2 elderly men with fierce and weathered faces and white hair whipped about by the night wind stood atop the high walls of a moonlit ruin. One held a sword, the other stood with hands behind his back, gazing at the sky and the heavens above with a determined glint in their eyes. "Did you hear that? It seems Yang Yu Yang has succeeded." "Heard it? A demigod artifact, huh? This era is truly full of wonders. Just recently they talked about dragon veins. It seems this generation really has hope. Too bad us old fellows won't get to see those interesting things. This world at most 2 more months before it falls on the 30th heaven." Everyone else has left, right? No, they don't want to go. I knew these old folks, each one stubborn to the end. Well, even if we old things can't beat this world, I believe there will always be descendants to cut through it. Dying isn't too bad. Another old man sneered disdainfully. The 2 old men, sparring partners for decades, still refused to give ground to each other. Each always held a critical view of the other's opinions. "What nonsense, old fawn. The older we get, the less backbone, huh? Even in death we should take it down with us. We've fought all the battles we needed to. Our descendants won't have to." "How old you're right, but I'll surely die after you, in your dreams." With that, the 2 peak war emperors leapt from the towering city wall, their silver hair flying and the cold light flashing from their weapons. They were determined to prove that old age still bore fierceness, capable of battling 1,000 times more, one wielding a sword, the other carrying an axe, their feet landing on the charred infernal ground making a rustling sound. The wind swept past, sand and dust rose into the sky. They moved towards the collapsing heavenly realm. Qiangli Yuyu, gilded flying eaves, pavilions and jade-laden corridors, words that would describe a beautiful fairyland, were now nowhere to be found. Only broken walls and the wails of demons remain. A dark tide swept through like a plague of locusts, leaving no blade of grass alive wherever it passed. The valiant Tianyu demon clan that dared to block the way is commendable and worthy of being sung as heroes of their people. However, under the hands of Lin Bei's Black Shadow Corps, they couldn't last a single punch. The notoriety of the Black Shadow tyrant Lin Bei is well deserved. He smashes wherever he points. Tonight is surely the night of the clan's extinction, like bandits on a raid, leaving only demon corpses scattered across the ground, slaughtering through 8 sky islands as if entering an uninhabited land. It's unknown what sins the Tianyu demons committed to encounter Lin Bei, a veritable god of death. The human strategists and War Department members following closely behind also silently mourned for the demons, for it was too tragic, too tragic. If there truly are devils in this world, then Lin Bei must be one of them. He is the Black Emperor. Who exactly is the demon? It's really hard to say. Finally, Lin Bei's unceasing steps halted for the first time because he had reached the end of the 8th sky island. Facing the endless void and the unknown wall of time and space, he sensed that this temporal wall carried the same essence as the tunnel they had traversed earlier. Above must be the 30th heaven. As Lin Bei spoke, there was jubilation below. They had finally made it out and directly reached the 30th heaven. He closed his eyes, as if feeling something. The 30th heaven seemed close at hand, yet there was a chasm between it and their current location. Lin Bei felt the most terrifying aspect was the difference in the flow of time, a completely irreversible force of law. Moreover, the 30th heaven had a very strong scent of blood. "A great battle happening above," Lin Bei murmured. Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by the group of keen-eared warriors behind him. Battle, slaying demons. For this purpose they had come to the battlefield, and if there was a battle ahead, they would surely join. Lin Bei looked at this group of mid to high level awakened army, feeling moved. Summoning the flying shadow Nightbat, preparing to forcefully break through the 30th heaven. At this moment, at the 30th heaven's War Department base,
In front of a tombstone, the old master Fong Tang of the War Department, covered in battle wounds with a bandage wrapped around his head and his old friend's saber slung at his waist, poured out a bottle of Red Star Erguotu, the deceased's favorite drink. After pouring half the bottle, he also took a big swig himself. Crack, it burns the throat. Old Jew, I really don't agree with your taste. It's nowhere as good as Moutai, last time in the heavenly domain you blocked a knife for me and got in my way. This time, without you, this old jerk, I can finally fight to my heart's content. After speaking, he threw the bottle to the ground, shattering it. Looking up at the sky, now only a few hundred meters away from his head, the danger of world destruction was already within visible distance. There was no time left. Then, without looking back, he tore off the bandage on his head. Behind him, countless members of the War Department looked as if they were ready to die, already prepared. The axe-bearer handed over Fong Old Master's favored weapon, the extraordinary golden axe. Old buddy, wait a little longer and I'll come to find you. Then we can continue to antagonize each other so it won't be boring down there, huh? Along with the hearty laughter, Elder Fong Tang led his troops into what seemed like the final struggle of humanity. The members of the War Department followed closely behind, stepping onto the seemingly doomed battlefield. The sky kept falling, a result of the oppressive domain of the Emperor-level demon Emperor Tianyu Emperor, which caused the sky to sink. Such irreversible power was enough to showcase the might of the royal ruler of the Feather Clan, the Tianyu Emperor. He sat regally on his throne in the heavens, savoring the sight of these tenacious humans' final resistance. In his eyes, they were nothing but ants, humans still courting death. It seems you still fail to recognize the gap between you and me, said the Tianyu Emperor disdainfully. He had grown tired of taking action personally, extending his eagle-like talons as thousands of Feather Clan demons leaped into the sky. Whether in numbers or combat strength, the humans of the 30th layer heaven had never won. So weak, however, just at that moment acid rain suddenly began to pour from the sky, drenching the great army of the Feather Clan demons. Looking up only splashed their faces, and wiping them revealed countless dark shadows and bats dragging numerous humans through the air. These ragged human warriors, in a frenzy, began to vomit violently in midair, some even forcefully. Filth poured down from the skies, throwing the Feather Clan into disarray. What kind of battle tactic is this? Even Fong Tang and those who had resigned themselves to death were taken aback. What was going on? With such numbers, was this the reinforcement of our human armies? But why would they attack from behind the heavenly domain? Numerous questions swirled in everyone's minds. Lin Bei, flapping his wings at the highest point in the sky, frowned as he overlooked the scene. These phenomena seemed to be within his expectations. Emerging from the crevices of the heavenly barrier, catching up on over 2 months of time difference was undoubtedly taxing on the body. Fortunately, they were all capable awakeners. The physical robustness prevented excessively adverse reactions apart from a sudden increase in metabolism and severe discomfort, dizziness and nausea. Vomiting probably would help. Being an emperor-level being himself, Lin Bei was not as sensitive to time. Individuals of the emperor realm were monstrous beings who could live up to several hundred years, partially transcending the constraints of time, which naturally had little effect on him. However, what he had not anticipated was that such actions would completely enrage the Feather Clan, assembled from countless bird-like great demons. It was known that birds usually excrete at high altitudes. The descent of filth from the sky was a daily occurrence for them, a behavior dictated by their physiological structure. Demons, being intelligent creatures, retained such natural instincts, but in a world dominated by demons, such behavior was seen as provocative by other species. Whether capable of flight or not, deploying anything from high altitudes that affected other demons could provoke a chase by powerful great demons. Thus, avian great demons were disciplined, restraining themselves unless unable to hold back. Now Lin Bei's shadow bats dragging these humans who recklessly sprayed indescribable substances in midair could certainly be seen as an extreme provocation. They could not stand it. Lin Bei and countless shadow bats behind him, along with the humans, steadily landed on the ground, everyone vomiting and weak at the knees. It seems that some combat strength will inevitably be lost, but even the smallest mosquito is meat, and Lin Bei doesn't care about their little fighting power. After all, in Lin Bei's eyes, they are merely there to attract the fire of other nuisances. For the real boss fight, he alone is enough. How dare they challenge our noble feather tribe? The infuriated Emperor Tianyu's eyes blazed with fire as his gaze fixed on the strongest among these humans, undoubtedly Lin Bei. Lin Bei offered a faint smile, surveying the surroundings. The sky indeed had collapsed. Using the sky to destroy the earth, and then using the weight of the 30 heavens to continually crush the lower heavens. What a brilliant plan! It's just too bad the earth is not as fragile as you imagined. What did you say? Emperor Tianyu rose and spread his wings, possessing the terrifying power to tear through the void. Lin Bei's smile was chilling as he raised his hand, and the demonic energy of the earth surged instantly.
In that instant, with the heavenly domain only 100
meters from the ground, the movement, sounds, and vibrations of the earth were clearly perceptible. Mysteriously, the entire 30 heavens ground was shaking and shifting inexplicably. What's happening? Emperor Tianyu looked ahead. The earth's crust continuously moved and giant mountain ranges rose like pillars, one after another, supporting between heaven and earth. Eventually, they formed pillars reaching to the sky, gently pushing the heavy sky away from the earth's surface. This was not something humans could do. Even the strongest earth element awakeners in the world would pale in comparison. Such a feat could only be accomplished by Lin Bei. How is this possible? Is it you? Emperor Tianyu incredulously watched as countless earth pillars slowly pushed apart the sky and the earth, astounded beyond belief. Lin Bei's smile was at its peak. I really missed this solid feeling under my feet. Now back to business. You have something I need, right? Lin Bei straightened his sky suit, looking dashing, but this action made Emperor Tianyu realize something: the belt of clear sky, the earrings of mist, the robe of snow. Emperor Tianyu's eyes burned with rage as he roared, everything on you is the power of the 8 kings. You killed them. Emperor Tianyu ordered his subordinates to return to the Sky Island to investigate the murderer, but all were effortlessly taken out by Lin Bei's shadow core, and he had been waiting for news for a long time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the real culprit brazenly appeared before him. This is madness. Is this what it means to be a lawless rogue? Yes, their departure was very peaceful. You despicable human. They were all beloved friends and family of our Feather Tribe brothers. How dare you? Lin Bei merely smirked, not bothering with more useless talk. I'm just missing one more piece from you. Are you giving it to me yourself, or shall I take it?
Lin Bei's calm yet audacious words somehow gave people the illusion of inevitability. Perhaps that's the charm of language. Emperor Tianyu instinctively looked at the sky ring he wore on his hand, the supreme symbol of the Feather Tribe and the aggregation of limitless power of the sky. His target was indeed this. Not only had he killed their tribal throne, but now he aimed to plunder the imperial authority. The fury was uncontrollable. Damn humans! I, the emperor of the Feather Tribe Tianyu, declare war on you. Only you, I will make. You beg for death.
Lin Bei responded with a calm smile. You're quite ugly, but your dreams are pretty. Before you spout nonsense, have you asked my shadow troopers if they agree? Lin Bei made no moves simply because the overwhelming murderous intent from his opponent was enough to stir the shadows. The shadows churned and surged, and from within them the shadow troopers leaped out, their crimson eyes filled with killing intent, their numbers growing exponentially. 10,000.
1 million. 10 million.
The magnificent celestial city was instantly shrouded in darkness. Emperor Tianyu gritted his teeth with hatred. Just as he suspected, his opponent also possessed the imperial strength of a contender for authority. Attack, tear them apart with your claws. Under the Feather Tribe's rage, all forces were deployed. The other human warriors and strategists began to assist Lin Bei's shadows, countering the massive battle.
Elder Fong Tang, although still somewhat unclear about what exactly was happening, decided to just join the fray. At this moment it seemed that the 30 heavens might yet be saved.
Emperor Tianyu used the opportunity to unleash a void slash from afar, the tearing air continuously adding force to his strike. Instantly, a 100-meter-long air slash cut through thousands of shadows, aiming for Lin Bei at the back of the battlefield. Shadow armor. Lin Bei pointed into the void, dark energy swirling around him, enveloping him in an evil dark aura, combining with the sky's thug suit to form a battle armor state. The massive air slash hit the shadow armor solidly but was deflected, leaving deep abyssal cracks in the distant ground. At the moment the undead shadow robe was thrown, the battle commenced. Lin Bei emanated a strong dark aura, and the shadow trooper army terrifyingly marched forward. Why, the power that deflected my void slash is Land's power. And the other 8 types of sky powers, why do you have them? Emperor Tianyu's face was ferociously terrifying. He could hardly believe that the power of the loyal Sky 8 Kings was actually helping this
human resist him.
Had his sky ring already lost its dominion over its kin? How did this man achieve this? Hey, there's no room to unfold here. Lin Bei unfolded the wings of shadow, rose into the air, and disappeared into the city's skies like a streak of black lightning. Emperor Tianyu's expression hardened, and he uttered the same word as the Thunder King, Crow. Then, flapping his terrifying giant wings, he too disappeared in an instant into the celestial skies. The battlefield shifted king against king. The skies of the 30 heavens had been pushed back a kilometer away, a black and a white streak of light freely galloping within. As they met and separated, continual explosions sounded around them, sending shockwaves through the heavens. The speeds of the two were matched. Emperor Tianyu was astounded by Lin Bei's strength as a human, favored by the sky. Even if faced with so-called divine beings, Lin Bei might not fall behind, yet this human matched him blow for blow. His attacks unpredictable and ever-changing. How on earth was this happening? When had humans become so strong? Get out of my way! Emperor Tianyu, in a thunderous rage, hurled a punch that radiated a nine-colored brilliance. His fist bore the harmony of the sky, the decomposition of storms, the enhancement of clouds, the calming of rain, the activation of clear skies, the construction of fog, the destruction of thunder, the dispersion of sand, and the freezing of blizzards. These 9 mighty forces pierced through the heavens, proclaiming him the true sovereign of the skies. As these celestial powers descended imperiously from the vault of heaven, their overwhelming force enveloped miles around, rendering escape impossible. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed as he raised his right arm, from which surged the demonic energy of the earth, flowing sand waterfall. In an instant the landscape transformed, the ground turning to sand, and the entire region below morphed into a desert. Ferocious sand waves, resembling ocean waves, rolled violently, forming a gigantic desert tsunami that surged towards the sky with a dominating force set to devour everything. What kind of monster are you? Emperor Tianyu's face twisted ferociously as he confronted Lin Bei, his arch-nemesis. Finding this challenge exceedingly formidable, the initial clash between heaven and earth saw the powers of the sky and the earth melding together in a grand burial by the sand waterfall. Lin Bei called forth again, using the combination with the flowing sand waterfall. The desert covered everything, was utterly pulverized. This was an unorthodox technique Lin Bei had developed based on his experiences in a previous life. The terrifying powers of both parties erupted, annihilating each other into nothingness. However, in the next instant, what seemed to be an evenly matched battle was thrown off balance by a wicked gust of wind. Following the wicked wind was a divinely sacred aura that swooped down like a fierce specter of death. I did not want to face you like this, but I have made my decision. You must die here. As the dust settled, a colossal figure soared into the clouds. The half-demon form of Emperor Tianyu had now transcended. His fur turned cinnabar red. 6 wings unfolded behind him like the wings of an angel, pure and holy. His massive eyes, upon opening, shot out bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. The Sky Dominator, blessed by a divine envoy, he possessed unique powers far surpassing ordinary demons. Lin Bei frowned upon seeing Emperor Tianyu in his fully unleashed feral form. Lifting a gigantic hand that seemed as large as a mountain, the palm contained a vacuum of hell itself, aimed directly at Lin Bei. Using the earth to fight the sky? Foolish humans, life can never oppose the environment. The sky is eternal. Lin Bei, observing this, exhaled a breath of turbid air from within his body. If that's the case, let's use the sky to defeat the sky, he muttered to himself as he accessed the fusion system to purchase the sky demon's demonic energy. Fusion with the sky's demonic energy, total fusion points needed, 200 million. Ding. The system confirmed the successful purchase and fusion, and in that very moment Emperor Tianyu's control over the sky's power was instantly weakened, as if his dominance had been forcibly snatched away. What is happening? He was utterly shocked, his colossal body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, day turned to night, the sky's weather shifted dramatically, creating a myriad of transformations with dark and red clouds enveloping all beings under the heavens. Fusion system optimal match completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering both the demonic powers of the sky and the earth, achieving a sublime fusion of heaven and earth. Unleash the apocalyptic demon. Shockwave, demon shockwave. It can grasp the atmosphere, tear it forcefully, causing atmospheric vibrations, and the power of the vibrations includes not only the ground but the entire space. The Black Shadow Nightbat Battle Group, gaining the assistance of the sky, masters the extraordinary technique of airquake. How can you command such power? This is impossible. Could it be that you too have been commanded by the gods? The previously invincible Emperor Tianyu is now plunged into deep despair, his roar echoing loudly across the heavens and earth. Questioning loudly, a kilometer away, that man clenched his fists, a white sphere wrapped in atmosphere appearing around his fists. Crack crack, suddenly one could only hear the space gradually shattering like glass, emitting bursts of crisp sounds. Fine cracks like spider webs spread from Lin Bei's fists in all directions. Invisible shockwaves spread out, causing vibrations throughout the world, a massive tremor in space. This is followed by the shattering and collapsing of space, terrifying to the extreme.
This is the vibration of the atmospheric environment caused by an extraordinary body, not a power that lets the
environment vibrate on its own. You damn crow, I will never let you run wild on my turf. This sky belongs to the Feather Clan. Lin Bei's eyes lifted, filled with a murderous aura, and a devilish smile reappeared on his face. Don't be foolish, even if you wanted to be my son now, I wouldn't let you go. Lin Bei blurted out this untimely taunt, not knowing why he felt compelled to say it.
Emperor Tianyu roared, spreading his eagle claws, the gigantic claws of the Feather Clan. Friction,
heating the air and igniting the atmospheric flames like mountains of swords and seas of fire falling from the sky towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei raised his fist. The range of the fist's impact greatly increased, covering 100 meters of void. Under the path of the fist, everything turned into a vacuum, the sound of countless bursts of air exploding, deafening. Massive spatial ripples spread with Lin Bei's punch. The Feather Clan's deadly eagle claw collided with the demon's shockwave. With a sound of flesh and blood twisting and a massive explosion, the heavens turned deathly white. Endless blood mist surged, dyeing the dark night sky red. The great emperor of the Feather Clan's agonizing screams rang out, the pain driving him mad. Tianyu Emperor's proudest and strongest strike was shattered by Lin Bei's single punch, completely distorting and tearing their indestructible claws. This is no longer a power describable by mere brute force. The domineering and majestic aura, coupled with the chilling sense of terror. At this moment, Lin Bei seemed to have a terrifying law form behind him, capable of shattering the entire sky of these
30 layers in an instant. No, no, no.
Below in the battlefield, the flying Shadow Nightbat vibrated the air with his palms, swooping down violently. Like an air cannon, it shattered the sky and the earth, slaying demons. With each explosive sound, all demons affected by this invisible shockwave had their bones shattered and their flesh destroyed, losing their vitality. The human army, led by the chief commander of the Fengtang War Department, dominated the battlefield, slaughtering a large number of the Heavenly Feather Clan demons. Turning back to listen to the once invincible Emperor Tianyu's agonizing screams, it was indescribably satisfying, but his gaze fell upon that wildly arrogant youth, and his aged face was filled with astonishment. Has it been so many years since anyone broke through the heavenly barrier? Have the youths of our dragon nation become so formidable? Truly, each one is a dragon among men. His eyes fixed intently on Lin Bei, whose strength must surely surpass that of a great emperor. Could he be one of the divine arrivals called from the front lines? But so young, unlikely. After a long while he looked at the blade in his hand, smeared with the foul blood of demons, thinking his old friend could now rest in peace. He sighed deeply. Old master, it seems we truly are old now. It is indeed time to pass this world on to the younger generation. The overwhelming battle continued. Boom! Lin Bei threw another punch, shattering the sky feathers used by the Emperor of Heaven as a defense. The Emperor of Heaven never expected that his increasingly massive demon form would become an easy target before this insignificant human. Lin Bei, with a smile in his eyes, left the Heavenly Emperor in agony. It was as if an angel in white was weeping and a black demon laughing. The demon emperor, belatedly realizing, now understood. His sky was not the same as the one controlled by Lin Bei. The difference between them was vast. The atmosphere that surrounds a planet is inseparable from the life that exists within it. Lin Bei's power could shake the atmosphere itself. One can only imagine how terrifying it would be if the atmosphere were to undergo violent tremors, not to mention earthquakes. It could truly destroy worlds. This man had the power to devastate heaven and earth. The massive, half-destroyed body of the Heavenly Emperor kept retreating, even feeling an urge to tear open a rift in the void to escape with his domain beyond the 30 heavens. But he thought too much. Lin Bei would not let him slip away so easily. With a fierce battle intent, his right hand spun, summoning the power of the undead tyrant in shadow to wrap around his ghostly blade. Hey, give you a chance to answer me. What exactly does your clan mean by constantly calling crow crow? Lin Bei asked coldly, holding his blade. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed, his hawk-like eyes sharpening. Where there is shadow, there must be light. Human, it seems you do not know what you carry upon you, and of course I will not tell you, detestable human. Carry your doubts upward and keep facing the judgment of the gods. It seemed asking was pointless. Lin Bei, unfazed, slowly raised his transcendent weapon, shaking off the blood on his hand. Looking at the immense true form of the demon emperor, he asked lightly, "Are you ready to die?" Trembling, the heavenly emperor could not speak. He used all his demon power for defense. 1,000 layers of sky feather wings enveloped his body like a cocoon, defending from every angle without any blind spots. Countless layers of sky demon power continuously accumulated on him, with various colors of light flashing, all this just to withstand one strike from this monster. The end. As Lin Bei raised his blade, sudden shattering sound effects and light attached to his weapon and limbs. Demonic vibrational power adhered to the blade, vibrating and cutting, continually shattering the void around the blade edge. Lin Bei soared into the sky with a thunderous flap of his wings, his hands seizing a great sword. The blade danced in the air, forming deadly lotuses, while countless dark thunders roared, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent that never ceased. In an instant his figure descended, a torrential force and monstrous strength cleaving downwards. It was like a terrifying thunderstorm that split the heavens and shattered the earth, causing all 30 layers of the heavens to tremble. Everywhere the eye could see was obliterated, turned to dust. The defenses of Emperor Tianyu were as frail as the wings of cicadas before him, shattered utterly. The dark night suddenly brightened and the world shook. The crisis that had befallen the sky was resolved. The fractured heavens of the 30 layers mended, and the firmament gradually rose back to its rightful height. With a single finger, Lin Bei commanded the last ring of the dark sky to merge into his palm. 9 colors of radiant light appeared on Lin Bei's suit, taking complete command of the power of the skies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a mid-stage emperor-level demon emperor, acquiring 3,500 million integration points, completing the 9-9 sky suit, obtaining the complete sky suit, and gaining affinity with celestial phenomena. The Black Shadow Core dominated the anomalies of heaven and earth, and the host's authority along with the Black Shadow Kingdom were enhanced. Mastering ultimate darkness, continent level. Has it finally come? Lin Bei said contentedly. Now he could unleash the ultimate darkness with his own strength. As his voice fell, Lin Bei looked up, sensing something as the divine voice of the heavenly barrier descended once more. In the 30 layers of heaven, the Black Emperor has resolved the celestial crisis, awarded the 31st Heaven's Dragon Tomb. A demigod artifact emerges. Lin Bei, hovering in the mid-air like a deity incarnate, stood above the 30 heavenly layers. A demigod artifact? On the next layer. He had been longing for the demigod artifact at the 41st layer, and now unexpectedly another was within reach. Lin Bei was inevitably moved. He had traversed the 20th and 30th layers, and the situation in the 31st layer was still unknown. But with the talents enhanced by the sky suit, capable of dealing with various celestial and geographical phenomena, Lin Bei was naturally not worried. He glanced down at the ongoing battle scenario. The remnants of the Yu clan's demons were being encircled and slaughtered by the Black Shadow Night Bats, and the merciless trembling of space turned them into dust, their flesh and blood forming a rain of blood under the force of gravity. The battle was already decided. Lin Bei withdrew the Black Shadow troops from the battlefield. The remaining matters were sufficient for the other human clans' war departments and strategists to handle, thinking. Thus, Lin Bei directly took out his command token and ascended to the 31st layer. Commander Fong Lao had wanted to catch up with Lin Bei to witness the recently celebrated true form of the Black Emperor. However, he only saw Lin Bei's figure disappearing into the mid-air. The emergence of a demigod artifact was no small matter. He had intended to advise Lin Bei, but he had already ascended directly. It seems that the Black Emperor, as rumored, resolved matters by plunging headfirst into them. The appearance of 2 demigod artifacts in just over 2 months, below the imperial realm of the 41st layer, it was probably inaccessible, but for the 31st layer the powerful top 100 families would certainly join in, and this heavenly barrier was likely to be thrown into chaos. The emergence of the demigod artifact, whether it was a blessing or a curse for the human race, was truly hard to say. Commander Fong, sensing something, murmured as he watched Lin Bei's disappearing silhouette. Elsewhere, the heavenly barrier spoke again. The news of Emperor Tianyu's fall had already spread. The upper layers of the 100 layers of heavenly barrier were engulfed in a black fog, and it could no longer be contained. Dark mists surged, dividing the world under the celestial barrier, where demonic energy soared high and countless dark figures gathered. As another spark of hope extinguished, representatives of the demonic tribes couldn't help but shake their heads. The Bone Tribe, then the Feather Tribe. A chilling demonic voice pierced the air, speaking aloud. The emperors of various tribes were furious or lamenting, determined to flay and deb one the Black Emperor, to crush his bones and suck his marrow. another promising demon prodigy had passed away. Were the demons destined to suffer such misfortunes? Countless demons voiced their sorrow.
This isn't even the main issue, one of them exclaimed. Even the Sky Project has failed, which means our control over the lower celestial barrier is weakening. Humans are growing stronger by the day. What should we do now? Humph, it's all because of that human called the Black Emperor. If not for these damned celestial laws, I would have killed him myself. Ha, do you think you're capable? Only an endless army can combat an endless army. He is but bait for my insect tribe. Humph, the chilling human from the 66th heaven. You can't even bite off a piece of him, you big bug. Stop boasting, I'll eat you.
A wave of noisy, disorderly shouting from the demons ensued, causing great irritation.
Silence, a commanding voice roared, silencing the crowd. The emperor-level demons dared not act out of line, a testament to the speaker's formidable power. The Dragon Emperor had already descended to the lower realm to reclaim lost territories. No need to worry, not all humans are merely struggling to survive. There are clever ones who will cooperate. Besides the Black Emperor, there are many among humans we need to be wary of. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. 1,000 years ago, it was the human race that crossed the boundaries first. We must exterminate them before the day of doom to prevent any future threats, otherwise everything will be ruined. The seals of these 99 realms won't last much longer. We must quickly cultivate immortal powers. As for that demi-artifact, just keep an eye on it. When they are both grievously injured from their fight, we can reap the benefits and bury countless human prodigies. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Another Emperor-level demon respectfully suggested from the shadows. The crowd of demonic beings roared in agreement. No more time for these ants to struggle for survival. With that, the demons dispersed. Meanwhile, at the Tang family mansion, ranked fourth among the 100 major families of the empire, an elegant elderly woman personally managed her household affairs, satisfied with the spotless grand ancestral home. Just then a square-faced middle-aged man hurried into the hall, followed by several burly bodyguards. Sensing the impending discussion, the old woman didn't wait for him to speak and directly asked Xiongwu, "How is the progress?" The man replied in a low murmur, "The young master has already gone to the 31st heaven with Elder Feng." Hearing Xiongwu's words, the woman paused but said nothing further. She knew her grandson had gone to compete for the demi-artifact of the 31st heaven. Despite her repeated dissuasions, what had to come would come. It's all right. With the divine protection of Elder Feng's disciple in the Emperor realm, you may leave. We shall quietly await the good news. The elderly woman steadied her spirit, her only concern being that formidable warrior known as the Black Emperor. However, with the presence of another great emperor on their side, she believed they could successfully contain him. If it weren't for the fact that the Tang family's ancestor was in seclusion aiming for a breakthrough to ascend to godliness, there would be no need to seek external help. Owing the Feng family a favor was a small price to pay. Such incidents, of course, also occurred among the other top 100 families. The future stars of the human race were heading there, unaware they were walking into a trap. The reason these normally cautious chosen ones were acting so recklessly was their insatiable craving for power. Until now, ordinary people couldn't possibly know what a demigod artifact was. Only those at the very top had the privilege to face such a choice. The power of extraordinary weapons was already overwhelming, but there existed something even more terrifying beyond that: the demigod artifacts. Born between the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, these sentient weapons, situated between the legendary divine artifacts and the extraordinary, possessed the power to destroy heavens and obliterate earths. It was said that mastering the mysteries of the spirits within the demigod artifacts could directly lead to enlightenment and ascend to divine power. The young elites of the great families were all desperate for power and unstoppable force, especially when it seemed within reach. Almost tangible, it appeared that the 31 heavens were destined for a storm of bloodshed surrounding the struggle for the demigod artifact. However, in the 31 heavens, who would have thought that Lin Bei's hurried arrival was actually to secure a good position to watch the tigers fight from the mountain? Lin Bei immediately hid in the shadows of the dragon tomb, sending his black shadow troop to keep an eye on the unfolding drama. The presence of several powerful auras in the 31 heavens made Lin Bei's eyes light up. It must be said, he and the demons had similar thoughts, but his plans seemed even more varied. In the villa projected by shadows, a 1982 Lafite was paired with rousing music. Now, this place should be renamed the Field of the Chosen Dead, if I may be so blunt. It seems my spirit binding and general dispelling skills will again be put to use. Lin Bei elegantly swirled his wine glass, his eyes filled with the aura of shadows.
He sensed that beyond humans lay demons, and his shadows enveloped these demons. Surveying this foolish battle scenario, the mantis stalks the cicada with the aureole behind. Just so, it wasn't that he couldn't seize the demigod artifact, rather he wanted to use this spectacle to gain clarity on certain matters, to better understand the battlefield of the 33rd heaven. When he settled there, he savored the hidden view within 100 miles of the dragon tomb, concealed in shadows. The dragon tomb was a deathly pool in the 31 heavens, its waters as black as oil and highly toxic. To force one's way in and hope to retrieve the demigod artifact unscathed was nearly impossible. However, now faint golden light was seeping through the black water as the lake began to recede, seemingly forming a pathway to the lakebed during the ebb tide. In this waiting period, there was a brief moment of calm before the storm. The young elites present did not hide their prowess, each bearing proud and unique thoughts. It was precisely this combination of strength and arrogance that made Lin Bei feel that these self-proclaimed elites were not very smart. By a twist of fate, Lin Bei unexpectedly came across a few familiar faces. The Dragon Chant War Division, led by Longyu Qinyushi and her team, were stationed here. Judging from their attire, they seemed to have just completed a mission for the War Division. They hadn't even had time to change into fresh battle gear before hastily entering the 31st heaven. Chen Yushi had made rapid progress, ascending to the mid-stage of the War King realm in just a few months. Her advancement was so swift that it was rare even among the prodigies of the top 100 families present. Long Yu and the others were representing the War Division, and guards from various major war divisions of the Dragon Nation were stationed in the dark corners around them. Although national regulations had already stipulated that the rewards issued by any nation should be distributed by that nation itself, it was inevitable that other nations, keen on good fortune, would forcibly participate. After all, this was the 100 Heavens Barrier, a place where those with supreme power could not intervene. Now, the strongest force of the Western Union, the 12 palaces of the Divine Mountain, had long since moved to the 41st heaven, restraining the Dragon Nation's Imperial Hall and making the recovery of the demi-artifacts in the 41st heaven very difficult. Now, with potential foreign forces stirring trouble in the 31st heaven, matters were bound to become even more complicated. Seeing the situation today, a great battle among the prodigies of the top 100 families was inevitable. Miss Long of the Dragon family, I didn't expect the always neutral Dragon family to be here as well. Are you also here for the demi-artifact? Long Yu turned around to look in the direction from where the voice had come. She did not wish to explain further. After all, she was clearly wearing the uniform of the War Division, making her intentions quite apparent. Asking such an idiotic question seemed like looking for trouble. She turned her head away. There stood a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, a jade-like face, and a smirk. Long Yu's sixth sense as a woman made her somewhat dislike the man before her, but she greeted him politely nonetheless. He was Bai Hao, the heir to the Bai family, the third largest of the top 100 families. Master Bai, I hope you are well, but you are mistaken. Our dragon family has no interest in the demi-artifact. After all, no matter which family it is, even with a demi-artifact, they can't beat my second uncle, right? Long Yu responded with a forced smile. Bai Hao's eyelids twitched, but he soon displayed a calm smile, no doubt a smiling tiger. And then turned and left. I hope so. The Dragon family was indeed a strictly neutral family, uninterested in the struggles of the top 100 families. They had never intended to join such disputes, but their position as the fifth most powerful family was entirely due to the efforts of Long Lao heir Dragon Ting. Bai Hao certainly didn't believe Long Yu's words, but at that moment he didn't want to say more. In his eyes, anyone who dared to compete with him later was as good as dead. It seemed he had a rather crazed plan in mind. Yushi, you head to the perimeter, leave this place to me. If the top 100 families start fighting and it becomes too difficult to handle, leave the demons and foreign forces to your team to block. Long Yu instructed. Yes, Captain Long. Chen Yushi saluted in a military fashion, then followed her team members towards the outer perimeter of the burial dragon tomb. Meanwhile, a shadow cloaked in a black robe followed Chen Yushi in an almost imperceptible manner. Moments later, more and more people gathered at this location. Whoa, isn't that Tang Xiaotian from the Tang family? Blood Tiger Tang Xiaotian, one of the top young generations among the 100 major families, under 30 apart from the freakish Black Emperor. He ranks among the top 10 powerful awakeners. Last time he showed his strength, he was at the peak of the Battle King realm. The people from the surrounding major families all turned their eyes towards the young man walking towards them leisurely. He appeared confident and composed, his head full of silver hair. dressed in a striking blood-red battlesuit. He was, just as everyone discussed, always regarded as the rising star of the Dragon Nation's new generation. Despite his incredible power, he came prepared. Behind Tang Xiaotian stood an imposing old man with white hair who looked to be well over 100 years old. This elder, observing Dead Beach and the summit shadows around, was like the other guardians
from major families brought here.
All the great families had taken precautions. After all, no one wanted this treasure-hunting expedition to end in a dire situation. Some even brought hundreds if not thousands of people, but his identity was soon recognized by other guardians. Not many in the Dragon Nation's imperial realm were unknown, and being the direct disciple of the strongest of the four great awakeners' wind ancestors, Hurricane Stop was well known. His wind attribute's spiritual power was refined to the extent that it could instantly reduce space. Terrifying indeed, the elder scoffed with disdain. Just this much? There are quite a few kids here. Unfortunately, what dominates here is not youthful vigor but absolute power, Hurricane Stop said with a frown. Senior Wind, when the fight starts, please don't intervene unless absolutely necessary. I want to rely on my own strength to win the treasure, Tang Xiaotian said, looking ahead respectfully.
Good, I was thinking of resting anyway. If Tang, young friend,
feels his strength is sufficient, I naturally won't intervene, replied the old man. Hurricane Stop with a kindly smile, though his smile hid a trace of ruthlessness and contempt. His gaze searched around, and for a moment his eyes met with Bai Hao's from afar, seeming to convey much in just that glance. Bai Hao also showed a satisfied smile. It's coming out, someone shouted from atop the surrounding peaks. As they pointed at the increasingly bright golden glow from the receding tide on Dead Beach, it was like a starting pistol had been fired. The scions of the families and their guardian masters immediately stepped forward, covering 10 meters in each stride, rushing towards the path to Dead Beach. Ugh! Poisonous, several of them stepped onto the riverbed and were instantly struck down by an unknown poison miasma. Who is it? This is from the Chen family's goo poison lineage. Where did they strike from? There, behind Bai Hao, a guardian released a dark purple poison miasma, cutting off everyone ahead. Weaklings, you don't deserve to see the demi-artifact. With that, Bai Hao himself walked slowly into the miasma, unharmed. Bai Hao!
He brought 3 guardians, all at the Battle Emperor realm. This move is so sly.
How are we supposed to get past this poison miasma? Wait, it's drifting towards us. Is it trying to poison us? Run! As the overwhelming goo poison approached, countless treasure seekers began to flee backward, prioritizing their lives over the treasure. However, as everyone retreated, a figure in a blood-red armor moved forward against the flow. Blood-armored tiger's roar splits the wind.
A colossal blood-red tiger appeared like a divine manifestation behind Tang Xiaotian, who was clad
in a bright red armor. Tang Xiaotian, along with the elder Fengji, stepped into the poisonous miasma without hesitation. It was beyond everyone's expectations that Tang Xiaotian had now reached the realm of a war emperor. Chen Gong from Miaozhong, the guardian of Bai Hao, exclaimed in shock. Tang Xiaotian, it is you I have been waiting for. Bai Hao, without turning back, continued forward, his voice low and sinister.
A chaotic battle was about to erupt.